$1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Wow, I guess they have some magic dust left, don't they?
We'll see. They have to close this out. Now Hayes will throw it in with Stewart, Bogdanovich, Sadiq Bey, who's being guarded by Jerome. If I'm him, I'd dive to the box. And that's where he's going to look like he's going to go that way. Hayes waiting, trying to throw it in, gets it into Bey, turns and fires. It's up, it's good! He hit it at the buzzer! A three-point shot falling backwards, went up and in. The Pistons mob him as they head to the locker room, and Detroit has won. My goodness.
What a shot by Sadiq Bey. Almost a 5-second violation for the Detroit Pistons. And oh, baby, the Warriors get their season-high 5-game winning streak snapped last night at the hands of the Detroit Pistons as they get the season series sweep for the first time since 08-09. Of course, Klay Thompson hit it 3 to tie the damn game up on a great play drawn up by Steve Kerr. Oh, my Lord, the pass from Ty Jerome to Anthony Lamb. Klay Thompson coming out in flare screen. Boom, you tie it as Klay Thompson scores 17 in the fourth quarter. But the Warriors lose their first game on his homestand, and I guess everybody's going to freak out. We'll see about that. As Jordan Poole, I heard a lot about him last night. And him taking care of the basketball. But look, this is what we do in sports. 888-957-9570. Are you concerned about Jordan Poole in late game situations? Because it seems like there's a lot of people are as we say good morning to everybody out there. By the way, Shasky, as I say good morning to you, Lubman, Spadoni. Storm was kind of weak last night, wasn't it?
Well, in this area, yes, but I would say like up in the Russian River, everyone's getting evacuated. Yeah. I got a phone call, the emergency phone call that everyone's getting evacuated. So I was just telling Joey and I was telling the audience, if you're out there in like Santa Cruz, and I know there's other areas, but I'm just trying to follow it as best I can. If you're up in the Russian River area, like 707. Dude, yes, please be careful going down River Road. There's floods everywhere. There's washouts, rocks. You know, it's insane. So I got an evacuation call because they know my number because it's being registered or whatever. I got an evacuation call. It's like, oh no. So I reached out to some of my neighbors, made sure everybody's okay. It's just
that's good. Good.
Stay safe. But I'm with you because I was
here
at
in the
home.
City, I was just like,
it's raining.
I drove home.
It's windy.
Like, it's rain. We've driven through rain before.
But I think it's today there's going to be real, like 50-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah,
inland.
that's bad.
That's pretty bad. You know what I mean? And like I worry. So I'm with you, though. I thought... I think that a lot of the local television hypes it up with the names and everything. And I was hearing some of those things, and I'm like, damn. Like, I don't know. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and I kind of agree. But I'll give you this. The trees in my backyard, we cut a bunch of trees down. The neighbor's trees.
They're flowing.
Oh, they're flowing. Right angles, bro.
Right.
Like 90-degree right angles. And I'm like, yeah, I think my neighbor needs to chop that bad boy down so it don't fall on my house.
They're flowing. They're flowing.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
I have never seen you more happy for a loss after that game. Were you guys rooting for overtime, or were you rooting for that game to just end? Be honest.
No, I wanted overtime. I wanted to win.
You had an ear-to-ear grin.
No, I wanted to win. But what do you do after a loss like that, right? All you can do is laugh it off.
It was great.
I realized, look, it's the first week of January. Warriors have won 5 straight, 6 straight at Chase Center. They're 17-2. They've come back and rallied in a lot of late game situations.
Yes, they have.
Portland.
Yes.
They almost blew the game against Charlotte. They almost blew it against Utah. You had to rally against the Atlanta Hawks Monday night.
Yes.
Just to send it to overtime. You go to double overtime. Look, it's been a good run. You're also shorthanded. No Wiggins. No Kuminga. No Wiseman. Of course, no Stephen Curry, who joined the broadcast in the third quarter. No JaMychal Green.
Was supposed to be the second quarter, and then it was the third quarter because he was working out, trying to get pipes like Kalena.
Yeah, he's getting his workout, getting his cardio in.
I enjoyed that, by the way.
Yeah, no doubt. I did, too. So, Carbo's going to get you from some of the slow starts. You gave up 34 points in the first quarter, the last 8 of that quarter. And it was just one of those games where the Warriors would cut it to 2, and the Pistons go on a 6-0 run.
Yes.
You cut it to 1, they go on a 7-0 run. They just couldn't get over that hump. And some of the bad habits, at some point, you can't cover up all those losses on the basketball court.
There's a lot of things about last night's game that were kind of like frustrating. Lack of size, athleticism. I felt like they missed an extra big, whether that's even though Kuminga's not technically a big, like they missed his athleticism and size, I thought, big time. Thought they missed Wiseman last night.
No doubt.
Like that would have been a good test for him. And that team is obviously very young. Jaden Ivey, very impressed with him.
Yeah, he's quick.
And then like I also look at it as the Warriors chased all night. And to your point, it felt like they couldn't break the seal and get over the hump. And I think you have to credit them. Bogdanovich did a lot of little things to win. He seems to me like a guy, if he doesn't get an extension from the Pistons.
Well, he got an extension the day they played the Warriors back on October 30th.
I didn't know. I thought
he got an extension for $39 million.
He, to me, feels like a nice trade piece for a contender. I just don't know who would want to have that because I thought he didn't have the extension.
No,
I thought he was out at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee would be a perfect fit for him.
What do you think?
He's a baller. He's 33 years old. You can see he can dribble into the mid-range. He hits a little 14, 15-footer. He hit 5 threes yesterday. He's big and he's smart. He knows how to play the game. So here is the extension here. Didn't pull it up yet. But I could have swore he signed it the day before they played the Warriors back on that 5-game road trip where they beat the Warriors 128-114. So, look, if he does get traded, I think a team like Milwaukee could use him. Hell, any contender could use him. Boston could use him. The Warriors could use him.
I was just going to say, I wouldn't be opposed to the Warriors picking him up. I don't know. It was one of those games, like Dante DiVincenzo had an off game. And, I was wondering why he wasn't out there in the final minute or so. I know they went with Ty Jerome. And I don't know if that was the specific swap out, but like I was thinking, let's get some more defense out there, especially without Draymond Green.
Right.
But
we see him out there in that last possession. Jordan Poole was the odd man out on that last defensive possession.
Was that who it was?
Yeah, Jordan Poole. He wasn't out there on that last possession.
Wasn't?
Dante was on the floor in that last possession.
But on the offensive possession, he was on the
you went defense for offense,
so then I had it
for
confused.
Defense.
It happened so quick. I was distracted.
Yeah, two-year, $39 million extension he signed back on October 30th. Bojan Bogdanovich. Yeah, I remember it happened the morning of the Warriors
I think
game.
It's a good swoop up for somebody. I really do. I think he's the kind of guy that, like, if you're the Clippers, I think he'd be really nice. If you're the Warriors, he'd be nice. I think there's a lot of teams that could use him.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, man, the Warriors lose last night. Tough one for them. 122-119, an entertaining game. You had to, Draymond Green now has 12 technicals. It looks like he's going to get that 16 this year. Usually he braces himself for it. Hopefully one of these techs get rescinded.
Did you see what's back?
Yeah, it's podcast. He had a letterhead like Michael Jordan from David Falk and his agency.
Can we have a little fun? Because last night, as I know, frustrated as people are with Jordan Poole's handle, I'm not. I'll explain later.
Are people frustrated? Because I know they were Monday night and didn't win.
Jordan Poole becomes this scapegoat of criticism, and I don't think it's fair. Like I read off all the stats yesterday, and we can do this exercise again. He's younger than where Steph Curry was the first time they went to the playoffs in 2012, 2013, when Steph elevated from like a 17-point a night guy to a 22-point-a-night guy. When you look at efficiency, when you look at the turnovers and the assist-to-turnover ratio, rebounding, all of Jordan Poole's numbers are either on par or better than what Steph Curry was, and he was older than that first playoff run, and Steph turned the ball over more. Now, I'm not saying that Jordan Poole doesn't have to clean it up. He absolutely does.
It's the feel of the game, too. It's the IQ as well. I don't know if his IQ is where Steph's was at that age.
But Steph played in Davidson for an extra year.
No doubt. He played 3 years in Davidson.
And he was given the opportunity to be a full-time starter and the head honcho of the team.
No doubt.
Poole's trying to assimilate to other legends. Like, I just think it's a little more difficult than people are saying.
Well, here's the deal. Here's my take on Jordan Poole last night. You look at the numbers. All right, 9 of 22. He's still struggling from the three-point line. 3 of 22. Or, 3 of 10 from the three-point line. He does pick up the 6 assists and the 5 rebounds. He scores you 24 points. Jordan Poole hit some big shots in the fourth quarter. The nice little crossover with the step back mid-ranger.
Very nice.
He hit a big 3 in that game.
His catch and shoot's lovely.
His catch and shoot's lovely. He finished with 3 turnovers last night, which I will take in 34 minutes of action.
One.
3 turnovers. All right, you get the final turnover for the 3rd straight game in a late game situation. It's the same thing we say about Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Ty Jerome, Anthony Lamb, if you want to throw him in this bucket.
Nice game.
Look. These are all reps to get them better.
I agree.
This experience is good for all these guys. So what does Jordan Poole need to work on? Late game execution, right? He hasn't been in that position.
No.
Why? Steph Curry's on the floor.
Yes.
Draymond's on the floor. Andrew Wiggins is on the floor. Klay Thompson's there. So in that small ball lineup, he's going to be the 5th option a lot, or 4th option if you take away Draymond Green. But he's not going to have the ball in his hands to make those type of decisions. He needs to go through this. So going through this experience now, I believe is going to pay dividends in April, in May, when he does have a situation where he has to take control and draw up a player, orchestrate a player, whatnot. So I'm not going to freak out about it. He slips, he gets picked. He's got to clean it up. But it's good to say, hey, Jordan, this is another element you need to work on. You already scored 24 plus. You're dropping in dimes. Your efficiency needs to come up. But the late game execution, he will learn from it. He hasn't been in this position.
It's funny that we do this with Jordan Poole. It's like, wasn't this the narrative wrapped around LeBron James for like 10 years of his career?
Yeah.
Final couple possessions. He doesn't want it.
He doesn't want the shot.
And I never thought that was a fair criticism. I thought that was ridiculous. I always thought that LeBron made the smart play, the right play. Yes, exactly. Here's the thing with Jordan Poole. The handle gets loose at times. And I feel like in games where he struggles, when he's over dribbling, moving too fast, trying to do too much, the handle gets exposed. And I agree with you, B. As time goes on, he's going to be more confident.
It's going to slow down.
Imagine the heartbeat that's going for this kid. I'm going to make a play. We're down 1. This is our opportunity. And he slips and falls.
Dude,
and it's just like, all right.
He's in his 4th year of his career.
Exactly. I agree with you.
The one thing that gets him in trouble, which has been the case all season long, when he's going 100 miles an hour and he's over dribbling, he gets himself in trouble. When he's rolling, 1, 2, 3, dribble, pull up. Boom. Straight line drives to the rack. Boom. You're not messing with the handle. You're not carrying the ball. You're not doing all that. He's moving too fast, so they'll sit back today. He's got a couple days off. He's played a lot of minutes during his homestand. Get a couple days off, clean it up. I am completely confident that Jordan Poole will clean that up. But again, he needs to go through this.
Yes.
Because once Steph moves on, he's going to be the guy who's ball in his hands, 24 seconds left in the game. He needs to learn through this. So I'd rather him go through these mistakes now
I'm with you.
as opposed to April, May, when you have a big situation, a big playoff game, and he turns it over. Get this out the way now and go through it. Watch these games back, Utah. Watch this game back against Portland. Watch these games back against Atlanta and clean it up. And he's a smart enough player. His IQ's already there. He's running an offense at 24 years old without Stephen Curry and Andrew Wiggins. I think Jordan Poole will be fine.
Well, and I think what everyone's going to look at Jordan Poole and they're going to hyper focus on that. They were chasing all night, and they did a great job to close that game out and put themselves in a position to win. To me, they shouldn't have been in that position.
No.
It was a beautifully designed play by Steve Kerr.
Beautiful.
And then simultaneously, I thought Kevon Looney had multiple amazing defensive and offensive second, third hustle opportunities. One where Klay and Poole don't communicate on the switch. I think it's Ivy or whoever, or maybe it's Bay, going to the rack. Here comes Looney as the lone help defender, as the farthest man, comes flying over, goes straight up in the air, and causes a big-time miss, which gives them that opportunity to run that play. And then, obviously, Kevon Looney got a huge offensive rebound and threw it to Klay Thompson. So, I don't know. That was a game last night. I understand people's frustration. They've been on a tear. I'm okay with it. They were chasing all night. And I hate to do this. The Mike Crew go, tip your cap to the Pistons, but you kind of got to do. They outplayed the Warriors, I thought, yesterday.
The Pistons have one of the worst offenses, if not the worst offense in the NBA. They're 30th in the league. All right? They're 29th in the league when it comes to points per game, offensive efficiency. They had the game of their life last night. They hit 16 threes. Shot 44% from the three-point line. Go look up their numbers from three this season. It's not pretty, folks. It's in the bottom of the league. Bottom of the league. All right, they shoot 49%. This guy's play hard. Duran, this kid in the middle out of Memphis, Jalen Duran.
I didn't know
8 for 8.
I didn't know anything about him.
Dude, he's athletic. He looks good. He gets up. He grabs you 11 rebounds. I mean, look, the Pistons played hard yesterday. They needed it. They were 2-8 in their last 10.
What did you think of the first tech on Draymond Green before I get to the second one?
Well, the first one was just weak. I looked back. I was like, wait, why are they shooting a free throw?
It was
an Ed Malloy special. It was Ed Malloy. And this Sheree Mitchell, you had another female ref out there, Sheree Mitchell. I don't know what the hell she was doing. She's 1 minute calling the charge, 1 minute she's letting the charge go by. I just the inconsistencies of all these referees. It's just
me and
Covey
got into it one night after a game, and this was 3 years ago, Spadoni, and I'm like, Ed Malloy stinks. He's like, I don't even know who he is. I'm like, you'll know who he is.
Ed Malloy!
He is notorious for this one, Bonte. Inserting himself in a play where he's like 100 yards away, and he's looking through 10,000 pounds of bodies, and he'll be like, yep, foul over here. And there's two other officials in position. He constantly makes the out of position call, and it drives me insane.
He always does. And the fact that they threw out Draymond Green, and the Warriors didn't even know that he was thrown out. He's on the floor looking to play some defense. And they're like, oh, double tech, you're out. It's just like, all right, that's what we're going to do in the last minute 24 of the game. It wasn't nothing serious. It was a little huffing and puffing, some jersey grabbing, whatever. It's a heated moment. Stewart's an emotional player. We saw that when he chased down LeBron James last year at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, looking to whoop his ass.
Little Caesars Arena.
Yeah, you get some free pizza up there.
Didn't know Little Caesars
boxes.
was
there. $5 boxes. The cheesy sticks, really good.
Where is there a Little Caesar around here? I can't.
There's one, I think, on Mission in Geneva. Isn't there? Somewhere
Their
around
crazy
there?
bread's so good.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm really hungry this morning.
It's really, really good. Then they had one in Emeryville.
There was one in Daly City. I know that up at the top of the I think it was Westmore, up near Westmore somewhere.
Okay. Yeah,
but I can't remember.
I could have sworn there was one right by Geneva Mission.
No, I'll think about it. You know what?
I think maybe that's a Domino's.
No, I think you're right because it's near the old movie theater near Dan's Pharmacy on Geneva. I think you're right. I think you're right.
It could be Domino's.
Shout out Acme Surplus. One of the Fahey's. Call me and let me know if there's a. What is it? Little Caesars over there. I think there is. I think it's walk-in only. I don't think you can eat in there.
So Draymond gets tossed. Right. Draymond gets tossed, and it's weak. But it was funny. Sadiq Bey hits 3, right? Off a great hustle play by Stewart. So 117, 112. Bully looks at me and goes, you want to bet the Warriors win this game? I look at him and said, Detroit could be up 15 right now. I'm not betting on the Pistons, okay? And the Warriors came back. And I thought we were going to OT. We were at the demo. Clay hits the shot. It's like, all right, let's sit our asses back down.
Warriors lose on a game-ending three-pointer with 1 second left. I'm Monte Hill. I'm so glad that this is not overtime.
No, I wasn't feeling like that. But I was just like, the game was moving fast. I was like, damn.
You were happy.
It was like 8:43 early in the fourth quarter. I'm like, oh. Your boy's going to bed before 11 o'clock. Let's go.
There's a couple of things that I would love the NBA to adopt. And I also have a great question for you before we hit the break here. The number one.
I'll determine whether or not it's great.
The end of a shot clock violation. The FIBA does this, right? Where you get a miss, right? And it's the end of the shot clock and the shot clock expires, but you have clearly controlled the ball and you're going to be flowing up court. And then they stop it and make you inbound it. Just keep it moving. Why are we blowing whistles there?
Yeah,
just keep. I know you want to do the side but just keep it moving.
Dude, I saw one last
little
week.
Things. There's little things.
They tapping out. Warriors get the ball. They're about to run and get a layup, and they.
Yeah, it drives me nuts.
It's insane.
You're taking away the advantage, and we got a great defensive stop. We're the ones who should be rewarded. Here's the question I have for you, B. Isaiah Stewart seems like a very tough individual who I would never want to fight.
I wouldn't want that smoke.
I don't think Draymond wanted that smoke either, and I don't blame him. So here's what I want to ask you. If I were to go starting 5, any sport, all time, who are the starting 5 of the guys you don't want to mess with? because I've got some names in my head, and I was ready to give you my starting five.
All sports?
All sports.
James Harrison, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Thank you. He's on my starting five. Yes.
Ron Artest.
On my starting five.
Bill Romanowski.
Not on my starting five.
I'll go Xavier McDaniel after reading up on him.
You know what? That's a good one. Not on my starting five.
And then I'll go Charles Oakley.
I think that's 4.
That's 5. Oakley, Romanowski.
Romanowski.
Xavier McDaniel.
Okay.
The top 2, James Harrison.
And then Ron
Artest.
I'm going to add a couple.
It's my starting 5.
Charles Haley.
Go, you're starting 5.
Okay,
you're starting 5.
We're excluding boxing and UFC, right? And
yeah. I mean, we're not throwing Tyson on here. I mean, we're
I'm
not
going to go Chris Pronger.
My back.
Hockey.
Chris Pronger, hockey.
Yeah,
okay.
the guy's he's like 6'8". I mean, the guy's a monster. Pronger. I'm going to go Artest. Okay.
Got to go Artest.
Got to go. He's got to be in there. I got to go Charles Haley.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
All right, I got to go Charles Haley. I'm going to go Kevin Gogan. The dirtiest player in the NFL.
Dirtiest offensive lineman.
Via Sports Illustrated.
I'm not mad at that.
All right. And then I think you have to go with one of the craziest people of all time, and that's James Harrison. Absolutely. When you take a photo with multiple Desert Eagles on the cover of ESPN, the magazine, and then every year annually, you've got like thousands of 45-pound plates that you're pushing on a sled, you scare me.
No, he's about that life.
Right?
He's about that life.
Who is in your starting 5 of guys you don't want to mess with?
Rick Mahorn.
Rick Mahorn's a good one.
Barkley. Would you want to mess with Barkley? Shaq.
Barkley's kind of a front runner, though, when it comes to those things.
I wouldn't want to mess with Shaq.
Yeah, but you know what? George Zedek, didn't he break Shaq's nose accidentally?
Maybe. We got some good ones here.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Lyle Alzado.
Yeah,
rest in peace.
That's going way back in the day.
Yeah, he was a madman.
I think like that entire Raiders 70s.
He was enhanced big time. I mean, he was just a left.
Oh yeah, it's whole 30 for 30 on it, or whatever it was. His football life on it.
The 408.
That was insane.
Tommy Pham.
He's in Jock Peterson's starting 5.
I mean, when you stab your own father, I think you go to the top of the list.
Right.
Nightclubs and sweatpants, yeah.
All right, man.
With that guy.
Is Plaxico on the list? Is that what you're going with the sweatpants and the nightclub?
How do you go to jail for shooting yourself? That to me, I still don't get. I don't know. You can't carry a firearm in the state of New York. I get all that.
Or fire
it's the law. But you literally did it.
Bonte.
What?
650. Bonte's list should include Dame in Oakland.
Dame in Oakland's tweeting at me too much. He's out there tweeting about the West Coast offense with the Raiders, and we need to go to the short passing game. And I'm like, all right, Dave, put Twitter down, dude.
You know what, Dame? Keep tweeting.
No, Dame.
I want nothing to do with Dame coming down my road.
And he still has the avatar being bald by choice.
Dude, the
with
dude's
the tank
jacked.
top.
He was telling me, he goes, Shasky, I'm proud of you that you're working out because I've been working out a lot.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've been working out my entire life. Like, Dame, it's obvious.
Yeah, we know.
I can tell.
We know. You have no body fat.
No
You're
body
the
fat.
only one who could call shows and check coast, and they say nothing.
If James Harrison and Dame were walking down the street, I'd run to James Harrison's side of the street. That's how scared I am of Dame.
I'm not messing with Dame. And Dame, I hear Dame, the streets tell me Dame's only about 5'5", and he's still about that life. This is what the streets say.
Don't be doing the height slander on people, all right?
I'm not
As the resident short guy here.
I like short. I've got a lot of short friends. It's all good. It's all good. My guy from Philly, he's not going to like this. Philly Zoo. He's short as hell.
Yeah,
it's
but
my guy, though. It's
the
my
bowling
best
ball
friend.
guys are the guys you got to worry about. Shout out Martin Jurbeck out there, the angry Croatian.
Oh, boy.
Like firecrackers. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want to mess with those little guys.
These
I mean,
names
Lorenzo
are
Neal,
getting-
for example, the guy's about my height, and he's a bowling ball. I would never want to mess with
These
him.
names are getting out of control.
Are
And
they?
yes, there is a Little Caesars next to the
See?
Walgreens on Geneva Mission.
Yeah.
How do you not know about your own hood? And I do. Come on.
I said that.
That's why I'm the mayor of San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line, YouTube, and Twitch. We're going to continue to roll. We got Coach Vallejo. You know what Coach Vallejo wants to do?
Oh, here we go.
You know what he does. And then, by the way, Jonathan in Daly City just ordered a morning roast sweatshirt.
Nice.
You can get yours at 957gameshop.com right now. Hey, Jonathan, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Appreciate you. All right, what's coming up on the
Your
game
gear
sponsored
is
by
here,
Fremont
you're
Bake?
there, and it's coming to meet you in the middle.
Full service baking, no compromises. Look, we're going to have some fun today. Who's your all-time starting 5 of just bad boys?
Yes.
Bad boys. We'll continue to roll. You worried about Jordan Poole in late game situations?
These names.
How about Klay Thompson, 17 points in the fourth quarter? Ooh.
Yeah, he looked
We have
great.
another apology.
No, I already did. I told you. No slander coming my way.
9570. More coming up on the morning roll, so take your calls coming up on the other side.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of an LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 29 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off the LG wash tower with ultra-large capacity and reduced wash time. Pricing valid January 5th through January 25th, 2023. Gas dryer extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Hey, Clay. No, I never roasted you.
Y'all know me.
I never roasted
Still giving apologies. By the way, do you remember the first time you heard this song? Turn this beat up a little.
I do remember.
Chronic 2001?
I do remember.
I think this is better than the original Chronic, personally.
I do, too. I think it was the album that led us into the new millennium.
I
led us into 2000. I remember just
I agree.
That year graduating high school, obviously, 2000, the year 2000, and you had this album drop on us basically in that time frame.
I want to say after October, November?
Yeah, because Eminem's album dropped first.
Yes.
Eminem's second album dropped.
Marshall Mathers.
It dropped. Yeah. And then that was basically a summer anthem. Yeah. You had that. And then Dre's album came out, and I was just like, wow.
It was next level.
Wow. Like Chronic Ice-T, I used to have that instrumental because the beat was so hard. Dun, dun, dun,
oh, bro, Corrupt, Nate Dogg, like every song was ridiculous.
Yeah,
the old Butcher Shop Open used to be the next episode.
Was it?
It's one of my favorite songs.
I got tired of the next episode. It was like casual sports fans, right? To me, the casual hip-hop heads would be next episode. I'm like, dude, that's not even the top 5 on this album.
Well, I mean, look,
the video was sick.
When Nate Dogg, Come on, smoke weed every day.
Oh, it was hard.
Come on, man.
But that album was so loaded.
Good. No, I agree.
It was so loaded, and there was 5 other songs on there, and I was like,
Blank's a housewife.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, and I was going to say,
I
just want to.
The Watcher was so sick.
The Watcher.
Just the beats on every single one of those songs.
Not 5 plus 4 pennies.
Well, I just wanted, I just want to.
Oh, yeah. Devin the Dude was introduced to America.
Come on.
Devin the Dude was on Rap a lot, and I, because obviously Creative Music. Shout out Joe at Creative Music on Ocean. We used to know all about Devin the Dude, and I felt like America found out about Devin the Dude. I'm like, no, he's been sick for a decade.
For years.
Hits.
Hits.
Devin the Dude was so sick.
He was sick. He was underrated. He was very underrated. Big Dog is always Devin the Dude. My guy Devin the Dude always had the CD.
Well, it's him
like, dude.
and Sugar Free.
Right.
Like, and then I would say Drew Down, just like very original OGs, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, don't say the other word.
But they're like spin-off love childs of Too Short, basically.
No doubt. Sugar Free, man. He's got somebody sent me a Sugar Free song.
He's
a few
married?
months ago. Yeah, he's married.
He just got married.
Yeah, he married, and he was driving back to Oakland to his roots.
Instagram follow.
Right.
He's
married
hilarious.
again.
The guy in what's that show that you and I like on FX?
Snowfall.
The guy reminds me of Sugar Free.
Oh man, he was in the woods.
Yeah, they killed his family.
Yeah, they killed his family.
He's
Snowfall.
so good. He reminds me of Sugar Free. I don't know why.
He's got the curl, and he's always with his IG.
Yeah, he's completely insane.
His IG is weird. Have you seen his IG?
No.
From Snowfall?
I'm gonna have to look his name.
Oh, dude, look his IG. What is his name? Folks, help us out here. Stacy from the Wood. He was Stacy from the Wood, who slapped our boy when he moved from North Carolina in the Wood. He was Stacy in the Wood. Damn, what's his name in Snowfall? What is his name? Before we get to take him to school, we got to find out his name.
Malcolm Hayes? No. I don't think so.
Gosh.
I'm going to find it. I'm sorry.
All right, anyway, it's time for Taking Him to School, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home with free tuition for spring 2023, beginning on January 30th. Here's Taking Him to School.
Looney up top. Clay comes back. They throw it for Lamb on the right side. To Clay, who relocates for a 3-look. He got it with 1 second to go. What a play. Steve Kerr and his staff drew up an unbelievable play there. Clay Thompson got a wide open look. We're tied with 1 second to go. Tied at 119. The game is not over. Detroit calls their final timeout.
Oh, what a play by Klay Thompson. 17 there, 3 of his 17 in the fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter alone, Klay Thompson 6 of 8, 3 of 5 from the three-point line, 17 points. He finished with the game high 30, 11 to 23, got cooking late, He started off 0 for 5 from the three-point line, and now Klay Thompson. He is on the heater right now, averaging over 30 plus in his last 8 home games. Let's see if he can take it on the road. Klay Thompson's ready to roll. And I was taking him to school, brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023, beginning January 30th, as we still try to figure out this guy's name. What the hell is this guy's name?
I can't find it.
From the text line, DeAndre Bonds from the Xfinity Mobile text line.
Is that his name?
I'm looking, man. I'm trying to find it.
Is that his name? I'm looking at the cast of Snowfall. Look at these characters.
I know, there's so many great characters.
There's so many great characters here. It's a long
a couple
list.
people. DeAndre Bonds.
DeAndre Bonds? Is it really? What's his name in Snowfall?
I don't even know what his name is. Oh, yeah, it is DeAndre Bonds. That's him. Heck yeah, that's him.
That is him.
But when he's got the hair pulled back in the ponytail, that's when I
him.
get the sugar-free vibes.
Yeah, no, that is him.
Sugar-free?
Scully is his name in Snowfall. Scully.
Not X-Files.
Not X-Files.
I'm older.
Remember he set up his voice.
Have you seen that show about, there's one on Netflix, and where they're selling drugs in London?
White Lotus?
No. It's a really good show.
Oh, it
really
is
good show.
I
There's
heard
a
about
Scully in that as well. It's a really good show.
I heard about it.
I've watched all the seasons. I think there's 2 seasons, and then they have like a prequel one. It's fantastic.
I heard about that show. Find out the name of that show.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it.
I've heard it was good. Let's get to Coach of Vallejo. Coach of Vallejo. On brand, baby. I see the caption. What's happening?
Okay, before I get to that, I'm going to give you guys my starting 5.
Give it to me.
Nastiest players ever. Okay, Dominican Sue. Okay,
that's a good one.
Dominican Sue.
It's a good one.
Okay. I'm going to take you back a little bit on this one. Conrad Dobler.
Oh, okay.
Gotta look that up.
Take your word on that one.
I'm gonna look that up.
Richie Richie Incognito.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. He'll bully your entire
I've
team.
heard about this guy, Conrad Dobler, for the Cardinals, the OG St. Louis Cardinals. I saw the picture. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. And my last one is going to be a basketball guy, Kermit Washington.
Oh, yeah, you can't go wrong.
We've gotten a lot of Kermit Washingtons.
Yeah, Kermit Washington. I mean,
Coach, have at it on Jordan Poole.
Rudy Tomjanovich's jaw still hurts from that punch, man.
It probably made him more famous.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not going to lay too much in on Jordan Poole because he proves my case every time. But my thing is that the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. Okay, so I don't see Shasky. I don't see the IQ that you're talking about because he keeps doing the same thing over and over again. So I'll just leave it at that, guys. I don't want to be called a but I tell you, on the fan pages and everything else, he's getting tired of it. And Shasky, I think you nailed it. I think his cockiness is not giving him the slack, okay? I want him to show he makes a shot, he sticks out his tongue, and he's shouting up and down the court. I think if he played a little bit more humble, I think people would give him a little more.
I agree with you, but to me, that's unfair because that's what gives him his juice. Like some guys have to play the way that they have to play, and like to me, I don't think that's fair to say about a guy.
I'm disagreeing with all that.
What part?
I've been watching Steph Curry for years. Fake head bounce, C-walk, hitting the Bernie. Yeah. He doesn't even look at the basket. Come on. The NBA is full of arrogance and cockiness, and that's what makes these players great. Yeah, because you need that arrogance and that confidence. Yeah. The Jordan Poole celebrating stuff. He's in his 4th year. He's happy. He's playing into the ground. This is entertainment. This is sports and entertainment. These guys are entertainers as much as they're basketball players. So I get it. Basketball is the bread and butter, but you also got to entertain out there. Which is why a lot of people say, "Oh man, Tim Duncan." They don't give him a lot of love because he wasn't entertaining, right?
Boring.
Poole is entertaining. Yes. And so I'm not going to sit here and say, man, his cockiness. And the reason why people get on him is because he's not part of the core group. He's in his 4th year. And so I think it's just,
I agree.
We don't really know him. Yeah. He's a youngster.
He's not a made man like them.
Yeah, he hasn't, quote unquote, paid his dues. Yeah. So we're going to rip him. Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, they've been sticking their tongue out for years.
You know, this isn't a perfect analogy, and there are a lot of inconsistencies, but I see a lot of similarities in the way people talk about him. Steph Curry to Jordan Poole, there's a lot of similarities to Jerry Rice and T.O. at the end of Jerry Rice's run with the 49ers. There were a lot of people, T.O.'s too cocky.
Right.
But the way he goes, he'll never beat Jerry Rice. And it's like, yeah, Jerry's one of the greatest players in any sport of all time, right? Like, T.O. was still independently awesome. Right. Now, Jordan is not T.O. in this analogy, but I'm saying, like, the way people would not allow any drops from T.O. whatsoever. Remember, that was the big thing. He drops the ball too much. He's too arrogant. And I feel like people are so quick to come down Jordan Poole's road, and he makes an easy scapegoat. And I just say, all I'm saying is, y'all, he's a great player for this team. He's not perfect. He's still ascending, but like he does a lot of great things, and no one wants to clap for him when he does. You know, the other night when he goes explosive against Portland, all we want to look at is, look at this turnover in this game. Yeah, he also had a lot of nice plays in this game.
So look, there's 3 big scapegoats that's on this team. It's Jordan Poole, it's James Wiseman, it's Klay Thompson. God forbid Klay Thompson goes on another 3-game cold streak. Oh, boy, he's washed. Oh, he's not the same. Wiseman can't do anything right, it seems like. Even Ty Jerome told us at the Gay House last week, people don't realize that James Wiseman's getting better by the possession. Those floaters that he gets on those pick and rolls with James Wiseman, it's getting them because teams are petrified of the vertical spacing James Wiseman provides.
And they could have used
catching those alley-oops. They could have used that last night. Could have used it last night.
Hey, man, Kuminga.
So when I say Curry's arrogant or Draymond's arrogant, I'm not saying in life. I'm saying on the basketball court, you have to have a certain arrogance out there to destroy these dudes. These guys are great players on the other team. They're coming at you. So you got to have a hint of confidence, some cockiness, some arrogance on the floor. That's what makes these dudes great. You thinking Michael Jordan wasn't arrogant on the basketball court? Of course he was. Kobe Bryant?
I mean, come on.
Come on, man.
And by the way, the name of that show, Top Boy.
Yeah, Top Boy.
It's a great show.
I heard Top Boy.
It's really, really, really good.
I did hear that. All right.
Really
More coming
good.
up on the Golden State Warriors. What's your all-time starting 5 of just nasty dudes? all-time starting five.
Guys you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, I want to get Spadoni's and Lubmans coming up on the other side. Nobody's mentioned any baseball players.
I've got a couple.
Any baseball? You already named your starting five.
I know, but I've got a couple of baseball players.
I'm not asking you to fill out a roster.
Nolan Ryan has to be at the top of the list.
Roger Clemens?
Roger Clemens is up there.
What's coming up in the game?
He might throw a shattered bat through your heart.
One guy who's batting leadoff, Albert Bell.
Oh, Albert Joey Bell. I mean, has Fernando Venus fallen yet since that punch?
What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Food Service Banking, no compromises. More of that.
Hey, it's Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego last year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, I think you should do that. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation. And with these deals, it's no surprise. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME. For $20 off, download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload Event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload Event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, we'll see you soon. Hopefully next Friday in San Antonio. As Bob Myers, president of basketball operations, joined Steiny and Goo yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game and dropped that little bombshell. As the Alamo Dome has already sold over 50,000 tickets. They're trying to have the largest crowd ever in an NBA game. We'll see if they get to 65,000. They probably could if Steph plays. So Steph is hinting that he's getting closer and closer and closer. Bob reiterated that on Warriors pre- and post-game last night on NBC Sports Bay Area, that Steph is doing basketball activities, the shoulder's feeling good. And so Bob Myers going out his way, Steph Curry going out his way, basically saying, I will be back very, very soon.
So I had Joe Spadoni pull some sound for me, and we're going to have it in a little bit. Oh, you got it right now? All right. So my brother came texting in, Deli Boy. His guys, Bill Romanowski, like you, Dennis Rodman, which no one has said Rodman yet, Albert Bell, Bob Gibson from my brother, which is a really good one.
Bob Gibson, that is good.
Is as intimidating as they come.
You don't want to mess with him.
And then Meta World Peace. Now, I don't know if you know this sound, but Bonte, I contend this is the greatest post-game sound of all time. There was an altercation in a basketball game when he was playing for the Rockets, I believe, not
was this
the
against
Lakers.
Kobe?
This is, yes. So
hold on.
game 2.
Can I guess?
You can try to guess.
Can I guess what his soundbite is? Let me guess, because you brought up Rockets, Lakers.
Game 2, Western Conference semifinals back in
Was he a Laker
2009.
or a Rocket?
I think he was a Rocket.
He was a Rocket.
So this is the one where he says, Kobe, don't mess with me.
Nope.
You know who I am?
No, this is different.
Well,
This is a story about Ron Artest
and his
growing
barber?
up. Just listen to the
All right,
story.
all right.
They ask him about rough play, essentially, right?
Was this on the documentary or was
No,
this after the
this
game?
is something I found over the break, and I couldn't stop laughing. I played it for my wife. She was dying. She's like, this guy's clinically crazy.
Yeah, he is.
So here he goes. Here's the sound from Ron Artest. Ron, what do you think of rough play in playoff games?
I understand it's playoffs. I remember when I used to play back home in the neighborhood, it was always games like that. You know, I remember one time it was one of my friends, you know, he was playing basketball, they was winning the game. It was so competitive, they broke the piece of leg from a table and they threw it. It went right through his heart and he died right on the court. So, like, I'm accustomed to playing basketball really rough.
Hey, you're lying.
And by the way, I found another YouTube.
Funny,
I found another YouTube. The story is accurate and true.
No, it is. He mentioned that on the Showtime documentary.
It is, Bonte.
I don't think
someone
it's not
broke a table, took a leg, and the way that he motions, jabbed him through the heart. You would think he was describing like I don't know, like the Crusades or something.
The way he was just nonchalantly just looking at the media too, like it was nothing. Like this is just a regular Saturday afternoon, you know.
Look,
That's what happens.
I'm not going to laugh at somebody dying with a table leg going
It's
through their
the
heart.
way he presented it. Like
I know
it wasn't
it
a big
is.
deal.
Oh, I remember it. I remember it like it was yesterday.
So rough
Sounds just
play.
like that's just Ron Artest.
Rough play's
and like I
nothing to
felt
me.
him. Yeah, he's from the hood. He's from Queensbridge, QB. You know, and his dad apparently was a big-time security guard, too. His dad was nobody you wanted to mess with, Ron Artest, that is. I thought you guys were going into the interview. There was a couple during that stretch, during that time frame where he's with the Rockets and he's getting all the different haircuts.
Oh, yeah.
And so he's shouting out his barber in Orlando, Boog. Remember that? So then he got into it with Kobe, and he was like, you know, I'm sitting there thinking, Kobe, you know who you messing with, man? Like, he was like, I'm Ron Artest. Like, Kobe, what are you doing? And then, of course, he had the elbow to James Harden's temple where his bat beat his chest.
I swear to God, it's the most violent elbow I've ever seen in my life.
And he plays off like, I didn't know he was there.
He said he was stomping his chest like he was like, oh, my God, dude, I love that, man.
The guy, Ron Artest, so if you got a starting five, all-time bad boys, Ron Artest is on mine. No doubt he's my number one pick.
Hands down,
Him
he's
having
my number
those
one
comments
pick.
and getting into it with Kobe and then just joining him next year and winning a title is so funny.
And he's like, Kobe, pass me the ball. Kobe, pass me the ball.
And we bring this up because last night Isaiah Stewart and Draymond Green got in a little tussle, and Draymond put both hands on him like, no, I'm not trying to fight. That was my interpretation of it, and I don't blame Draymond at all. I'm 100% with him. There's no way I want any smoke with Isaiah Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart, baby, he's searching up that list. and you chase down LeBron James.
Yes.
And you're chasing him down all over the court. He went after the king.
Yeah.
He went after the king, and LeBron was like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, where was the king's bodyguards in that situation?
He did not. They were like, go ahead, LeBron. Go ahead. Let's go to George in the Jungle real quick. George in the Jungle wants to know what the hell is going on with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole and the turnovers, man. He had a big one last night.
Great question.
George in the Jungle, what's happening?
I'm seeing George. Gentlemen, it's a wonderful day. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. A little bit of rain in the neighborhood. I can't do. Did he forget it's strength in numbers in a team game? He's trying to do it all. When Clay is standing there as Vinny the Microwave Thompson, just dropping the ball in the hole. And Jordan's trying to take over and make things happen himself. Why isn't he playing the team game?
Well, he dropped 6 assists. I mean, he got caught up into it. Look, you don't have a lot of shot creators out there last night.
No, especially without Draymond getting ejected.
Yeah, Draymond getting ejected. But even then, like Ty Jerome is not a shot creator. No. You know what I'm saying? He's more of a, catch and shoot type of guy. He does a few things off the dribble. I'm not going to sit here and slander Ty Jerome. He's playing some good basketball.
He is.
Anthony Lamb, catch and shoot type of guy. You don't have a lot of shot creators. DiVincenzo didn't have it offensively last night. It's okay. He's been playing well. Jordan Poole's playing team basketball. All right, he's got the turnovers, but that's not why they lost. They lost because the Pistons shot 49%. All right? They lost because they gave up 16 threes.
Way too many dunks.
Way too many dunks.
Yeah, too many easy
triple drive penetration.
Their two bigs were really good last night. And then also, I'm very impressed with Jaden Ivey. I really like him as a player.
Jaden Ivey, Cade Cunningham is going to be a nice tandem. Now,
I agree.
Do they get Victor Wembanyama?
If they do, that has a great nucleus. You can find shooting the way that the league is now.
Right.
You could find, you put a Duncan, I'm not saying this guy, but you put a Duncan Robinson type guy out there on the floor with those guys. Think of the spacing that you're going to get.
They're going to be legit.
Yeah.
They're going to be legit. So look, man, I'm not going to freak out over Jordan Poole right now. Jordan Poole, he's going to be fine. He had 3 turnovers yesterday. He actually cut him down. 3 turnovers for Jordan Poole in 35 minutes. I'll take that all day long.
Who was the NFL player who ripped the helmet off? Was it Kyle Turley?
Myles Garrett. Oh, Kyle Turley did one too. Back in the day with the Saints when they went after Aaron Brooks against the New York Jets, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah. Wasn't he one of those guys that you didn't want to mess with?
Yeah, you didn't really want to mess with Kyle Turley. You didn't want to mess with Ray Lewis. You didn't want to mess with, I'm looking at the chat here. San Jose Jazz fan. Very interesting list. Reggie White.
He was too much of a preacher.
Yeah.
Jerome Brown.
He would club you, get a quarterback sack, help the right tackle up, said, hey, praise God, man.
Yeah.
Stuff, amen to you and your family. You know what I'm saying?
Meet me at midfield.
Nice. Yeah. Me, Joe Green.
Joe Green's up there. He's pretty scary when he throws those kids those shades in that commercial.
Yeah.
Or was it a Coca-Cola?
Ray Lewis.
I'm thinking of the Bret Hart commercial.
Ray Lewis you don't want to mess with.
Well, I'm not going to say anything.
You don't? You know another guy you don't want to mess with?
Who?
Quietly? Marvin Harrison.
Well, quietly? There's nothing quiet about the Marvin Harrison car wash situation.
Listen. I say Marvin Harrison's name on Twitter, and people go, we don't know anybody by that name. There's a code where you just say number 88. You don't say Marvin Harrison. You don't even say his name. Seriously, beat writers used to tell me, yo, stop typing his name. Literally, remember David Steele from the Chronicle back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
He was out there in the East Coast.
Yes, he used to be the NBA.
Yeah, NBA Sunday. He used to be the John Shea NBA. Yeah. He's really good. Yeah. Now he's out there in the East Coast, and he was like, son, I don't know anybody by that name, because he said something by that, and he goes, you should probably delete that name for all your Twitter. Marvin Harrison is underrated scary. Very underrated.
His son is sick, too.
His son is sick. He doesn't get hurt. They won the game against Georgia, I believe.
Who was the guy who was the manimal? I'm trying to think fake tough. Was it
Kenneth Faried?
Kenneth Faried. He was a fake tough guy.
Yeah. I wouldn't mess with him. Charles Haley, Bill Romanowski, Ronnie Lott, Dominic Lopez.
See, the reason why I didn't put Ronnie Lott on there, clearly Ronnie Lott's a badass. There's no question about it. Ronnie had to go into the locker room as a Raider, into the Niner locker room to calm down Charles Haley. That's how crazy Charles Haley was. So even within his own locker room, I don't even know if Ronnie Lott is in the top 1.
Should I even say this name? That's getting out there. Michael Hernandez is saying the name. This guy is no longer with us.
Was it the last name that you just said?
Yeah.
Hernandez?
Basically.
Yeah, let's leave him off the list.
Yeah.
Because on the field, he wasn't that scary.
No.
It's the off the field stuff
Yeah.
that we learned later on.
Agreed.
And that's the same thing with the juice. You don't want to mess with him off the field.
Kyle Juszczyk, nice guy.
Yeah, not that juice.
No, Orenthal.
Yeah, Orenthal. James.
Hello, Twitter world.
Dude,
Yours truly.
Can I make an honest admission here? I get a kick out of the OJ Twitter thing. I know he's a bad person. I know, I laugh pretty hard.
Do you follow OJ?
No, I don't, because I don't have to. Because anytime he tweets anything, it follows on my timeline, and I have such a hard time not hitting the like button.
So
it cracks me up. It's like layers of comedy.
No. First of all, I'll never like an OJ tweet.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll never follow him.
He loves his Niners, by the way.
He does love his Niners, and he loves Patrick Mahomes.
He loves golfing.
How did he do in fantasy football this year?
Know.
See how he talks about fantasy football.
Hello, Twitter world.
You know, he had like 4 running backs.
It's your friend OJ.
He had like 4 running backs get hurt one year, still win a championship. So if OJ offers you a trade, do you just accept to be like, here you go, OJ?
He's a notorious golf cheater from the documentary, by one of the greatest ESPN docs ever. So I wouldn't be surprised if he owns 3 or 4 teams within his own league and is trading with himself.
Yeah. Or just punking dudes to trade with him, right?
For sure.
Like dudes like, I'm just going to trade with OJ. We don't need these problems. We don't need this smoke. Here you go, OJ. You want Patrick Mahomes for Jimmy Garoppolo? Here you go. You know what I'm saying? Here's Derek Carr for here. OJ, you can have Derrick Henry and Dalvin Cook. Just give me Derek Carr and the Raiders' third string running back, Zamir White.
Even what's crazy is I know that people have forgotten OJ was one of the top 10 greatest players of all time. When he finished his career, he's one of the greatest players of all time, and then had an unbelievably successful media career.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I growing up, obviously the Naked Gun series that he was in. He was also on, I think it was CBS.
NBC.
Was it NBC? Okay.
NBC.
I remember him on the Hertz commercials.
Dude,
I mean, he was a staple on my television.
He was in the studio. He was on the sidelines. He was live from a field. Like, OJ was a media star. And then... Vontaze Burfict.
Vontaze Burfict is one of my favorite players. I watched him as a high schooler because he's from California.
Yep.
I watched him as a high school. Then I watched him at Arizona State. He's out of his mind. And he was great.
I mean, people say he may have ruined Antonio Brown.
Did you watch Vontaze Burfict his senior year when at Centennial in that state title game against De La Salle?
Yes.
He was everywhere.
He single-handedly just picked apart De La Salle.
Wasn't he a running back as well?
Yep.
I think that he was everything in that game. He was one of those guys, like everywhere the camera was on the field, like Vontaze was right in the middle of the shot.
He was Cordell Stewart commercial.
Unbelievable.
I can kick,
His last
I can
game?
throw.
Yeah, it's Slash.
As an Oakland Raider.
That's it.
Was it?
Yeah. Who was it? Oh, God, I forgot who it was.
Everyone
He got
ends up with
ejected,
the
of course,
Raiders.
and then
He's
he was
the
done.
perfect
He
Raider.
got ejected, and then he was done.
He was the perfect Raider.
He really was.
Oh, man. All right.
Were you surprised Dre wanted no part of him last night?
Isaiah Stewart? No, I think he was just telling Isaiah Stewart, calm down, dude. Calm down. Calm down. I mean, I don't think Dre's no punk. I'm not going to sit up here on these airways and say Draymond Green's a punk, but you know what? You're going to think twice maybe about Isaiah Stewart because, Isaiah Stewart's got a couple loose screws.
Yes.
Screws loose, I should say. Last week, they just got into a fight with Orlando.
Yeah. Wow.
Was it Killian Hayes or Diallo, Hamidou Diallo, who elbowed Franz Wagner from the back while Stewart's holding him up?
Well, the Wagners.
Listen, the Pistons don't win a lot of basketball games. They won 11 games
Yeah, but they're ready to win all them fights.
They'll win all those fights. They'll win those fights.
I mean, Isaiah Stewart, mission accomplished. You got the better end of Draymond Green last night.
You did. You did.
And Dre, when someone puts 2 hands on you on the sides to keep you from punching them, you know that person is a little scared.
See, we're getting a lot of texts about dudes who have done some really cruel things off the
that's
court,
not what we're looking for.
I'm not looking for Greg Hardy. He's a scumbag.
Yeah, exactly. The scumbag. I agree.
Who works for a scumbag in Dana White?
Yeah. Oh, we're here. What'd you make of the Dana? I don't know if you haven't found this out all over the internet. Dana White and his wife got in like a slapping situation where the two of them were slapping each other.
We've been married for 30 years. A lot has happened. You slapped her with and then threw a jab at her.
And then went back at her?
Right, and threw a jab.
If that was the leader of any team, let alone an organization, I think that they would be in some sort of a discipline.
I get ESPN owns the rights to UFC, but it's not getting enough news.
I know.
I mean, Dana White, Pip slapped his wife twice and it jabbed her.
Yeah,
I wasn't comfortable. Just really quick, that looked like to me That wasn't the first time something like that's happened.
It's easy to make that assumption,
Right.
and I'm kind of with you on that. The whole thing was very weird.
Get Dana White up out of here.
Yeah.
He should be forced to sell. So I'm over him.
Have you been a Dana White fan?
No, I'm over him. He's condescending to the media. They ask him certain questions. He talks crazy. He feels himself way too hard.
I agree with that.
And
He's
they get
like a
underpaid.
circus guy to me.
And he gets underpaid. He underpays these dudes.
Well, he's been about that life forever. I mean, every
Get
single
him out
guy
of the paint.
who could finally get out of UFC and make money independent.
Get Dana White all the way up out of here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on
all
that.
the way up out of here. All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's get to Robin in the city. And then we got King of the Hill in a couple minutes. King of the Hill is back for the new year.
Let's go.
Robin, happy New Year,
Hi,
sweetie.
Robin.
How you doing?
Happy New Year. I haven't talked to you guys since I haven't been out this early in the morning. Hey, Shasky.
Huh.
You know, stop. Look, I don't know what it is, the saying the kids say, the 2 on the 10, the 10 on the 2, meaning making it bigger than what it is. Because I don't see nobody really tough in the NBA these days because they can't fight.
Yeah.
So they're selling wolf tickets. And I don't see Draymond really being scared. He just didn't want to get another technical.
Gotcha.
You understand?
Okay.
And I don't think he deserved that technical because he
didn't.
actually tried to diffuse it.
No, he
I
didn't.
think you're right.
And I'm of the mindset, you guys, and this is not really fair, but I'm like, well, then hell, might as well take one for the team and knock him out.
You know what, Robin, though? Robin, the older I get, the more I realize that, like, putting your hands on anyone, man or woman, is just inappropriate. Clearly, for a man to put a hands on a woman, we all know.
Dana White's just out of
But I'm
pocket.
saying, like, the older and older I get, like, I realize that it's not appropriate for anyone to put their hands on anyone. Just keep your hands off everyone. That's how I'm trying to live my life moving forward, just in general.
But you know what, Shasky? There are some people, let me tell you something, there's some people that you just got to do it. Yeah, like in school. I used to tell my kids, don't stand up and talk, you know what I'm saying, and get fired on. Somebody invade your space, then you deck them. Don't be running off at your mouth, and if you keep getting bullied, you grab the bully and you beat that bully, and everybody else will leave you alone, okay? I mean, because there's some people that force you there. I was going to talk about Jordan Poole, but you guys have really put it in perspective and really have did good radio this morning, talked about and took up for him, because sometimes people do not have the ability to see anything other than what's in front of them.
Yeah.
Peace out, you guys.
Thank you, Robin, and Happy New Year. It's good to hear from you. Robin's the best. The best. She's always in the comments on Facebook in a good way, you know.
In a good way. That's
She's
good.
always lurking on there, and I get a good kick out of Robin.
Well, I don't lurk anymore because, as Klay Thompson said, if you lurk, you will get hurt.
You're such a you Pinocchio. You're lying.
I don't lurk. I leave the comments alone.
Oh, you do?
Oh, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see anything. You know, I know how I take things.
Yeah, you dunk
I take
on
things personal.
randos.
No, I take things personally. I don't dunk on randos no more. I'm good. I don't need to read the comments.
That was 7 days ago. I don't do that anymore. I'm a changed man.
No, I don't do that stuff. I read the
Like
YouTube
Tupac.
comments.
I'm
I
a
read the
changed
YouTube
man.
comments. Apparently, Robin is my mom. That's what my boy JMC underscore 1982.
Robin has her own children, and you're not one of them.
Exactly. JMC underscore 1982. Happy New Year to you, buddy. Happy New Year to you. All right, let's get to the King of the Hill, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready
King
for
of the
this.
Hill. Let's go. Sorry about that. You could edit that. About that.
Gather round, all you fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams and all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you a nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
King of the Hill is back for the new year. Brought to you by Fasteners Tool Outlet. Why pay more at a big box store? Ooh, you like that?
I do.
Oh, you like
I'm going to have to go there because I got to get some flashlights. One thing I realized
You
last
need
night
everything.
as the electricity was going on and off in my house, I don't have enough flashlights.
You got to get the phone one. The phone light is good.
Yeah, but I'm worried about my
flashlight.
phone. Like, if you don't have electricity, Bonte, the battery on your phone could, obviously lose its juice.
So you got to have all these, I'm becoming a madman. I got a battery adapter here. I put on the back of the phone that charges it up. I got the other case that your dad put me on, too.
Oh, yeah, the
So
Mophie.
I got that one. So I'm never dying. My phone will never, ever die again. It bet not.
Gangsters don't die. They move to Miami.
Do they?
Yeah, that's what Lil Wayne said.
He's not a gangster.
No, but you don't know the song, Don't Die?
Yeah, no,
it's a classic.
It is a classic.
Him and Birdman. Like father, like son.
Birdman. That's a guy you don't want to mess with.
Put some respect on my name.
That's the guy you don't want to mess with. He told freaking Charlamagne to God, I've seen you at the clubs in line. Trust me, dog. I've drove around the block and seen you out there slipping. It's like, damn. Anyway, King of the Hill. Number 7 team, because we do top 7, not 8 anymore. Shout out to Dame.
The number 7 team.
The New York Football Giants.
Oh, Brian Daboll.
The
Fighting Daniel Joneses.
Hey, I'm not mad at that. They're in the 6th spot. They may not play their guys this week against Philly. They could have a collision course with the Minnesota Vikings. I think the Giants can win that game in Minnesota. I really do.
That would be
Daniel
hilarious.
Jones, by the way, one of my third-place games, because I got beaten in one of the fantasy leagues in the semifinals by Justin Herbert kneel down. He was my quarterback. He nailed down and I lost by 0.15.
I don't believe that.
I swear to God, I'll show you.
No, there's no way.
I swear to God.
He took a kneel down and
I lost
points.
the game. I swear to God, it's the most brutal beat I've ever had in fantasy sports. The Big Dog City. True story. True story. I'll show you a score. I lost by 0.15. I was up because the Chargers defense was suffocating the Colts, and Justin Herbert that day couldn't even score me 8 points. 8 points to go to the fantasy championship. I got 7.85. And everybody in there said, oh, my God, Bonte's going to the championship. What a matchup. What a matchup, because Big Dog City and I, it's like Michigan, Ohio State.
No one cares about you and Big Dog City.
I lost
Dodgers,
a
Giants
semifinal
matchups.
to go to the championship because of a Justin Herbert kneel down. I swear to God.
Scott Van Pelt will have you on bad beats tonight.
Well, it was over a week ago.
All right, what's the next team?
All right, it was over a week ago. I'm just saying. Number 6.
Number 6.
Baldy's called them frauds. I've called them fraudulent. You've called them fraudulent. The Vikings. Now, with that said, I don't want to go to Minnesota and see the Niners play up there in Minnesota because weird things happen up there. Justin Jefferson is a beast. They got problems up there. Big-time problems. They don't not look good right now. And they could be one and done in the playoffs. So, is your number 6 team. Moving on to number 5.
Number 5.
I sent these rankings in last night, and I'm regretting putting this team this high. It's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Uh-oh.
I should have had the Lions here.
Tampa Brady.
Even though the Lions aren't in the playoffs right now, and they may not make the playoffs, Tampa Bay stinks. They do. They're fighting life and death with the Carolina Panthers. You're going life and death with the Falcons. I mean, the Bucs are a joke. With that said, they probably beat the Cowboys in the first round.
I know. I will take Tom Brady.
I know.
The line's getting healthy.
I know. Oh, yeah, it is.
All right, number 4.
All right, number 4.
As in 4 horsemen.
Number 4.
The Green Bay Packers.
Uh-oh.
Won 4 in a row.
I'm worried about them.
Yeah, you and I both. They beat the hell out of Minnesota.
I don't want to play them.
Their defense is playing well.
Yeah.
Jair Alexander. All these cornerbacks are doing is strap in.
Oh, how about the big
straps? The big hat. He called out Skip and Shannon.
It's the only hat that'll actually fit your head.
No, actually, this one fits. Look at this. Because you got a little peanut head. Got a lot to work with up here. A lot of brain cells.
To work with
a lot of brain cells, baby. A lot of brain cells. Packers playing really good football right now. It's a team you may not want to mess with. Number 3. Dallas Cowboys. I think they're frauds. I think they could be one and done. Guru's even worried about him. Dak's throwing picks. Tony Pollard's banged up. Zeke has no juice. You know what Guru told me over the break? They're playing Tennessee. I'm like, yo, Zeke's got no juice. Guru texts me, he goes, they're not a grass team. They need a fast track.
What?
I swear to God,
they're not a grass team.
They're not,
what are they? The 1999?
They're not a team
St.
built
Louis
for
Rams?
grass. They're not a team built for grass. They need a fast track. That's what he told me, man.
I love that, Guru. That is such a great pivot.
That is a great pivot.
I love that.
I couldn't even be mad at it. All right, number 2. The Philadelphia Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Bump, bump, bump. Gardner Minshew struggling. Eagles struggling. They've got some injuries. Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts, Gardner Johnson. Ooh, they are struggling right now. Number 1 team for the first time all season. I told you guys I wouldn't take a coach over Kyle Shanahan in the NFC. I told you I wouldn't take a quarterback outside of Tom Brady over Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, wait, Jimmy Garoppolo's hurt. It's now Brock Purdy. I won't take a quarterback in the NFC outside of Tom Brady over Brock Purdy.
Aaron Rodgers?
Okay, maybe Aaron. Maybe Jalen.
Yeah, the MVP.
Maybe Dak. Maybe even Kirk Cousins.
So the Niners are number one?
Niners are number one. 7 Giants.
Number one.
6 Vikings. 5 Bucks. 4 Packers. 3 Cowboys. 2 Eagles. 1 Niners. And with that said, let's talk some football. What should the NFL do about Bengals and Bills? That's coming up on a Morning Roast, brought to you by the Golden State Warriors.
Dub Nation, don't miss any games in the new year. Join us live at Chase Center to see the Warriors face the Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magic this week. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Hey, Larry June, you never lied. Morning Roast doing numbers. Shout out Larry June, Uncle Larry. Happy New Year to everybody out there. I didn't say good morning to all the folks getting off their graveyard shifts, all the strippers getting off of work, all the baby mamas, baby daddies, teachers, cops, especially those CHP officers, California Highway Patrol, the best in the business.
Everybody's working from home, for the most part.
For the most part.
Did you get that email from the company late last night?
About working from home?
Yeah.
You thought about working from home?
No.
I like coming to this.
Yeah, I needed to get out of that house.
I look for any excuse to get out that house.
Yeah, I'm good.
We don't even got the studio set up no more. It's
How many people are going to be working from home from this station, you think?
Oh my God. Oh, on the air?
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, Diz may try to work from home. He may try to work from home. I think a lot of us like coming to the studio.
I think the majority.
Yeah.
How about that group photo that went out on 95.7 The Game
how about
yesterday?
that group photo?
It was every host from the station except for Ray Ratto. Yeah.
And there's some very interesting things that developed in that photo.
What do you mean?
One, why was Matt Steinmetz on his tippy toes?
I didn't even notice that.
Very interesting.
That's interesting, Steiny.
Very interesting.
I didn't even notice that.
Oh, people were zooming in. I was like, yo, why is he on his tippy toes?
Well, no, I was standing right next to him. I was like, Steiny, why are you on your tippy toes? He's like, I got to be taller than Dibs. You already are taller than Dibs. What are you talking about?
Damn, some high bar right there.
I mean,
you're tall. Did Shasky and Dibs hugging each other? Look at that. Yeah. You guys have come a long way.
I know.
You got Willard in the back. You got Guru with the Cowboys jersey. You got me looking all big, taking up half the picture. DB, David Bruce in here running material. What a group photo.
You think Damon was mad he wasn't front and center?
Well, we all knew you were gonna jump up there. So
well, actually, I was
that.
on the side. Dibs said small guys in front. So I said, all right, I'll go in front.
You guys said it, not me.
Look at the photo. I don't think there's much for me to argue.
Yeah, I thought the Steiny tippy toe thing was very interesting. It was a little weird.
So he was on
his... do that. Actually, he should do that with Guru and I. He should get on his tippy toes.
Wait,
like,
I didn't even notice this. I have to look this up. He's on his tippy toe. So if you haven't seen the photo, you got to go on our Instagram page, or you can go on our Twitter page.
They posted it on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm sure we're getting destroyed.
Oh, boy.
Well, let me look here. I'm just looking at it.
Let me read some of this stuff here. Oh, boy.
Give me some of the comments. I'm sure they've destroyed us.
I'm a little worried about this. Let me see. 95.7.
The boss was so happy to see everybody.
Yeah, it was like kumbaya, right? It was like camaraderie up in here.
We can get along for, one 10-minute period at the beginning of a new year after 3 weeks off for everybody.
Yeah, then things would be back to normal.
All right, here's the photo. Yeah, Spadoni squeezed in there. Got to get the pregame show in, my man. And then, Steiny on his tip. That is very weird.
That's very odd. Some of my favorite on-air talent. Look at this great crew. Wow. Bonte Steiny in that comfy gear. Hashtag where's Ray?
Hashtag where's Ray?
Love you guys. Wow, look at that. A lot of rattles. Bonte towering over everybody. Yeah, that usually happens. Rattle wouldn't have a listen. better looking roster than the Giants opening day lineup. Ooh, that's a good one. People asking how tall I am. I'm 6'4". Go figure, I'm 6'4". Well, 6'3" and 3/4 of an inch, so whatever.
That's 6'4" to me.
Yeah. Where's JD? JD didn't make the picture. JD was getting ready for Warriors Live. Would have been a great photo. JD, Ratto, wow. Alan Stiles, Dan DeVoe, Whitey Gleason. There's some people pissed off about not being in that
whole
photo.
Crew, wow. In fairness, I think the tweet said the day part. So,
hey, look, and can I for a second, as a man who walked the dusty trail of the weekends and the nights for quite some time, look,
there's nothing dusty about that.
Oh, Spadoni, some lonely nights, you and I.
Oh,
some lonely nights when we used to have to work till midnight, and the boss would be like, "You got to be on till midnight."
Oh my God, you have to work till midnight. Oh, God forbid you work till midnight.
It was like every night, right? I mean,
for a while.
Oh my God,
you
guys had to work till midnight.
What?
I was on Sports Phones, the other station. I did that for years.
The point that I'm getting at is
graveyard shift for years. You know what I did? I ate it up. I said, "Give me all the graveyard shifts. This will make me tougher. This will build the calluses around my body."
Have you seen Bull Durham?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, so like Crash Davis, your boy was out here leading the league in home runs in the minor leagues, and so I was frustrated that I wasn't in the bigs. And the boss used to tell me, one day, if you're lucky enough and you work and you get it, you'll be, promoted with the main core of people. So there's levels to this thing.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't either, but that's what the boss told me.
Because to me, the night crew's always part of the station.
Of course
the night crew's very important.
Of course they are.
We're all going home from dinner and stuff like that and popping on the radio. I want to hear some good nighttime crew. And Alan Stiles and Dan DeVoe and Charlie, they've been doing a great job at night. By the way, are you bothered by me wearing a winter hat indoors?
No.
Oh, man. Somebody said
I used to work with Covey. Covey wears sunglasses indoors. I loved it.
No.
I had no problem with it.
It's cold outside.
You do you.
I want to do my PD.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're clothed. When we were doing Zooms from home during COVID, you, wear no shirt, and that was a little weird.
Yeah, you had to show the taco meat off.
Not sure I would want my taco meat looking like that.
Oh, my taco meat looks good, baby. It's got curls. A little salt and pepper.
Taco Bell. So damn good.
So what does the NFL do here, B? Because obviously they're in a conundrum in the sense of
I haven't had Taco Bell yet for the new year. It's been a while. Been working out.
Sleep on that cravings box.
Don't do that to me, Spinoni. Sorry.
I love that Taco Bell has leaned into stoner food.
Oh my God.
It's the smartest pivot they've ever come up with.
Did you see over the break? Somebody got married at the Taco Bell Cantina in Pacifica.
Did they?
It's a great idea.
Really? I love that cantina.
Would you get married at Taco Bell?
No, I would not. My wife would kill me. No. Oh. See, this is one thing you need to learn about the wedding process. It's not about you, the man. All right, unless it's, two men getting married, then it is about one of the men. But in most cases, it's about what she wants.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Exactly. All right? And the mother-in-law stuff and your mother, that's irrelevant. It's about it's one day for your significant other. If you can't be selfless enough to just go, whatever you want, then what are we doing here?
So let's make that happen.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
Bengals, Bills. What does the NFL do? By the way, Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Anthony Slater joining us 8 o'clock. Talk about Jordan Poole. 888-957-9570. That's the hotline. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. Anybody got any issues with the Detroit loss yesterday? Because I don't. You saw me smiling on post. I was like, damn, you got beat by a crazy shot.
Well, they won a bunch of other games in the last week or so that you could say, hey, shot doesn't fall for DiVincenzo, they lose that game. This shot doesn't fall, they lose that game. They could have lost the double OT game 3 different ways. They would have blown a huge lead. I would have been way more pissed with that loss. So I'm okay with it.
It's all good.
And I thought Detroit outplayed them.
They did. Yeah, we're going to ignore all that talk and move on to some football. What should the NFL do? Should they push? Because
explain to people that don't know what's going on.
So obviously, Damar Hamlin.
Yeah.
He's doing better. Haven't gotten an update today, but I know his father, Mr. Hamlin, did a Zoom call at the Buffalo Bills, basically updating all the players and coaches on what's going on with Damar, and the players felt good about it. I think they're starting to turn the page in terms of getting their minds right to play against the Patriots on Sunday. But, this is a situation where we're going to monitor it, and we hope that this young man comes through and gets out that hospital and he's able to speak and play again and continue on with his life. But there are ramifications here with the game itself. And I heard Steiny and Willard and Dibbs and Guru yesterday during the crosstalk.
That conversation.
For
a variety of reasons.
But Just looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City vying for that one spot.
Yes.
What happens if they don't play this game? Kansas City gets the one spot and everybody's ticked off. Buffalo is fighting for the one spot.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati fighting for a division title, obviously, or in a higher seeding. Baltimore has to sit and wait and see what's going on here. There's so many ramifications in the AFC that I think, there's two options. I saw Rappaport yesterday. He basically was just like, you could delay the playoffs for another week. Guys don't get a bye week or whatnot. I would be okay with that to get this game in because of the ramifications this game between the Bills and Bengals has. I would be okay with pushing the AFC playoffs back a week. Now, it means no bye week after the conference championship to the Super Bowl. We've seen Super Bowls play without a bye week before. Mm-hmm. It's been a while. They don't try to do it every year, but it's happened. Or do you just cancel the game? Do you just call it a tie? What do you do here? I would be cool. I'll say this right now. I would be cool if the NFL said, you know what, we're going to push the AFC playoffs back a week.
So is that your preference?
Over canceling the game? Yeah, because somebody's going to get jobbed here, right?
I mean, but doesn't just
like Kansas City all of a sudden ends up with home field advantage, and they got one of the better home fields out there.
Well, so like I just come from this perspective, like, and I was talking with Spadoni about this. Like, there's times in life when you sign a contract for something. Like, for example, all right, and this is just an example. I rented an Airbnb up in Tahoe. I couldn't pass Donner Pass, okay? And when there was a huge storm. This was recently, and we couldn't get through into Tahoe. I still was on the hook for the Airbnb. I canceled. They only gave me a very small portion of my money back. Sucks. But there's an act of God clause, and they're like, in their particular agreement, like, that's what happens. I'm okay with canceling it. I have no problem with canceling it. Do I understand that Baltimore might jump from 3 to 6 and they had an opportunity to win the division?
Right.
Yeah, I understand that. Is it perfectly fair that Kansas City wins it all? No. But sometimes there's other things in life that happen that supersede it. For example, and I'm going to give you a couple of quick examples. During COVID, does anyone give two boo-hoos about the 49ers having to move out to Arizona?
Oh, they should have. The Niners were jobbed. And we screamed about it.
Agreed.
And nobody cared.
Bonte, I agree.
I thought the biggest...
I agree.
I thought...
But did anyone care?
No.
Did the league move on?
The league did move on.
The league did
move on. What was crazy...
And it sounds heartless to say that.
By the way, we got a report. Speaking of DeMar Hamlin, we just got a report here.
It sounds heartless to say that.
Amazing news. DeMar Hamlin... not Hamler. DeMar Hamlin is neurologically intact.
Oh, good.
He is showing extremely positive signs toward recovery from critical condition due to cardiac arrest. So that is great news as we speak about DeMar Hamlin. That is great news. Keywords, neurologically intact. That's big time.
Yeah.
So that pandemic season.
Yes.
The Niners got jobbed a couple times because they were moving games. Remember they moved the game for Tennessee on a Tuesday night? They moved the game for Buffalo on a Tuesday night.
Game where everyone was sick?
Well, that's where I'm going. 24 hours for the Green Bay game. Trent Williams, a few guys are out.
It was the Richie James game.
It was Richie James Jr. game where he balled out. Actually, he's balling out for the New York Giants now.
I know.
But all that said, the NFL said, we're not going to move this game from a Thursday. We're going to play on. And it screwed the 49ers.
Yeah. I didn't agree with that, though.
I didn't either. I didn't either, but they moved on today, and I get it. It was the pandemic season. You had to move on. However, this situation, Kansas City's at the top. Buffalo's like, look, we fought all year long. We beat Kansas City in Arrowhead. What if we have to go there again? That's not fair. We should get a shot to play this game over. Now it's all what do the Bills want to do? What do the Bengals want to do? Do they want to get this game in? Do they want to get this game in?
The way this whole fair argument to me is a moot point because the way I view it, it's never fair. During the pandemic season, some people had fans in the stands. Some people didn't. We didn't take away wins and losses.
Ask you this.
And I'm not saying that. I'm not equating those. And this sounds heartless to say. The Bills already had a game moved that was a home game because of weather, and they had to play in Detroit. I didn't think that was fair. Right? Now, they overcame that. Again, I keep going back to the 49ers. They literally had to move out of state for a month plus.
Let me ask you this.
That wasn't cool.
Let me ask you this.
The NFL moved on.
So I'm going to ask you this.
Yeah. I don't think there's a right answer to this, by the way.
Let me ask you
this.
And
it feels really heartless to talk about this one.
Let me ask you this. So Kansas City's 13-3.
Yeah.
Buffalo's 12-3. Bengals are 11-4.
Yeah.
Let's just say that was the Niners, Packers, and Cowboys in that top three.
Mm-hmm.
And the Niners had home field advantage, and they get their game canceled. And Outer City got 12-3, a game behind the Kansas City Chiefs. Half game out. because they don't have the game.
Yeah.
Kansas City's play 16.
Yeah.
Bills will play 15. What would your tone be then?
Well,
would you want to get that game in because home field advantage, Levi Stadium, you want to host that NFC Championship game? See, I think if this was the Niners in this situation, God bless DeMar Hamlin. We don't want anybody to be in this situation. It's a tough situation to begin with.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a game where Hamlin, we just got great news. He's neurologically intact. That is great news for that young man. Hope he pulls through. That is very encouraging news. But if this was the Niners, you telling me that Niner fans wouldn't want to get that game in and get that home field advantage?
I'm sure
they would want to push back the NFC playoffs for that.
I would say this.
I think you would too.
Well, I don't think there's consensus on anything, as America has proven time and time again. So to say that everyone feels one way, I don't agree with that. Honestly, B, and I mean this dead serious, I would sit here and say, well, then you shouldn't have put yourself in a position. It's the same thing I'm saying to Baltimore. You had an entire season up until that point, and it comes to it. Case in point, I want to go back to the 2013 season when the 49ers lost the game down the stretch to New Orleans on a face mask from Ahmed Brooks with Drew Brees. I thought it was criminally unfair. Them's the breaks. They had to go on the road and fight tooth and nail, and instead they go up to Seattle and they lose in one of the most epic games of all time. That's part of sports. The schedule's not going to break your way. Injuries aren't going to break your way. Things aren't going to break your way. And and I think in my heart, it's like, oh, I know. People are going to say, Joe, you would want X, Y, and Z. Dude, this happens all the time. I wanted the Niners to play every game in Santa Clara the 2020 season.
But hold on, though. Buffalo had to move a game to Detroit and beat the Cleveland Browns. Didn't stay there and have to survive against the Lions on Thanksgiving night.
I know.
They beat Kansas City in Arrowhead Stadium.
And Bonte, they had to go to Miami and play in 130-degree weather and lost that game.
So they beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead Stadium.
I know.
They were playing Cincinnati to try to beat them and remain in a number one spot.
What about the other games leading up to
NFC?
that? None of those matter?
No, they do matter. But you got 3 losses. They have the same amount of losses as Kansas City. The same amount. They just don't have that extra win because they don't have that extra gameplay.
See, I just don't see it as such a dire situation. I view it in a totally different way.
So you're telling me home field, like going to Arrowhead as opposed to Orchard Park where it's snowing?
But
and you get Mahomes up there in that win?
But this is why I love the NFL, because every game matters. So, like, for example, case one, let's say that did happen to the 49ers. You know what I'd say? Darn it, you shouldn't have lost that Denver game. Darn it, you shouldn't have lost that Bears game. What about that Atlanta Falcons game? Like, that's what we do as sports fans. So the Bills' 3 losses. The Bills' 3 losses. Or combined 8 points. Or by combined 8 points, you lose 21-19 to Miami. You bounce back, you beat Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Kansas City. Then you beat Green Bay 4 games in a row. So then you lose to the Jets. It's a divisional game. Jets win that game. All right, cool. You lose to Minnesota in a wacky game at Orchard Park. You got the same amount of losses as Kansas City, and you beat them head to head. Monte, I'm telling you, man. I think if this was the Niners, we'd be singing a different tune around here. I believe Giants and A's played in the World Series in 1989. You know what happened? The A's got to start their number 1 and 2 starters in game 1 and 2. The earthquake happened in game 3. They got to reset their lineup. It stinks, but it was an act of God that happened, and stuff happens, and life moves on, and we forget about it. Lucky the World Series wasn't canceled. No, I agree. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that like we do this thing like, oh my God. I don't think that equates, though. What do you mean? It's the end of the regular season. It's a huge game that has huge ramifications. So you think it's fair that the Oakland A's, in this scenario, this is what happened. They got to pitch Stewart twice in a 4-game span? What do you tell them? Hey, you can't go to your number 1 starter. I still think the A's were going to win. Yeah, they were going to win. But no, you're going to tell the A's, hey, you can't start your number 1 and 2 starters. What I'm saying is sometimes life happens. It does. You know? Like I remember when 9/11 happened, Bonds was trying to chase the record that year. All of sports, baseball, NFL, everything stopped in its tracks and waited for 9/11. Now, this is unique in that only 2 teams had to stop and everyone else got to play. I don't see that this has to be. I'm with Steiny on this, and I was listening to his entire argument. And look, B, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think that I would be way more emotionally charged if the 49ers were involved in this. If the 49ers were involved in this, you'd be like, I got to get that game played. In 2020. And then you would be ticked off if they didn't get home field advantage. And the pandemic season is very, very different. It was very different. I still thought it was weak that they had to move out of state. I thought the whole thing was weak. It ruined the whole season. But look at what happened. But that's part of California, though. That's part of the California mandate. No, but that's Santa Clara County. But wouldn't you agree that had nothing to do with the NFL's decision? Right. So, like, sometimes things happen, and I just look at it as like Baltimore. I don't care about your spilt milk. Like nobody's losing sleep on it other than those teams. My beef is this. I don't think there's a right or wrong. My beef is this.
You're the Buffalo Bills. You worked your ass off all season long to be in a position to not have to leave Orchard Park throughout the AFC playoffs. Now, if this game gets canceled, that Kansas City game, I may have just lost it. I won at Arrowhead already. A place that has been a house of horrors for me in the playoffs, and now I'm going to lose potentially home field advantage. I get it. The player's bigger than the game, but I'm going to lose home field advantage because we had a game canceled on us due to a circumstance we've never seen before on the football field.
Bonte,
I don't think that's right. Now all of a sudden, if we have to go to the AFC Championship game and Kansas City's there, I have to go back to Arrowhead where I've lost three straight playoff games?
But we're hyper-focused on this one game. What about the totality of the other 16 games that they would play? My argument to them would be...
They were in first place.
They were
in first place.
My argument to them would have been like, well, you should have been up with a bigger cushion. That's what I would say to Baltimore as well.
They're 13-3.
Well, it's the same thing I said to the 49ers the year that they lost to the Atlanta Falcons and had to play in a Week 17 game. I said, man, if you'd have handled business in Week 16, Week 17 would have been a moot point.
Buffalo did handle their business. They beat Kansas City. They beat Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? They beat Miami on a Saturday night.
I'm just not that emotionally attached to getting this game in, given the circumstances of what happened. I
don't know if I'm emotionally attached.
Overrides this situation.
I like fair play. But
wouldn't you agree there's never fair play? Like, life's never fair.
But the NFL, you can make it fair. Yeah, you can make this fair for everybody.
But it's not the scheduling.
You can make this right, though.
So then you're going to give... But here's the other part of this. Now you're giving Jalen Hurts an extra week to get healthy. Now you're giving all these other teams...
You don't have to push back the NFC playoffs. Maybe. But Jalen Hurts is going to get a bye week anyway.
No, but now he'll get a second bye week is what I'm saying. But
the Niners get healthier.
My point is nothing's going to be fair. So, someone's going to have a gripe with something. So this is just me and how you feel I agree with. I understand what you're saying.
To me, if I'm Buffalo, and I get your thoughts are with DeMar Hamlin. But after DeMar Hamlin's getting better now, right? Now I'm saying, well, damn. We went to Kansas City to make sure that, hey, if there's a tiebreaker, we're getting home field advantage. People have to come to upstate New York and come play in the elements. That's what we worked for.
Cincinnati won on the road last year in Kansas City.
Yeah, but
it can happen.
It can happen.
We're acting like it's the end of the world.
But don't you feel better playing at home?
Yeah, I just think that this is
Who would you rather play, Arrowhead or Orchard Park?
To me, if you're going to talk so much about player safety and the psychology of all these guys, to me it's a contradiction to then say, well, wait a minute. All this other stuff is even more important than that. And I just feel, given what's happened, this is a unique situation, and I think something unprecedented should happen. Just me. This is what I would do.
By the way, DeMar Hamlin opened his eyes last night and is responsive. He's responsive. Opened his eyes last night, so that's pretty cool.
And Bonte, and that's where I think this is the easy thing to do. I'm not doing the hard thing to do is make the argument like you are. Say, keep moving on. And believe me, I was telling Joe Spadoni, I've lost very important people in my life. My wife and I had to keep moving on as the world kept moving on, and it is a unempathetic thing to say out loud. But the reality is, when you go through something tragic, sometimes life's not fair and you got to pick up the pieces and you got to make the best of it. And I'm not saying that the NFL needs to do right by everyone. Someone will feel slighted no matter what decision it is. I would just say, guys, we're going to keep everything rolling. It sucks. This is super unprecedented because of this situation. It's not the best answer, but we got to keep the schedule the way it is.
I don't disagree that Hamlin is more important than anything.
I mean,
I've never followed
everyone. I didn't say that.
That's the biggest. That's the biggest important thing. My thing is, now that we move on slowly but surely, and I'm looking at the standings, because I'm telling you right now, I know you and I know a lot of 49er fans. If this was the 49ers in this situation, the conversation about, man, we had a bye week. We need to get that bye week. Home game. We got to give up a home game. Now we got to go to Philadelphia.
This did happen to the Niners. It happened to the Niners when the earthquake happened. They had to play in Palo Alto. This happened with the 49ers.
It did.
This happened to the 49ers in the 2020 season.
They got the game in, right?
They waited, and then they got the game in.
They got the games in.
Yeah, but
they got the games in, and it didn't impact the standings, right? They got the games in.
They played in a whole nother stadium. So, there's no
They played in a whole other stadium 15 minutes away. Palo Alto. Come on, man. 30 minutes away. That doesn't correlate with what happened on Monday.
But they literally moved out of the state for a month.
Oh, well, the pandemic because of California. But Santa Clara was like, you can't play games here because of the pandemic.
Something larger than life happened.
And they moved.
And they pivoted. And that's what I think should happen in this situation.
But they got the games in.
Why is it? What is this? We have to get the games in. Why all of a sudden we have to worry about fairness?
Because it is going to cost somebody home field advantage.
But life's not fair. Like, I look at the AFC South right now. Is it fair that the NFC and AFC South get somebody to have a home game?
Dude,
no.
They lost 3 games, and they beat Kansas City, who's going to get home field advantage because of this. That's not right. I would be pissed off about Buffalo. They're not even giving the opportunity. You mentioned the pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. The Niners had the opportunity to get the games in. Earthquake, Palo Alto, they had an opportunity to get the games in. Earthquake series with the Giants and A's. They waited for 9 days. They got the games in. Now you can't get this game in because, God forbid we push back the AFC playoffs.
Well, it's not just that. I think there's an entire logistics aspect to this when it comes to the travel and then the television partners. I'm all about the money and people want to, roll their eyes. CBS, NBC is not in there, but yeah, NBC is in there. Fox, ESPN, they've paid for specific windows for specific playoff games that they've sold specific advertisements to. Yeah. And I know that the business aspect is something no one wants to acknowledge. The playoff money and the revenue on the locked-in dates that they have to have on those are going to supersede whatever the regular season money is.
No doubt. I just, man, that's tough. That's tough. Let's go to it's bye week and home field advantage, man. I'm guaranteeing you wouldn't be happy if this was the 49ers.
Well, but again, this happened to the Niners where they didn't get a fair shake in the New Orleans game, and I lost my mind, but those are the breaks.
It's the referees. That's completely different.
My point is fairness in general. It's never going to be fair.
It's never going to be fair, but you get the games in. You find a way. Alan in 650, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, so I have a plan. So move the Patriots-Bills game to Saturday. Play the Bills-Bengals game on Wednesday. That gives you 4 days. That's not unprecedented. Then you move the first round of the playoffs. Whoever is the number 1 seed is going to get a bye anyway. So let's say it's the Bills as the number 2 seed. Move them to Monday or Tuesday. Now, I recognize that, business is going to be impacted, the television studios. But if you have a playoff game like a Monday night or a Tuesday night, that's going to be huge. That gets everybody in the stadium, and then that winner of that game, that Tuesday or Monday game, you make sure that they play on Sunday so that you've got 5, or even move that second round playoff game onto the following Monday. That gives you 6 days. And remember now that that Bills-Bengals game is not a full game. It's already a quarter in, and so it's not
half a quarter.
The full thing.
Half a quarter.
Yeah, but in that scenario, so I don't see how you could pick up and play because there's injuries, there's guys that are dressed up, so you're gonna have the same amount of people. Like, let's say you play a game in between now and then, right? And 4 or 5 guys are hurt or whatever. Now you have a different elevated roster for that game where you resume. Again, this is Pandora's box. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, how about this? This is a crazy little idea.
And what if KC loses this weekend?
Yeah, well, I know that's what the text line's saying, but are they going to lose to the Raiders?
Who knows?
Jared Stidham.
Who knows?
They ain't losing that game. What's Patrick Mahomes' record in the AFC West? He's undefeated on the road in the AFC West.
Well, using this scenario, what if Patrick Mahomes does go down? Then he goes down. Then
what if he
what?
does? Then Buffalo
we're just
going to
resume that game with a different quarterback?
Buffalo gets lucky.
I don't know.
What do you
this
mean?
Is tough.
If he ends up like Hamlin?
No, that's very dire. I'm talking about, let's say he turns an ankle. Somebody turns an ankle. Josh Allen or one of these guys in the interim. Well, they're going to pick that game up 2 weeks from now. It's going to be a totally different game.
No, you play on.
I don't know how you replicate the settings. Is basically what I'm getting
at. 408. I don't Xfinity Mobile text line. How about this one? I may be down for this. If the Bills and Chiefs make it to the AFC Championship game, then you play that in neutral site. That's the fair thing in my mind. I kind of like that.
That's really interesting.
I like that.
I kind of like that too.
I like it.
I kind of like that too. Can we agree on this? This is very complicated, and there's whatever your solution is, there is going to be X amount of teams that feel slighted. Wouldn't we agree?
Right.
No matter what the outcome is here.
No doubt.
I don't think there's because if you push everything back, then there's people arguing for, hey, they got more rest, they got this guy healthy.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be. It's going to be muddy. It's going to be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not complicated.
But here, another situation where we haven't even discussed because we're talking about the Buffalo angle of things. That's why this game, to me, it's tough to do it. It's going to be complicated, but getting this game in, to me, would be the right thing to do because all of a sudden you're Cincinnati. We're up 7-3. and we feel like we got a great game plan to beat Buffalo.
Uh-huh.
You beat Buffalo. And say if Kansas City does lose to the Raiders, Cincinnati beats Baltimore, guess what? They're the number 1 seed. The AFC goes through Cincinnati. So they still lose their shot at getting a bye week, at getting home field advantage. It's big-time ramifications, man. These teams fight all year for that. And I would say, you know what? We had to cancel the game, and I get it again. Damar Hamlin is way more important in that game right now. But at some point, you got to look at it and say, okay, what do we do now? See, Sean McDermott's not thinking what we're thinking about a home field advantage?
For sure. But the teams that are involved in this will still qualify for the playoffs, right? So at the end of the day, I think the bigger thing is like, hey, if we want to send the message out that we care about our players more than we care about the actual games, which we all know they don't. Yeah. We know they care more about the money and the profits from the games. I understand all that. Like I'm not naive in that sense. But if you want to portray that message and you want to keep things the way they are for your television partners, you're probably going to find some sort of a solution to where you don't have to play that game again.
Let's go to Basic Kev in Oakland. Basic Kev, what's happening?
Hey, Vontae King of the mother bleeping hill, and hey, Sassy, pull up with the black mask. What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
I like that.
You scared me for a little bit. You scared me a little bit, Kev. I was not going to lie, my heart jumped.
Right. Almost had to bleep me out. But look, so Sassy, you my boy, but I got to agree with Vontae on the fact that this game kind of can't cancel it because there's too many ramifications based on the outcome. You know, the NC could still be number 1. The Bills definitely could be number 1, and they've earned it. They got a lot of big wins this year, so you kind of can't cancel it. So, look, I got a crazy idea. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to get the punter from both teams, right? Mm-hmm. And we're going to do the best 3 out of 5, rock, paper, scissors.
I'm actually okay with that.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm okay with that. We do this for the draft all the time. We flip a coin. Now, again, I know people are going to like roll their eyes and think that's ridiculous, but remember when the Niners won the coin toss over the Raiders a couple of years ago?
I remember when Permian High School won a coin toss to get to the state finals.
You know?
Friday Night Lights. Remember that?
Yes.
3-way tie to break it.
I mean,
Bob Thornton.
Think about for how many years we had those overtime rules, and everyone's like, it's not fair.
And now they're complaining last year because Josh Allen didn't get a chance to.
I know.
And I'm like, well, tell your defense to get a stop.
Vontae, I'm just a believer in like sports aren't fair in general, and sometimes life is a little bit bigger. And I just, me, I think we're making way too much of the ramifications of this team and that team, and I understand all of those things.
It's not appropriate right now because of what happened to Damar Hamlin, but it is a conversation that needs to be had because, again, teams don't want to go to Buffalo in January.
So how are you going to explain to Fox Sports when you tell them, hey, I know we had this particular date set up for these windows, but we're going to have to push it back a week? And they're like, well, wait a minute. We're who knows what we're broadcasting that particular day.
CBS and Fox will figure it out. They will still make the money. The money will be there, in my opinion. They're not going to lose any money if they push back the AFC.
To some other partner that they're broadcasting on that given day.
The partners will understand. It's the NFL football.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's a ratings monster.
I think it's easy to say
47 of the top 50 rated programs are NFL football.
I'm the one who keeps bringing that up every year.
But I look at ratings, too. You just bring it up all the time. It's like, all right, we all see the ratings. You like talking about it.
But don't forget.
Ratings are ratings.
Thank you, Joe.
Ratings are ratings. The partners will figure it out. CBS will be okay. Everybody will be happy. Once the games are played, they'll be like, oh, another week? Great. We took a week off. Fine. Whatever. Now we got our playoffs back. Now you go straight through the Super Bowl.
This is a tricky one. I don't know if there's any kind of a compromise that everyone will be okay with. I just don't see it. I don't see one where everyone's like, yep, that helps everyone.
But watch.
Because it's
tough. This is what's going to happen. I guarantee you. We're going to revisit this. And if Kansas City does host the AFC Championship game and they do get to the Super Bowl, a lot of people are going to be ticked off.
We need New England to make the playoffs and beat all these teams and make it a moot point. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, Mac Jones ain't.
Yeah, I know. Dirtiest player in the league, Mac Jones?
Mac Jones. He's in your starting 5?
He's turned into the Grayson Allen of the NFL. You like that one, don't you?
Mac Jones is never coming back from getting stiff-armed from Chandler Jones for a game-winning touchdown.
Did you see him tackle that guy on that pick 6? That was ridiculous. He could have blown that guy's leg out. That's illegal, too, by the way. Going low on that kind of a play.
So, but the good news is, look, after all that said, and I respect your opinion, the biggest thing is Damar Hamlin is now gripping hands of close ones. He's now opening his eyes. He's responsive. This is great, great news. And now Buffalo mentally could start to move on. players in the league can start to move on. His family can take a deep breath. Still a lot of work to be done. We won't celebrate fully until he's out of the hospital, but great news. He's doing a lot better. So shout out to Damar Hamlin and the Hamlin family for staying up there, and we're still praying for him, but great news. Neurologically intact is Damar Hamlin. He's gripping hands of close ones around him at the hospital. That's the bigger thing. A life was saved on the football field. The NFL did the right thing in postponing the game, and I will see what happens. Because this was a huge game.
No doubt.
Now that we're a couple days away, we can say it. This was a huge game.
Well,
that's big-time ramifications on the AFC playoffs.
I think a lot of people thought it and felt it in real time, and then were afraid of saying something out loud for obviously trying to be empathetic. But the other part is everybody's afraid to get canceled for thinking multiple things simultaneously. You can, I'm a big believer, you can feel multiple things simultaneously. Right. You can feel horrible for the individual and then start thinking like, oh, man, what's going on here? Well, but when you say it out loud, people are like, oh, my God, you're the worst person ever.
Well, it's timing. That's where Skip Bayless has no sense of the moment.
Well,
where you don't have any timing, and you're talking about, and then yesterday you contradict yourself saying the boss is, he's a
Skip.
Talk about canceling people. I mean, just dude out of here, man. Why? Guys get paid $8 million a year.
But it feels like when we talk about him, we're breathing oxygen into his whole ethos. So that's why I don't even like bringing it up.
Right. But a few days now, and we get closer and closer to the games. We'll see, man. We'll see. All right, time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Bob Myers joined Steiny and Goo for the executive show yesterday and let everyone know that the Warriors are targeting January 13th as the day for Stephen Curry to return to the court after suffering a shoulder subluxation. Myers said that Curry is expected to be evaluated this weekend and has been participating in practice without any setbacks. The January 13th return date would have him coming back to face the Spurs at the Alamo Dome, where there's already over 50,000 seats sold at the old Alamo Dome. Steph Curry would love to play in that, but health is more important, of course. Warriors hit the road for what will be a 5-game road trip. San Antonio, Chicago, Washington, Boston, and then Cleveland. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need to clear clutter from my office and my home office and my home.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year at amazing savings. Right now at Staples, get up to 50% off select file folders, file cabinets, file boxes, and storage bins. Make this year your year at Staples, the working and learning store. Ends 1/28 in store only.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
Whatever happened to teams saying, we're not going to pay? Whatever happened to, hey, I know you're in your third year of your fifth year, contract, your 5-year contract. We're not paying you. Come back, play great. I don't give a damn if you unfollow us on Instagram.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's
What up, Duke? What up, Roasters? Oh, baby, what a day, what a day, what a day as the Warriors lose to the Pistons. We'll get back into basketball with Anthony Slater in just moments as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, cops, teachers, students. If everybody's back in school, I know high school hoop season is in full swing, and Reardon lost a big-time player. How about that? Reardon lost a big-time player to a prep school in Nevada.
Yeah, Vegas.
Not good.
No, not good, but they're pretty deep, so.
Yeah, they got a squad. They definitely have a squad.
I believe they beat SI last night.
Did they?
It was 63-52. Maybe I had it backwards, but I thought that they beat SI. I'm going to double check that.
All right. Let's get.
I know the girls' game got canceled because my niece.
Because of the rain.
Yeah,
a lot of
it was down at the bottom there. Let me see.
Remember El Nino? Back in the day?
Yeah, it happens I don't know, every 10 to 15 years.
We were taking Muni through El Nino.
Last night, varsity boys basketball final, Archbishop Reardon 63, St. Ignatius 52.
Tough one for the Wildcats.
Yes.
Tough one for the Wildcats.
You were saying about Muni during...
El Nino, like we were going to high school just taking Muni. They didn't cancel any days during the rain.
No, I begged for canceled days all the time. That never happened.
Yeah, we just wanted to sit out of school. That's why.
I was truing a lot.
Yeah, you wanted to watch Jerry Springer at 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, Family Feud, Springer, the whole thing.
You were one of those
guys. Jerry. If you didn't watch Jerry Springer, I mean, like, who are you? Come on, of course you did. Don't lie.
And the security guard, Steve.
What?
Lori, you are not the father.
Oh,
so I
Maury
just saw a
Povich.
girl on either Twitter or Instagram, TikTok. They're like, she was a child on the "You Are the Father, You're Not the Father," and she's now like 18.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's just say life's not going great for her right now.
Oh, that's not good. It's not
on
good.
the internet.
It's not good.
I don't think anyone that's featured on that show life is going good to them.
That's so too.
My wife watches Love. Is it Love After Lockup or Love and Lockup? Whatever it is. That 60 Day Fiance.
Yeah,
Stop lying.
I don't watch any of that
Pinocchio.
stuff. I watch sports. All right. I can't even watch Star Wars. I'm trying to get through Atlanta season 4. Just got through The Best Man. I do not watch that crap. I guarantee you that. You go call Anna Novikov right now. Ask her what I watch.
What is Anthony Slater watching?
He's not watching 60 Day Fiance. He's watching basketball.
He watches a little bit of whatever his significant other is watching because he's a good, loving significant other.
95.7 The Game Insider. Anthony Slater on the line right now. Warriors lose to the Pistons. What, Anthony, you're not watching 60 Day Fiance or 90 Day Fiance or whatever that stuff is.
I'm not watching that. I'm watching some good TV. The White Lotus, you guys.
Oh, I loved
I heard
it.
White Lotus. Don't say
Loved
anything,
it.
Shatsky. He likes to spoil things. That's next on my list. What else are you watching?
If you want me to go down the Shasky road that he was trying to do, Real Housewives is something that I'm kind of dragged into it.
Thank you. What's your favorite one then? Is it Atlanta, New York, Orange County? What's your go-to?
The only one that mildly interests me is Potomac, to be honest. The other ones, I'm just like, I'm snoozing. I got the NBA app on my phone. I'm really watching like Pistons, Magic.
That's why he's my guy. That's why this is my guy right
Anthony,
here.
See, here's the thing. Like when my wife's watching those things, I like to chime in and make it so annoying that she has to leave the room and go somewhere else to watch.
Oh, you're
the show.
that guy.
I'm like Bill Burr.
So you want to annoy people? Who wants to annoy their significant other?
Well,
that's not smart.
Because the people in the show are horrible people.
They are.
And I can't stop watching.
I just don't watch it, Anthony. I just go to I do what you do. I have my apps on the phone, whether it's the DirecTV stream or the NBA app or baseball app, and I watch it.
League Pass.
Gotta
watch Franz Wagner.
Hey, you do. Orlando's good. Hey, man, they play tough. Orlando's tough. They're coming in Saturday.
It's good basketball.
Thank you.
Anything can happen in the league. You see what the Thunder did to the Celtics?
Wow, exactly.
2 nights ago.
152 points?
Yeah, League Pass, baby. Come on, League Pass. Shasky, let's go. Stop watching that crap TV.
What about last night's kind of crappy game with the Warriors and the Pistons? It felt like they really missed some size, whether it's Kuminga athletically or James Wiseman. It just they didn't really have much to answer Detroit last night.
How about Andrew Wiggins? Wouldn't mind seeing him at some point, right?
What's going on there? Like what for people like I know he had the abductor injury and then he got sick. Is that what's been happening?
Yeah, he got sick. I think Bob Myers went on your station yesterday and kind of hinted at the fact. I mean, he's got a couple kids and this is flu season. And
that makes sense.
Season. So he had come back and like practiced a little bit, but then he had like left the team again for a couple of days. But he was on the bench last night. They're going to have a practice tomorrow. It's really their first practice in a while. And we'll see on Saturday. I would not be surprised to see Andrew Wiggins Saturday.
Yeah, that'll be a good deal for the Golden State Warriors. But Jonathan Kuminga and before we get to the game last night, and Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson and all that stuff, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga. Should we be concerned about Kuminga and Wiseman there? They're going to be reevaluated in a week, and we've been seeing J.K. walk around with that walking boot. We know Wiseman sprained that ankle in a 3-on-3 scrimmage that involved Andrew Wiggins. What is going on with them? Should we be concerned about these two youngsters?
Yeah, I don't know about concerned. I mean, Wiseman, it's an ankle sprain, right? Ankle sprains take various amounts of time depending on how bad you rolled it. He's going to be out, at least like 5 games or so it's not a good one, but he'll be back. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back during that road trip. Kuminga, from what I understand, his foot swelled up, foot sprained. They don't think it's long-term, bad or whatever. They just needed to respond to treatment. Again, I mean, I'd expect to see him at some point during the road trip, but yeah, he is still kind of in a walking boot as they treat the foot. So bad timing really for both of them, particularly Wiseman, because it's like no JaMychal Green right now, no Wiggins right now. Like this is when those two should be in feature roles, right?
Yeah. They're playing
the guys ahead of them out.
What did you make of the Jordan Poole thing? And I'll let you get in, but like B and I have been kicking it around. He's obviously a younger player, and I going back in time to Steph Curry's first real playoff run, 2012, 2013. He like jumped up in points, but the assist to turnover ratio wasn't great. He turned the ball over a lot. He had the ball in his hands a lot more. He was running the full team. Like Poole's right on par, and I'm comparing anyone to Steph's unfair, but like right on par in terms of efficiency in a lot of areas to where Steph was back then, and he's even younger. These late game situations, it's part of the maturation process for me. I mean, it's not great, but like I'm not losing my mind using him as the scapegoat, but where are you at with Jordan Poole right now?
Yeah, to me, the worst Jordan Poole games over the last couple of years are the unaggressive Jordan Poole games.
Yes.
The games where particularly remember when he got bumped to the bench last season when Klay Thompson came back, and it was like, where is he? He took 4 shots tonight. Like they need his juice off the bench. They need his creation and playmaking, and it sinks to the background. And he's not turning the ball over those nights because he's not attempting to do anything, basically. Well, right now is like the complete opposite of that. He's like overburdened right now with like what he needs to do for this team with no Steph, no Wiggins. Still an older Klay Thompson. Klay's obviously been good the last couple of games, but somebody's got to take somebody off the dribble for the Warriors at times. And like they all kind of turn to Jordan Poole, and it's like, you're the one out here who can take people off the dribble. And that, leads clearly. Like to me, this just shows like if obviously he re-signed with the Warriors and the plan is for him to be with the Warriors long term, but this shows like if he did sign an offer sheet with the Spurs and had gone to the Spurs and had like gotten his team in a sense, he'd be a very high turnover, high usage guy who has big nights, who has inefficient nights, who has kind of this wild fluctuating, just production level. But what Klay said last night, what Steve said last night isn't wrong. Like they're 6-4 since Steph went down, which is like a godsend for them.
Yes.
I can't believe they're 6-4 since Steph went down. And if they don't have what he's done offensively, which is 43-point night, 41-point night, 36-point night, 24-point night, like they're 3-7, maybe 2-8. So he's had really bad moments late in games. Some of his shot selection has been poor. I mean, the quick pull threes, he had another bad one last night.
Yeah, like a logo 3 yesterday.
Yeah. It's like heat checks when you're not hot, basically. Like he's making questionable decisions, and then obviously sometimes he just gets so antsy dribble-wise. He like trips himself, or he's dribbling off his foot. Like it's stuff you don't see that often in the league. Like that, those are his flaws, but his strengths are also stuff that nobody else on the Warriors can do.
Yeah, I'm with you there. 95-7 the game. Insider Anthony Slater breaking out the Warriors here with Jordan Poole, and I agree. Like, look, number one, when Steph gets back, Steph's going to have the ball, or Draymond Green's going to have the ball, so he's not going to be able. So Jordan Poole will not be tasked with being responsible for setting up the offense to try to take his man off the dribble. But if he does, I always believe these are good experiences this point of the season to get ready for April and May. He's still learning in his 4th year on how to orchestrate a team and run a team. And I think what you said there was well said, Anthony, about Jordan Poole trying to do too much with this team. Just slow down. You don't have to dribble all the time. Straight line drives, and I think he'll be fine. But one thing that has happened on his road trip is Klay Thompson's fine now, right? Klay Thompson seems like he's back, especially during this homestand where he's just hitting buckets after buckets after buckets. And even defensively, it looks like he's getting after it, Anthony.
Yeah, he said last night he feels incredible physically right now.
Right.
And I was going into the game last night, I'm thinking, hey, he played the double overtime game. What did he play, like 46 minutes or something against Atlanta, only one day off. I just kind of thought he might have like a inefficient, slower night because of the usage. And he wasn't incredible efficiency wise, but he got really hot late in a game where, again, he's playing another 30-something minutes. So I think these are all good signs physically of not his body's response level to big minutes, but also that he just still has these type of nights in his tank. He needed to have a few of these during this non-step streak. And even defensively, he's playing physical. Bogdanovich got him a couple times last night, but I just like the energy and the lack of fatigue, I guess, you saw from him on both ends. And it's a good sign. And what I would say is, this schedule that they've had lately, which is, at least a day off between games, sometimes 2 days off between games, it's more reminiscent of the playoffs. And I think it's showing you why Clay, even last playoffs, was better more consistently than maybe he has been during the regular season. It just sets up better for veterans when you can lock in. You can always get a rest day. He's sitting at home a lot. Travel's much lighter in the playoffs. So you got to like what he's done.
All right, let's get into something fun here. I want to rat-a-tat-tat these. Draymond Green, the first tech last night.
Well, just my take on it?
Yeah.
He's talking to the ref. It's soft a little bit from the referee, I thought. But, you're always at risk when you're chatting with the refs, and he always is.
Well, what about the second one with him and Isaiah Stewart and him not wanting any part of Isaiah Stewart?
You're at risk because of the first tech for that double T. So, that's, to me, the first tech is where he's at fault. I didn't like this. I hate double Ts in general.
I hate them.
Double Ts are weak.
Yeah. And, by the way, players hate them, too. I can remember Kevin Durant back in the day when he was here just moaning about, why is double tech exist? You can't just chat with each other out there.
Right.
Yeah. What about Draymond saying, and we'll get to the other part, but what about Draymond saying that his podcast is back? And then, also saying that on the podcast that he was going to have an episode drop the day of the Jordan Poole punch, but didn't like the way it sounded, his tone, if you will.
Yeah, I knew that. I think a lot of people kind of knew that had happened and that he had not published that podcast. And I think that's part of the reason you didn't hear his podcast. For how long has it been? Jeez, what was the day count?
Do you think the Warriors told him not to put out a podcast till a certain date? Because that was a hypothesis by somebody.
Yeah, well, I would say this. I don't think they told him he couldn't. That's just not how you operate with Draymond Green. You don't just demand he do stuff. But I think once, remember obviously you guys remember the TNT documentary he had on opening night.
Oh yeah, they were hilarious.
Yeah, well, the way that landed, I think, was an indication to him to throttle it back.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's the thing. You can't be tone deaf. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
what the situation
release the tapes. It's like when Machiavelli passed away, and we got 8 different Machiavelli tapes. I want to hear 4 years from now the podcast from Draymond Green that he was gonna put out.
Yeah, well, you may get that. You still may get that.
It's like the lost tapes.
You still may get that. Do you really want to listen to it?
Not really, but it's kind of funny to say out loud.
Yeah, I mean, he'd probably wait till he signs his next contract.
Right.
Lost pay.
All right, here's the funner question. Me and Bonte were kicking this around. Top 5 all-time, any sport, guys you don't want to mess with, because Isaiah Stewart's a guy I wouldn't want to mess with. So who's on your top 5 all-time guys you don't want to mess with, any sport, any era?
Ron Artest.
Yep.
Meta World Peace.
Yep.
Gosh. Ray Lewis.
2.
Up there.
Yeah.
Trying to think of a baseball one.
Joey Albert Bell.
Albert Bell, that's a good one. I like that. Let's see. Mike Tyson.
Ooh, Tyson's a great one.
Be up there. Let me try to think of another basketball one.
Who in the league right now?
I mean, Stewart's obviously, he remember when he went after LeBron?
Oh, yeah.
Stewart's no joke. Stewart's no joke.
Yeah. Steven Adams.
Steven Adams is a good one. Let me get back
to
something real quick. You discussed Draymond Green and a new contract. What do you think happens this offseason? Because Draymond Green is playing some excellent basketball right now. And I'm not sure how many players are playing better defense to Draymond Green right now. What do you think about him and the contract situation moving forward here with the Warriors?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of it is dependent on like how everything ends this season, how the playoffs look, how they feel, the future outlook is. Do they look older in the playoffs? Do they look unready, to continue to compete for championships, or do they go and win another title? Do they go losing Game 6 to the Bucks, where it's like, run it back, like this core could still win? Because I think he's shown throughout this season that like they can't win without him. And he has a player option for next year, so he has more control than most people probably realize. $27 million player option for next season. So it's unsettled even when you talk to people behind the scenes, it's like, we'll see. There's not like some definitive, this is definitely going to happen. Right. And the one thing is as it's looking a lot better for him than it did a couple months ago. I'll say that, right, with what he's proven and his value lately.
No doubt. Anthony, good stuff as always. Saturday night, the Orlando Magic come to town. A little revenge tour for the Golden State Warriors, although the Pistons do get the season sweep for the first time since 08-09. But Orlando coming in. Paulo Banchero, that'd be a lot of fun. And we'll see you then, Anthony. Thanks for always spending some time with us.
Little bowl. They start 7 guys who are 6.
Is Bobo playing? He didn't play last night against OKC. I know they got some weird suspensions going on in Orlando.
Yeah, half their team's having to serve these mini suspensions, but he'll probably be there Saturday.
Bobo's nice, man. I like me some Bobo. Anthony, good stuff, man.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, turn your mic off, man. You like talking, no mic. Pulling a Ray Rattle. Yeah. By the way, Joe Lacob joined Tim Kawakami for a podcast just released, and I'm looking at some of the notes here.
Who's booking for TK?
TK
Hire that person.
TK is, man. TK
Sam, find out who that is.
No, don't find out who that is, because we may want to hire him and replace you. Lacob highlights 3 reasons for the team's slow start. According to Warriors World, who listened to the pod, the Draymond Green punch.
Oh.
The young guys all playing together. Lineups didn't work. Clay taking time to round into game shape. Lacob says people say that it was his call to draft Wiseman are just wrong. It was an organizational decision. Everyone involved. Lacob wants to see the big 3 finish their career here, but realizes financial realities may require them to take less money than currently they make. Tough because players should maximize earning potential. So a lot there from Joe Lacob. We got the Draymond Green podcast, got a Joe Lacob podcast with Tim Kawakami, The Athletic. A lot going on.
Do you think, because I'm not saying that either of us came up with this theory. I forget who it was, but I don't know if it was Dibs or maybe it was someone on the text line and he read it out. But people had hypothesized that whether it be the Warriors, the Cowherd Network, the Volume, whatever it's called, that his podcast is under the label of, or Draymond himself, there was a not suspension, but an agreement to not post an episode for X amount of time. Do you believe that?
No. Who said that?
No, I'm saying that that was a hypothesis floating around from various people on the.
You think Draymond Green's done whatever he wanted to do?
But then why wait till the new year?
Because
it feels a little coincidental.
things are better for the Warriors. The culture's better.
Okay.
He started to earn his trust back. I think part of the reason why teams are yo, you need to earn your trust back. Don't podcast. Let's focus on rebuilding your connection with the basketball team, rebuilding your connection with Jordan Poole, rebuilding that trust with Kevon Looney. I don't think anybody say, hey, Draymond, you need to stop podcasting. Now, do I think maybe some of the front office personnel or whatnot, do I think that they were happy he didn't podcast? Sure. Why not? They don't want to answer questions about his podcast. I don't think anybody told him, yo, you need to stop podcasting. I think Draymond realized that the timing's not right to podcast. The timing's not right to talk about Bills, Bengals making up a game on Monday night. The timing wasn't right for Draymond to do the podcast.
All right.
Like Anthony said, I think anybody's going to tell Draymond Green what to do in that organization.
A part of me loves a conspiracy theory, not going to lie. And so I guess in my head, I kind of like that conspiracy theory. The other one is this one, B. Do you think that they tell Andre Iguodala you're not allowed to golf till you actually play in a game?
No, he's still golfing.
That's becoming one of the funniest things in sports right now. Andre Iguodala warming up, eyeball emoji.
Yeah, that's.
It's kind of getting laughable at this point. Is he going to play? I'm asking.
Don't know. Don't know.
I mean, they could have used him last night, even if it was just like 4 minutes.
I mean, Andre said it before the season. If I'm playing this year, then I'm looking at Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody saying, you guys, it's a problem.
Well,
he should not be on the court this year.
But Wiseman and Kuminga are not available.
Well, not right now. Right now. Right now.
You know?
Iguodala, he barely got through the playoffs last year. He came back in and got hurt in like 3 minutes.
In the summer, you were gone, and I believe I believe you were gone. They were playing summer league games, and he only played like 1 or 2 games. But I had this big infatuation with Patrick Baldwin Jr., and I'm starting to see this guy play out here. Look, I know it's a small sample size, yada, yada, yada. The guy's 19. Like, I like what they have in him. I don't know what it'll be.
Guru said the same thing to Bob Myers yesterday.
What?
He's like,
what's not to like?
My new best friend is Patrick Baldwin Jr. Look at this shot.
But he got good feel for the game. He had a bad turnover on a backdoor pass to Klay Thompson last night.
Baldwin Jr. may not be a big-time factor this season.
But there's something there. Would you agree?
No, he's a natural shooter. He's a natural shooter. He's 6'10". I like the finger roll the other night against Atlanta, as Atlanta just had no wherewithal to close the lane. John Collins, what are you doing? But Patrick Baldwin Jr., nice little finger roll. He's got a natural shot. Coach's son. Good IQ.
Yeah, I really like his game.
I think in 5 years, we're going to say he's one of the better picks in the NBA draft that year. I like Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Okay.
There's something there.
Okay.
There's definitely something there.
I like that.
There's something there. Now, are you asking him to play 20 minutes?
No. That's too premature.
Yeah,
no. Well, all I'm saying is that, like, you see a little flash, and again, on my power rankings of where guys stand within the organization, I think he's slightly, right now, and again, it's very, very premature, but right now I'm feeling a little more optimistic about him than Moody. Which I don't think
Moody played well last night.
No, he did. Yeah, big time dunk.
Moody played well.
He's playing better. I just feel like he's struggling to find his role.
Yeah, I mean, he is. He is, no doubt. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno real quick before the break. Rob, what's happening?
I haven't heard from him in a while.
What's going on, fellas?
Missed you, buddy.
3 points real quick. Missed y'all too, man. I got 3 points. You see, Draymond ain't want no smoke with the big fellas.
No, he don't.
Secondly, you see Klay Thompson. Everybody was saying he washed. Definitely the other guy, Matt Steinman's talking crazy about Klay Thompson. Talking about he washed, he's selfish, this and that. And the dude going out there, doing his Dougie.
Sweet.
And one more thing. And how many running quarterbacks power is Shanahan gonna run with Brock Purdy?
I haven't seen one. Save that laugh.
Hey, Rob.
Save that laugh.
Hey, Rob, man, I'm not even going to go there.
We need a new category for the roasties, the doobies. Laugh of the year.
Laugh of the year.
Save Rob's laugh.
Here's TC's laugh.
Who's TC?
Sacramento.
Wait, who?
TC in Sacramento.
TC in Sacramento. I meant Casey for a second.
Oh, TC.
That's a good one. How about Fillmore Mike's one? Doesn't he have one on the board somewhere?
That's Friedel.
That's too much. Friedel might have the greatest laugh in all the world.
8 drops of better laughs.
Yeah. Jesus, Friedel.
Oh, man.
He sounds like a crime boss, doesn't he? Like, hey, the cops want to arrest you, Nick Friedel.
Robin said Bruno he's not running any quarterback powers for Brock Purdy.
Dude, very succinct and efficient and hilarious.
He's not lying. He's not lying. People are cut to Klay stuff.
Did you know that something happened on this date for the 49ers? And I want to relive it with you.
Oh, my God.
Yes. I want to relive it with you. Go nowhere.
I'm just Robin said Bruno, man. I'm not going to go there today. I'm just going to leave some things alone.
It's a Thursday,
It's going to break. And what's coming up in the game presented by Pfizer and Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm.
With your beanie
helping
like that?
injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
With your beanie like that, you're giving me Life Aquatic vibes right now.
Life Aquatic?
Or is it Aquatic Life? What's that movie?
Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou.
Thank you. You're giving me those vibes right now. The coat, the beanie, the way it is, the way I'm looking at you.
Pretty swaggy, huh? It's got some.
I don't know if swaggy's the word.
Oh, this is swaggy.
You're ragooey.
No, not rag. Dipped in sauce.
Go nowhere. A Niner on this date in history.
Robin said, Bruno, call me back in a week. I want to get to that, what he just said there at the end. No quarterback powers for Brock Purdy.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attend the largest sale of the year, the Mega RV Show and Sale at Cordelia RV Center, January 6th through the 16th. 10 plus acres of new and used RVs. Receive a $1,000 gas credit on all 2022 models. Cordelia RV Center in Fairfield. Free parking and admission.
Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the Morning Roast, my favorite show. Just leave me alone, please.
Know what I'm going to hear?
What's that?
Later on today?
Huh.
Clock, 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 clock.
Why is that?
Clock, 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 clock.
We've been late on breaks. Late on breaks.
Clock, 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 clock.
Hey, mute your mics. Hey, mute your mics. Who's that?
That's you.
That's your Farhan impersonation.
Oh, damn.
Oh, you knew that. You just wanted us to say
I didn't know that. No, I
Yeah,
swear to
you
God,
did.
I didn't know that. I just look at things on the board. I'm like, wow, let me press this button. Let me see what it says. Let me see what it does. I'm that kid.
Where were you
That's a
20
great
years ago
strategy
today?
board.
Where were you 20 years ago?
Mute your
today?
mics. That's Farhan Zaidi. Hey, mute your mics. You got a question? Leave it in the comment on Zoom. Giants are a joke. We're going to get to Sabian real quick.
In a second. Where were you 20 years ago? 20 years ago
20
today.
years ago today?
Today.
Where was I at? I was in the city of San Francisco somewhere.
Okay.
02?
Do you know what happened? 03. It's 2023 now.
2023. January.
All right.
The Niners were not in the playoffs.
You're wrong. Let's play it.
Garcia fires. Touchdown 49ers. They've come all the way back. It's Streets.
DMX was bumping.
January 5th, 2003.
That was 2003?
2003.
New York
Mariucci
Giants?
versus Jim Fossil. Jeff Garcia leads one of the greatest playoff comebacks ever as the Niners beat the New York Giants 39-38 with the botched field goal attempt at the end.
02 season, 03 playoffs. Gotcha.
I was sitting in the south end zone underneath the Jumbotron, a.k.a. the old left field bleachers.
I know exactly where I was now.
And I was next to White Mike, and I'll never forget it. I was wearing a T.O. jersey. There's an iron on because your boy couldn't afford the real thing back then. And there was a Lawrence Taylor fan in a white jersey who weighed 500 pounds in front of me, talking smack the entire game. I remember Jeremy Shockey dominating the Giants. And on the first drive of the game, Jason Sehorn and Sean Williams, all those guys were chirping and talking big. And T.O. had somebody on his back on a slant, threw him off his back, and went 70 yards with like a torn groin. It's one of the greatest games of all time.
They did lose to the Bucs that year. The next week, they ran out of cornerbacks. So I was at Wet's house, Fillmore Center, 1345 Fillmore Center, and we had a brownie, and not just your regular chocolate fudge brownies. We had something. It was a spiked brownie. And we sat there on the couch and watched that game.
A spiked brownie.
Spiked brownie.
You've never sounded older.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make it sound.
Is there grass inside of it?
Let me live. Let me live a little bit. Spiked brownie. And we watched that game. It was just two of us, and they fell behind 38-14. We're like, damn. I had my T.O. jersey on. Never forget. And they came back out of nowhere. They won the game. We're like, wow. Wow. This is unbelievable. We're still, we'll medicate
Wow,
a little
this
bit.
is incredible. Let's go get a burrito.
Yeah, wasn't at the game. It was at the Fillmore Center. It's at the Fillmore Center.
I remember. So my dad went with my grandpa to that game, and my grandpa used to park when he would drive. He would park off a Third, right? And so you'd have a pretty good walk from Candlestick through HP to get to 3rd Street where the little church was, where he would park in the little parking lot. And I remember skipping through Hunters Point, high-fiving everybody on Oakdale as the 15 and the 49, all the buses were backed up and everyone's losing their minds, and we're just high-fiving people coming out of the stadium. It's one of the great comebacks in 49er history. Jeff Garcia, Ty Streets, obviously T.O. played a big part in that one. Strahan headbutting T.O.
Tight end, was it Greg Clark or Eric Johnson?
Man, I think Eric Johnson was the following year. I'm going to say Greg Clark. I'm looking at the stats right here.
Who's the fullback? Was it? I want to not.
So
Mark
Amani
Andrews.
Toomer caught a touchdown pass. Kevin Barlow had a
Who's
touchdown.
the fullback on the Niners at that year? He caught a big time. He caught a little out route or a little swing route, and it was like a big game. Who's the fullback? Was it
Fred Beasley?
Was Fred Beasley in that game?
Yep.
You sure?
Yeah, that's. I'm looking at it right here. Kevin Barlow was in that game. Garrison Hurst was in that game. Niners just could barely run the ball. Very bad. Garcia, 27 of 44, 331, 3 touchdowns and a pick with a 76-yard pass to T.O. And here are your receivers for this game. Eric Johnson, you're right, was the tight end.
Eric Johnson.
10 targets, 8 catches, 78 yards. Ty Streets, Cedric Wilson, who won a Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers and didn't get down the following year against the Rams, and J.J. Stokes. Listen to T.O.'s numbers in this game. 9 for 177. Wow. 9
2 touchdowns.
for 1. Let me read off some Giants here because this will bring you back. Okay, Ron Dixon, Amani Toomer, Jeremy Shockey, Charles Stackhouse, Dan the Man Campbell, Tiki Barber, and Ron Dane. Does that take you back?
It does.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Remember Jim Fossil losing his mind?
Well, Sean Payton was the offensive coordinator for the
Was
New York
he?
Giants. Yeah,
That I didn't know.
he was He was the offensive coordinator.
20 years ago today.
There was PI, definitely PI that was not called in the final play of the game. Right?
Was that Cheeky Owanahane? Who was that?
From your boy from Purdue, the defensive end.
Yeah, was it Cheeky Owanahane?
Yeah,
or am I
like
pronouncing it? Or is it Ifeani?
That's the guy from USC, Israel Ifeani.
Yeah,
that's the
I
guy
always
from
got him
USC.
confused.
Cheeky O'Keefer, was it O'Keefer?
Owanahane, I thought. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Well, he was from Purdue. Jim Fossil, Sean Payton, offensive coordinator that year. Wow, what a staff he had. Yeah, I don't look the way I feel about that game.
It's an all-timer, though.
It's a classic wild card game. Greatest games ever. I don't know.
Well, in 49er history, it's the fourth last candlestick playoff game.
I know.
Fourth
get
to
it.
last.
I get it. I get all that. That was a great game. But I hold the Packers Niners in higher regard. I hold the Cowboys Niners in higher regard. I hold the Packers Niners with Kaepernick in higher regard. There's a couple games. I don't know why I feel so differently about that game. I don't know.
It was the second biggest comeback at the time.
It was a huge
NFL
comeback.
history.
Shockey was clowning. I guess it's because of the way it ended. And I knew, like, damn, if they had called the play the right way, they don't win that game. Kind of left a bitter taste in my mouth.
Yeah, but that was the game Garcia kind of cemented himself as a 49er comeback kid.
Well, and for a week, until the next week in Tampa Bay when they got blown
and
out.
Dexter Jackson killed him. Yeah.
Who's the guy? Do you figure out the name?
I'm looking at it right here. I'm rolling through it, B. This is not good radio.
This is not good radio.
Yeah.
Not good radio, all right? Let's take Filmo Mike, who can save us.
Yes,
Filmo
please.
Mike. Happy New Year, Filmo Mike. What's happening? Give us a laugh, Filmo.
Oh, man, I'm just reminiscing with y'all because we kind of like in the same age group. But, man, that game was I remember that game because Michael Strahan pointed at the thing, like, look at the score.
Say that again?
Score. Like, say that again? No, Michael Strahan pointed at the
scoreboard.
At the thing, at the scoreboard saying, look at the score. And we came back, man. I was just thinking, like, man, we can't go out like this. And sure enough, Jeff Garcia led a great comeback. And that's who Brock Purdy kind of remind me of is Jeff Garcia. Because Jeff Garcia had excellent feet.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask y'all, from my recollection, Jeff Garcia came out. He had a couple of preseason games, and we were looking like, man, this guy's pretty good. But he kind of came out of nowhere.
Yep.
It wasn't like the same type of hype. I'm just trying to remember because I remember, but I don't.
Yeah, what happened
I remember in preseason, he had a lot of hype,
but then he didn't start off the starter.
Yeah, he was a CFL guy, and Bill Walsh was the one who identified him coming out of the CFL. Yep. And he was the Stampede, I believe.
Calgary Stampedes. Stampeders.
And he had also played in the East-West Shrine game way back in the day and was begging for an opportunity. I think he was the MVP of the East-West Shrine game because it was
San Jose State, Stanford Stadium, Palo Alto.
Anyway, the point being is that he did kind of come out of nowhere, and when Steve Young got hurt, they went through a couple different random quarterbacks, and then boom, settled on him, and we didn't really know what to make of it. And kind of like Nick Mullins, like that 1 year Nick Mullins threw for a lot of yards and whatever. That's kind of what we thought Garcia was. And then obviously this year they ended up qualifying for the playoffs and they win this game. I know they ended up not getting it done, but go back and look at Garcia's numbers.
No, they were really good. Garcia's
he was
a really good quarterback.
Pro Bowler.
Most underappreciated quarterback outside of Jimmy
Tough
Garoppolo
as nails
in 49ers history. All right, let's move on to Brian Sabian. That is your history lesson today.
20 years ago.
Brought to you by Jill Shasky. 20 years ago today. I'm getting old. I'm getting really old. Really old. Brian Sabian left to become an advisor at the New York Yankees to go help out Brian Cashman. He's making the rounds. He's going to join Willard or Dibbs at 10:30 today, right here on 95.7 The Game. Here's what he had to say about his role with the Giants over the last couple of years.
I was involved to the point where the draft was kind of my wheelhouse, and now that goes year-round as well as you start in February. It doesn't get open until July. I was seeing that I was becoming less relevant in the big picture over time. I still had the same passion for the game, and I still wanted to contribute, mentor, give back, so to speak. But perhaps it wasn't happening here to my liking. And when my contract ran out, I, was very fortunate to put in the call to Cash and talk at length about how I could rejoin the club. And he discussed it with Hal, and Hal approved it. And it's good to be back in and have the FaceTime. But
so that was Brian Sabian yesterday on High Heat with Chris Mad Dog Russo, and basically got pushed out. He's basically saying, man, I thought I could offer more, and they really didn't want my voice. And here's what he had to say about leaving the game, or actually, he never left the game.
No, I never left the game. I really wasn't a consultant. I was an executive vice president, more in emeritus status. But I guess people, because I wasn't in the limelight, thought I disappeared. I didn't. And I guess that's the irony about coming to a team that wants and needs you. And I do think I have a lot to offer.
Going to an organization where a team wants and needs you, and he called the New York Yankees saying, hey, look, I'm available. And they're like Hal Steinbrenner and Brian Cashman was like, absolutely, come back. I mean, that's where he started with those drafts early on with Bernie Williams and, Mariano Rivera and Eddie Pennant, the core four, Derek Jeter and all that stuff. But here's another interesting nugget here about Bruce Bochy, because Brian Sabian brought in Bruce Bochy. Bruce Bochy's now back with Texas. Here's what Brian Sabian had to say about Bruce Bochy returning to Major League Baseball on High Heat with Chris Mad Dog Russo.
I think looking back, I don't want to speak for him, but perhaps, he didn't go out on his own terms. I think as he did step back and travel through our minor leagues and still had a passion for the game, if he was going to get an opportunity to kind of do his thing with somebody that understood what it was about, being associated with a Bruce Bochy managed team, then I knew he had one foot back in. Ironically, Young and him had a connection going back to the San Diego days. They got along famously early on in the process, and the rest became history.
So who's it on that? Bochy was pushed out. Sabian basically was phased out. Two iconic figures in Giants organizational history. And now Bochy's back because he still has an itch to manage Major League Baseball and manage a club. And Sabian's like, I still have a lot to offer. I still love this game, and yet nobody here wanted my opinions anymore. So he moves out to the New York Yankees. The all-season from hell continues to get worse for the San Francisco Giants. It's not good. Well, every week is something different, and it's not good.
You always hear this thing like, oh, the new GM wants to get his guy and put his spin on things and do it his way. And I always ask, like, when you take over a business in any industry, okay, you don't just go start firing everybody. Like, yeah, I know you want to put your people in place, but if someone's really good at what they do, wouldn't you want to absorb that individual and try to learn from them? Now, I'm not saying that you can't over time slowly replace them, but if I'm Bruce Bochy, pick the industry. He is a trendsetter. He's an icon. Right. For this organization, all right? Now, I know you want to go in all the analytics angle, and I'm going to get to that in a second because Sabian addressed something about the data and the analytics. If Bruce Bochy hasn't earned the right to kind of go out on his terms. Now, I'm not saying he's got to stay like Bobby Cox for way, way, way too long, but on his own terms, who has? Bruce Bochy can't even determine. Right now, if I said to you right now, I ask all Giants fans, Bochy, Kapler. They're both managing right now. Who do you want?
You want Bochy.
Exactly.
Hands down.
Exactly.
Bigger sample size, but you want Bochy.
Exactly. I mean, just because you want your own guys, don't mean your own guys are better than what the current regime has. Then the other part of this is that, well, they brought in, and this is what a lot of people that defend Farhan and just the organization in general, well, they brought in him to philosophically be more into the modern era of analytics and data. And Sabian says in this interview, I don't know if you cut that sound.
I'll play it
Listen
right now.
to what he said about data and analytics, and I knew this the whole time, and it was very interesting.
Organization. One of the misnomers, which is very ironic, we stepped up as needed, or more so through time, as far as the analytics movement. We were in the cradle of technology, being in, not too far from Silicon Valley. We could access anything, whether it was big computer simulations or more so the people we had in-house. We also had very key members of our front office staff in Jeremy Shelley and Yeshaya Goldfarb that were very handy working with our IT people. So we were on the cutting edge of a lot of things that people don't know about or we didn't share because it was private and proprietary. So that's what's interesting.
The entire era of baseball right now is about matchups, right, B?
Right.
When you agree, the modern era is so much about matchups, the righty-lefty thing. Bochy damn near invented, and obviously I would put the godfather as Tony La Russa because he created bullpens in the way the modern bullpen is used to this day. Think of the one-out lefty, the loogie guy, okay? Right. Javi Lopez?
Yeah.
Javi Lopez was like a revelation to have this guy come out of nowhere, and he's got those side underarm and kind of come in and he's just going to get ground balls and get out lefties. All right, having Jeremy Affeldt with the big hook who could come in and also blow cheddar. Having Sergio Romo throw 1,000 sliders.
I felt he would face righties too, though,
I know,
sometimes.
But my point being is that, when you look at how they assembled that bullpen in particular and how they were utilized, you can't tell me data wasn't involved in that.
Well, data's always been involved, right? I mean, data's involved in all these sports now. In matchups, it's matchup driven.
Yes.
When you look at playoff series,
exactly.
You're going to look at the Golden State Warriors. Kuminga may play 25 minutes one series. The next series, he may not play more than 5 minutes a game. It's all about matchups. Matchups. Same thing with football. You try to get the right matchup. Baseball, same thing. But this whole thing that Farhan and analytics and they're ahead of the curve, Giants been doing that.
I know.
They've been doing that.
But that was a misnomer that I think that a lot of people were sold on. It's we're not into analytics. It's no, they were.
Because they realize that analytics could be a tool, but it's not the end-all, be-all.
Exactly.
It's still a human element to managing the game. It's not just robots out there. Hey, this guy, number 55, is going to play second base. He's going to bat second today, when really he's an 8-hole hitter.
Yeah.
That's the Farhan Zaidi special.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're seeing Connor Joe. Remember Connor Joe?
Yeah.
He's batting leadoff one. It was who the hell is Connor Joe? Seriously. I mean, and then here's what he had to say about building a culture in San Francisco. Here's what Sabian had to say about the culture on High Heat with Mad Dog Russo.
Our goal was to build a culture that, if you remember our teams, we hated to lose as much as we'd love to win. But if you were going to beat us, you were going to be in probably a low-scoring game, and you're going to have to play baseball. And we were particularly tough at home and very competitive on a year-to-year basis.
This, to me, is the most poignant part. And I just want to stop for just a second. Have the 49ers built a culture?
No doubt.
Okay? Have the Warriors built a culture?
Brick by brick.
Now, you could say, Joe, you get great players and that creates a culture. For sure. Retention of good talent is a start, right? When you have carryover year to year. When I look at the Giants, right now, what's the Farhan carryover year to year?
I don't know.
In terms of culture building?
Honestly, don't know.
Well, that's my biggest problem.
I've been trying to figure it out for 5 years now.
But the biggest Farhan supporters will say, well, look at how he turns over the back end of the roster.
I don't care about that.
Yeah,
what about the front end of the roster? What about your pillars of the team? Your guys that you say, you know what, I could go try them out. Every day he's going to bat third. Exactly. He's going to drive in runs. He's going to hit for average. He's going to hit for power. I don't have anything. I don't know what direction. Like you say, you're rebuilding through the farm system, right? Well, the farm system, there's one guy ready to go.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison. You've been here for how long? And I don't want to hear the excuses about the pandemic because everybody had to deal with the pandemic. Didn't slow down the Diamondbacks. Didn't slow down the Tampa Bay Rays. Didn't slow down some of these small market teams and get their prospects up to speed. So that's an excuse. You win 107. You get worse in the all season.
Well, there's nothing to build on. You didn't build on anything.
So I don't know the direction. I don't know. And then it's again December 30th. He comes out with this quote talking about this offseason was an endorsement that people want to come play for the Giants. What the hell are you talking about?
It's just delusional.
I mean, now Sabian's out here stunting on you, saying, these guys didn't use me. Now it's a good time to leave. People are leaving the organization.
Like the way we were talking about Jeff Garcia and how I think it took a bunch of years for us to be able to contextualize how good he was or how important he was. I feel like Brian Sabian over time is going to be looked back at by more fans and more fans. I know there's a lot of people that appreciate and recognize what he did, but I don't think we've truly understood how great he was.
You know why? Because there's no ceremony for him.
Wow.
Where's the plaque at? Where's Sabian's name up there next to all the retired numbers?
It should be up there.
Well, where?
You're
screaming about this. What about Sabian? Because, it dawned on me with the way people talked about Farhan Zaidi. I'm like, Farhan ain't no Sabian. We got to that argument last year with Lubman. I was like, he ain't no Sabian.
Lubman was ready to stab you.
He was.
On behalf. He was going to pull a Ron Artest and break
Sabian
a chair leg.
Sabian did
stab you through the heart.
Sabian orchestrated the greatest tenure in Giants baseball history before the World Series championships.
But
97 to 03.
Bonte, we forget in 2018, the Giants, they just looked so far behind the rest of the league at that time. That's why ownership made that change.
No, we understand that.
Yeah, that's what the situation was there.
How are they looking right now going into 2023?
Well, then that's just on ownership making the wrong hire.
Oh, is it ownership? Or is it Farhan? Or is it Bochy? Which or is not Bochy or Kapler? Yeah, so it's all of them.
But
yes,
forget ownership for just a second. Is Farhan good at his job?
Right now, I would say he's at best average, and you need better than average.
Then
because a couple years ago, everybody was ready to crown him. And Sabian is one of the best GMs this region has ever seen.
I know.
And yet we don't put any respect on his name. So why is Larry Bear quiet about this? We're getting all these statements. Larry Bear, Farhan, DeJohnson. We're getting all these statements through Twitter in the middle of the night. I'm tired of the statements. How about you face the music? We got questions. Giants fans have questions. Media members have questions.
Well,
and you're doing all these things via Zoom and statements.
Too clandestine.
Look, in the moment, obviously the outrage over the Correa thing, there was a variety of emotions, right? As the dust has settled, I've come to this realization. You just don't have anything that is a semblance of sustainable year to year. All the contracts, everything that's on there is a short-time Band-Aid fix. There's no, I look at San Diego's an example, but San Diego brought in Machado. That started their culture. That was their carryover year to year. None of these other guys are signing up to go there or go play there if you don't have something to build with. So I don't care about if you found something in the leg or not with Correa. My big thing is I take a step back and I go, now that the dust is settled, what are we building? Even if Mitch Haniger has a great year this year, okay? He's only got 1 year left on his deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what about this guy Conforto? Okay, he hasn't played for 2 years. He has a great year. It's a 1 year deal. Now we're looking at the same thing that ended up happening with Rodon. Rodon had it was a great find. It was a great signing. A historic season as a power lefty. And he's gone.
Gone.
For nothing.
You know what's gone? You know what's gone for me? The money coming out of my pocket, spending on the Giants. That money ain't going to them. My money's going to be gone in my bank account. It's going to stay in that bank account.
Did you see Gabe Kapler tweeting yesterday about California and the rain? I thought California wasn't supposed to rain.
We give them way too much attention. We give the Giants way too much attention for not doing anything. Seriously. Let's talk about the winners. Talk about the Warriors. I'm talking about the Niners.
Well, they were winners, and that's the sad part.
They were winners.
They were winners
5 years ago, 2016, and they had the 107 season, which looks like a fluke more and more each passing day. A fluke. They're the laughingstock of baseball. How did the Giants become the laughingstock of baseball?
I don't know about laughing stock.
People are laughing at them.
They're pretty low right now.
People are laughing at them.
If they're not laughing, they're at least chuckling.
This is about as low as I felt about the Giants, I'd say, since 2009. Because 2009 was pretty low. Heading into that year. Before, I
felt low in 96.
Lincecum was the Cy Young the year prior.
96,
but they were bad. They had Edgardo Alfonso.
Yeah, I felt,
they were garbage.
Yeah, they were. I felt bad in 96.
But I guess you did see a little B-Weezy then. All right, I'll step back.
All right.
I did enjoy a Brad Penny start every now and then. Remember that?
Oh, my gosh. Fast Five. 888-957-9570. We'll read a lot of Fast Five stuff from the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Fast Five. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Go ahead and hit it.
Here we go.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Rebel 4. Time to give Theo Epstein a blank check to come in and get us a ring or two. He's a true winner, and he knows how to rebuild teams. It's not a bad idea. And I'm not a Theo Epstein guy.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say.
You know me, I'm like, get Dombrowski over here now.
Yeah, Theo Epstein, I wouldn't be mad at.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
Matt in San Rafael, what's happening? You're on Fast Five.
Hey guys, I was just calling because I think the point on those short contracts for guys like Haniger, I actually think those are the guys you do give short-term contracts to because they could have a bad year and you don't want to be on the hook.
I hear that.
I do agree. When it comes to guys like Correa and Harper, it's just painful to see that you can't sign anybody like that. Period. Let alone do an extended contract.
Yep.
And also, remember when Bonte said that Brock Purdy wasn't going to be any good and the season would be over? Anyway, guys, have a good morning.
Well, see, the Mitch Haniger types, you can get away with that, like Juan Uribe. When you got Buster Posey coming up the pipeline, when you got all these other, you can get away with an Andres Torres hitting 18 Jackson, having a career year, and being a supplement when you have other players in the lineup. I agree with him.
I'm going to apologize to Brock Purdy at some point.
I like Haniger. I need more.
Some of you cats better hope Brock Purdy don't lose in the first round.
Don't do that.
Coming down my road.
Fast Five.
Because for
Dibley.
I thought a guy who was picked last in the NFL draft wouldn't amount to anything. I'm sorry.
Who wins the Century of Champions out in Hawaii this week? I've got a pick. I got one pick. Who do you guys got? Mark, I know you got this.
I don't
Come on, Tournament of Champions.
Are you kidding me?
Ches Reavie?
Oh, you know how many things are going on in life right now coming out of the holidays and the NFL playoffs and all this to get to golf picks right now?
I'm going to go Jordan Spieth. Uneven lies. He plays really well at Kapalua.
Doesn't hit it far enough,
You don't think?
The easy
Tiger playing?
The easy choice is Xander Schauffele. He plays great at Kapalua. But I'm fantasy golf. I'm in a one and done where you pick two and you lose them.
Yeah.
So I went down the board this week. I think we got Sung Jae Im and Sam Burns is my pick.
Sung Jae Im just signed a contract with Nike. Bonte, one more of these Fast Fives?
Yeah, I was going to get there.
You would love Sung Jae Im.
Yeah.
You would love him. Plays every week.
I don't love Bryson DeChambeau.
He didn't even buy a house yet.
He's out.
Yeah.
He's a live golfer.
Yeah, no,
And
I
he's
know.
more
He
of a
sucks
TikTok
anyway.
golfer these days.
Stinks
what we
anyway.
call him. It's douche-ambo.
Yeah, douche-ambo. Yeah, he is a douche.
Nice.
And keep him off the challenge or the match or whatever on TNT. So boring. That is not riveting television.
My
It's
shafts
so
are all
boring.
the same length.
Dude, watching Kepka take him to school out there in Vegas warmed my heart up. DeChambeau, y'all hyped him up so much.
He's the only guy who can make Kepka look like a good guy.
Right.
When Kepka did the breathing,
And so
As he's
ends the
walking
golf
by-
portion of the show.
Kepka's the evil frat boy in every single teen movie of all time.
These golfers are something else.
Brooks Koepka. His name is
408,
Brooks.
last thing for Fast Five. When Curry returns, will he start or come off the bench? He will be in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Because last year in the playoffs, he came off the bench for the first 4 games. So, valid question.
By the way,
go back.
He'll come off the bench, but Clay never will, which I think
No.
is a fascinating dynamic.
No,
Seriously.
he came off the bench because he
Well,
had a
dude,
foot
but
injury.
but he's not
All
afraid.
right, Dave,
I mean,
it's just weird. He had a foot injury. He didn't know what type of
I'm not
conditioning.
saying Clay
he said,
should.
look, I'm going to
just saying
ease into
that
the
he will.
lineup.
Yeah.
No, Klay Thompson should come off the bench.
Clay would
Why
if
would
there
he?
were circumstances
Right.
like that. That was circumstantial.
Yeah, the circumstance was his rookie year.
No,
not
that wasn't.
since has he ever.
Why should he?
Yeah, why would
should
he?
he come off the bench?
Guy scores 54 and 30, and we're coming down his road the next day.
I mean, he might as well be on the bench when Jordan Poole has some ball in his hands. I mean, go Jordan, go.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi.
I know what he's going to
Unbeatable
do.
internet only from Xfinity. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. You guys have at it.
So Steiny and Goo yesterday had Bob Myers on and made national news, obviously, with the thought that Steph Curry might be tracking to play in San Antonio next Friday.
I thought when you brought up Steiny and Goo, you were about to bring up Cross.
That's what I thought. I think was out of the car.
No. I didn't.
Man, we need to figure out. We need to get a dump button on our side of the.
Exactly.
I mean,
the best was I'm watching on YouTube.
The block was hot. Shout out Shamari Block.
The faces. Guru's never been whiter in his life.
Well, that's
Guru
true.
with a great line. He's like, "You and I are like Michael Jackson in the Thriller video, eating popcorn." And I was like, I gave him a silent 5 because I didn't want to get involved.
It got so heated. I went on to YouTube just to watch. I was listening in my car, and I was like, "Oh, let me pop up YouTube to see if this is fake."
You saw me doing jumping jacks at one point if you were watching on YouTube because I was trying to get everybody's attention to be like, did you hear it? Did you hear it? But anyway, no, Steph Curry confirmed that he's going to play next Friday by going on NBC Sports Bay Area in the third quarter last night. You remember when we did this last year, and when I saw it, I thought of Steiny and Goo again because it was almost like I'll never forget the changeover with them the day after they had Steph Curry at Chase Center about a week and a half, 2 weeks before the playoffs started. And they came in, and it was like, remember, they were peacocks for a week because this is like great interview and all this. And I'm like, but guys, it's more important than that. You understand, Steph? Because at that time we were like, is Steph going to be ready for the playoffs? I'm like, Steph is going, like he just confirmed it. And they're like, why? I'm like, because he talked to you. Like, I wonder if listeners and fans, do you know this? When someone's hurt, that is off limits. As the media,
unless it's George Kittle week 1 in Chicago. No, I'm just teasing.
Right, but
that
you
was
don't.
a joke.
No, like
or you could go week 2 going to Michael Silver.
Yeah, they can change that, but they rarely do. Like you're not going to go get someone who's hurt, and they're not going to come talk to you. So the fact that Steph did the third quarter on TV last night tells me everything that we need to know. He's good. He's ready. He's in the ramp up. He'll play next week.
Were people concerned about him not coming back?
Well, he's good. You didn't know when.
Yeah,
that
was fair.
Mid-January, I thought was always.
That was the hope.
4 to 6.
That was the hope.
Subluxation of the shoulder. I'm just concerned,
and that's only 4. Next week is only 4.
And I'm just really concerned about the propensity for the repeat injury when you have that. So I'll be keeping my eyes on his ability to go with the lefty layup because that's when your arm is most vulnerable when you put it above shoulder height. Luckily, it's his non-shooting shoulder, but the way this team is humming, and put last night aside, I mean, fine. That was a great game. And
Ivy's fun.
Tip the cap to Sadiq Bey for.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, if you're going to lose,
down the stretch,
dude, you're going to lose on a step back 28-footer. Tip the cap.
How about the inbound play from Steve Kerr?
Unbelievable.
Everybody's going, where is Ty Jerome throwing it?
So
right?
good.
It was amazing.
And Kevon Looney just sauntering over, setting a screen for no real reason until boop, boop, boop.
So here, let's get to the meat of last night. Best part of last night for me, Isaiah Stewart, Draymond Green, about to get into a tussle, and I don't think either of them would. Like, maybe
a kerfuffle.
Yeah, and Draymond puts the 2 arms on him, so it got us to thinking, starting 5, any sport, any era.
I like this.
Okay? Guys you don't want to mess with.
Anthony Slater was nailing it, by the way. I was listening to his 5 coming in.
So what are yours?
I would definitely go with Charles Oakley.
Okay,
Oakley came to mind.
Sure.
Who's the gentleman? Why am I blanking on his name? Who comes on and cusses on your show? Yeah,
Xavier McDaniel.
I didn't want to say his name.
X-Man's on there.
X-Man.
He won the Doobie Award.
Yeah.
He won a Doobie Award as for best guest appearance on the Morning Roast. So.
I also thought, you know who scared the hell out of me just watching him on TV is Anthony Mason.
Mason's a good one.
Anthony Mason.
Oh, did you hear the story when Xavier McDaniel
God.
became a New York Knick?
Yeah.
They had training camp in South Carolina. First day of training camp, Xavier McDaniel and Anthony Mason are throwing blows at each other. And Pat Riley was like, I love this. I mean, it's Mason, Oakley, and X-Men on one team.
On
one team.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ray Lewis one is good, but I was thinking initially of like Lyle Alzado.
See, that was mentioned a lot today. I didn't see him play.
Well, and again, I'm a little cut from a little bit of an older cloth, a little bit of an ancient fabric over here, but plus the idea of him being juiced up, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You got an aggressive, juiced up
Well, that's why Albert Bell would make most people's lists.
Albert Joey Bell, as you so astutely say. What he did to Fernando Vina, Vina's just trying to get to second base. Oh, no, Bell was going to second.
I mean, obviously, if we're going to put a baseball player in there, Tommy Pham, clearly.
That was on our list.
Clearly,
Bill Romanowski was on my list.
Okay. Charles
Sat
Haley.
Romo, Artest, X-Man.
Charles Haley's a great one.
Anybody who had those linebacker eyes, you know, Mike Singletary, like, oh my God.
But I also think about like off the field, like Ron Artest is a great one because, you know, he will come up in the 7th row and confront you. So there's that extra level of, aggressive on the field, but like that's why when Slater said Mike Tyson,
it's a good one.
Remember what he did to Mitch Blood Green?
Oh, yeah.
When he came across the hood and buried Mitch Blood Green just in the street.
If you're watching pigeons on a rooftop, chances are I'm avoiding you. Like, you guys have seen the like, he was feeding pigeons on a rooftop. There's clearly a lot going on there.
And for me, it's on field or in the ring, and it's also that sort of off field, out of the ring
there
combo.
are so many. I'm sure you guys have all encountered people like this, especially in football, where like there's just something when they go between the lines that happens, and they become this completely different being. Like the one that stood out to me is Troy Polamalu. I don't know if anybody, you ever talk to him off the field?
Isn't he soft-spoken?
Oh, my gosh. Seriously. He sounds like somebody who would, you know, it sounds like maybe somebody you'd meet at church, and he has that kind of voice, and he just, everything is so polite and so soft-spoken. And then he grew his hair down to his butt and went onto the field and freaked the bleep out.
He was awesome.
That was
Did you guys ever
transformation.
Hear this? I know you were covering the Lakers for a time down in SoCal. Did you ever hear this sound from Ron Artest after a Laker playoff game when he's playing for the Rockets? They ask him, Ron, have you ever been involved in a game this physical?
I understand it's playoffs. I remember when I used to play back home in the neighborhood, it was always games like that. You know, I remember one time it was one of my friends, you know, he was playing basketball, they was winning the game. It was so competitive, they broke a piece of leg from a table and they threw it. It went right through his heart and he died right on the court. So, like, I'm accustomed to playing basketball really rough.
He's laughing. I'm like, dude, somebody's got a table leg through their heart.
And then I Googled this. I found this during the race. It happened.
That's real?
It's real.
It
happened. They're like, wherever he's from, you know, in New York.
Queensbridge, QB.
Yeah. So a resident was stabbed with a table leg through the heart and died.
Nas and the Bravehearts.
Look at me.
Good Lord.
So I'm accustomed to a physical
so
play.
No big deal. No big deal.
You had me channeling Low Neal for two reasons. The first of which is you guys were talking coin tosses earlier.
Yes.
His high school, Lemoore High, they did not make it to the playoffs based on a coin toss in that same fashion. So
Friday Night Lights.
I was going to text you. Because you mentioned
Caribbean High School.
Exactly. And the same thing happened to Low Neal. And the other reason is you're talking about these physical, like dangerous guys. And he talks about the Dome Patrol.
Yes.
And being a rookie and
Pat Swilling.
And
didn't he have a nice
Jackson,
Ricky
Vaughn
City champ,
Dunbar,
Pig Goff is what he
Mills.
talks about. They're all playing poker, and he came in and he was like, "Hey guys, can I play?" And they looked at him like, "Rookie, go get us some beer." And he said he'd never been so scared in his life. Then they're all smoking cigarettes, you know, in the locker room at halftime, and these dudes. So when I think about what you're talking about, these tough guys, I think about Low Neal and some of the guys that he would tell me that he played with.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Exactly. I love that. The cigarette thing is funny to me. I was watching this documentary. I was telling him about it, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, The Battered Bastards of Baseball. And it was Kurt Russell's dad started an independent baseball league that played in single A. Everyone's just blowing heaters in the dugout the whole entire time. And I'm like, Jim Leland did that in the 90s for the Marlins when he was a manager.
Fred Dean was doing it in the Niners locker room at Candlestick.
It's just a totally different era.
It always is. Every 10 years, you look back and you're like, we did that? We did that 10 years ago? What the hell?
How?
I mean, gosh, you know, Kyle and I were playing the holiday week when you were off, Dibs, because Taylor Rogers signs with the Giants, and we're playing that Coors Light Twins ad commercial campaign from, 15 years ago? You bring that into an ad room now, into a boardroom, you get fired.
Yeah.
Well, nobody said Jack Tatum until the 650 did.
Jack Tatum's a good one.
Xfinity Mobile text line.
Jack Tatum's
Bill Lambier, Rasheed Wallace, Tony Allen.
Come on, you can do a lot of this
Dave
from
Stewart.
the old 49ers. I mean,
Hunter Strickland.
There's a guy his nickname was Hacksaw.
Yeah.
Right? Hacksaw Reynolds.
On the stadium during the Super Bowl.
What about Ronnie Lott?
Well, Ronnie Lott, the reason I took him off is because he had to go into the locker room while being a Raider. He had to go into the 49er locker room because no one could calm Charles Haley down. So I put Haley above Lott because of that.
He's crazier.
Imagine that.
He's crazier, but still, anybody who's like, I don't don't need my finger.
Yeah.
I need to go back out on the field.
Yeah. But I think he was more
is
about,
also crazy.
He's super crazy,
Yeah.
but I'm
They're
thinking
all
also
crazy.
kiss me.
I'm
Like,
thinking more
like
in
the
terms
head.
of like guys who would be
That's
out there
interesting.
trying to hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, this
Right.
is next
That's
level.
what I'm saying. Like he'd like put his arm around you, like I love you, brother. Like I can.
Yeah.
He's more affectionate.
But that's the Polamalu effect
That's
I'm talking
true.
about.
Yeah,
like
that's
some
true.
of these guys, Ronnie Lott on the field. Oh my God.
Headhunter. He was unreal.
Right.
Unreal.
Bill Romanowski
crazy
ended his
people.
teammate's career with a practice punch. He spit in the face of another. I mean, the things that
Remember the hit he had on Kerry Collins in the preseason?
Yes.
Where he broke his jaw coming on a blitz on the outside? He was playing like it was week 8.
Preseason.
Yeah, preseason. Broke Kerry Collins' jaw.
Okay.
Okay? Dude.
And guess what?
We got to get him back out of here.
We had him on one late night.
We had him on a weekly for years.
He was like, I told Antonio Brown he can come into my cryogenic chamber. We could freeze the feet. I'll cut off whatever's injured. I'm dead.
No, the sickest.
Dead serious.
This is the sickest thing I've ever heard from Romo.
So good.
The sickest thing I ever heard from Romo.
3 for your Romo.
Dude, we used to do the football hour with Low Neal, Romo, and the voice of the Niners. And we sit there.
I didn't even know you were in the room.
Yeah, I didn't even know.
As a
He
thrower
was
of a
in the
football.
studio. We were in the studio. He was in his room. So I forgot how we got on the topic. But Romo said, I knew I had a problem. One day at Veterans Stadium, I'm playing for the Eagles. And we're playing for the we're playing the Phoenix Cardinals. And Larry Sinners, okay? Larry Sinners playing fullback.
He was a beast.
I tackle him. I stomped on his head 7 times. And later in the week, I said, you know what? That's just not right. So, you thought it was not right after the 7th stomp?
Midweek.
2 stomps in. Like, first of all, 1 stomp. Why are you stomping on Larry Sinners?
Okay.
So, okay.
I did not know everybody in the room did such a good Romo impersonation.
Oh, it's a limited
I got
take.
to go
We're
get in
very
the
good.
lab.
There's years
this is
of
impressive.
Romo.
After Miles Garrett, we had him on after Miles Garrett won the helmet, Guru and I, on a Friday.
And let me guess,
Dude,
standard operating procedure on a football field, he thought.
no, he was like, when I spit J.J. Stokes' face, I knew when I became a Raider, I had to stand up in that locker room. And I had to apologize to everybody. I had to explain myself. And he did it with the Broncos as well. And it's just like Lincoln Kennedy came in later. So I was like, Romo, we had a problem
nicest
with Big Lincoln.
human being of all time.
Big Link was like, we had to
Largest
talk
as
to
well.
Romo about it. It's like, this is 4 years later. He spit Stokes'
My
face.
God.
He was unbelievable.
Richie Incognito, as we're talking offensive
boy.
lineman, we may
Not
want to throw
a
him into
mentor.
the.
Oh, if we're going to go line, Kyle Turley.
We talked about
Did you
Turley.
mention Kyle
He
Turley?
was nuts.
Incognito,
But
keep him
again,
away from
off
funeral
the field,
homes.
Turley's just trying to help everyone.
Oh my
Such a
God!
great
Turley's
guy.
issues.
Turley's story is unbelievable.
he had some issues.
So
Once
he's
a Raider, always a Raider.
Yeah, Kyle Turley is now he's got a business in the CBD world because he feels like he found. Now I don't know how this all works. Like, does every strain work for every? I asked him one time, "Do you know for sure that you have CTE?" He started laughing uncontrollably. He's like, "Of course I've got CTE." Kyle Turley told me one time, check this story out. This is crazy.
Must have been at the Super Bowl because we always all
I had him on a
at the Super
pod.
Bowl.
I had him on a pod. He's really close with Ephraim Salam. They went to San
we
Diego
go.
State
Just
together.
drops all over.
So, boom, boom,
We
boom.
need a plumber.
Anyway,
Seriously.
Kyle
So
told me the story. He goes, before he found this strain of CBD, I go, what was life like at that point? He goes, let me describe it this way. I moved around a lot. I played a lot of different teams. And so over a 13-year run, he goes, me and my wife probably lived in 15 different houses.
Damn.
He goes, the one that we're living in now is the first one where I didn't pull all the cabinets off of the wall. His episodes were headed to a point where he was going
Taking
to
a dark turn.
but this is
I
right.
I hear you.
He was going to commit suicide. He was going to be one of those stories.
Yeah.
He was on that track. He was going to lose his family. It was all, and now they're. I mean, the family's great.
Yeah.
He's a positive person. Like it's something and he wants the NFL to look at it, and he says they won't.
Well,
it's interesting.
It's funny tweet Drew out on YouTube. Sounds like he wants a remodel. So he's doing.
He's looking for a sponsorship. Windows and doors.
The pill thing is interesting because you heard Derek Carr, and a lot of people laughed at the whole thing. But like, if you listen to what he's saying, he was crying about, literally crying, saying that people don't understand what we do to our bodies to actually play on Sunday. And we don't. We have no idea. We have no freaking idea what they're doing. And so to me, it's like, all of these shots and all these pills and everything. And we all know people in our lives that have addictions for whatever substance. And, if weed or CBD or some form of it can help people, to me, I'm open to it.
Of course.
Of
course.
And it's all better than being, hooked up on Toradol,
having
and
your liver
Vicodin
ruined,
and all the rest of it. Because, the one thing about the medicinal marijuana products, they tend to be less addictive than opiates, certainly. And, we talk about fentanyl and all the rest of it and all the other tragic.
Thomas Jones was saying he was drinking every single day after practice at the end of his career.
Yeah.
He just came through. He's changed his life. But because of the pain, literally and he was sick of taking pills.
So speaking of recovery, I really wanted to ask you guys this before you get out of here, because I was listening earlier this morning to your whole conversation about what to do with this Bills-Bengals thing.
It's such a hard
one. And I know you were listening to the
we were
changeover
having so
yesterday.
much fun 4 minutes ago.
Well, no, and Dibs, you and I were on the same page yesterday that the precedent in the NFL is that you play. Like they're going to find a way to play this game. And it sounds like momentum is actually turning into a spot where they're going to not play this game. They're going to cancel it. But Schefter was tweeting earlier today about a new idea, and I think it came out
You got to do your Schefter if you're going to talk about Schefter.
Your sources, after you guys have the discussion. So I want to throw this at you.
What is it?
So first of all, the update is DeMar Hamlin is squeezing hands of his family members. He has opened his eyes.
Thank God.
There's responsiveness, and this is, my gosh, it just sends chills down my whole body to even say it out loud. It's so awesome. So
and it appears that there is no long-term cognitive damage, that's the biggest.
Right.
That's
what was
the biggest
the
piece
phrase?
of
Neurologically intact.
That's incredible. If that's the case.
So what do you guys think about this? You offer, because the Chiefs, Bills, and Bengals all had legitimate shots at the number 1 seed, and now that will be sort of ripped from them. So if you just go by winning percentage, let's say the Chiefs win Saturday over the Raiders, they will have the best winning percentage. But what you offer them is a choice. Do you want the 1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs, or a bye?
Not
so
and
in
a bye,
theory,
or a bye.
In theory, if you get the bye, the Chiefs would become the 3 seed. They wouldn't play until 2 weeks later. But if they do end up facing the Bengals or Bills down the road, they'd be on the road. So
I'm not
you
going to want to do that.
So you get a bye and a week off. It
so
essentially
you get a choice. You get a choice.
The 2 seed, in theory, would be if you choose not to have the bye, but you get to be at home for all of your games.
So you would play the 7 seed in week 1.
Yeah.
You would basically default to the 2, but you would get.
So you get to choose your matchup.
Right. And you get home field. You get home field, but you're going to have to play an extra playoff game. An extra game against a good team.
That's pretty good.
The reason I kind of dig it is it's creating a round robin between the 3 teams and saying, we're not going to decide which one of you won because nobody did.
Yeah.
All of these other ideas that I've heard, like they take competitive balance and throw it out the window. You start gifting the Bengals the division and you're gifting.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to, but this, I think.
It's not bad.
It mitigates it pretty well, don't you think?
Like that.
It's not bad.
That's what he suggested.
Not bad.
No, he's not suggesting. He says the NFL's looking at that.
I kind of like
and
that.
The NFL's heading in that direction.
What would you do? Like, if you were in that spot, what would you do?
I think I'd take the bye.
I think I would too. Although you think about a trip to Buffalo.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I don't want to go to Orchard Park.
But Kansas City could snow similar to Buffalo, so it's not like
it could.
Yeah, but
it's not
Kansas City's
like
got
that.
such a big home field advantage.
Huge.
And remember, who is your first game? If you're Kansas City and you go ahead and say, we'll take the 2 seed, who are you getting? No, you're probably getting that New England-Miami dealio.
That's a layup.
You're getting that New England-Miami dealio, whoever comes out of that, and Pittsburgh. They're all 8-8.
They're all very similar.
And one of those is going to end up being the 7 seed, right? Am I right? And the Chargers, where are the Chargers?
Chargers are in. Chargers are in 5, I think.
Are they going to be the 5?
Yeah. And if for Kansas City.
No. Baltimore right now they'd be the 5, and the Chargers.
If the Chargers win,
the Chargers and Baltimore are both 10-6.
Correct.
So one of those is going to be 5. One of them is going to be 6.
Cincinnati beats Baltimore. The Chargers get the 5.
So you avoid the Chargers and Baltimore in the first round. You get New England, Miami, or Pittsburgh
at home.
And so you get all games at home.
All games at home, and
revenue.
You don't have to play Cincinnati and Buffalo.
That's an
It would be Cincinnati or Buffalo.
It'll be Cincinnati or Buffalo.
Correct.
You don't have to play through both teams.
You hear what Jasky just said?
Of
They
course.
say it's like $30 to $40 million for the playoff.
And who's actually making the decision?
It's
not
the
the
owner.
head coach. It's the owner.
It's the owner.
The Hunts
So
in that situation.
all
That's an
those
interesting-
situations, you play a weak team in the first round. You get all home games, you get all the revenue, and you don't have to play Cincinnati and Buffalo. You play one or the other. Cincinnati, Buffalo,
and you
beats
get
up
them
on
in your
each other.
building. And if you're Kansas City, you could make a claim that you have one of the best home field advantages.
And you beat Buffalo 2 years in a row in the playoffs at Arrowhead.
If you look at the record historically in the playoffs of teams coming off that week off bye, they win about 75% of the time. It's
a pretty good number.
So, and you'd only have 2 games to win to go to the bowl. Granted, one of them would be on the road.
Yeah, that's
it's true. I mean, you're taking a risk every time you take the field.
know.
Like a Patrick Mahomes could get hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's
like,
what I was saying.
Sounds
Yeah.
like an easy win.
You guys had him rolling his ankle earlier.
Yeah, but no, he did. He was like, where are we going there?
Dude, it's football. It could happen.
My
That's what I'm
situation
saying.
was, as Niner fans, we would be thinking differently about this.
No doubt.
Because if you're Buffalo, you work all season long to get home field advantage, and you beat Kansas City in Kansas City, in which you haven't done the last 2 postseasons, and all of a sudden I'm thinking, man, the playoffs going through Orchard Park. We have a distinct home field advantage up there at Orchard Park in Buffalo, and it's going to be howling.
Yeah.
If we were Niner fans and that game was hanging in the balance, I guarantee you 70%.
Well, I'm thinking
of
about
the Niner
Baltimore fans. Baltimore
Right.
fan is saying, okay, you don't play that game, we can't win the division.
We can't win the division.
So
exactly.
they're the team most negatively affected.
And that's why
for
I said if
sure.
I'm Baltimore and they decide today we're not playing that game, then I call the NFL and say, well,
We're not playing either.
Yeah, we're going to send our practice squad to
Right.
Cincinnati because they can't do anything
there's nothing for
other
them.
than what, slide down a clip.
But that's the same way it's
you
happening
do.
for
Yeah,
Detroit
you
right now.
slide down behind the Chargers.
Like
Yeah.
Detroit.
Guru's mad about this,
Well,
yeah.
I hear what he's saying because like Detroit will know with certainty. That's kind of why I love baseball. The one thing they do well, we're all starting at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
They took that from European soccer.
Which is genius.
He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right because the game that should be the Sunday night game
Exactly.
is Jacksonville,
Is the winner get
Tennessee,
in?
because that one is not affected
It's a
by
playoff
anyone
game.
else. It's a
Standalone,
playoff
yeah.
game. It's a standalone.
So you have it Saturday, which is all right, whatever.
But no, like it's an example. We've watched this a billion times before. They let
know
the
the
TV
outcome.
networks
Yes.
run this thing because
That's what I've been saying.
Jacksonville, Tennessee is a playoff game, but it's Jacksonville and Tennessee.
Yeah.
So it's no media markets. Nobody really cares all that much. Instead, we're getting Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay on Sunday Night Football and Lambeau Field and all that stuff.
Frozen tundra.
But
everything's set up for Green Bay too.
Right, but the high likelihood is, don't we think Seattle probably beats the Rams?
Exactly.
And it takes the juice out of the game before it even starts.
Which sucks.
Right.
Which sucks.
Well, I still think though Dan Campbell's going to have the Lions win the pull-up upset. He's got
Well,
that
he's-
rah-rah
of
in him.
course.
They'll
And
make
they
it
get the
interesting.
Rams
Of course.
pick,
And
so
the
like,
Packers
it's a win-win for
and the
them.
Packers will be in a win-and situation.
They would
I do
love to
think-
ruin the Packers season.
Mark, what we were trying to get at, like the one thing that we underestimate, we saw this during COVID. You owe your television partners specific windows for these games, and when you don't deliver on that, there's this entire money thing that's up in the air.
I push back on that.
Yeah, I'm in Bonte's camp on this one because these windows are so massive that if you call the network and say, hey, we're going to have to move this a week, are you okay with that? And they look, well, we had a Murder, She Wrote reunion planned.
Right.
I wonder if we can bump that. Whatever you're putting on is going to get like a 4 or 5 rating versus like a 20 or a 21.
NFL
They're
is king.
okay with it.
I understand that, but there's a reason why they didn't have the games during COVID on a Monday because they didn't want to compete with their ABC partners.
They
Like,
played
there's
games
just-
on Tuesday, though, during
Yeah,
COVID.
But that was my point. Is
Yeah.
they wanted to avoid taking eyeballs off of what they owed ESPN and stuff. There's just it's more complicated than it seems. I hear what you're saying.
There's no doubt that no matter what you do, that there's going to be a major financial trickle-down effect because I know I think we've sort of underrated the problem with just absolving that the Pro Bowl week, the week before the Super Bowl. We're like, just blow that off. The NFL highly does not want to do that because think about the financial implications. First of all, the Pro Bowl games, as they're calling, that's a massive corporate
programming.
event. That is a massive corporate event.
Yep.
Think about the fact that you want to get the media to the Super Bowl site, right? Well, 7 days before the Super Bowl, you don't even know who's in it.
Yeah.
So now what media's got to
The
get
logistics.
there? And every single stadium that has been reserved And who knows
has
what
something
concerts
going on the
now you're
following
going
week.
to move
See, that-
everything a whole week.
I know.
Like
They'll still make their money.
They will.
Everybody's going to make their cash. Everybody's going to be happy.
It's a
We're
big
all
deal
going to
either
watch.
way.
Yeah, but Bucks,
and we'll just
but for
complain about it
example,
beforehand.
If you have the Rolling, just using a hypothetical, you have the Rolling Stones for 3 nights at Levi Stadium, case in point, and then they've got that book knowing, there's nothing going on that weekend. You can't just say, scrap 2 nights of the Rolling Stones. It's easy to say.
They make up those dates.
Yeah, they got to be flexible anyway because they actually don't know if the Niners are going to be home on the road in the playoffs. But
you have a comic come in a weekend.
Yeah.
Perfect example. You had a comic come in on a weekend. Dave Chappelle calls Cobb's Comedy Club's like, yo, I'm going to do 7 shows next week. Well, that comic on that week is like, you know what? I understand it's Dave Chappelle. You get bumped. You come back at a later date. Chappelle takes it over. You will figure out a way to make that money back.
A little different with a Super Bowl than with a 300-seat comedy club.
Exactly.
The one thing.
And the hotels.
The
that was a little flex by you, and me
I wasn't trying to flex. I wasn't trying to be Mark Willard, man.
That was a little buzzer beater at 9:26.
Mark Willard running the NFL players in airports.
That's Isaiah Stewart on Draymond.
No, you know the one thing this does
keep
not
underestimate Day-Day like he's a punk, man. I keep hearing too much. He didn't want no smoke.
I wouldn't either. I don't blame him at all.
I don't know.
He got clowned last night. He got lured into it, and he got clowned.
All right, we got to go. All right. Willard and Dibs coming up, brought to you by Department of Healthcare Services.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, it's Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego last year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, I think you should do that. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation. And with these deals, it's no surprise. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME. For $20 off, download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
We're going to get to Warriors in a second. DeMar Hamlin continues to do better and better and better, which is fantastic. I wanted to say this, though, also to put a bow on what we were just talking about with the NFL.
Yeah.
Do you want to know in this new idea, and if you just hopped in, the new idea with, hey, the Chiefs, Bills, and Bengals will just sort of cancel the game, go by win percentage, but whoever gets the 1 seed has to choose. Do you want to buy or do you want home field advantage throughout the playoffs? You got to pick one. You can't have both. Interesting idea for sure. Do you know the one group that does not sort of get acknowledged in this whole thing?
No, who, Mark?
All of you with your fantasy football championships.
Yeah.
Like, and
you
I know
deal with that.
Absolutely. And that matters the least out of all of this. But I'm done talking about all the things that don't matter because somebody got hurt. Everything matters. These are our lives. This is what we're into. Life will go on. There are tragedies all the time. And there are, let's be honest, there are people everywhere sitting there going, all right, so like, who won?
Millions,
I mean, this has turned
millions and millions of dollars.
This has turned into the Bush Gore election. Like, okay, like who won?
But at least in that, there was a process for it being resolved. This one may not get resolved, it seems more and more like the feeling I'm getting from everything I'm reading and all the people I've talked to over the last 24 hours who are connected with the league, it seems more and more that they're not going to resume the game. They're not going to upset the schedule that they have in place. They're going to play this weekend. They're going to find another way to resolve the standings and the fact that teams won't have played the even amount of games, and that's just the way that's going to go. Yep. So you fantasy football leagues out there, you're going to have to find a way to deal with it.
If you needed 22 points from Josh Allen on Monday night, split the pot.
Our very own nice guy, Steven, alumni, KCBS sports reporter, 15 and 45. He needed 60.
Yeah, but he had 3 players.
He sure did.
Split the pot.
chop that pot.
Split the pot.
Well, what about this, Mark?
And pay that man his money.
Thank you. It's a 4 for your Teddy KGB. There are some leagues that have, these are weird leagues, but leagues that go all 18 weeks, not head-to-head, total points leagues. And there are also leagues where week 18 is the championship round.
Absolutely.
So those leagues are going to have to figure out other ways to resolve it.
You know how you can do it, by the way? You know how each of your fantasy app gives you that little analytics in-game? You have a 58% chance of winning right now. You get 58% of the pot. That's it. I got a 42% chance. You get 42% of the pot.
If I'm Nice Guy Steven, I'm not happy about it.
I'm sorry, Nice Guy Steven. Maybe we'll finally make him mad and he won't be nice anymore.
Well, he does have an alter ego, and it's a name I can't mention on the air, but the first name I can't say, but then it's Bag Steven when he goes to the dark side.
Per sources, we have Schefter. Do we have Schefter sound? Here it is, Adam Schefter.
I don't think an educated guess that they're going to wind up replaying that Bills-Bengals game from Monday night. As somebody said to me this past week, the game is bad mojo. It's time to leave it behind, move forward, not back. And I don't believe the league, under most circumstances, is going to wind up replaying that game.
So I think that's where, and we saw from Pro Football Talk even last night at about 9 o'clock, said there's momentum building toward the cancellation of the game and just going by winning percentage. Look, we've all said this 100 times, and it's just the truth. There's no perfect answer. Isn't it amazing? Take a step back for a second and go, isn't it incredible what one game, you want to talk about urgency, what the leagues are all looking for. College football, is there any relevance to the regular season? And if you have too many teams in the postseason, it takes away the relevance. One game stops in the first quarter, and the trickle-down effect of what to do about it, granted it was because it's two really good teams, but because of that, I mean...
It's global.
The ripple effect goes everywhere.
And it doesn't stop, Mark.
Right.
And I don't want to make light of the incident because it was a terrible, terrible incident, but it was one innocuous hit. This was not...
Oh, it was no
one's
fault.
Not a savage act. Right. This was not... Daryl Stingley and Jack Tatum with just an absolute devastating sideline cheap shot type of hit that sends a guy, to where we're debating it. Or if, the Myles Garrett helmet swing, if that would have connected and something bad would have happened. This was a tackle. Yeah. This was a garden variety tackle where a guy got hit in a way to where his heart stopped.
Damar Hamlin's dad has actually gone public to say, leave T. Higgins alone.
Good.
Like T. Higgins is getting some sort of criticism because he was, playing football. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely nothing malicious whatsoever. Weird timing, weird angle, just
weird everything.
Wildly unfortunate. However, the beautiful thing is, and I don't know if he'll ever play football again, and I don't think anybody's even too worried about that right now. It looks like Damar Hamlin continues. Each 24 hours, we're getting good news that he's heading in the right direction. Quote, unquote, from the doctors, remarkable progress in the last 24 hours. Eyes open, squeezing hands of family members. Just fantastic news, which, let's be honest, also helps. It's going to help the NFL and the Bills move forward and play games this weekend.
And his recovery it's a long one because of what they had to do to keep him alive. And, when you get intubated, when you put a breathing tube inside somebody's body, you're basically putting a tube in their lungs. And that is very invasive. So once he's able to start breathing on his own and you take the breathing tube out, there's a certain amount of healing that needs to go on with the lungs themselves. So the fact that he doesn't have, and it's neurological... I can't remember the other part of that.
Intact. Neurologically intact.
Thank you. And I struggle saying that word for some reason.
Well, it's a tough word. A lot of people have that. Yeah, neurological.
The fact that he has that intact is an absolute huge piece of news because that indicates that his brain was not without oxygen for a long enough period to where he was put in a vegetative state.
Mike Silver in 20 minutes. Brian Sabian in 50 minutes. And Sabes has been having some interesting things to say as he moves from the Giants organization to the Yankees. And it sounds like, there was some disappointment, I think, at minimum, from Sabian with regard to how things played out in recent years with the Giants. So we look forward to connecting with one of the greats, one of the people who had a huge mark on the history of the Giants organization. Good morning. Thank you for being with us as always on Twitch and YouTube. Good morning. Xfinity mobile text line. You can be heard there as well. Seen, I guess, would be a better way to say it. You can be heard on our phone lines. Your call's always welcome at 888-957-9570. What was your big takeaway from the Warrior game last night?
Great game. And you got beat on a 3-ball that, is going to go in maybe 1 out of every 10 times. And you tip your cap. You played a very good game, competitive game. And it's a shame that the winning streak ended. And now you could look at, a lot of times, you look at a game like that and you would skew toward the negative. I would skew toward the positive. Now, there were some negatives. Draymond Green gets ejected, 2 technicals, neither one of which was maybe that worthy. The first tech is your garden variety. Enough of you and you're talking. The second one is, unfortunately, where we are now in the NBA society, where 2 players can't get linked up at all like that without us having to go to New York and determine that that's double technicals. I don't like it. That's the reality in which we live. The other negative piece, Jordan Poole doesn't seem to have the late game awareness you're looking for from a guy who, again, Klay Thompson on a heater. The guy's on fire. He's a Hall of Famer, yet Jordan Poole goes headlong in and makes another late game, out of control, reckless turnover that doesn't help.
Okay. I want to have Jordan Poole's back today. And here's why.
It's not that I don't have his back.
Right. But I like even in this conversation. So I'm going to acknowledge one thing first, and it is this. There is an uncanny and incredibly frustrating streak going on of Jordan Poole with the ball in his hands in a key crunch time moment where Dibs, it's not just that it doesn't go in. He doesn't even get a shot off. I fell over my own feet, or
bounced it off my knee.
I bounced it off my foot.
Passed it to no one.
Or I fell. I tried to do a fall away and it got blocked. Or even the Utah game, I didn't even hold on to the ball. I just let someone take the ball right out of my hands. All of these things have happened at an uncanny rate so far this year, and that is it is frustrating for a fan, number one. And number two, I think it's indicative of Jordan Poole's lack of readiness to be an NBA 1, but ... that's okay. He's still so young. He doesn't need to be an NBA 1 yet because the Warriors already have that. Jordan Poole is still a 1 in training. I don't know if he's ever going to get there. He's with Yoda right now. We'll see if he becomes Skywalker. Maybe he won't. I'm sorry, Bonte, if that went over your head. But anyway.
Nice.
Right? Like, here's the other...
That's actually a good comp because Skywalker in the swamp, a lot of turnovers.
Right.
A lot of petulance and a lot of immaturity.
Yes.
And
the bottom line is, Jordan, stop trying. There is no try. It's do or do not. And right now you are do notting. But the idea...
So pass the rock.
Right, except for here's the thing. You're in your NBA 1 moment, tie game, down 1, whatever it is, you got the rock, is not built for catch and shoot players. It's built to be in the hands of the person who can break someone down off the dribble. And when Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins are in street clothes, there's one Warrior who can break someone down off the dribble. It's Jordan Poole. He still does it too wildly, but I understand why the ball is in his hands in that moment rather than Klay's. Even if it's going to end up being Klay, it needs to be a penetrate and kick to Klay, a la the three-pointer he hit to tie the game.
Which was a catch and shoot.
Catch and shoot, exactly.
So those moments are designed for catch and shoot plays.
But Jordan's turnover before that was not. There's 10 seconds on the clock. That's not catch and shoot. That's break someone down.
But it's not break someone down and have Jordan Poole try to do it himself. And he's not.
Kind of is. That's what you do really in a tie game in the NBA.
It's really not. And, you can penetrate and kick, or you can give the ball to Draymond and have him set up Klay in a different way. Right now, what we have is Jordan Poole with the ball in his hands, headlong, out of control, and he's not even getting a shot up.
Yeah, but granted, right, which is super frustrating. But my point is, think about any NBA game. You're down 1 or you're tied, and there's 10 seconds to go. If Portland's in town, They're down 1 with 10 seconds. What do you think's happening? You're moving the ball around?
You've got Damian Lillard.
Exactly.
Jordan Poole, you're not Damian Lillard.
No, but he's Damian Lillard in training.
He's not even close to Damian Lillard.
No, he's not. I agree with you.
You can't sniff Damian Lillard.
But that's what he wants to be. And he's the closest thing the Warriors have if Curry and Wiggins are on the sideline.
But he's not him. And we talked about him.
But he is what you got. He is him available.
He thinks that he's him.
No, but he is. He is. He's the guy who gets the ball in that situation. Any NBA team down 1 with 10 seconds is going to go, here's the ball, see what you can do. And Jordan Poole right now with Curry and Wiggins sideline is that guy. I'm granting you the wild frustration of how many times in a row he can't even seem to get a shot off. But the other side of the coin is that Jordan Poole, through this winning streak, has had phenomenal moments, and the Warriors can't really be effective without him. So it is absolutely one of those moments where you just gotta take the gut punch, and I totally understand how frustrating it is, but Jordan Poole is still an NBA 1 in training. He is not.
He'll never be an NBA 1.
And that's a fair opinion.
If he's an NBA 1, you are 22-60.
I agree with you right now. I don't know what he's going to be 4 years from now.
I would go ahead and project it out. Unless,
and that's fair. You can have that opinion.
Unless you want to think that he's going to become a Steph Curry. Look at Damian Lillard as a 1. He has never been on a team that has threatened an NBA championship.
Yeah,
he's an NBA 1 on a pretty much a mediocre team year in and year out.
But Dibs, what did Steph Curry look like when he was 22? I'd ask you that. What was Jordan Poole 2.5 years ago? You would not have projected this. And so I don't know what he's going to be 2.5 years from now. I know what he wants to be. I know what he's trying to be. I know what the Warriors are hoping they are paying him to be, which is potentially an NBA 1. But right now, he's still got the training wheels on.
Well, he's trying too hard to be that right now, in my opinion. And there are so many different ways you can get a bucket down 1. And right now, the Jordan Poole dribble, I'm going to make this happen modality is not working. So maybe we try a different way. And, you look at the inbounds pass, you're down by 3. That inbound play, Steve Kerr and that beloved whiteboard draws up an absolute beauty. They execute to perfection. Bing, screen, bam, Clay, got it, tie game. Are you telling me we can't draw up a play in that fashion, down 1?
But you wouldn't do that with 10 seconds to go because that's not the highest percentage thing. Like we look.
Jordan Poole going solo dolo is not the highest percentage thing. That's actually the lowest percentage thing.
And I grant you that has been the trend. But in theory, giving the ball to your best breakdown on the dribble player and letting him drive, and whether that's shoot, kick, or get fouled, that is the highest percentage thing you can do in that situation. The reason the Warriors draw up such a brilliant play in that moment, granted, is part of it because there's only like a tick or 2 on the clock, but you know what happens when a team is up 3 and there's 3 seconds to go. They foul you. They're not going to let you shoot.
Well, they don't do that anymore. Well, Kalena Azubuike was making a great point. Teams aren't doing that as much as they used to.
Which is wild. I don't understand it. But in order to even get the 3-pointer off, it has to be something like what the Warriors did, which is not only did they create a 3 for their best 3-point shooter, they did it in such a quick pinball way that the Pistons didn't even have time or ability to foul if they wanted to, which is what, in theory, you would want to do. So that's why you do that when there's 3 or 4 ticks on the clock. But when there's 10, I don't know any NBA team that doesn't say, here. I mean, even when the Warriors had like 4 of the top 7 players in the world all on their team, if they had been in that situation 5 years ago, they would have handed the ball to Kevin Durant and said, here. Go.
But it wouldn't have been, let's try to break a guy down off the dribble.
Yes, it would have.
He's Kevin Durant. It would be Kevin Durant back to the basket.
Just shoot over the guy.
Why don't we post up Klay Thompson? Or why don't we set a ball screen for Jordan Poole? Because, and I'm looking at the play right now, he's got the ball, there's 10 on the game clock, and there's 9 on the shot clock. So you don't have to go. In that moment, you're down 1.
But you're down, so you want to go as quickly as possible because if it doesn't work,
you want to foul,
exactly what ended up happening.
But
they still had a chance.
Maybe you can send a screen Jordan Poole's way.
Sure.
Or maybe you can, I don't know, Draymond Green couldn't be involved because You can't control your emotions, Draymond, and so you got kicked out again.
Silly refs.
And by the way, blame it on the refs for Draymond can scream at him all game long, and God forbid we tee up Draymond Green, and then he gets tangled up.
But the double tech had nothing to do with anything that Draymond had done prior in the game.
No,
the double tech.
You get ejected because you already have a technical foul.
But even you, I know you know this. We talked about it before the show. The double tech is a weird deal. I don't really understand it.
It's like offsetting unsportsmanlike penalties in the NFL.
You've got these massive human beings with emotion dripping all over the place, and you're out there for 3 hours pushing and shoving with each other, and you can't have a little chest-to-chest moment where they hey, get off me. No, you get off me.
Exactly. That was a nothing.
And then we move down to the other end of the court. That's a nothing. You don't need to address that.
My problem with what happened with the double technical is that we go to New York to adjudicate it because the 3 refs, the 2 men, and the very good underrated female ref, whose name escapes me right now, they're the ones on the floor. And if they are the ones on the floor who determine that it's a double technical, I would be able to accept that a little bit more easily, Mark, because they're the ones who understand the tenor and the emotion and the flow of the game. Because if you look at that play, when Draymond gets ejected, 2 players got tangled up, big deal. 2 physical players, 2 aggressive players. They get tangled up, they come together, and that was it. There was no push. There was no finger point. There was no hold me back, hold me back. That was a big nothing. But when you go to New York and somebody's sitting there sipping on an iced mocha latte, looks at it and goes, yeah, it's double text.
Yeah,
that's the part that bothers me.
But Steve Kerr, who, by the way, will let you hear what he had to say about it after the game, I thought this was really important because whether you're in New York or on the floor, I think it is part of the referee's job to know the situation. You need to have awareness to realize, even if that previous technical was totally awful and Draymond's fault, which I did not think last night, but whatever, even if that technical was totally that person's fault, you have to have the awareness to say, we got a close game, it's the 4th quarter, are we throwing out a key player because 2 guys got tangled up for a second? You have to have that awareness.
Right.
Here's Steve Kerr on the technical foul.
No, he's never gone over. He knows where the line is. I didn't really see what happened at the end when, was it he and Stewart got into it? In my mind, it's do we have to call a double technical and eject a guy from the game because 2 guys in a really competitive game in the most competitive basketball league on earth, or oh my, who knew they're going to actually get a little upset with each other? This is the game. It's what people pay to see, competition at its highest form. So to come out of the timeout, we've already drawn up our play. Draymond's on the floor, and then we got inbound the ball, and they tell us Draymond's been ejected. That's a tough one. I haven't experienced that before, and I prefer in those situations where the officials have the awareness that somebody's got a tee. We're not going to kick them out because 2 guys get into a little yelling match or whatever it was. If it's earned, it's earned. And maybe I'm totally wrong. If I'm wrong, then that's my fault. But I don't really believe there should be double technicals that lead to an ejection.
Let me help you out, Steve. You're not wrong. They have to have that awareness. That, to me, that's part of the job.
Well, and
that's
also,
part of the job.
And that's New York. And I don't know if New York is looking at it. I don't know if they're looking at the box score. And honestly, they're not going to look at a situation like that, what happened, and say, well, Draymond's already got a technical foul, so we can't call double technicals on this because we don't want him to be ejected. They don't do that.
They're talking to each other. They've got it. But
they don't do that.
They have to.
But that's not the way you officiate, Mark. That's not the way you do it. You look
Steve Kerr is saying it is.
Well, you look at an incident in New York, and you see what you see, and if you think that warrants double technicals, I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
And I don't like the fact. And again, if this happened with Monty Irvin and his crew locally, I think that they separate the players, they all huddle up, they get together, and they have the awareness. They've been refereeing the game. They know that Draymond Green already has a technical foul. And at that point, maybe they say, let's just go ahead and let this one go.
Okay, so Mike Silver in about 6 minutes, and we've got this developing news from Pro Football Talk. Current information that they have, says Pro Football Talk, Bills-Bengals won't happen. So PFT is reporting that the Bills-Bengals game is not going to be resumed. The NFL is currently figuring out how to configure the AFC playoffs without that game. So those conversations are ongoing. Then PFT throws this question out. Ponder this, and we'll talk to Mike about it. Could an 8th team be added to the AFC playoffs?
I thought about that.
To eliminate the bye for the number 1 seed. Everybody sip your coffee and think about that for a second. Let's weigh in on that, along with Mike Silver coming out.
Would they also add one to the NFC, I wonder? Because wouldn't they, would they have to? Or,
which suddenly would add intrigue to the Lions-Packers game.
Would.
Wouldn't it?
And you know what?
How convenient.
It might also clear the way toward making this a permanent change, which no more buys for anybody. Fascinating.
Okay. Get geared up for these playoffs right now. 957thegameshop.com. You get a Relevant shirt, DPOI shirt, gear from all of the shows, even Steiny and Guru. Faye and San Bruno just ordered 2 Relevant t-shirts. Hey, Faye, thank you very much. Get yours now at 957thegameshop.com. Mike Silver next, and we'll weigh in on that new idea, Willard and Dips.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
From the beginning, Meriwest Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
Meriwest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, Meriwest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin that
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Don't forget about the environment when making New Year's resolutions. This year, resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags, and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
All right, off we go. And still sort of breaking down the developing news from Pro Football Talk. Bills-Bengals won't happen. NFL currently figuring out how to configure the AFC playoffs without that game. Could an 8th team be added to eliminate the bye week for the #1 seed? And hey, 49er fans, how do you potentially feel about that? If that happens, do they also add an 8th seed in the NFC? And if they do away with a bye, how hard are you trying for this 1 seed this weekend in what's probably going to be a sloppy game against Arizona's 2nd string or 4th string if you want to look at their quarterback position? All of the things that are out there. But yes, it also potentially turns that Lions-Packers game on Sunday night into an actual playoff game, and it would put up a huge number.
Yes.
And don't think that the NFL isn't aware of that.
Right, and I think if you do go to an 8 seed in the AFC, you'd have to go to the 8th seed in the NFC in order to make it feel somewhat equitable. You can't give just the #1 seed in the NFC a bye and make the AFC #1 seed play a game and then opening round. And I think if you go to this temporarily, there's no going back, Mark.
I mean, right? Like, I mean, if you're Miami, if you're Detroit, if you're New England, you're sitting there going, wait, what? Wait, 8 seed? And then how would we feel if these teams ended up in the Super Bowl when they weren't even supposed to be in the playoffs?
We get over it.
I mean,
just like we do in baseball,
we get over
with the
everything.
cockamamie 5 wild cards.
We get over everything. We got a guy at second base and in the 10th inning over there. I mean,
good point.
Let's get Mike Silver, our buddy, San Francisco Chronicle, and always every week here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mike, what do you think about that idea? Is that actually something you think could happen? An 8 seed just get thrown into this?
I mean, I'm open to any and all.
I'm open to any and all. That's all we got.
That's it.
Which we can take a lot from that.
Yeah.
He's open to anything, which I think is a wonderful thing to say.
We can keep that cut for all questions directed at Mike Silver going forward.
Exactly.
What do you think about
how do you feel about rooting for Stanford, Mike?
I'm open to any and all. That's actually great. That's pretty funny.
Oh, God. Hey, we'll get Mike back. He's cruising around. But I don't know. Like, all of these ideas that get thrown out, I sort of immediately am like, there are things I like and things I don't like.
Well, think about it in terms of if you went to 8 teams in both sides. So now you got 3 Saturday, 3 Sunday, and 2 Monday playoff games in that opening weekend because you're going to need 8 games. Right now you got 7 games. You go 3, 3, and 1.
I don't know that you have to make it on Monday. I don't know what they would do.
I think you'd have. I mean, you wouldn't want to play any playoff games at the same time as other playoff games. So as it is now with the 7, you got a triple header Saturday, triple header Sunday, and a standalone Monday. You'd have to go to a double header Monday and have somebody play like a matinee. It'd be like the baseball playoffs.
I wonder what they do. Let's get Mike back into the conversation. Go ahead, Mike. You were saying about the idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get too worked up about any of this stuff. It's interesting, and it will change the way we thought it was going to be. But it's just, you know, I feel like when real life things happen, you know, people start hyperventilating and they're thinking about the team they like and, oh, they would have gotten this seed or that seed. Like, at some point, they're going to have a tournament. They're going to play games. There's going to be a champion. You know, we've seen obviously with COVID, we've seen a lot of changes on the fly. And I remember in 2001, after September 11th, when the league wanted to keep playing until the players, who, as always, were the adults in the room, pressed pause. And there was no 1 week or 2 week break before the between the championship games and the Super Bowl that year, so they did not have a built-in cushion as they do this year. And the conclusion was, well, we're just going to only have 4 playoff teams and do away with the wild card round, which seemed extreme at the time. And I remember talking to Amy Trask, who was then the chief executive of the Raiders, and we were kind of just, hypothetically problem solving. And I said, why don't you just move the Super Bowl back a week? And she goes, oh, you don't understand the logistics. There's hotel rooms. This stuff is years in the making. And besides, we looked into that, and there's a car convention, this car dealer convention, and they've got all the rooms that next weekend. And I go, hey, I've got an idea. You're the NFL. Pay off the car dealers. And ultimately, that's what happened, which I think was probably made the most sense. But, I mean, there's always a way to problem solve this stuff, and it's not going to be perfect. And you're going to live in a world of, well, what if that game had been played and the Bengals would have been this, or the Ravens could have won the division, or this team wouldn't even have made the playoffs if that happened? It's going to be different. Like, okay, so people are still going to watch, and, it's not, I don't think we should fixate on it in anything other than an entertaining way.
It's very entertaining, and so many different hypotheticals, including one possible scenario that was thrown out where the number 1 seed would get a choice of either a bye or home field advantage throughout. If you were going to devise the best way going forward, assuming that they're not going to play the Bengals and Bills game, how would you devise, Mike, the way to go forward from here?
It sounds like a reality show. I don't know. It's all interesting to me. I'm open to any of it, right? So you could do anything from, okay, that game never happened. We're doing the winning percentage thing that we were prepared to do in the COVID year or COVID years. You could do that and just say, it is what it is. You could try to workshop ways to get, to have that game either played. You could play that game that, in week 19, essentially, and then, do the NFC playoffs that week and then have them take a week off and have the AFC do it. You have that built-in cushion because of the Super Bowl. But, I don't know that there's a perfect way to do it. I think, other than getting a time machine, it's not going to be clean. So just have fun with it and do what you think seems the fairest. But, I would urge all fans, who see everything through the prism of fandom, not to freak out if it didn't go perfectly for the team you love. Like, life happens.
Well, let's talk about the team that most of our listeners love, the 49ers, and what you think is best for them. I know Kyle Shanahan has said, look, we're going for the 1 seed. And maybe it is that simplistic. You want the 1 seed. But us fans are sitting here looking at potential matchups. 1 seed, you host all games. Your likely opponents are probably either the Giants or the Cowboys, followed by the Eagles. If you're the 2 seed, you might get the Packers and then the Giants, but have to travel to Philly. The 3 seed, maybe you're avoiding Green Bay.
Yeah, you guys are freaking out too much. First of all, I think the Niners are the best team in the NFC. They should be able to win anywhere if they're at their best and their guys are healthy. Secondly, you're completely discounting the possibility of Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, who have Kaiser Soze qualities, somehow coming back to Levi's and throat slashing in a metaphoric sense and ruining the whole thing. And I do not discount that possibility, though the Bucs have looked awful and the Packers looked awful for most of the year, and the Niners have had their way with Rodgers recently in the playoffs or for a while. But you know what? If I'm the Niners, I'm feeling more comfortable against Kirk Cousins or Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott than I am against Brady or Rodgers. That's just me.
How much do you think they're going to push on Sunday against Arizona? Will it be determined on how Philadelphia is doing and determined on what Minnesota has done in the earlier game?
Maybe. If Minnesota loses and you can kind of scoreboard gaze and see that Philly is, ahead by a decent amount, maybe you start pulling guys, it's that weird balancing act. Kyle Shanahan really believes strongly that there's a risk in players pulling back and not, being sharp heading into the playoffs, which, by the way, if you get a 1, that's a week off. Or there's another scenario I just mentioned where there's a week off in the middle somehow. So you control what you can control. I think if it's anyone who has any pre-existing injury that you think could get worse, you err on the side of probably not playing those people. But otherwise, you go. Now, the good news is this is a Cardinals team that should have the cars running in the parking lot. I mean, if ever a team would appear to be checked out, it's this team. Now, I know the Jaguars, who could have been checked out last year, crushed the Colts, who needed to go to the playoffs. So it's not a perfect science, but I'm not expecting, a situation where the 49ers are super stressed, but, we'll see. And if the Vikings win, then I think you got to win, because the difference between going to Minnesota for week 2, albeit, or for that next round, albeit in a dome, versus having the Vikings come here, I think there's an appreciable difference, in terms of what Kyle would want. So I think they're playing to win. I think they'll deal with the hand that's dealt with to them. And I think if they're at full strength, barring, as I said, a Brady or Rodgers, crazy rising up moment, I think they should be in great position in the NFC.
Mike, I got something for you, and I don't even know how this works. Do you vote for NFL Coach of the Year?
I tell you what, I have no vote for anything. It's one of the weirdest anomalies in NFL media. Nobody wants me to vote for a thing. I am writing a column today concerning my feelings on who should be Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead
We'll take a preview right here. I'll
tell you mine right now. I think Coach of the Year around all sports focuses too much on the team that we thought was going to stink that actually achieved sort of kind of okayness. So this idea that we're moving off of Sirianni to go to Dable instead of the guy who's won 9 straight with 3 different quarterbacks, what the hell, man? Kyle Shanahan's totally the Coach of the Year.
Well, I don't know who's moving off what. I think Twitter's moving off, right? We don't really know how it's going to go, or the odds makers, whatever. I hear you. I've thought that for a long time, that it's too much of a, hey, you did better than expected award. On the other hand, we can't change that, and I don't discount that either. Like, I think Brian Daboll, I have no idea how that team won more than 4 games, and honestly, a lot of people in that building share that belief. Coaches, personnel people, players, they don't get it. So I think Brian Daboll is an A+ candidate. I think Kevin O'Connell, who has won an NFL record 11 one-score games, has to be in that conversation. Sirianni, you mentioned, obviously. I think Doug Peterson, pending the result of Sunday night's game, given the wreckage that was Urban Meyer and a potential division championship, is also in that conversation. I have some pretty strong feelings about the job Kyle has done. I will let people read about them in the Chronicle tomorrow, but it is an extraordinary situation when you have to play 3 quarterbacks, among other things.
Mike Tomlin as well. Yeah. Don't sleep on what he's done in Pittsburgh.
Mike Tomlin's just
it's Tomlin.
I mean, everyone's writing them off, and he's about to extend their streak of winning records.
Yeah, how do you go 16 years of the NFL without a losing season? And it's not like, hey, they had Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. Like, Ben's great, but it's crazy what he's done, and they're going to do it again. It's crazy.
Mike, great stuff, man. Thanks, to connect with you again. We appreciate it always.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, there goes Mike. I look forward to that article. I like just real quick on that. And I know maybe there's some inherent bias to it. We're here and we follow the 49ers, but are you kidding me? 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You got a shot at the 1 seed when you were 3-4 after 7 weeks. You've won 9 football games in a row. You've done it with 3 different quarterbacks. You're playing Mr. Irrelevant as a starter, and you're becoming the Super Bowl favorite before our eyes. And we want to go find somebody who got the Giants to 9 wins when we only expected them to get 5. Like a lot of people did a great job. The Vikings coach, he's a magic show. They're not even that good, and they're 12-4. They've got a negative point differential. So there's all kinds of great jobs that have been done. But The award is way too focused on, we thought you were going to stink and you don't. Now, when we think you're going to stink and then you're the best, Gabe Kapler 2 years ago,
fine.
Now you have to win. But the Giants are 9-6. They're going to be the 6th seed.
Right. The last the last coach to win Coach of the Year with fewer than 10 wins is Jimmy Johnson, 1990. The Cowboys went 7-9, and he was named Coach of the Year. But you go back last year, Mike Vrabel, 12-5, Coach of the Year. Well, they were supposed to be a good team, and they were a good team. So, to me, a lot of these, especially the Coach of the Year awards, it's kind of a joke because what really makes the coach of the year? Like the things you're saying about Kyle Shanahan, I look at and I say, wow, that's impressive. That's why I look at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's 8-8, and Mike Tomlin has done it with Trubisky and Pickett and Mason Rudolph.
They thought about Mason Rudolph for a second even.
They've got nobody. Pittsburgh, they stink, and yet they're in a situation where they might be a playoff team.
Yeah,
so,
it's wild.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni, you've done a great job. You've got the best team. You've got the best record. Doesn't mean you're Coach of the Year. I would look at Kyle Shanahan, and I think you make a compelling argument. You have Mr. Irrelevant at quarterback, and yet your team's gotten better?
Right.
What?
Right. That's coaching. These guys have all done a great job. Everyone we're talking about has done a great job.
Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland, 2 years ago, Coach of the Year.
Yeah. And by the way,
how'd that work out?
Dable may still win 10 games, obviously, if they win this weekend. But and if they do, the 49ers are going to be the 1 seed. Brian Baldinger was on our station talking about this very thing a couple days ago. Here it is.
You know, if you look at the roster, anybody better than Trent Williams? How many are better than George Kittle? How many are better than Christian McCaffrey? How many are better than Fred Warner? How many are better than Nick Bosa? I mean, they've got 8 elite players on that roster that are as good as anybody in this business. If you compare that roster to what the Giants are doing, I mean, they have 5 guys playing on defense that weren't on the roster, you know, on Labor Day that are playing, you know, and, you know, their best player on defense, Xavier McKinney, on his bye week, rolled an ATV and broke, you know, I mean,
right.
You know, he's got a broken hand. So, I mean, it was just, so I would say Brian Dable right now. The fact that they're in the playoffs and playing great football.
Yeah, I understand that point. Here's the problem. Quarterback equals more than everything else combined in this league, and we know this. We know this to be true. You know what Brian Dable has? 1 quarterback all year long.
But he's not very good.
Well,
and he's in he's in a much tougher division than what the Niners are in.
These are all fair points. He should get votes. But, like, is Daniel Jones not that good, or did he show this year that maybe he's a little better than we thought he was?
I mean, those things can both be equally true. Shout out Ralph Barbieri.
Yeah, the Giants.
He's not very good, but he is better than we thought.
I don't think he's that bad. He's been solid this year.
He's not a top 10 quarterback.
Statistically, this year he
statistically
probably is
fine. And Jared Goff is probably statistically the second or third best quarterback in football.
He's been fantastic
because of Brian Dable.
Is it?
Yes.
How do you know? It's not like they're putting up a ton of points. What Brian Dable did with the Giants is he changed the culture. He fed,
which is coaching.
He fed belief. Yeah, but you know what else is coaching? Is, as it was put to me at the airport the other night, Brock Purdy, this is Kyle Shanahan with a joystick, and he just finally has someone who sees the video game that he's playing. Like, do you really think, have you all decided that Brock Purdy would be amazing no matter what team he's on?
No, but I think that this team would be amazing no matter who the quarterback is because you've got so much talent around him. If you look at the rosters of the Giants and the 49ers, you could go player to player, man to man, and the Niners are probably better at every single spot on offense.
That's probably true.
And so, now is that coaching? Maybe because he coaches these guys to be better players, but they have more talented players. And this is always my argument about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr won Coach of the Year when they went 73-9, and he didn't even coach the first 2 months of the year. So a lot of these Coach of the Year awards and these campaigns, they feel to me like the Gold Glove award in baseball, where it's like, this guy's a good defender. Let's give him another Gold Glove.
I mean, I'm looking at Daniel Jones' numbers right now. 67% completions, 15 touchdowns against 5 interceptions. It's not overwhelming there, but he also rushes.
15 touchdowns?
Yeah, I know that's not a lot,
Is it
right?
October?
Well, but he rushes the ball a lot, and so do they. He's run for 7 touchdowns. He's run for over 700 yards this year. By far and away, it's his best year as a pro.
Yeah.
By far and away.
In a contract year, if I'm not mistaken.
Works out well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Sorry, Jimmy. You just lost one of your possible destinations.
All right, 888-957. That's true. 957-9570. So glad that you are with us. You can keep hitting us, Xfinity mobile text line in the comment feed, YouTube and Twitch. All right, Brian Sabian's joining us in about 10 minutes. And before he does, we probably should check some of this out. Sabian with Mad Dog Russo, and this was a conversation that happened earlier today. And there's a couple things here. Sabian obviously is going to be remembered forever for what he built with the Giants. I think a lot of us also, you probably didn't even know that he was technically still in an advisory role with the Giants.
I had no idea, Mark.
And then all of a sudden he takes a job with the Yankees earlier this week, and everyone's like, oh, no, we lost Sabian. It's like you didn't even know you still had Sabian. You all thought he was retired. Just admit that. But there's intrigue that has come out of this for sure. And we will ask Brian this because it sounds to me, but I want to hear him say it. It sounds to me like there are some ruffled feathers with regard to his relationship with the Giants. Listen to this from Brian Sabian.
I never left the game. I really wasn't a consultant. I was an executive vice president, more in a emeritus status. But I guess people, because I wasn't in the limelight, thought I disappeared. I didn't. And I guess that's the irony about coming to a team that wants and needs you. And I do think I have a lot to offer.
Now I'm at a team that wants and needs you. I never left the game. I wasn't in an advisory role.
He was in an emeritus role.
I was an EVP, though. Like, Brian's like, I've been here, just nobody's calling me.
EVP emeritus. Basically, you're an executive vice president, and you can imagine him at his desk, and he's got the shiny little nameplate of his role, and he's got the 3 World Series trophy replicas using his paperweights. Not a paper on his desk. The phone is neatly put in the corner. He's sitting there with his arms folded by himself in a windowless office, just waiting for somebody to come ask his opinion.
Yep.
Year after year after year.
And he's watching Connor Joe in left field, and he's like, you know what? I don't think I like this. Even though Connor Joe's actually kind of good now. But anyway.
That was an unnecessary drive-by. You just rat-a-tat-tatted Connor Joe.
Connor Joe's a pretty good player now. His role with the Giants. How did he even end up with the Yankees? Listen to this.
I was involved to the point where the draft was kind of my wheelhouse, and now that goes year-round as well as you start in February. It doesn't get open until July. I was seeing that I was becoming less relevant in the big picture over time. I still had the same passion for the game, and I still wanted to contribute, mentor, give back, so to speak. But perhaps it wasn't happening here to my liking. And when my contract ran out, I was very fortunate to put in the call to Cash and talk at length about how I could rejoin the club. And he discussed it with Hal, and Hal approved it. And it's good to be back in and have the FaceTime. But
it's good to be back in. In the very next sentence, he's like, I actually never left. I mean, it's clear this person felt like he had just been left behind. And so how did he end up with the Yankees? He called them.
Yeah.
His contract's coming up with the Giants. He calls the Yankees and says,
I want to go back.
Can you get me out of here?
Well, and he was there for 8 years.
Yes.
Before he was with the Giants for 30 years, Mark. 30 years with the Giants. And the way you say thank you for your tenure is your contract runs out, and he's got to call another team to try to feel wanted. Wow.
This will really speak. If you don't like the way the Giants are being run now, and what I mean by that is just that this really like analytics, buttoned up,
emotionless,
robotic. Brian Sabian.
We were a people-driven organization. One of the misnomers, which is very ironic, we stepped up as needed, or more so through time, as far as the analytics movement. We were in the cradle of technology, being in, not too far from Silicon Valley. We could access anything, whether it was big computer simulations or more so the people we had in-house. We also had very key members of our front office staff in Jeremy Shelley and Yeshaya Goldfarb that were very handy working with our IT people. So we were on the cutting edge of a lot of things that people don't know about or we didn't share because it was private and proprietary. So that's what's interesting.
You know, Bruce Bochy said the same thing when he came on this show. He almost gets annoyed that people are like, man, when Bochy's just out there.
He's managing with his gut.
It just found him, you know what I think? Let's go with Affelt. You know, I mean.
My gut tells me I should go to Affelt.
Maybe I was just hungry. But, that's not who they were. But did you hear the first thing he said? We were a people-driven organization. And whether the Giants, Farhan would probably come in and say today, so are we.
Like all people. But did you see our roster? We had 94 guys play last year.
Everyone here is a person.
Exactly.
We're a people-driven organization.
You see how many coaches we have?
But it doesn't feel that way.
No.
It doesn't feel that way.
It feels like they are one gigantic Excel spreadsheet and everything goes through the computer and it spits out the answer, and that's what we go with.
And then check this out.
We got more?
Brian Sabian on Bruce Bochy and his departure and return.
I think looking back, I don't want to speak for him, but perhaps, he didn't go out on his own terms. I think as he did step back and travel through our minor leagues and still had a passion for the game, if he was going to get an opportunity to kind of do his thing with somebody that understood what it was about, being associated with a Bruce Bochy managed team, then I knew he had one foot back in. Ironically, Young and him had a connection going back to the San Diego days. They got along famously early on in the process, and the rest became history.
I don't want to speak for Boch, but maybe he didn't go out on his own terms. I listen.
Well, I think that's accurate.
So do I.
I mean, you can kind of see that from the outside.
Yes, and right. That's just a gut feeling, if
he
you
did
will.
go out on his own terms, he would have said the word retirement, and it would have been a completely different departure.
Right. This whole idea that this. I mean, every time you see this, it makes me think of another thing you hear all the time when people go away or we want to spend more time with the family. Yeah.
With the kids.
Okay, look, we all love our families.
Who was that did that recently?
Well,
it was
Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's what
Tom Brady. And then 2 weeks later, he's like, so we've done that now.
Check that box.
Dean Pease has done it twice.
Right.
The Falcons defensive coordinator.
Stan Van Gundy.
Call, yeah.
Van Gundy was famous for this. I think he's retired to spend time with his family at least 4 times. Look, you can have a job and spend time with your family, number one. But the other thing is your family won't like you if you're not bringing home money. And actually, you can, as we all know, spend too much time with your family.
And if they're not used to you being around, maybe they're happier when you're not around.
Okay. Brian Sabian joins us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Okay, hey, it's Willard for the Game Time app. I'm looking at it right now. Cardinals, 49ers this weekend. I know, rain, right? And, you might be seeing David Blau play quarterback, but 49er game could have clinched the 1 seed, $63. $63 to get in there. Sharks coming up this weekend, $61 to get in there. But you can also see Shania Twain at the Shoreline coming up later on this year, $62. The whole idea is that you're going to get amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's what people love about Game Time. It's what I love about Game Time. I first encountered this when my son went to a Padre game in San Diego. The Giants were in town. We were visiting family. He's like, you got to see this app. We can get into this game for like $10. I'm like, that sounds like a really good deal. You should do it. So check out the app. It's very user-friendly, easy to get on in there. The Game Time app, you'll see real images of views from your seat. That's one of the really cool things, especially if you're going to a stadium you've never been to before. So all the sports, all the concerts, all the shows, events going on in your area, the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. with incredible last-minute deals that are going to save you money. So download the Game Time app, create an account, and the redeem code that we're giving you, The Game, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create the account and use the redeem code, the game for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
This is James Wiseman. And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Look forward to getting back to you, Wiseman. Get healthy. And look forward to talking to this guy. I mean, such a familiar voice here for all of us here in the Bay Area. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us, and very, very glad that this gentleman is with us as well. Brian Sabean, so many years running the Giants. And I guess we should start off with just a sincere congratulations on your new gig with the Yankees, Brian.
Very excited, especially my wife and family get the chance to experience this. You know, there's only one New York, only one Yankee organization in the history of the steam. So it's kind of a cool place and time for all of us.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I also wonder this, though, and then just listening to some of your comments so far, are you a little surprised at how many people thought that you've been gone and retired for a long time?
Well, some of that might have been the product of COVID, or travel was tamped down, or that I was immersed the last 3 years, especially, but 4 years in counting with the draft. And the only thing that bothers me is that they did, paint it as I was retired, et cetera, or that I was being paid as a consultant. None of that was true. So.
Yeah, Brian,
the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, in listening to what you just said there and some of the previous comments as you take this new gig, I'll just be honest with you. It sounds like you feel like you were kind of dismissed or just, unloved by the Giants. How would you describe your exit and your relationship?
I think our relationship is good. I'm very proud of my stay. I'm, especially proud of, the connectivity, as I stated the last couple of days, with ownership, senior leadership in the front office, the baseball ops department, the three managers that I worked with, their coaching staffs, player development, scouting. I mean, we had a good thing going. I have no axe to grind. It became a situation where for whatever reason I was, becoming less relevant. And, I'm still a competitor. I still have a lot of passion for this game, a lot to contribute. Maybe more so because of the stage in life, or just all that I've experienced from a mentoring, give back situation. But now to be plugged in as an active member of the baseball operations front office, especially with the Yankees, is extremely invigorating.
What are you looking forward to the most in your new role? Is it going to be similar to some of the things that you did early on in your tenure with the Giants in terms of scouting? What sort of contribution are you looking forward to making with the Yankees?
Well, I hope to be exposed to everything, and that's what Cash and I have talked about. We've discussed how the baseball calendar flows and what I would be doing from month to month. Obviously, that starts with spring training in Tampa, the middle of February. So it's going to be a work in progress, but it's going to be refreshing. I know a lot of folks in that organization and how they operate, and it's going to be interesting how I become a link in the chain. And that's all I want. I don't need to, have a greater opinion or a greater voice or a title, et cetera. I just didn't want to be able to contribute.
The great Brian Sabean is with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Brian, we heard your comments recently with regard to how much you were on the forefront of analytics years ago. And I think that, maybe teams of days gone by, your teams, Bruce Bochy, he's said the same thing to us. Like this idea that you guys are just flying by the seat of your pants is wrong. And maybe the Giants and other baseball teams now, the idea that they're robots is also wrong. But I wonder what you would say about that. Have we gone too far and need to come back?
Well, first, the answer is I'm so glad you brought this up, because, if you take a step back and you look at what we did the 3 and 5 years, or just specifically 10, 12, 14, and 16, we were playing against the field in Major League Baseball. And Lord knows there was a diversity of thought in a lot of organizations, or especially leaning towards the analytics world. So I would ask this question: how in the hell did we have the success we did against the field or people that were operating in this fashion if we weren't doing the same? We did a lot in-house, but we're in the cradle of technology with Silicon Valley down the street. So whether it was in-house and with people like Bill Schlau, Dan Quill, Jerry Drobny, Paul Bien, Jeremy Shelley, you Shia Goldfarb, all that, contributed to what was behind the curtain. We also had access at any time to, outside sources and consultants, and we could do any kind of independent study, simulation, models that need be, and it was a piece of the pie. I think what might have happened that painted us old school to a fault, and it wasn't Bobby's, fault per se, but one of his mantras was, quote, to modernize things or further step into this world. And I think that got construed that we were completely, on the other side of the fence. The other thing, too, that riles me, and I'm just going to digress for whether it's me, but especially a manager. Nobody makes a decision or has an opinion from their gut. Your brain isn't in your gut. It's an ironic statement because what happens over time is that you computerize and program your brain based upon the cumulative information or your experience or the past situations at hand. And then you have to have an agile mind to put together in real time the decision that needs to be made. So it's one of the worst ways to paint a picture of a baseball guy to say he makes decisions with his butt. Well, you might as well say that too, because say it about his gut. Because my point is, that's how they paint scouts. No, scouts are highly intelligent and methodical about how they, break down a player, write up a player, project a player, marry the statistics, et cetera, et cetera. You don't run around making decisions with your gut. And that it riles me to no end. So long-winded the answer. I don't know where this is all headed. The one thing I'll say is that the world that we're living in now with the current game, and I'll just pose this, nobody, I think, has articulated anything like this, and I have no ill intent, but this is a fact. The game has been screwed up so much by perhaps the new age wave that we had to change the rules of the game. Now, that riles me. It's extremely upsetting that the overcorrection ended up being where it's almost unwatchable as a fan, or that the games turned into the now famous or infamous free outcomes. So long-winded answer. I'm glad you asked it. I need to get it off my chest, but it does worry me that our legacy or administration doesn't get enough credit for having the intellectual firepower, the people like Coletti and Tidrow and Bobby Evans and, again, Paul Bien, Jeremy Shelley, Shia Goldfarb. We did a lot behind the scenes. We didn't toot our own horn. We didn't promote our product. We laid low, and I think it worked famously for us. But people have the wrong impression because they don't know the inner workings.
Brian Saban here on 95.7 The Game. I appreciate the candor with which you answered that. I do want to talk about baseball in general because what you said, I think, strikes a chord with many fans, Brian, about what's happened to the game, the three true outcomes, and the shift having to come in. Is there a fix for this in terms of how baseball can get back to the game that we all grew up loving?
Well, every sport has specialization. In every sport, you have to, maximize your interest on the roster. Maybe the end game is to try to figure out how to get a roster, perhaps like the Braves, where have all-around position players. They play 150 games. They post up, and you don't have to worry about covering yourself on a daily basis, whether it's platooning or every at bat, every inning is a matchup. But we're going to find out in the next year or two what these new rules will force people into. But what I can say, what should be music to everybody's ears, including our fans, I don't think the game of baseball has ever been stronger, including on the amateur level. Now, I can say that because I've been so immersed in watching young talent the last 4 years, whether it's what goes on now high school showcases, travel teams, year-round baseball on that end, or more so the amazing college programs and facilities and what they're doing with player development and promoting the sport, that we're in good shape. We're starting to see a lot of athletes choose baseball, including the minority population, which is so important because we've lost a lot of these folks because of their athletic ability to football and basketball. But I think the scales have been tipped, and also including Latin America. The pipeline in most organizations are very strong. First and foremost because of the young talent coming in the game.
Brian, I'm so glad you stated it the way you did a few minutes ago when you talked about what you kind of wanted to get off your chest. I wonder if we can ask you about something that Giants fans want to get off their chest, even though you had nothing to do with this. This current offseason has been such a wild ride for so many teams. And obviously the Correa situation ended up being near and dear to a Giants fan's heart. And I think that now with what's happened with the Mets, it at least makes it look like, okay, the Giants did see something real. But here's what a fan doesn't understand, and as someone who knows the inner workings of a baseball team, maybe you can speak to it. How does a situation like that end up 2 hours away from a press conference before something changes? Does that make sense to you? Should it make sense to a fan?
Well, I'll probably, stay general, but
yeah,
the thing you got to remember is that this is probably as unique of a circumstance as anybody's ever seen, and you're dealing with the best sports agent probably in the history of baseball that is very thorough and really promotes his players and their product. The one thing I'll say, I know our medical department inside out, including our team of doctors. They're the best of the best. And I also know from Farhan's upbringing with the Dodgers and Friedman and in Oakland with Billy that no stone was unturned. And to get a contract like this on the table, I truly believe they were in sync with ownership and everybody was on the same page. So I think it was a unique circumstance. I think it was a very difficult place to be in because you didn't want to rattle the cage of agent or the player's ability then to go elsewhere. But I'll give him credit for seeing something that made him very uncomfortable and backing away. And Lord knows the Mets are having the same problem.
Is the root cause of this the pressure on teams to sign these monstrously long deals? Like you said, the power of the agent in this particular case, the most powerful agent in all of sports. Is there any way for teams, without colluding, to collectively walk back a little from these lifetime contracts?
Well, the crazy thing to me, this type of activity has been dormant, and it's coming off a labor dispute and late agreement, and then there were models and algorithms that showed as you age, the less want or need to sign people to longer-term contracts. So why now? And I guess the answer to the question is the great ones or the star players are going to get paid, and there's going to be competition. And if you've formed your budget or you've laid out your budget in a manner in which you can take it on and sustain yourself in and around it, then you make these moves. But I've never seen an off season like this. You may never see another one.
So interesting. Brian, again, congratulations. It's wonderful to have you. Really appreciate you making the time. And I wonder, are you aware of how this hit the Bay Area? This is hard for some Giants fans to see you head to another organization. What do you have to say to the fan base here on your way across the country?
Well, I really appreciate it because, you never know how you left your mark. I wasn't the warmest or fuzziest person per se, including in public or with the media. I am who I am, but I'm very direct and I'm very honest, and I really appreciate our fan base. I don't know if this makes any sense, but I'm an East Coaster, and our lifestyle back there, our passion maybe is a little bit different, or San Francisco to me was an East Coast city as far as their sports teams, and especially the Giants. And we were so formidable when we had that park packed, and they were so appreciative of a good product or a championship team. You know, I'll never forget my time there. It flew by. You know, I wish everybody well. I have no, ill feelings in any form or fashion. I wish Larry and the current ownership and Farhan and his administration the best, because I'll always be a Giant. But now that I'm a Yankee, one thing I don't have to worry about anymore is the Dodgers, at least in the short term. I guess I got to start worrying about the Red Sox, man.
Yeah. Well, Brian, we're getting a ton of messages basically asking us to thank you for your time and everything you brought. And personally, I just want to thank you for all your interviews with the late Ralph Barbieri and how much entertainment you brought to the airwaves over your years.
Well, I'm so humbled by, how this has played out the last couple of days. And trust me, there's a lot of emotion involved. But as the world turns, I'm glad that baseball, has a place and time for me, because I'm not a dinosaur yet. I'm not extinct, so I still have something to give back.
Brian, all the best, and truly, yeah, from all of us, thank you, and just best of luck out there.
Thanks, folks.
All right, there it is, Brian Sabean.
Yeah, I love the candor. I mean, and I'm really glad that you reprised the question about analytics, and man, and he said he was long-winded. He could have gone on a lot longer about the offense, and of course,
we could do the 11 o'clock hour with us, and I don't think anybody would blink.
Right.
I mean, it's one of those people when he speaks, you're just like, I'm stopping right now.
Well, in 30 years with the Giants, and he's done it all. He drafted all those guys that came up to be the winners, and I think part of it too is just Bruce Bochy's demeanor made you feel like, you know what I mean? And it's not just your impersonation, but not that Bruce isn't a smart guy, but I'm going to go with my gut here. And, and the fact that, of course, these guys used all the analytics.
I'm telling you, I don't know that a lot of fans know this. Do you understand? Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabean and that whole crew, when you tell them, hey, they went and they did it the old way with their gut.
Right.
They're offended. It's not that it's like intricate and there's some truth to it. They're literally offended. Each one of them has come on. It's like they feel like you're calling them dumb.
Exactly.
Like they're just guessing out here, and they guessed right, and woohoo, won 3 World Series.
Well, like Brian said, it's not like we were managing with our butt.
Right. Which is an all-timer.
It's an all-timer.
That's sticking here on 95.7 The Game forever, ever. But yeah, they're not doing this with their butt. They're not doing it with their gut.
A little Dr. Seuss here.
Right. I mean, yeah. And they're not doing it with their nut. They're not dumb. And he said something that I've thought for a long time, actually, with regard to the Houston Astros cheating scandal. Do you hear what Brian said? He goes, do you think we're just out here going, hey,
totally,
let's go with Lopez. What the hell? And we beat 3 different times.
Exactly.
Teams that are in the lab trying to figure out what's the right move at the right time. He goes, that's ridiculous. And I've said for a long time, it's the same thing with the Houston Astros. And you're banging on the drum, and we're like, okay, they know what pitch is coming, and all the other teams don't, yet it still took them 7 games on the road to win over the Dodgers. Stop. They're not acting alone.
Doesn't
These
make
teams
sense.
Everything's a copycat league, and they're all essentially doing some form of the same thing.
Right. So he's basically saying, yeah, we did it with our gut. We did it old school, and we beat the other 29 teams that all had computers and all this technology and all this know-how, yet somehow we did it the old-fashioned way, and we were able to win 3 and 5. It is a ridiculous notion, but I think a lot of that comes from the homespun demeanor of the manager, Bruce Bochy. But, man, Brian was getting a little emotional there at the end, and you could hear it kind of hit him in real time, and I'm glad that he said what he said about the last couple of days, because the outpouring of emotion, and you mentioned it earlier, Mark, I didn't realize that he was still, a member of the organization, and, he was an executive vice president.
I knew he was a member, but I didn't know, at least in his mind, he was supposed to be involved.
An advisor, exactly.
He's supposed to be there on the ground floor talking to people, and he clearly felt like that wasn't there for him, although he was very, very clear. And I wondered. I didn't know what he was going to say because Brian shoots from the hip. You know, he follows his gut. Right? No, but he's an honest person. I didn't know what he was going to say about the Giants, and I felt like he went out of his way to say, look, there's no hard feelings here. It went that way. I don't know why it went that way, and I'm thankful now that there's somewhere else that's going to hear me a little bit more. And that can still, and I think it is. To me, I think that can be a little frustrating and confusing to a Giants fan. But he also basically said, look, not only no hard feelings, I thought his take on the Correa situation was pretty clear, that he's like, look, this is a first-rate group. Yeah. They're smart. They saw what they saw, and the Mets are seeing it too. And so, look, I found just about everything he said to be pretty damn interesting.
Yeah, and he said also that he's not quite ready to be put out to pasture, so he's going to an organization where he started his career, and now he has a chance to do what he loves, which is go out and scout and give advice. He doesn't have to be the front man. He doesn't have to be the guy getting credit. He's a guy who loves baseball. Now he can go out and scout, watch baseball, advise Brian Cashman, and be an East Coast guy again. I'm happy for him.
All right, 888-957-9570, plus the Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch, and YouTube. We'd love to hear from you on what stood out to you with Brian Sabian, but also coming up next, circle back to a frustrating Warrior game and the latest as information continues to come in on what the NFL is going to do about these playoffs in the absence of the Bills-Bengals game. Stay with us. 957thegameshop.com is where you can get your gear, your hoodies, your T-shirts. What are you doing? Relevant shirts, DPOY. Faye and Sam Bruno, thank you. Bought a couple of relevant T-shirts just earlier today. So 957thegameshop.com is the spot. It's Willard and Dibs.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's It's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Now that we have started a new year, think about ways you can help the environment. First, make the switch to green soaps and personal products, and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. Use towels made from materials like organic cotton. And finally, make the switch to LED lights, which can last for many years and use very little power. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go right here in the back.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, thanks for calling on us, Sabey Sabes.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a good piece.
Yeah.
Good interview.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And so is this. I mean, it feels like right now, almost on every other hourly basis, we're getting some sort of good nugget about Damar Hamlin. So doctors at the UC, that's Cincinnati Medical Center, are publicly addressing the media right now. I don't know if this is actually recorded, but it's a very short time ago or right now.
It looks like they have on backwards hats. I know that they just have like the caps for scrubs, but if you look at the clip, and the one guy looks like he has sunglasses on the top of his head.
Like, who knew that the Beastie Boys were taking care of Damar Hamlin? That's essentially what it looks like.
So what you want?
Well, and we can sort of make light, even though he remains in critical condition, because every single thing we're hearing is good. And so it started earlier this morning with eyes opened for the first time, squeezing the hands of family members. Now we've got this. We've got the first communication from Damar Hamlin. Now, he's still intubated, so he's not speaking on his own, but he's able to write down. And I wonder if any of you were to guess, what's the first thing that Damar Hamlin wanted to say or know once he was able to communicate? And it gives you a wonderful view into the way a football player thinks.
It's got to be, where am I?
Well, I'm sure, right. That was maybe like, I think you'd look around and be like, oh, I'm in the hospital. And apparently he had no idea that it had been so long since he had been awake. He did not know that it has been 2 to 3 days.
Man.
But the first thing he wanted to know, who won?
Yeah, everyone on the YouTube feed chiming in with, did we win?
Who won? That's what he wanted to know. And I think that that's relevant to the conversation we've been having, because that's not to say what the NFL should or shouldn't do.
Right.
And it sounds like we are firm now that this game is not going to be played It's simply a matter of now how do we rearrange all of the
and
dominoes.
I'm being told they're still explaining to Damar Hamlin exactly. Well, so here it is. Not only did you not win, but some people think it should be a tie, and some people think we should resume the game. And they're still trying to explain all of the machinations as to what is, will, or won't be taking place in the National Football League.
Can you imagine looking at Damar and going, do you understand that the whole NFL has stopped from the moment you fell down? The NFL has not done anything since that moment other than worry about you and send your toy drive over $6 million when all you wanted was, what did he want?
$5,000, I think.
I think he wanted $2,500. It was $2,500 was the goal on his GoFundMe, and he is now north of $6 million. So don't tell me humanity is gone.
I'm sorry, Mark. 7.284.
$7 million.
Jim Irsay, $25K, is one of the top donations. And a lot of people, because he wears number 3, a lot of people donating $10,003, $1,003.
I know Andy Dalton did $3,000. His family, Andy Dalton, did $3,000. So, this is turning into, and I know there's a long way to go because apparently somebody asked these doctors, will he ever play football again? And they're like, he's in the ICU. Like, he's not out of the woods as far as just being a human being yet, but everything is headed in a good direction. But I find it fascinating because football players are certainly cut from a certain cloth. And this idea, like you can't have the Bills, Ryan Leaf said this morning, nobody should play this weekend. The whole week should just be postponed because Damar Hamlin is still fighting in the ICU. And I was like, how many actual players on the field think that? The Bills practiced yesterday, and Damar Hamlin's first thought was not, where's my family?
Right.
Am I going to live? It was who won. These people are robotically trained to get up, dust themselves off, go get ready for the next play.
Exactly.
And so at a certain point, that's exactly what the NFL is going to do.
And that point is 2 days from now when the Chiefs and the Raiders take the field, Week 18 with a Saturday doubleheader and a full slate on Sunday. And at the end of Sunday and Sunday night, we will know what the playoff picture looks like. Now, what the NFL does between now and Saturday in terms of playoff format, playoff seedings, the resolution or the non-resolution of this Bengal-Bills game, all of those things are starting to come into center stage. And the fact that Damar Hamlin is able to communicate and the fact that Damar Hamlin is making significant progress toward recovery, it makes it a lot easier for the NFL to move forward and make those decisions, Mark, because one thing we know for certain, the show will go on. Whether or not the Bengals-Bills game gets resumed or just canceled, wadded up, and thrown into the garbage, that's yet to be determined, but the Week 18 slate will go on. The playoffs will begin. The Super Bowl's not going to get canceled. Everything will continue to go forward.
So here is the latest, too, and this can absolutely trickle all the way. In fact, we're almost moving to a spot where it may be probable that this trickles all the way to Santa Clara.
Shout out Dick Trickle, the great NASCAR driver. I can say that because it's a person.
Yeah. Isn't there a Cole Trickle, too?
That's his son.
Okay, that's his son. Yeah. And then what was the name of the guy? What was Tom Cruise's character in Days of Thunder? Was that a trickle, too?
Boy, that's a great question.
That one I don't know. Anyway, sorry I brought that up. But this absolutely could trickle all the way to the 49ers. Listen to this. This was just thrown out by Pro Football Talk less than an hour ago. Here's where we currently stand. They have been reporting for a while the Bills-Bengals game is off. That's not going to resume. So
not confirmed, but
well, they're reporting it. And
I'm waiting for a second source, Mark. I'm a journalist.
For sources.
Until Schefter comes out or Rap Sheet or the NFL themselves, we cannot confirm that's happened.
Although Schefter did say this morning it's definitely, and this was hours ago before our show even started, he said it's heading that direction. So
and it's not going to happen this week. We know that.
Right. There's heavy momentum that the Bills-Bengals game will not be replayed. I think when you look at just that factor, the NFL looked at two things because we said yesterday, precedent shows you don't cancel games. COVID. Let's play on Wednesday. Let's play on Tuesday. Whatever. We're not canceling games.
Hurricane Katrina, the Saints just simply moved to Houston.
Move the game. Right.
Move the season.
Right. So that it's weigh that their desire to never cancel a game against move the entire structure of the playoffs to different weeks. And both of them have major ramifications. So it sounds to me like what won out was, let's not move the playoffs. Let's cancel the game. But this could actually end up leading to even more playoffs. So listen to what is currently out there according to Pro Football Talk. Bills-Bengals game off. NFL figuring out what to do with seeding in the AFC because the Chiefs, Bengals, and Bills all in theory had a shot at the 1 seed. A neutral site for the AFC Championship is possible. So you could seed people, and if somebody unfortunately didn't get the shot at the seed they deserve, well, let's just say the AFC title game has no home field advantage.
Play it in Vegas.
We're going to Detroit or Vegas or whatever. Vegas would be great. It's a beautiful stadium. Lastly, expansion of the playoff to 8 teams for both the AFC and NFC is possible. So as the 49ers get ready to potentially go for the 1 seed this weekend, I'm not going to say it won't matter. 1 seed still matters. The playoffs would have to go through Levi Stadium, and that's very, very strong, particularly with a cold weather team like Philadelphia out there. But that bye week that the 49ers are trying to earn may just totally get swallowed up, and teams that weren't even supposed to make the playoffs now suddenly may be welcomed in. What do you think about that?
Well, I think of all the possible scenarios, including the one where the number 1 seed in the AFC would have a choice of home field advantage or the bye. That's been thrown out as a possible scenario. I think the expansion to 8 teams as an emergency, let's break glass and figure out how to make everything most equitable, that probably is the best plan. Even though, all of a sudden you've got teams, and I guess really it only affects a small handful of teams, and it actually makes the schedule this weekend all the more compelling. It makes that Sunday night game matter. So if Seattle wins in their game against the Rams, all of a sudden now they don't have to hold their breath about the Packers and Lions game because they'd be in. Seattle would be in a win and in scenario, and then the Lions-Packer game would be a playoff game. And in the AFC, you've got the Jags, the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Steelers, the Titans. You've got 5 teams who would be fighting for 2 playoff spots. All of a sudden, all those games become intriguing.
Right. So Jags-Titans is sort of a set aside because the winner wins the division and the loser is going to be out of that process.
So that's Patriots, Dolphins, and Steelers who would be playing for 1 spot.
Right. So it does. It's going to, potentially even 2 spots. Potentially 2 spots out of there because the Chargers are a wild card. The Ravens are a wild card. There would now be 2 more wild cards because you got 4 division winners. There would be 8 teams total. So out of that Patriots, Dolphins, Steelers mess, you probably would get 2 teams instead of 1.
Right.
So yes, it's going to add intrigue to more games. Let's not have it lost on us because some of us are cynical that, yes, it turns the Lions-Packers game into a playoff game on Sunday Night Football, no matter what the Seahawks do against the Rams. Actually, I guess unless the Rams win. If the Rams win, would the Lions and Packers both be in, no matter what happens? I'm not sure about that because if the Lions lose, the Seahawks would still have the tiebreaker over them, right? So, yeah, it would.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So it actually still would act as a playoff game. So that actually helps the NFL. There would be 2 more playoff games. That would help them recoup the money they're losing for all of this Bills-Bengals stuff.
Let me throw this in real quick,
okay?
Because it would not necessarily mean that because the Commanders are 7-8-1. So if the Commanders win and they get to 8-8-1, they would be ahead of the 8-9 Lions and the 8-9 Seahawks.
That's
this brings the Commanders back in.
Because the Commanders had already been eliminated from the playoffs.
They've already waved the flag.
Well, they already said they're starting some guy named Sam at quarterback this weekend. You might need to get your quarterback out there. You might need this game.
And the Saints, if they win, would be 8-9. Where would the Saints at 8-9?
All the tiebreakers get brought in.
Because the Commanders, if they lose at 7-9-1, would be out. But if the Saints win at 8-9, what are the Saints like? Play from a tiebreaker standpoint against the Seahawks and the Lions.
Right. So everyone who's been working on the analytics of all of these like scenarios Oh, my God. Go back to the drawing board. You got a bunch of new scenarios. Yeah, Kyle.
Scrap everything, draw names from a hat.
Well, we could do that.
Teams
We could do that. The 49ers are out. Breaking news. And then what about this? Because never discount, never stop your cynicism with the NFL. You said something about scheduling next weekend. Should there be another playoff game for wild card round?
Yeah.
You said it would go to a doubleheader on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked at the schedule and something interesting popped up. I go to the wild card round, and guess what it says next to all 6 of the current games as far as their time?
TBD?
TBD.
To be determined.
But that Saturday window has 2 games. Sunday has 3. Monday has 1. Why would you not simply turn Saturday into a 3-game window?
You would.
Just like Sunday. So that Monday game, forget it. And the NFL could walk in and be like, oh, look at our humanity. And they could also own the entire television window from 10 a.m. each weekend morning all the way until 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, they would do 3 Saturday.
They are actually
3 Sunday, and they'd have to do 2 Monday.
There's humanity involved in here, and there's money, and
there's humanity.
There's pretty good.
Kyle left. I was hoping for at least a 3.
They're turning a disadvantageous situation into an advantageous situation, which is not surprising at all.
So right now, if I'm Ron Rivera,
I'm predicting that this is happening. By the way,
8
right
teams.
now, as we talk about this and we talk it out, this is just my gut feeling.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I would now predict is going to happen. Yesterday, I thought they're going to find a way to resume this game. And so wrong on that one. They're not resuming this game. But my prediction now is you're going to get – I don't think that whole choose your own adventure deal. Do you want to buy or do you want the ones – I'm out on that. And I'm not saying I disagree. I don't think they're going to choose that.
Agreed.
What I think they're going to do is they're going to cancel the game. They're going to say winning percentage plays as far as seeding. However, if you work your way to the AFC title game, because this was unfair to the Chiefs, Bengals, and Bills to crown any of them as the one of you will be the one. However, you don't get to host the AFC title game.
It's a neutral.
That's going to a neutral site. We are adding an 8th playoff team to both sides. We are doing away with the bye for the 1 seed. We are adding 2 playoff games. We will now play Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, and Saturday evening on Wild Card Round next weekend.
Oh, my God, dude.
And off we go. I think you get that announcement by tomorrow afternoon.
I think it happens today.
It might.
I think it happens today.
It might.
Because honestly, if you're going to do this and this is the direction you're going to go, you've got to get to teams like Washington and say, hey, Ron, it's Roger. How you doing? By the way, when we said that you guys were eliminated, we were just kidding. Because here's the scenario. Washington, you beat Dallas. Seattle loses. You're in.
Oh, my gosh.
You're in. Because unless, Mark, and I don't even want to get into this because I don't know how it would work, but what if you wind up with a Detroit-Green Bay tie? And you've got
crying out loud. Well, then they would both
3
go.
teams that
they would both go.
Because if Washington, Green Bay, and Detroit would all be 8-8-1.
Oh, God. And I don't even know what the tiebreaker would be there.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
So if Seattle wins,
and the NFL loves this mess.
If Seattle wins over the Rams,
they're in.
And there's a winner in Detroit and Green Bay, Washington's out.
Right.
But if Washington beats Dallas and Seattle loses, they're in.
By the way, did Seattle and Green Bay play this year? They did not.
No.
I'm still trying to figure out. Let's say Green Bay. I know Seattle and Detroit did, so Seattle's got the tiebreaker over Detroit in any form. But if Seattle and Green Bay both end up 9-8 and both end up in the playoffs, is it Green Bay that's the 7 seed?
Tie-breaking procedures, head-to-head, best one loss in the division. I think it would come down to within the conference record. So right now, as I scan, Green Bay is 6-5 in the conference. They'd be 7-5. Seattle would win at 5-6. Seattle would be the 8.
This allows them both in as the right.
Green Bay would be the 7. Green Bay would come to San Francisco, assuming San Francisco is the 2.
So again, the scenario as we currently thought it was: Seattle wins, And then, by the way, they weren't winning in. They were win, and that would force Green Bay to win. Then Green Bay, it must be Green Bay that has the tiebreaker.
Green Bay has a better conference record. So Green Bay has the tiebreaker over Seattle.
They would knock Seattle out and be the 7 seed. But if there's an extra team in there, that brings Detroit back into play and Seattle, who did play earlier this year, and Seattle beat them. As you said, it also brings Washington and potentially New Orleans back into the conversation as well, depending on how everything falls this weekend.
New Orleans would have to win to get to 8-9. They would need, well, the Commanders don't have any tiebreakers, but they have that beloved tie.
Right.
So if the Commanders win and they get to 8-1, they just need Seattle to lose and or a game to not end in a tie.
Correct.
If Green Bay and Detroit end in a tie and Seattle loses, Washington's out. They need a Seattle loss and a result, a win or a loss in that Sunday night game, and they need to beat Dallas in order to get in.
Look at the NFL. Just watch them work. I know everybody loves to hate the NFL because they're just a big, bad monster, and you're right. Can I say 2 quick things on this, though? First of all, I've heard this all week long, and you hear it every week. Gosh, when is the NFL going to grow hard? When are they going to care more about their players than they do about their company? Well,
the answer is never.
Does your company care more about you than their business?
Yes, Mark. That's Odyssey's one thing.
Is it now?
They care about me. I got some audible laughs tonight. Thank you.
I'm talking to anybody who's listening to our voices right now.
Ask
Ask
yourself,
yourself,
guys. I was being serious.
Ask yourself. I mean, maybe if you're a teacher, I don't know. What's it like? Okay, you're carrying mail right now. Hey, Jonathan in San Francisco. Does the U.S. Postal Service care more about you?
Yes.
Or the mail?
They give them that tennis ball and a stick to help ward off, errant dogs.
Listen, I'm not trying to make an excuse for the NFL turning and burning human bodies. I understand it's a little different when there's a physical nature to your business. But it's funny to me. We say this about the NFL. You all don't say it about your own jobs.
Man, I just did. I got laughed at.
The whole point of a business is to run the business.
Right.
And yes, you care about your employees and you care about their well-being, but is there anybody out there under the impression that they literally care more about your health when they send you home for COVID? Is it because they care about you? Or is it because it's a liability if they don't?
Damon Bruce had a great take on this yesterday when he was on with Ray Radham, and he talked about his own stroke. Damon Bruce had a stroke, and he missed 21 days. He was in the hospital for 21 days, and he said, after I had my stroke, do you think that they went on the air the next day? He said, they didn't miss a commercial.
Thank you.
And he's absolutely right, and I actually was on the air the next day.
You're like us, when it filled in for him.
I tell you what, made my career. Thanks, D. No, but he's right. I mean, life goes on, so it's not just the NFL, and we all want to say, oh, the NFL doesn't have a heart. You make a good point.
So here's
What's the other thing you want to say?
The other thing I want to say about the NFL,
jokes.
I mean, sometimes, even though they're kind of mean, just sit back and watch them work.
Geniuses.
Unbelievable. I'm sitting here reading this right now, and I'm watching how the NFL is about to turn the most unfortunate of situations into a huge party this weekend. That's essentially what they're going to do. They just brought a bunch new people back to the party, viewers. They're going to turn the Lions and Packers into the event of the year on Sunday Night Football.
Winner take all.
And they just added more playoff games to the mix, which is cha-ching, more money. And yes, the players will have an opportunity for more money as well. This brings new teams back to the party. But make no mistake, part of the motivation here is to recoup what is lost because of what happened with Bills-Bengals. There's no doubt about it. So if it plays out this way, and as I read it and think about it, I now believe it will, you turn this weekend into more scenarios, more tiebreakers, more teams involved. And then you turn the following weekend into, well, instead of what we were going to get, which was 6 games, now we have 8.
We have 8.
Yeah.
3 Saturday, 3 Sunday, 2 Monday
Probably
would be the way
Monday.
to do it.
Yeah.
And, when you think about all
or
of the
they
different
send one
scenarios.
to London and play it at 6 in the morning?
Seriously. There's an idea.
Well, sorry, Dolphins. You actually are the 8 seed. You go to London. have the 2 8 seeds from both
just send
conferences
Jacksonville to London. They're very comfortable
like
there.
that.
They do
Sorry,
that. They
go
do
ahead.
like that. No,
you were
just
saying.
if you think about all the different scenarios we've thrown out on how to, quote, fix this to me is probably the most fair. And the only team, well, even you look at Baltimore, and we talked about how it's not fair to Baltimore that they don't have a chance to go ahead and play for the division and win the division. Well, you're not getting a huge disadvantage here in that all your competitors in the AFC now all have to play 3 games to get to the Super Bowl. So your only real disadvantage if you're Baltimore not having a chance to win the division is you have to go out on the road in that first playoff game, which is unfortunate, but there's no solution here that will solve this and make it, quote, fair for everyone.
Right.
I think the expansion to 8 playoff teams makes the most sense, and also it clears the way for this to become a permanent thing.
Well, that too, which, then
which
you
is
gotta,
what they really want.
Maybe. I mean, they got to collectively bargain and all of that stuff before you can do something like that permanently. But
I wonder if they have to collectively bargain to even do it temporarily.
I mean, and again, what this is a healthy reminder for everyone when everyone wants these massive decisions to be made in 2 seconds. Cancel the game. Why haven't they canceled the game yet? You got to cancel the game. You got to cancel the game. Why haven't you told us what you're going to do this weekend? Why haven't you? Do you understand what needs to happen before you can announce something like this? All of the hoops, all of the agreements, all of the documentation.
The contracts,
all of this. And that's probably what's happening right now, would be my guess. So there are little things that will fall by the wayside. The Ravens will no longer have a chance to win the division. The Bengals, in theory, would probably have to go to Buffalo if they play them in the divisional round. And maybe that's not fair because maybe the Bengals were going to beat Buffalo the other night and get a tiebreaker. So there's little things like that. But the truth of the matter is, if you're the best team and you can get to the AFC Championship game, you don't have to deal with home field advantage because you'll go to a neutral site. And also, all 3 teams that were involved in that race for the 1 seed, you just go by winning percentage. They'll be home early in the playoffs, and if they succeed and get to the end, they get to do it at a neutral site. And hey, cool, a couple teams who weren't going to go now get to go. Like players will say yes to that because that's money. That's money for them too. I don't know. It makes some sense.
I think if you make the AFC Championship game in a neutral location, which I don't love because there's nothing like that home crowd conference championship game, you've earned it. But in this year, in this unprecedented situation that we're facing, it doesn't seem like it would be, quote, fair to give it to Buffalo with 1 fewer game or give it to Kansas City, who would have the benefit of an additional game. Because if Buffalo wins and Kansas City wins, well, Buffalo would have had a chance to also be 14-3
totally
and earn the home field. So if you put it neutral, the only place to me you should be able to do it would be in Las Vegas. And I think, if you're a Bills fan and a Chiefs fan and you want to go to that game,
sure,
you could rally up and make it to Vegas.
You can. Geographically, they may not do it just because Vegas is out here and the 3 teams we're talking about are all out there. They might find more like a Pittsburgh or something like that where people can just jump over there and go to the game. But
true.
We'll see.
I guess that would be neutrally located between Cincinnati, Buffalo,
and Kansas City.
Yeah, I guess it would be the furthest from Kansas City, but Cleveland would probably be
or
the
Indianapolis
neutral.
might be good.
Indianapolis,
good
indoors,
call,
indoors, actually very, very good call. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The problem for Jordan Poole and the Warriors and who really should be coach of the year in the NFC. We get to all of that next on Willard and Dibs.
The potential DPOY, Nick Bosa, joined Damon and Ratto.
Brock Purdy, how impressed are you by him?
Oh, man, I couldn't be more impressed. He's exceeded expectations by just about anybody. I mean, there's really not much you could hate on so far. I think he has the best QB rating in the league since he's been in, so not bad for Mr. Irrelevant.
The biggest names are right here on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru's excited. He just came in here. He's very, very excited because he threw out a scenario yesterday. And I guess I don't even remember this, but I trust him completely. Oh. He threw out a scenario yesterday, and I'm like, well, go wait for that to work. They would have to add more teams to the playoffs. They're not going to do that. Not so fast.
Right.
And in the NFL, this is what I give to the NFL. And you've all got a friend like this, maybe more, or maybe a family member, where they just say it. They're like, we don't care how it sounds. We don't care how it comes across. You'll use words like direct to describe them. Blunt. Oh, they're very straightforward. They shoot from the hip. The NFL looked at Damar Hamlin, and they're like, well, gosh, cardiac arrest. This is very, very serious. He's hospitalized. Now he's making improvements. And we're thinking expansion. It's unbelievable. Like, right? And I understand that in some form of what they're doing, they're also trying to create, I guess, as fair of a result as possible to the entire league. I will grant them that. But they're also potentially expanding the playoffs.
And exposing more players to a greater risk of injury, in essence. Right. And it's a dangerous game, and we know that. But to defend the NFL for a moment, what are they supposed to do?
No,
because
there's no great
the
answer.
calendar is relentless, and time stops for no man or no woman, because we're already here at Thursday, Mark, and we know that we are about 48 hours away from the commencement of Week 18 in the National Football League, at which point, when Week 18 ends, we move into the playoffs. And if you're a team going to the playoffs, you got to know if you're going to the playoffs. And if you're a team that has a chance for the playoffs, you need to know that sooner rather than later.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you're going to 8 teams in each conference, if you're going to have an emergency plan and add a team, you got to let those teams know immediately.
Okay, guess with me here. Do you think, let's say they are going to 8 teams, and in theory a call needs to be made to the Commanders, who've already announced, they're like, we're not playing Carson Wentz, and we're only going to play Heineke for a little bit. We're playing somebody named Sam this weekend.
Is that true?
Yes, that's totally true. That was their plan.
Sam Monson?
I don't know.
Pro Football Focus?
Sam
Howell.
Sammy Long. Sammy Long.
Sam Howell.
Sam Howell. All right.
Thurston's grandson.
Hey, so that's who practiced yesterday. That's who got the first team reps for the Commanders. Now, if you're going to call them and say, actually, you're still in the playoff hunt, Ron, so now pick a quarterback. If they were going to do that, do you believe at this hour that phone call has already been made? Because it is 2:36 in the afternoon. My guess is Commanders practice is already either happening or wrapped for today. Do you think that phone call's already been made?
No, because I don't think that they've made the decision.
See,
honestly,
I think they have. I think the NFL...
Well, I don't think they can make that decision until they go through a number of different hoops, one of which you talked about,
but maybe
the collective bargaining agreement.
Right, but maybe that's what they've been doing for the last 3 days.
But I think you also have to... So if you want to make this move, if you're the NFL and you say, you know what, the best thing we can do is expand the playoffs to 8 games, first thing you have to do is look at your contract with the Players Association and see if it's collectively bargained, what the language is as it pertains to the number of games, the number of playoff games that are allowable based on that contract. And if the contract does not allow for this expansion, then you have to figure out how you can amend the contract in an emergency fashion. And if that needs to be done, it's not as easy as you call the head of the Players Association and say, let's do a handshake agreement.
Right.
There are certain layers that has to go through. So if you get that buttoned up, then you have to go to the networks and say, okay, to whom do we give these additional 2 playoff games? Because right now you've got TV contracts that are ironclad as far as who gets each games in each round.
Oh, that's an interesting thought.
So,
yeah,
who do you go to?
NFL Network.
Well, I mean, is it that simple? Or
I mean,
what do those
it's not.
contracts
It's not.
say?
Yeah, I don't know.
So there are so many things from a legal standpoint, contractually, that you have to go through. It's not as easy as, hey, I have an idea. Let's go to
Let's
Mark.
Let's
go to in the back.
This gentleman in the back.
I mean, it's not as easy
you're
as
right.
all that.
And that's what they're working on, and that's why it takes time.
Right here in the back.
Thank you. So here's where they caught a break. NFL caught a real break with this idea of going to 8 teams. They caught a real break that Jalen Hurts got hurt. Here's why.
Yeah.
You're not going to 8 teams if somebody had already clinched one of the 1 seeds. Now you're going to that team and being like, oh, great work.
My fault.
Glad you earned a first-round bye. So, about that bye, we're thinking maybe we'll send a good football team instead to your home, and you can just, maybe do us a favor and play them. But the Eagles losing 2 in a row, 49ers on a heater, and the Bengals-Bills-Chiefs mess created a situation where nobody, with 1 week to go, and this is rare, I would say, nobody has laid claim to any 1 seed. So therefore, that's how I think you can get this across to these teams from a PR standpoint is before this last week is played, just know the 1 seed gets no bye. And none of you have earned that. So you can do whatever you want with this weekend, but none of you earned a first-round bye, and so now there is no first-round bye, and nobody can be mad at that.
Well, I see what you're saying, and it's a good point. It's valid, but at the same time, if I'm Philadelphia, I'm saying, hell, you do. We fought all year to get the 1 seed, and by the way,
you didn't win
we've got a hurt quarterback.
But you didn't win
But if we win, we've worked all year to get this bye, and we need this bye.
But wait a minute.
We need it so badly.
If you can play the we've got a hurt quarterback game, boy, do I have the team for you that can call and say, actually, I think we deserve a nod for what we've been through with our quarterback situation because we're playing Mr. Irrelevant as our starter right now.
That's not the point. The point is we worked for the 1 seed, and we need the 1 seed to give our guy, who might be the MVP in the National Football League, we earned the opportunity to get this bye. If I'm Philadelphia, I'm not just going along with your plan.
But that's your point. You've lost an opportunity, but you haven't lost something that you've already earned because they haven't. Philadelphia
But if they win this weekend, they will have earned it throughout the course of the year.
But they'll know before they get to this weekend, sorry, what we were offering is no longer available.
It's a revocation sensation is what it is.
You ever been on Amazon and clicked buy and then, ooh, sorry, no longer available. Sorry, we're out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all out of buys.
Years,
yeah, we're all out of buys. Sorry. Andrew in Pleasanton. Hey, Andrew, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Andrew?
I was driving home and I wanted to call on the way, but it's like white knuckle, raining cats and dogs out there.
Oh, sorry, man. Be safe.
A poodle,
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm home now, and so I've been meaning to call and send you guys some love, just apropos of nothing, So first off the bat, I want to say that I think you're all intelligent, fair-minded men of good humor. So, I'm going to spotlight some traits that I appreciate especially, but that's not a dig on anybody else. Willard, you seem like a man of uncommon grace and kindness in radio, and I think that's important. Dibbs, you got this incisive wit, and you keep it real, and I super appreciate that. And Kyle, when you jump in with your commentary, you're so quick, you drop the knowledge, and you keep it all running. I appreciate y'all. You make great radio, and stay dry and stay safe, gentlemen.
Thanks, Dad. Appreciate
no love for Spadoni, but
checks in the mail.
Seriously.
I was going to say, now I know how he got through the screener. The screener is Kyle. Kyle's like, here, I'll let you go on and say really nice things about him on one condition. At the end, you have to say something nice about me, too.
He wanted to just say something nice about me, and I was like, dude, that's suspicious. Say something nice about those guys first.
Whatever you do, leave out Spadoni.
Exactly. Spadoni, who on Twitter yesterday, Spadoni got into the picture, and and I love this, the picture became about, Spadoni has made it, which is incredible.
Awesome.
Because who cares about the rest of our ugly faces?
Spadoni.
Yeah, I love that. That whole picture turned into an outpouring of love for the great Joe Spadone. And yes, Kyle, we do love when you interject. And Andrew, thank you. Thank you for that call.
Thank you, Andrew.
That was really nice.
I had to make sure that we got Spadoni in there because we had an impromptu. For those of you who haven't seen it,
yeah, take the credit.
There's a team photo. Hey, there's a team photo of all the on-air hosts, and I said, Spadone, 5 to 6, get in here.
Yeah, Dibbs is like, I'm up at 5 all the time.
Dude,
you're
trust
on
me.
the air.
Now live on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out.
Oh, baby.
You on the tube?
Look,
I am Solo Dolo.
Spadone. He's a promotional genius. It's like the NFL in there. He's like, watch me turn this into a promotion for myself.
So great.
Watch this thing. All right, Steiny and Goo. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. They're marching in here. Coming up next, and no one will stop us this time.
The heat has made you powerful.
The man opposing offenses have nightmares about. Nick Bosa joined Damon and Ratto.
Do you speak with your brother about other O-lines? Do you share tips with each other?
You know, tips are only going to get you so far in this league. You got to go out and do it. Playing the edge position is there's a lot of nuance to it, but when it comes down to it, you just got to go dominate somebody, and that's the main focus I try to get my mind on.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus next-day energy with melatonin plus extended-release B vitamins.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual-bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Let's get back to Willard and Dibbs. Why is it Willard and Dibbs? Dibbs has been here longer. Let's get back to Dibbs and Willard. on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's Willard and Dibbs.
That's my
just
guy.
to tick you off, Steiny. That's why. I can't wait for the guys to get in here. You know how many times I got the company? You know what? I think that Steiny and Willard actually have beef.
Yesterday, when we sent out that team photo, there was a lot of that.
I think they actually don't like each other. Yeah.
It's borderline hatred is what it is.
You're all right. Yeah. It's beef. And it's grass-fed 100%.
Yeah, it should have been behind the scenes. Like if we do a VH1 behind the music, behind the scenes from yesterday's team photo, after that picture is taken, you guys almost came to blows.
Yeah, there was a Draymond Jordan Poole moment there. The
Totally.
problem is I whiffed. I lunged for him, and those big thighs that he has, he ran away, and I whiffed. No, I wonder actually what the guys after the conversation we had yesterday, which at its core, that's what it was about, was what the NFL should do next, and everybody's got obviously sort of a different perspective. And I'll admit this: what it sounds like they're about to do, well, that hadn't even crossed my mind. And truth be told, I guess one of my number one questions, if they do, and if you're just joining us, Bengals-Bills is off. That's the report. They're figuring out what to do with the AFC playoff structure, and two things that have been reported to be on the table are AFC title game neutral site and the addition of an eighth playoff team in both conferences, taking away the first-round buys, because that way you're sort of neutralizing this idea of somebody was gifted the one seed in the AFC and they didn't really deserve it. So I think that of all the things I've heard, this one has at least a relationship with fairness that I kind of dig, and so that's great. But if I had asked you yesterday, Dibbs, hey, could they just add another playoff team? My answer would have been, well, they're not allowed to do that. That's what I would have thought.
But I think that's true contractually, based on the collective bargaining agreement that extends, by the way, through the 2030 campaign. So I don't have the CBA in front of me, but I would imagine that it is limiting to the extent that they expanded from 12 to 14 playoff teams, and that's a part of the contract. So can they go in and amend it? And if they are to amend it, what sort of a vote or what sort of an approval would you need? Would you need each team rep to come in and weigh in on whether or not this should be allowed?
I don't know.
Do you need 2/3 majority,
So
50% plus one?
B. DeMorris, they call you, the head of the players union. All right, this is what we want to do. You have any problem with it?
What's in it for us?
The money for the playoff teams that get to go.
We're going to need more than that.
Really?
I mean, everything when it comes to the CBA
But how's anybody
is
else?
negotiated.
So the only teams that are, there's only, I guess, in theory, 4 teams. We don't know who they are yet, but there's 4 teams affected. There's the 2 teams that will go that wouldn't have gone. And then there's the 2 teams that need to play those teams that wouldn't have had to play. So in theory, you could make the case that there's only 4 teams affected, and 2 of them are affected very positively, and 2 of them are affected negatively. Which is, right, that's the players' union answer, is 2 of our teams are now playing a game that they didn't have to play. However, you have these 2 teams over here who are now going to get playoff bonuses that they weren't going to get. I don't know. How about if we take those playoff bonuses and we give it to the players that are playing an extra game too? What if we do that? So everybody's making more dough for these 2 extra games that we're going to play.
It sounds good on the surface, but when you think about how these things go between the league and the Players Association, it's never as simple as, what do you think? Let's just do this and take care of each other.
Right.
It's everything goes back and forth. And I'm just looking at the reports from when they ratified the CBA with a vote of 1,019 to 959. So the CBA barely passed with a majority vote back in 2020 when the CBA itself passed. So anytime you want to make any changes to the collective bargaining agreement, it's not as easy as, the league saying, hey, we want to do this, and DeMorris Smith saying, yeah, that sounds good. The players are always going to want something in return, as they should, because the league at every turn is trying to screw the players over.
Well, there's no doubt about that, except there is one thing that hangs over this entire conversation. Actually, I guess two things. One of them is obvious, and that's time. We don't have a lot of it.
Right.
Okay. The second one is this is all happening because one of your brothers went down.
Right.
And therefore, there are PR ramifications if in any way this turns into a public fight. We cannot have this turn into a public fight. You cannot start arguing over, like, we don't want to do this unless you pay us. We don't want to do that unless you pay us. And it's like, wait a minute. We're only having this conversation because one of your players went down in this awful, awful way.
Yeah.
And our mind needs to be there. Now, the players could come back and say, well, you're the one who's trying to make extra money on this.
And you're the one who's
say,
trying to expose 114 players to additional football.
And we'll pay you for it.
Yeah.
We'll compensate you for it.
Yeah.
Handsomely.
Honestly, if I'm DeMaurice Smith, I'm looking for more than that because in this case,
it's tough
I think the
negotiation.
players, and like you said,
It's
time
tough.
is of the essence.
Yeah,
but
it's tough.
if I'm DeMaurice Smith, I'm already looking at what they do in terms of health care, where you only get 5 years of health care after players are done playing football. And now you're asking our membership to expose themselves to more violence so that you can come across as the good guy?
Totally fair. However, here's my response if I'm the NFL. If I'm the NFL, this is what I've got the power to do without even asking you. Oh, by the way, we're moving the entire playoff structure a week. We're replaying the game. Bills and Bengals playing 3 times in 12 days. How do you like that, DeMaurice?
Well,
right? So
what the players would come back and say is what we showed you on Monday night is that ultimately we determine whether or not this game gets played because
that's true.
the NFL, wanted us to warm up in 5 minutes and get back out there, and we decided that we weren't going to play. So you want us to resume the game? Hold your breath. Call ESPN and tell them we'll see you there.
They're not going to do that.
I'm just saying.
You just saw DeMar Hamlin wake up and his first question was, who won? These guys don't want to not play. They live for this.
No, I get it.
This is their financial.
I'm just saying if we want to play the push-pull game,
I know, but
nobody wants it to get to that point.
Exactly. So it's a negotiation. If it were to even happen, you can't have publicly. Nobody wants to have it.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to agree here. And I think that this, while it does hold some financial and emotional edges for the league, there's no doubt turning the Lions-Packers into a bigger game, adding more playoffs, all that. I do think, as I said, this idea that we're hearing, it has a relationship with fairness.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's the closest to fair that you're going to find.
And that carries a lot of weight here because to me, it sounds like something that was not done lightly. It sounds like people have been talking and thinking round the clock for how can we do this and have everybody as close to seen and heard as possible. Nothing's perfect. The Ravens, sorry, you just lost your chance to win the division. Eagles, I know you thought you were going to be the 1 seed, and you might still be. You've lost your bye. Yes, there's going to be collateral here, but it's got a pretty good relationship with fairness, and I think we got to give the league a little nod for that.
Yes, I don't think it's going to happen, though.
What do you think is going to happen?
They're going to leave it at 7 teams, and I think they're going to take the AFC Championship game and make that a neutral. They're going to seed it based on percentages.
Okay.
And they're going to say, however the percentages work out, the 1, the 2, the 3 will get you all the way to the conference championship game, and at that point, there is no home field advantage.
Yep.
Indianapolis, the RCA Dome, or whatever they call it nowadays. These stadiums, they change names so fast, I don't even know anymore.
Lucas Oil?
Thank you, Lucas Oil. Appreciate it, Spadone.
Chick-fil-A Stadium. I don't know.
Welcome to the team photo, Spadone. That's why I pulled you in there for nuggets like that. That's what I think they're going to do. Going from 14 to 16, I think takes too much in terms of just what we were talking about.
Broadcast networks, Players Association,
that stuff.
You may well be right, and that
your thought though I think is the best.
It's not my thought. It's just out there, like it's been reported.
To give you credit.
Well, listen, what you just said has a relationship with fairness as well. I just think that one of them creates more opportunity, and one of them creates less, and that's what I wonder. Yeah. I wonder what I would really love to do. And I think all of us, society as a whole, what would really make us tick right now is if we could all just have a Zoom with the Bengals and Bills players and be like, what do you want? And I think in any other scenario, all of them would say we want to play. But because you're tucked up against the playoffs and we're both going, it creates a potential lack of safety for us to play. But what do you want in terms of more opportunity or less? You can all still play for the 1 seed, or we're just going to go ahead and decide it, and we're going to move on, and them's the breaks. Bengals, sorry, 1 seed's gone. It's like, sorry, but you won the division, so you've got that going for you.
Which is nice.
Right? So to me, the whole 16-team thing, in a way, creates more opportunity. More teams get in.
Yeah.
More games, more fairness. Keeping it as is creates we don't have to go to the CBA thing, but there's a little bit less opportunity to
chase. And the
team
kind of backs into the bye as well, which I think in terms of fairness is not the most fair way to do it. But I think about the idea of expanding to 16 teams and what that would mean. And I look at Washington as an example. So you call Riverboat Ron and say, you may want to heat up a real quarterback because all of a sudden you're not out of it.
Call everybody back to the office. Come on, we're in it.
You neutral site the AFC title game and you leave everything else alone. That's probably the easiest, most straight line way to fix this.
As we gear up for the playoffs, don't forget 957thegameshop.com, DPOY shirts, relevant shirts, all the gear, hoodies for all of the shows, including these two at 957thegameshop.com. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Hello, Steiny, and hello, Guru.
I'm in a good mood.
I love a good mood.
And the reason I'm in a good mood is that photo we all took. All my comrades together.
Cool. Yeah.
And I was driving in, honestly, it's my new avatar.
And Ray.
That was the best part. But listen, Steiny, don't get mad because I'm coming here. I go. So a couple weeks ago, I told Steiny, when I play pickup and it's 6-3 and we're losing, I might say it's 5-4, just to make sure the score people, keep in check. And he lambasted me for it. And people, I'm still ashamed a little bit, but I'm not a cheater. But with that said, last night I'm looking at the photo. Steiny's on his tippy toes.
Yeah.
You're cheating.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
So you're doing a competitive advantage.
I got this question a lot. No, well, people wanted to know why. You just wanted to be told?
You were just looking at the camera like, this is who I am.
So now,
I've made no secret of this over the years. Absolutely none.
Now I'll say this, just to bring people in the room. It was immediately said, and it was you, Dan Dibley, who immediately said, he said, short people in the front, and the tall people get in the back. And Steiny's kind of a hybrid here of the group.
Exactly.
And I don't think
not a hybrid. He's a front row. He's a front row in
He
this
didn't
team.
know what to do, but if he's in the front row, he's blocking somebody's chin, at minimum, maybe their nose. You're not a short man. He's like... And
right in the middle.
Right.
I'm bigger than Ratto. I'm bigger than you.
First of all,
I'm bigger than Shasky.
Ratto not in the picture. So to keep Ray out of it.
But
keep Ray Ratto out your mouth.
You and Shasky took front and center, and it was okay for Shasky.
And you know why I did
it was
that,
his
Mark?
Leadership.
Leadership. It's what you do when you're a leader. So we're getting ready to take this photo, and all you jabronis are standing around, and I'm waiting for Willard, who's doing a...
I had a read.
Well,
I had a live read.
Willard
It's
kept
a
everybody
60-second live
waiting.
read, and you went on for 2 minutes. So.
Well,
Today's, by the way, 90
time
seconds
app is
pay the
incredibly impressive. It takes a while to talk about it.
Game management, time management, not your strength. So we're out there waiting, and we're waiting.
We
okay?
can't wait.
We're going on and on. So finally, and we're in our show, so we're up against it a little bit. As a leader, short guys in the front. Joe and I immediately, arm in arm, because we're close like that. And then everyone else gathers around. Steiny doesn't want to be a front row guy, doesn't want to be a little guy. Although, if I were you, I'd be proud of being 5'11". You're tiny, yet you're on your team's all-decade team. You should wear that as a badge of honor.
5'11" is actually the average height in America for an adult male, so that is not tiny.
Is it 5'11"?
Don't you dare say what the weight should be.
I might be making that up, but I feel like I heard that.
If I was 5'11" and I was a member of my college's all-decade team,
If I was
as
a
he
little
is,
bit taller.
he's on his all-decade team.
Yeah, calves just popping out left
Dude,
and right.
I'd be boasting over the fact that I'm a miniature human being, not trying to front, perpetrating like I'm
picture
fronting.
analytics. Like, does he think nobody sees him?
Well, I don't
he's
have.
smiling.
I don't have the picture in front of me.
No,
No, but I don't have the picture in front of me. Were you? Tippy toes in a group picture, to me, satisfactory, provided that the reason you're doing it is to get your head in above the head of the person in front of you.
Easy clearance.
However, if I remember the picture correctly, I feel like you were off to the side of everyone.
Yes.
Were you behind anyone?
I think there was somebody to my right, though.
Spadoni was to your right.
Okay, but he was a little bit
Was there
separate.
anyone directly
with
in front of you?
the black van?
Somebody's head was at my waist, maybe.
No. No one's in front of them.
Yeah, apparently
no one's
not.
in front of them.
If no one's in front of you, then...
It's a habit. It's like a free throw routine.
And the unfortunate thing for you is often these group pictures, you do not see people's feet.
Oh, boy.
1, 2, 3, tiptoe. It's like a foul shot routine.
In this picture, it is very much, it is clear for everyone to see.
And just to paint the picture for the
photo,
audience,
y'all.
we got a pretty, we got a lot of size in this team.
I put out the position for the softball
team.
You're
like
6'4".
You ain't
6'5" when I'm
dude,
tipsy.
I'm 6'2", and I'm like,
You got to be 6'3", Willie.
Bonte's legit 6'4".
Well, the angle with Bonte, he looks like George Murasai in this picture.
77.
Just like, holy hell, he's towering over everybody.
The tough call for Steiny is Damon, because Damon's got to be about
6'3".
No. Damon
I got
can't
Damon
be
6'2".
Damon's not taller than Mark.
He's shorter than me.
Let's post-stroke.
That cost him some
I might have
height?
had Damon. Now that it's been a few years, he
he's
may
getting it
have
back.
me
He's getting it
again.
back, posture-wise.
It's a close one. It depends on the season, how everybody's
When
doing.
I look at Damon, and I'm like, he's looking at me.
Damon's probably about 6'1", I would say.
Okay.
Again, if this was a
you're
basketball
right.
team, he'd be listed at 6'3".
there you go.
You'd be 6'7". Heck, I'd be 5'11".
It's funny. I was 6 foot in my college program. Damn right.
Okay. I got the picture. The funny thing is you actually can't see all of our feet. The only reason you can see your feet is because you're on your toes. I got Damon for maybe scratching 6 feet because I know where he's lining up with me.
I think Damon is bigger than me.
He's about 6 feet, maybe 6'1". I'm coming in at 6'2". Guru, you look about 6'3". Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
6'4".
Bonte is 7'8". And then, and Shasky's got you by about a half inch.
He's probably
A 2-point guard.
Right.
5 y'all were in the front.
What about Spadone?
Steiny looks 6'2".
What about
we
me?
know
What about me next to Spadone?
well, you look like you're 2 inches taller than him because you're on your tiptoes.
Thank you.
Spadone's probably 5'9".
That's called veteran experience.
You're 5'11". Steiny, you're
Not in that photo,
You're
yeah.
5'11". Yeah.
That's veteran experience by me. Making Spadone look 5'8".
Rado's superimposed head is about 6'1".
That's the greatest.
I mean, it's in
Pretty
there
good
too.
photoshopping,
Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
Okay, that was fun.
Now, enough of the tomfoolery and the joking around. Let's get to the part where you two fight so Guru and I can hang out.
The Michael Jackson meme with the popcorn.
No, I gave you 5 for that after the fact. It was really good.
Okay, by the way,
it's not my half hour. I'm visiting you guys.
You wanted a second source in the cancellation of Bills Bengals to be official?
Yeah.
Associated Press. Associated Press.
I've heard of it.
They will not resume, and it is said to be a likely precursor to the official announcement. So it sounds like we're on our march.
Okay.
On our march to the official announcement right now.
And the fantasy money can be
called
dispersed.
a tie. This is different than you
Oh,
saying.
it's the exact same thing.
No, it's actually
It is the same.
titanically
it's the same.
different. If you would look
it's
at
totally
what a
totally
tie
different.
means,
In what way?
in terms
Because
of tiebreakers and all the rest of it.
It changes the potential for getting the 1 seed
Well,
based on.
that's thrown out the window now. I thought
That's
if
funny.
that's predicated on if they add the playoff team, the AFC Championship game will be at a neutral site.
Right, I love that idea.
It's phenomenal.
Like when you have 3 teams that all had a shot, and even though it wasn't an equal shot, but you had 3 teams that had pretty legitimate scenarios to get the 1 seed, and now that has sort of been stripped from reality. I think you have to sort of offer something like that to all 3 of them. That's why that's one of all of these things that we've talked about as scenarios, and all of us realizing that nothing's perfect. That's one thing that I certainly hadn't thought of that I think hits the mark. I think that hits the mark because you're basically telling teams, look, all 3 of you are going to start the playoffs at home. Someone's going to have to play a hard road game. It's probably the Bengals. You're probably going to have to play a hard road game. Let's say you go to Buffalo in round 2. That's difficult. But if you're having a good playoff run and you get to the end, we're not going to make you go into somebody's den because they didn't earn that. Like, essentially, nobody earns the 1 seed.
Or the 8th seed that
Well,
if they go that route, but I'm with you.
That's an interest. That one,
I'm excited because that's more football.
Did either of you think that if we had brought that up yesterday, that was even legal to just add more playoff teams?
No, because we were joking. You go goo when I had my scenario.
Yeah.
You'd have to add a team.
I'm like, you can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that.
Honestly, my underlying notion was there's solutions without an outcome, like without a win and a loss. Maybe it's a loss and a loss. Maybe like there were solutions. I said that from the beginning. There were solutions where the game wouldn't be played. Somebody's probably going to be, it's going to be better for some, not as good for others. So I was just fighting the notion of they must finish this game.
Listen, if we want to go back to that, I don't think either one of us, Dibs, ever said they must play the game.
No, we all thought they would.
Yeah, absolutely.
My contention was, and still is, I'm surprised because the precedent, I thought the NFL would, because they always do. They always do. When have they ever canceled a game?
Yeah. Wow.
9/11 didn't cancel a game. COVID didn't cancel a game. They don't cancel a game. What I think it sounds like won out is that the complications of taking away the week off before the Super Bowl were probably to them bigger penalties than just not resuming this game. It's all,
well, you know what the surprising part to me is, you know how we always say, well, it would be a fun tournament if you got to pick your opponent, if you're the number one seed, you could pick. And we all go, that's a pretty cool idea. It'll never happen, though. They don't do that. Well, this is kind of like that a little bit. If you're going to give the number one seed a choice of one of two things to do.
That was an original.
We
kind of moved off. We moved
off
that.
Yeah.
But I know Schefter.
Oh, it's not like that?
Well, I know it could be. All of this is.
It's still all on the table. Yeah,
it's all on the table.
But what would you choose if you had a choice of either you get a bye or you lose your right to have home field throughout? So you're the number one seed.
No, it's that.
Honestly,
it's one or the other.
That's what I'm saying. You have a choice.
No, you don't lose your right. You would get it. You either get the bye or you get home field throughout.
You don't get
one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking the bye because that means I only got to play one less game to get there.
Right.
Well,
but you might have to go to Buffalo.
I mean,
or something like that.
I'm gonna. I need a little help with the explanation. Can we put the Niners in this?
Okay.
Let's pretend we're the Niners.
So the Niners get the number one seed.
Okay.
And
what are my choices?
Either you get a bye or you get home field throughout.
But you got to play an extra game.
Yeah.
You can't have both. So in other words.
So what happens at the very end? Is it a neutral site game?
You'd be on the road.
The idea, I think, would be if you're in the NFC.
See, that's great.
It depends on how the records end up.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But if
it's a great choice.
If you're the 49ers and you won this weekend and the Eagles lost, and you have the same record, you are still ahead of the Vikings because you've already beat them. But if you'd be tied with the Eagles, but you have the tiebreaker, you'd have to choose, do you want 3 games and home field, or only 2 games?
That's awesome.
But if that ends up that you're playing Philly, you're doing it in Philly.
I love that.
Why would you
that is a
the extra
great
game, though.
Yeah.
To get to your goal. You want that
I
off
just
the
love
table.
the idea. And I think the choice is a
tough.
fair one. Yeah,
it's not an easy choice because
I agree.
I get what you're saying.
I love it.
I don't want to play the extra game.
Oh,
Hell,
man.
your quarterback could get hurt in that extra game. You could lose it. These are all good teams. However, how are you feeling if you get your bye and then you win your first game and now you're headed to Philly and it's 2 degrees?
Monday morning.
How are we feeling?
Tell me if you think this depends on the team. I mean, if the Niners said we'll take the one where we buy and go to Philly, we can win at Philly. Like if they feel that, like, but what if there's a team, I don't know, like the Warriors? I mean, the Warriors are taking 3 series at home. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Right.
So, but I think the 49ers are completely different. They can win on the road. I just think it's a great choice.
And the AFC, 2 of the 3 teams we're talking about are probably 2 of the teams you'd bring up first as far as having the best home field advantage
Buffalo
in all
and Kansas City, no
of
doubt.
the sport.
No doubt.
So, if I'm the Chiefs, do I want to give up Arrowhead Stadium because I don't want to play the Steelers next week?
Plus, there's the revenue factor, because if you have the 3 home games, you get 20 to 40 million.
Yeah,
Butcher Boy was saying, that's
true.
That's a pretty significant piece. But
I'm just thinking of it as a football decision,
right? But
kind of. But I know they're
ultimately the owner would be the one saying, "Hey, Give me the 3 games.
It sounds
to
me,
you get beat
though,
at home in week 1.
That would hurt.
The reason we were talking about that early and not late, I feel like that's going to get swallowed up by this other idea, which is just play the title game in a neutral site. Which,
hey,
you know,
and in the end,
that's
feels,
the right thing to do.
That feels a little bit less. I don't know. There's a nature to what we're talking about now.
Nobody loses. It's fair.
It feels a little hokey too. Like, all right, you're going to come to the podium and decide. All right, here's the announcement. We're going to go with either home field or we're taking a bye. It feels.
Any league could milk that,
right? They
no,
could.
They're already milking it today and tomorrow. I mean, this whole thing is.
It feels a little
like,
bit.
What's taking so long?
Contrived.
Runner at second base in the 10th inning. Like, it's like, what are you?
Well, to me, the difference is this is out of necessity.
Sure.
Like, baseball was trying to improve the game. Like that's kind of been my whole thing all along. Like, let's acknowledge that something really serious happened here. And so we acknowledge that this year's going to be a little wonky at the end.
It's going to be different. That's why I think the easiest way to do it is to just say, we understand that whoever gets the 1 seed in the AFC, it's not a true, authentic number 1 because they all didn't play the same amount of games. However, we're going to tip a cap to whoever does get to be number 1, likely Kansas City. We're going to give them the bye. However, because they're not a true number 1, we're not going to give them the home game in the AFC Championship game.
Right.
We're going to Lucas Oil in Indianapolis. That's where the game's going to be played.
Brings your fan base into play, too. How many stadiums have the 49ers turned into their own this year?
I was thinking,
so now, if I'm the Bills, I'm not worried about going to Indy because I know my fans are nuts. And
Bills Mafia.
They're all going to be there, and we'll just go turn that place into a loud arena in our favor.
And the other team would ostensibly be Cincinnati
or Kansas City. Kansas City.
But if it's Cincinnati, they actually are pretty relatively speaking.
All 3 are pretty
Cincinnati
close to
and
Indianapolis,
Buffalo.
Yeah. Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Kansas City. That's about as close to a neutral, geographical neutral.
The Indy thing makes sense, too, because it takes weather out of play.
Yeah.
It takes weather out of play.
You should work in the front office, all of us.
Now, I go back
office.
to...
It took us 3 hours, but we got there.
Brent Musburger, NFL Today, the beautiful Jane Kennedy, Irv Cross, rest in peace, Jimmy the Greek. And I take this serious.
Well, he's dead, too.
Yeah,
Phyllis George.
Rest in peace. Yeah, Phyllis George.
Ask Dibs who's dead.
The playoffs were the weekend, and they were on the day to where you could sit there, drink your drink, do what you want to do, but work wasn't involved. And I say that because I'm watching with a keen eye, especially with Dallas and the Niners, 2-story franchises. Are you guys okay with playoff football on Monday Night Football? I'm out, and I'm watching. Like, would Niner fans, would we want that Monday night? I feel like it's cheapened.
I think the Niners never have to worry about it because they're too big of a brand, and the NFL.
So Dallas don't have to worry about it.
I don't think so.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Well, nope. But Tennessee sure does. And last year, I think, was the first year we did this, right?
Yep.
And it was the Arizona Rams game, and it was an awful game. And it did not resonate in any way, but that's kind of because the Cardinals were suddenly really bad. I get what you're saying. To me, it feels that's very much like the DH in the National League. Like, this is so inevitable. You're never going to go toothpaste back in the tube.
But if you put the Niners there, if they're so big,
but it's all
then the league wins.
Right, but no, because the Sunday television windows are bigger.
Oh, all right.
They're bigger.
So a 1:00 Sunday game is much better than a Monday Night Football game?
Absolutely. In the playoffs,
I
yes.
think so,
You think
yeah.
so?
In terms of viewership.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that.
I
didn't know
and
that
that's
either.
why
I would have thought
the
Monday night
smallest TV window.
in theory would be
But
the
The
best.
smallest TV window is the game that we went to Reno for when
Saturday.
the Raiders played
Saturday.
the Texans. That Saturday first game. That's the smallest.
I think that perception is because when we're all born. And Monday Night Football was such a thing.
Yeah,
Right,
I think you're right.
It's just not. Like, I mean, Monday Night Football as of 5 years ago, they're like, what are we going to do with this?
Well, how are we going to? Well,
you know what
Troy
I mean?
and our guy are going to get a game, but it won't be the A game.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's why the Cardinals ended up in that game last year.
I also think, I also think because you're going to put a non-marquee matchup on Monday when everybody's going to be watching, and that's the only thing to watch.
Okay.
People are going to tune into the 49ers and Packers.
Regardless.
You could play that on Wednesday, and people are dialing it.
Totally.
I'm excited for the extra. I hope that happens.
What would you predict?
Yeah.
What would you predict right now? I mean, we don't even know who's going to be in the playoffs, but What would you? Whoever wins Tennessee and Jacksonville, my prediction is they're going to host. They're going to host the Monday night game.
The 4-5. It'll be the AFC 4-5 game.
There you go.
Put
that on Monday night.
Because
of course we are.
The NFC 4-5 game is Tommy, so you're not putting Tommy Brady. Tommy's marquee. Dallas is marquee.
Niners.
If Aaron Rodgers comes to Levi's,
Minnesota and the Giants would be a candidate.
That's Sunday afternoon.
Minnesota and the New York Football Giants
that's
is a possibility.
That's a possibility.
The AFC, the 4-5 game.
They got to come to Minnesota, right?
No, Giants would go to Minnesota. Yeah.
That's going to be a game.
And Goo, I love the idea about 8 playoff teams in an emergency, but I think with the collective bargaining agreement and what it would mean, like the Washington Redskins would be alive. In all of a sudden, you'd go from eliminated to alive.
Ron Rivera.
They would have to change their whole lead up to their game.
The Saints. I mean, people are sending quarterbers home, and they're like, we're going to need you to.
Seriously.
We need you to unpack and come on back.
So you said by tomorrow.
Plans.
I just, honestly,
today,
this is so
I think
big.
It comes down.
Today.
I hope so.
Come on.
The report just said prior to Saturday's games. So we'll see.
So for fantasy, the money should be dispersed.
Well, this is the one thing no one's addressed yet. Fantasy, apparently, just tough cookies. Tough cookies. Figure it out.
Wow.
Split the pot.
Yeah.
Don't splash the pot. Split the pot. Steiny, go next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's start out with the most significant news. And it's upbeat. So that'll give us a good launching pad. Damar Hamlin has apparently significantly improved. I don't necessarily want to get into all the details because I didn't go deep. But let's just leave it there.
Able to hold hands with his family members?
Let's just leave it there. I mean, okay. You know, like we were talking about, all the possibilities. Let's be thankful that we don't have the worst case scenario.
No doubt about it. And
that's what's most important. So wonderful, beautiful. Let's acknowledge that and let it start us off on a positive, optimistic note. What do you got, brother?
Yeah, I got nothing but love for you, baby. I'll tell you what, Stoney, a lot of thoughts and prayers were answered for Hamlin, and that's the best news. And now you kind of get that feel of now the business is back to normal. Can I? You know what I mean? Because now we're waiting on these outcomes. I don't think the game will be played again, Cincinnati and Buffalo. But you know me, I irritate you when I say I love the NCAA tournament. Division tournaments at the end because it rewards conference tournaments because it rewards the last place teams with that one last let's go shock the world. And if you add an 8th team, I kind of like that, Stoney, and we get more football, selfishly.
Well, I hate the idea in general, but this is a special circumstance.
So it's really not an ideal.
I mean,
it happened on the fly.
Exactly. It's some things need to be born out of necessity. This year, if that's the best solution to add an 8th team,
what if you're not 8th team? You feel like you scratched a lot. Well, Hamlin,
exactly.
You know how it happened. You're not happy, but good Lord.
I have no problem with that.
So the
Niners, of course, it'll be used to then just make it an 8-game playoff.
So the Niners would
get
an extra
squeeze
playoff
an extra
game.
week in there.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that. Obviously, that's a fluid situation. Apparently, they're leaning toward not replaying the Cincinnati Buffalo game.
Kaput.
And then they'll make further decisions about standings and things later. And when they do, we'll tell you. All right. Warriors last night. That was a good game. You know what? This has been a really exciting homestand.
You're right.
It really, I mean, listen, okay. You know what? We'll call it the Hamlin rule. You couldn't have asked for a better homestand and a more exciting homestand through 6 games without Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins.
I concur.
You couldn't have asked for a better homestand.
I concur.
More exciting homestand.
Yep.
All right. They're 5-1. They lost a heartbreaker. Let's not. I'm all good. You got a problem with anything, Goo?
I do.
With what?
IQ. And the IQ is one of Jordan Poole, who I'm one of his biggest fans. But the basketball gods gave you a pass the other night when you pulled out rabbit out of your hat and you won a game that you shouldn't have won it, I believe, against the Atlanta Hawks when he made 2, I'm going to call them, Steiny, bonehead turnovers, one by not getting the hot man the ball. When you got the ball in your hands, you got to read the room. And Clay didn't get it, but they won. And then not 2 nights later, you got the ball again. And I don't know what he's doing, but I know this, Steiny. When Steph comes back, more often than not, he's not going to be in that position. But a lot of people have soured, not on his play. I know he's a bucket, but when it's go time, he seems to be going too fast or short circuit and turn the ball over.
Did you go left?
Yeah, I was about to say lemon booty. You know what that is?
I do know what that is.
So
I do know what that is.
At what point? Come on, Jordan.
What's your problem?
And you should have gave Clay the ball again.
What's your issue?
I just shared it with you.
Yeah, that's
his IQ.
What's that on your list of issues?
Well, Jordan Poole's they need him. He's been balling, but I'm just, you think at the end of games you've matured or taken that step. He's got a ways to go, Steiny.
No, is that unusual?
No, you would just hope he would recognize, hey, maybe I'm going to let somebody else sing this note.
23.
Maybe I'm going to let Clay, who just hit a dagger to tie the game in the court. Yeah. That was reminiscent of the 2019 finals against the Raptors. The game Clay got hurt. That play, that inbound play, was the shot that Curry should have made. That you say, hey, Goo, it was a difficult shot. That was reminiscent of that play. The one Clay hit. That Clay, 30 points.
Had a significantly more open look than Steph had in that game. Secondly, if you're coming out of last night's game and your number one issue is with Jordan Poole, I'm going to question your judgment on this particular issue.
But what if my overall judgment is I know Jordan is a badass? But we keep seeing these type of you're going too fast.
I said, what'd you take from the game last night? And the first thing you brought up was Jordan Poole. And if you said, hey, Steiny, what'd you take from the game? Ask me.
Hey, Matt, what'd you take for last night's game against the Pistons?
Say, what'd you think of Poole?
And what'd you think of Poole?
Oh, Poole? Well, what I thought, Poole on the priority list of things that I'm thinking about or about last night's game. Poole's at about 15. 15. I have no concerns about Jordan Poole. I got no problem with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I got no problem with Jordan Poole. And if you have a problem with Jordan Poole and you actually are going to single him out last night, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And apparently, you don't either. There's so many ways to check out Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. You can rewind to your favorite moment of the show with the Odyssey app. You can watch live on Twitch and check out all our highlights and live shows on YouTube. Subscribe to Each Now, 888-957-9570. Don't come down Jordan Poole's road. You're missing the boat, and you know it.
The potential DPOY, Nick Bosa, joined Damon and Ratto.
Brock Purdy, how impressed are you by him?
Oh, man, I couldn't be more impressed. He's exceeded expectations by just about anybody. I mean, there's really not much you could hate on so far. I think he has the best QB rating in the league since he's been in, so not bad for Mr. Irrelevant.
The biggest names are right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
First I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
JP, let me tell you something, young fella. I got your back. There's a segment of fans here in the Bay. They just don't get it, JP.
What don't we get?
They just don't get it. They don't understand the process, JP. But luckily, I've got some years in this business and some skin in the game to truly understand what's going on. And I got to figure out whether I'm going to be straightforward and tell you why you're missing the boat, or whether I should give you a chance to set up what you want to say and then react. There's nothing going on with Jordan Poole.
And
he's trying to, you ready?
Well, you're lying to the people and yourself.
He's trying to do too much. End of story.
Well, there you go.
There's nothing unusual about what's going on. And to come out of that game last night talking about Jordan Poole, who had the kind of game that young players have when they're the number one option as opposed to the number 3 option.
Don't you get it? He's not the number one option.
That's
He's
right.
He's ignoring another guy that's hot.
He's a better playmaker than Klay Thompson.
I'm not saying that, but Stoney, I love how you just put that.
He's trying to do too much.
Okay.
Yeah. He's 23.
Okay. And he's shooting 30% from 3.
Okay.
What's that about?
Okay.
This season.
He's not shooting the ball well from the field.
But you giving out more passes? I'm just when I hear Jordan Poole, I don't think of 30% from deep.
Jordan Poole was number 10. What about
we watched a game where he made another critical error after he got him 5 quick points?
Well, I think
I'm not just saying it's all his fault. I'm just alarmed.
I think I know.
You think it's not a big deal.
I don't. And here's what I think. Okay, I look at the lens through the Golden State Warriors.
Got you.
I watched last night's game. Hey, what'd you think of the game, Steiny? The first thing I guess I would say is, well, I guess I think of the game differently than other people. Why? Why, Steiny? Well, I went on the internet last night, and everybody's talking about Jordan Poole, like you are.
Well,
no, I'm giving you credit. I'm like, okay, I watched that game, and I didn't really have a second thought about Jordan Poole last night. To me, there were way bigger issues.
Okay.
One, this is like here's how I rank.
All right.
Because I think of the team first.
Right.
I don't point fingers first. I think about the team because they're more important than Jordan Poole. They're 5-1 on this road, on this homestand, but nothing's been easy. Nothing's been easy. They're 5-1. They won some close games, but nothing's been easy. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney are veteran players who are expending a lot of energy, and they're playing a lot of minutes in late December and early January. They're winning games, but their veteran core, 3 out of 4, are playing high-intensity games much earlier in the season than they really ever have or have ever cared to.
Okay.
My question would be like, could that take a toll down the road? That, to me, is what comes to my mind after last night's game. Or maybe something like this. Pistons have beaten us twice this year. How come? Well, they're young, they're athletic, they're long, and you know what?
Super long.
They ain't, and I'll tip my cap to Guru, they're pretty well coached. Dwayne Casey is doing a nice job with that young team. Okay, so I come out of that game saying we may have trouble with some athleticism. Okay. Third, you know what stood out to me last night? We need Wiggins. We don't have a player on our roster who can guard Bogdanovich if Wiggins doesn't play. Right. That's a problem. I'm not focusing on my 23-year-old who should be a sixth man, who is now forced into being the top player or two, and we are begging him to score He's not a finished product. He's going to try to do too much because they're missing 55 points, and he's struggling.
Right.
Maybe the Bay Area's there. I feel like this. There's nothing to see here with Jordan Poole other than the natural growth and bumps in the road that players like him have in the NBA. You must fail at times. That's where I'm at. Okay. I'm done. I'm sorry.
So is Twitter.
I don't mean to pontificate.
Like Twitter. I'm not going in like Twitter.
And I don't mean to pontificate, but I guess that's the way I sound.
Yeah.
But that's the way I feel.
And you're right. You make some valid points. But you ask me, who?
No doubt.
My name's Daryl. Your name is Matthew. I'm in the now. I'm in the meantime. And it's my fault because I know how great Jordan Poole is. And I hold him to a higher standard than you in regard to his age, the bumps and bruises. But this year has been about, at times, even after the punch, what's going on with Jordan Poole. So I know he's not a finished product. I know he's going through his basketball puberty. But sometimes, Steiny, I don't think it's far-fetched to think Jordan Poole can read the room to know, you know what? Maybe I am going too fast. Maybe that's why I'm creating some of these turnovers that almost cost us against Atlanta, that almost cost us against Portland. Maybe I'll look for my teammate. And I know, let me finish. I know Steph and Wiggins are not here, and I thought about it, and that's why when you said what you said a minute ago, I'm on your side of the street in this sense. Curry's there. He won't be put in that position, but this is bigger than the game almost being lost or the game that you won. Something's going on, and Fitz talks about it on the broadcast. He's just going too fast.
Okay,
every time I think it's not a big deal, it rears its head. Okay. And now it's rearing its head to where it can cost the team, and last night I believe it did.
Okay.
Get that ball to Clay. Get that ball to, I mean,
it's funny, and this is
you got to do it all by yourself.
Jordan Poole is no more careless with the ball at 23 than Steph Curry was with the basketball at 23. And it has and that reputation of Steph Curry being careless with the ball has lingered throughout his career. That's just the way it is. Early in Steph's career, Jordan Poole was no different than him. Now, Curry's turned into one of the greatest players of all time. Stop judging Jordan Poole like you against Steph Curry now. That ain't right. It's not right. He's not. Steph Curry back then was like the second best player on the team. And he should be. He was the 7th pick. Jordan Poole came late in the second round, burst onto the scene, became a 6th man, working his way up the totem pole, and we wouldn't worry that he's trying to do too much late in the game as a 23-year-old. Come on. But his team gave up 122 points to the Pistons. That's a problem. Huge problem. The other problem is Clay ain't back. He ain't back.
Right, but he's playing better.
He's playing
hit a shot
better.
To tie the game.
He's playing better,
went
and he's
overtime.
making shots, but he's 80% of what he was at championship level.
Okay.
80%. Now, listen, I love Klay Thompson.
Right.
I love the way he's played on this homestand. Yeah. But when you say Klay's back, let's make it clear. He's back to playing with the Golden State Warriors. He's not back to form of 3 years ago. And the question is, will he ever? Is he going to get better and get back toward that or not?
Okay. Now, see, that's where we differ. They already proved, he don't have to be 3 years ago, Clay, for them to win a chip. He started in January last year. They won the chip. He was serviceable. But the guy I'm watching, I think he's on the come up. My thing to you, Steiny, is you're right. You could go, I'm not saying, let's compare Steph when he was 20. Steph wasn't playing with the team that had championship aspirations or were defending champs.
I know it was less pressure.
No doubt.
Way less pressure.
But all I'm sitting back is, and I'm a Jordan Poole fan, I just can't ignore that there's an arena full of people watching you do your thing in crunch time, and when you feel like you get robbed because you're over-dribbling or the ball goes off your knee, I'm not going to just say that's nothing. And so you put yourself in that position when you say, I'm about to get this bucket. That's the nature of basketball and sports. You're taking on this. I'm going to ignore Clay. I'm going to ignore everybody. It's me. This is my moment. Blah, blah, blah. Fumble bumble. And it's not happening every time. And I'm a fan. I'm just like, damn, JP, you just got lucky the other night. And then here you go again.
Did you look at the play?
Let's work on
Did you look
that.
at the play-by-play from last night? Do you see the two big shots he makes that if he doesn't make them, they're not even in that position. So it's just like a team. It's just kind of like a team that they win a round. Then they win another round. Then they lose, and you penalize them for getting there. So it's like he keeps you in the game with a big shot. He hits another big shot to keep you in the game, and then he makes a mistake, and he turns it over with 6 seconds to go. Okay. And
JP, if he's listening, you got two fans here.
Please.
This is what I want to tell you. He's getting barbecue chicken on the other end.
So do you see? Okay, how's Clay's defense? I am so sick of this.
We'll get to that. But let's see. That's what all of it's relevant.
Why? But why?
When you turn it over continuously in crunch time.
Why on a night like last night do you single out Poole?
And I'm not doing that.
I don't understand that.
You asked me my takeaway.
Clay's defense was subpar last night.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
It just was.
I got you.
Okay, who else do we have on the floor? Draymond. Yeah. Okay, Draymond, I love you. And they were big. They Draymond,
yeah.
Like, we should be mad at Draymond. We should be more disappointed in Draymond for not even being a part of money time. Because, again, he took himself out of the game.
But he made a play on Bay where Play went up to score.
He wasn't in the game when the chips were down.
But that play on Bay where Bay went to the rack and Drew just put his body up with his two hands up and Bay just turned it over. I get you. He shouldn't have got ran, but he got the first take.
Right. So we're gonna criticize for the first hour of the show Jordan Poole for trying to do too much with 6 seconds left. But Draymond gets off the hook for getting thrown out in money time of a close game. It ain't right. Yeah. Right. That's what I mean.
There's a theme,
That's why Draymond Green's a higher priority to me.
There's a theme, and Green's been playing his ass off.
What's the theme? About
Jordan Poole in this role continuously is turning the ball over, self-inflicted. And I'm not blaming him for the game. I'm saying, JP, I think so much of you. What's going on? Because they're self-inflicted.
There's nothing going on.
Off the knee. Turn over. I got to watch it dribble because I can't touch it.
There's nothing going on.
And sometimes you can get the ball to somebody else, maybe Clay, after he hit that dagger to tie the, read the room a bit more. That's all. And then this the part you don't like, Sonny. And I ain't going to Twitter. He's shooting 30% from three?
Yeah, probably.
What? I'm asking you, are you going to, like the hall monitor, what pass are you going to write for that?
Who do you want to score? Who do you want to take the primary role of scorer on the Warriors right now?
It can be
Klay Thompson.
It can be a
and he is.
It could be a
no. It can't be.
Every game is different.
When Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins are out, they need Poole to try to get 25 to 30 points. He must. He must. I think. And so when he does that, when you're asking a guy who basically is your sixth man,
and I love him.
Well, then why don't you understand? You're putting him in a harder role. He's going to struggle more.
Because he's
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's upstairs. Steiny, I advocated for him. This is how great he was last year. I advocated for him to be a starter. And I looked you in the face and said he's a 2, a 1 on some of the teams, Jordan Poole. So I understand that he's young. My thing is,
you want too much too soon.
Steiny, he has the too soon. He has the game.
He's 23.
He's got it. Yeah. But what happens
23 years old, no 23-year-old
situations?
What 23-year-old is consistent? Steph Curry wasn't consistent at 23. Stop this nonsense, everybody. It's unbecoming. Austin in San Jose.
Talk to us.
What's
Happy
going
New
on,
Year,
Austin? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. Happy New Year. Listen, folks, I love the conversation. Poole was not the reason why we lost, but for his contract, Steiny, he's got to play better. He's got to be able to close. I mean, we're talking about.
Let me establish this.
We're not talking about just
Austin.
The ball, man.
That's a great
Let
point.
me establish this, and I'm doing it.
Okay.
Because this is my show.
This is our show.
He's making $3.9 million this year. I don't care what he's making next year. You want to use the contract against him? That's not right. This year, he's getting paid $3.9 million. You want to complain? You want to play like this next year? Then use the money argument. Not now. The contract has not kicked in, and you know what? I'm going to be a stickler for that right now.
But why are you ignoring what fans are watching?
I'm not ignoring that.
You're saying is,
no, I'm not ignoring
it's
it.
babble.
No,
the bottom
right.
line is my partner's giving a player a pass.
That's
Nobody
not a
cares
pass.
about the birth certificate.
Nah.
We're watching the dude that has made umpteen growth to get that contract that's going to kick in next year, and you want to sit up here and tell me what we watched is not fact.
Oh, no,
the kid is too good to be turning the ball over.
Let me be clear.
Like,
Let me
that's
be clear.
strange. Cameo.
Let me be clear.
It's strange.
Let me
and
be
I
clear.
don't like it.
I'm not. There's no facts I'm disagreeing with here. None. But your Poole's made mistakes late in games that have hurt the Warriors.
Go ahead.
There's nothing to see here. That's absolutely to be expected from a young 23-year-old who is still improving, is in a different role, and is being asked, hey, you know what? Instead of scoring 18 a game, Jordan, we need you to try to get 30. Don't, when you're asked to do more, you're going to make more mistakes. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm yes, he's turning it over. It's frustrating, but what? That's what you have to do to me, in my mind, to get better. You have to fail. I mean,
if you get but if you got the confidence of a cat burglar, Steiny, and you're saying this is my moment, watch out, clear out, I'm going to get this bucket, and ignore last night Clay wasn't hot. He hit the shot, but the game before, read the room. Sometimes give it to the dude that's hot. It ain't gotta be about you. But when you say, hey, look at me, I'm going to do this, and then leave us at the altar of not even getting a shot, I got a problem with that.
Oh, yeah, you know what? And let me tell you, Warrior fans, just real quick. I mean, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to get used to it.
Well,
you know
Curry's
why?
coming back.
Yeah, but you know what? Change doesn't happen overnight. It takes years. Steph Curry, early in his career, he turned the ball over at the top of the floor time and time and time again. And then he cut it down. And then he cut it down. And then he got the ball out of his hands quick. And then you know what? 5 years later, we're like, he doesn't do that anymore. You ain't going to have your answer by January 15th. You ain't going to have it by January 15th next year. I'm telling you right now,
he's going to young fella slow
going
down,
to struggle.
JP.
Yeah, guess what? Imagine Steph Curry next year totally declines. And now you need Poole to do this 60 games, 50 games. Guess what? He's going to fail more. He's going to fail more.
Fan. You know that. Yes.
Guys, jeez.
Man. You got to take that shot,
yeah, Jordan Poole.
Give us a shot, baby.
Can't be ha-ha, and then, when he turns it over, you can't have ha-ha and no turnovers. What's up, Matty in Oakland? Hey, buddy.
What do you say, fellas? Gosh, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, teams lose games, not people. I got at least 10 reasons why that happened. They're not excuses. They're missing 40 years of NBA experience, one of whom is one of the 5 best players of all time, another all-star. They play two-way players for almost the entire game. Draymond should not have been thrown out. I mean,
I agree.
I give him a hard time for the technicals. Neither technical he should have gotten. That was nonsense. It was a 5-second violation at the end of the game, and the ref should have called it. They didn't. Don't you remember that game where Clay walked out of the stadium with his uniform on? I mean, this is not on Poole. They were spent. That was Detroit's game. The miracle is that they came back. I turned it off for the first half because it was a terrible game. I don't know what else to say. It's not on Poole. The guy is a baby. He's 23 years old. He made a mistake. But that's not why they lost. There's a dozen reasons why they lost, and it is just not on Poole. And sometimes stuff happens.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even have been in it if Kerr hadn't called that amazing ATO play where they fling it across the court and flip it to Clay, and he makes it.
Yeah, I got a name for that play, by the way.
What? Give it to us.
No, it is the name. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. By the way, Matt, I'm with you. Sitting there talking about Poole. Jordan Poole.
You asked me my takeaway.
Exactly.
Don't make it Guru came in here and said Poole lost.
There's 12 other things more important than Jordan Poole.
He's a bad
Making me
dude.
talk about Jordan Poole.
The 30% from 3 bothers me. What's the name of the play?
Oh, that's a shame.
Watch yourself.
What are you
talking about?
What's the name of the play? ATA? That was a gorgeous play.
That play is called reverse hammer. Mm-hmm. That's all. That's all I know about it.
Oh, I thought it was ATA.
It's just called reverse hammer. The play.
Okay.
I don't know who basically Steve got it from and then where he got it from. But I just know
Clay
name of it was
and he
called,
wasn't having the best game. I'm like, that's that Chase Center magic. And then Bay's a bad dude. Remember I gave you my list of guys in the league that I like watching? Bay was on there. Remember Bay was on there. Yeah.
Is my guy Larry Krueger working anytime soon? I don't want to do this until he's in the room.
I already know where you're going. No, we love you, Larry. But you can say it. He's listening if he's listening.
I take Sadiq Bey, too. Anyway.
I saw that.
Anyway, my guy Krug said, boy, Sadiq Bey would be great in a Warrior uniform.
Boy.
Well,
who do you give up for us?
We'll offer Moody and JaMychal Green.
Oh, boy. It'll be hard getting through.
I said, if my assistant puts your call through, and this is what you offered me, Larry Krueger, for Sadiq Bey, I would tell my assistant that if she'll ever let you through again, she's fired.
Oh, man.
But for every day that I don't hear from you, I'll give her $1,000.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's a bad dude.
They wouldn't give up. I mean, Kuminga would need to be.
No doubt. And more than that, Bey's a baller.
They like Sadiq Bey.
How did he hit that one?
408, Steiny, nobody is blaming Poole. Only question is to be playing crunch time. Well, he's not going to be playing in crunch time unless he's needed in an ideal situation.
Yeah, and if they go small, he'll be out there. I expect him to be out there. In the final games, he'll probably be out there.
Leave Poole alone. Clock should be on Kerr, not Poole. Do you have the phone?
Yeah. No, well, I got
I don't want to
Chris A on YouTube. Steiny's been on fire in 2023.
He has to go through learning curve. Like a lot of these are Poole's doing just fine. Not Jordan Poole's fault. Like I don't want to take everybody who.
But don't misconstrue what I'm saying, because I know what you're doing, or you're smiling.
Well, no, but you know what it is, Goo? Honestly, it's. You come out of that game with Jordan Poole, and
but I came out of the last 3 games.
I know.
When they beat Portland, they shouldn't have beat Portland. They shouldn't have beat Atlanta.
This is where I need to be
but it's
better.
Happening, and I can't ignore it. That's all. He can fix it. But when you want to win an NBA game and say to hell with anybody else in a Warrior uniform, this is my shot. Curry ain't here. I want to see a shot, not a turnover. Not you going 100 miles an hour.
And let me be clear.
I'm
not saying you're wrong.
Right,
and I ain't saying that you don't have the right to think that is very important. I just disagree. He's not high on my priority list. He is on yours.
The 3-point percentage.
That's the way the world goes.
The 3-point
I don't think any less of you.
The 30% from deep. Like we're halfway through this. I expect that to be higher.
Right. And I didn't expect Steph Curry to have his lowest 3-point shooting mark of his career last year. Like, he's at 30%. Okay? Yeah, you're right. He's not making.
He's my guy.
He's not making enough shots.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he's trying to do too much, and the shots he's getting are a little less quality than the ones he gets when he's playing with the greatest player of all time. Now you want him to fill in the shoes of the greatest player of all time. You do your thing, Jordan Poole, baby. You do your thing. And by the way, Jordan, when people come down your road about your defense, you tell them what Steiny says. Clay's been just as bad on 95.7 The Game.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go.
Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
You know, what JK is showing is that, he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing.
Steve Kerr, today at 5 on 95.7 The Game.
Norman,
Before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come to Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location, valid 12/29 through 1/11.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Don't forget about the environment when making New Year's resolutions. This year, resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags. And get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jordan Poole is no more careless with the ball at 23 than Steph Curry was with the basketball at 23.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, my God.
He in the Bay, too.
Is that the way I sound on the radio? No wonder everybody can't stand me.
Now, you get some love today.
No. That's, oh, boy. I just have a natural ass tone, don't I? It's just the way it comes out. I get it. You know how, like, when you listen to yourself on a tape recorder, you're like, what is that? And you're like, that's you?
Yeah.
I talk a lot, but I don't hear myself often.
Yeah.
I got to redo my whole thing.
Well, you can't change who you are. It's
well,
too late
yeah,
now.
Yeah, you can sand.
You are who we are.
You can sand off the rough edges. Oh, man. This is okay. Well, listen, I want to start with something upbeat. I'm going to reset you know what? Maybe I'll reset every hour of the rest of the show. DeMar Hamlin.
Yep.
Significant improvement. Breathing. Aware. Significant improvement for DeMar Hamlin. So I'm going to take that and fill my soul with it, and hopefully the optimism oozes out.
No doubt.
It oozes out. So that's the most important thing today. Our guy, DeMar Hamlin, is getting better.
And did you hear Willard with Dibs? I guess he wrote on a notepad, his first question was, did we win?
I don't.
Now that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Look, kind of hit you in the muscle, you know?
So, yes, to DeMar Hamlin. What Gu and I are discussing is last night's Warriors game. Good game. They've had a great homestand.
Man.
They're 5-1, and I was saying this in the first hour. You can't ask for better games from the Golden State Warriors in terms of excitement at Chase Center in front of 18,000 without Steph Curry and Wiggins. Like, you couldn't have asked for any more than what you got. So there's another good thing, man. They're 5-1. All right, they lose last night on a late. Poole turns it over with 6. Bay hits a shot at the buzzer. Warriors lose. I just always write down my thoughts.
Yeah.
And Jordan Poole did not appear on my list of thoughts on the game last night. But it's clear that Jordan Poole is high atop many other people's worries and concerns or thoughts on the game, and that's what we're discussing. Now, Steve Kerr was asked after the game about Jordan Poole and what Guru sometimes refers to as lemon booty.
He's also hitting huge shots for us. He had 2 big jumpers down the stretch, and Jordan's made so many big plays for us and helped us win so many games. But what's great is that everything is a learning experience for him at this stage of his career, and he's getting a lot of late game experience. And he made the one mistake, but like I said, he made 2 big shots right before that. And I thought really played well and played hard all game. And I just told the guys how proud I am of them for holding down the fort these last couple of weeks. Tonight was tough, but given the state of our roster, for us to win 5 of these first 6 home games on this stretch and have all these guys fighting and scrapping and clawing night after night, it's been really impressive, and it's put us in a great position, going forward. And we've got reinforcements coming, so it was a tough loss. But like I said, more than anything, I'm just proud of the entire group.
Yeah.
And he should be.
Great coach. Great coach.
He should, man.
Reverse
he
hammer. That was the play where Klay Thompson scored on. Reverse hammer. I got to find out the origins. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just saying. And also, he talked about reinforcements. Did you hear Curry on the mic last night? It looks like he may be at that Alamo game in San Antonio. So I'm looking at this like everybody is just taking steps forward. And I just hate that Wiseman and Kuminga are not a part of it here recently. But I got to address something on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
All righty.
You being my partner.
Oh, yeah.
We are hard on Draymond Green, probably harder than anybody, okay? And he is playing his ass off, and what's bothering me, because I don't do this, is he may be on the outside looking in when it comes to All-Star game. And the reason being is, in totality, he's not bringing the offense. But what he's doing on the defensive end, while Wiggins and Curry are out, has impressed me so. He's a candidate for DPOY. And if you look at the scores nightly in the NBA, people, nobody's playing defense outside of Draymond Green.
Yeah.
With that said,
yes, sir.
I come down his road. You come down his road.
Yes, you're tough on him.
From the 510 Guru, I'd like your thoughts on Dre not wanting to smoke with one Isaiah Stewart. Stop it.
Oh, yeah, because he's a warrior here. He's tougher.
You know me. I don't wear Draymond underwear. He was thinking about the team and the stuff we criticize him for getting ran if he got in a tussle. But I'm not going to sit up here and let you get away with that. Is there anybody that watched that game, not even in Dub Nation, that thought Dre was running from the smoke from Isaiah Stewart?
God forbid.
Who did go baseline after they were starting for the ball with a great dunk.
Oh, my God. God forbid that Draymond Green looked at Isaiah Stewart and said, "You know what? I don't want this because I may get another technical."
There you go.
Which he ended up getting anyway.
What was up with
Here's
that?
the other thing.
Yeah, come on.
Did you just mention Draymond in the All-Star game?
I did.
Who cares? See, that's everything that's wrong. That defines every fiber of why you and I sometimes butt heads.
Larry Bird, 13-time All, like it matters.
See, I know it matters more to you than the Warriors. What's the Warriors' record?
20-19.
Because I told you before the show.
Please,
it's not the Warriors. Let's put the emphasis on the Warriors first. How'd they do? They're
but it's about prestige. I want Dre getting what he's deserved, and he's playing his ass off without his two guys. Oh, what about that narrative? Dre doesn't play when Steph's not there. Yeah. That's over. Well, you said it's a contract here. People do, but he's playing his ass off, man.
And see, and that's where I'll pick it up.
Sadiq Bey went in and he put his hands up. He didn't, because he ain't the biggest dude, but he's strong. And he just put his hands up.
Is this the one where he got dunked on?
No.
Which is the play where the guy went by him and lifted up his leg.
That was Stewart.
Oh,
Stewart
you don't like
took it from him in the corner.
So
then
Stewart,
baseline.
Draymond gambled foolishly, even though he's a smart player.
You can tell he wanted it too.
Isaiah
grabbed it.
I'm going to do this for Evan. Isaiah Stewart lifted up his leg and urinated on him on the baseline and then went up and dunked on him.
It was a beautiful dunk. But that's not the one. Dre was trying to get the ball.
No, and that's to me a worthy discussion. How Draymond and Klay have led this homestand. Right. You're right. Dre is balling. Dre is playing hard. Aren't you worried? Can he keep this up all year? Like, think about how hard those guys are playing in January. They don't, you know what I mean? It's like that to me is a bigger concern than Jordan Poole's turnovers.
But before you get to the next call, what if Dre had to? I'm not saying they would tank injury, but this team's already shown you they can withstand anybody being out. How about that?
Yeah,
so if Dre were to need some time, here comes Kuminga, and Anthony Lamb. I don't know what to say.
I think you got to sign him to a 4-year, I don't know what, $75 million, Goo? What do you think?
Steiny at the Improv. No, the dude just, I mean, you talk about the definition of taking advantage of an opportunity.
Yeah.
He has to.
You know what? I'm going to start calling. How about this, Bay Area?
Kruger
I'm
going
to start calling Lamb Lucky Break. Because he's like my man Guru. He's taking advantage of an opportunity.
He went to college.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get you one.
Don't get Lamb into a contest for who's getting into the NBA.
He's just smart.
Yeah, let's go to Scotty. Scotty's in Oakland. Scotty.
Yeah, hey. Hey there. I wanted to just comment on this Jordan Poole thing.
Sure.
I think the question of did he lose the game is a little flat. I think because he didn't. He did and he didn't. But what I think you can use that is to look at some of the issues that they're working through right now. One is Jordan Poole has always wanted the ball in his hands when the clock is running down.
Yeah.
In the quarters and the halves and the game. And frankly, he stinks at it. He's terrible at it. Okay? That's one truth. The second truth is the coaches are obviously giving him the opportunity to do that. So I don't blame Jordan Poole for doing what he wants to because the coaches are allowing him to do it. Now, the part of that I'm wondering about is if every win is so important, like you say,
right,
then you have to look at this from a more critical standpoint.
Well said. You're well said. And that's really at the heart of the argument, Scott, is Guru's being more critical of Jordan Poole than I am. And you know what? You know how often I dumb it down? Let's pay homage to how smart our listeners are and Warrior fans are. Let's all acknowledge nobody's blaming Jordan Poole.
I appreciate that.
Nobody's blaming Jordan Poole. So I'll phrase it this way. When you came out of last night's game and you thought about issues for the Warriors, stuff, what happened? When I make my list, Jordan Poole's not on it for the most part. I have three, let's just say my top three concerns, my top three that I took away from last night is how much energy the veterans are using in mid-January. Why have we lost to Detroit twice? Athleticism. And then the third thing is, man, we need Wiggins because right now on the roster, we have nobody to guard a guy like Bogdanović.
Okay.
All right. And what's your list?
It was Jordan Poole, the Andrew Wiggins and Curry, but the third, another close game at home that could have went the other way, that the Warriors are going to be greater later, and Ty Jerome, and I can't forget Lamb, have just shocked me to the point to where now it is back to strength in numbers, and there's going to be an odd man out. Now, that odd man out, some could say, hey, Goo, he's not that important, but I'm looking at this team like Steiny. I tweeted it. They are staring back-to-back in the face, and that was the case opening night before they got their rings against the Lakers because they're champs, but my thing is, what if Clay goes down?
Well,
and they're in the finals, and it's Jordan Poole. Let me get this out.
Go ahead.
I put him on this pedestal of being Fred Astaire with The Rock. That now, and I'm not saying he doesn't correct it, but now there's two facets to Jordan Poole ISO. Is he his own worst enemy? And that's what has been on display for me. It's not about great defense. It might be, too, what's going on upstairs. Yeah. Are you putting it in second?
What's going on upstairs?
Or mentally? Are you going too fast?
What are you worried about? What are you worried about with Jordan Poole's mindset?
No, it's my step.
You said upstairs, like
when you're putting those high leverage situations,
right.
you're trying to go from first to fifth gear, and you got to put the foot, you got to put the clutch in to do that. But now I'm like, it ain't about a defender with him. I'm worried about
Why would
two
you say
things
that? Of course,
now.
it's about a defender.
No, it can be about he knows it's high lemon booty time, and for whatever's happening,
and I guess
if he doesn't fix it. Then he could slip and fall because sometimes he looked like he was in dress shoes last night, just falling down.
This is where, and we joke about it, but lemon booty. I mean, this guy might have made more. Right? Oh,
I'm holding him to that standard.
He's not going to make every clutch shot.
I got you.
You know what? Steph Curry.
But give me a shot.
You know how many game winners? You know how many game winners Steph's had?
I hate this stat.
Same amount as Looney.
This is
in his career.
That's fraudulent.
How is it fraudulent?
Because if you set it up that way, I feel like you're cooking the books. So Curry's never hit a shot, and then the buzzer goes,
and I feel like people are cooking the books as it relates to the importance of the Jordan Poole turnover in relation to what they really had as issues last night. Like, not one time have we said they gave up 122 points to the Pistons. Pop the clutch is what you were thinking. Thank you, 408. I think you were looking for the word pop, but yeah. But no, it worked. It worked. Ray in San Ramon. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how are you? Thanks for taking the call. So you guys are making great points. Like physicality and, the Detroit Pistons, that athleticism, physicality, I totally agree. I think we need someone else to anchor and help out Looney and Draymond, another legit big that's reliable. That's number one. I wanted to also mention the Ty Jerome love saga you guys are talking about with Steve Kerr. This Ty Jerome situation is going to elevate Moody's game, and I'm very excited to see that. I love to see how Coach Kerr right now is doing probably one of the best coaching jobs. Like, I'm so impressed with Coach Kerr right now. Third point I wanted to hit on was Jordan Poole. Coach Kerr had talked about in the press conference that when Jordan Poole gets to that next level, it's going to be, the game's going to slow down for him and he won't get so frazzled. Yep. I noticed that in game time situations, he could make mistakes here and there because he's not at that superstar level yet or whatnot. Yep. But I think once he gets that ball handle, gets a few more, the ball handling skills, once they go to the next level.
Great point. Great point, Ray. And, let me elaborate on your point because it was so good about handles. Man, think about Steph Curry's ball handling over the course of his 13, 14-year career. Think about all the games and all the practices where he came out for 20 minutes and he did his thing. And fans came early. And he did it day after day after day. He was about 23, 24. Had some same problems as Jordan Poole. But you know what? If you work at it day after day, I'll bet you he'll get better. Get better.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
And his handles are...
You keep growing, Jordan Poole. Know that you're going to keep growing, and you're going to have bumps in the road, and I just love the way you're handling them. Jordan, you want to be my new favorite player? Mm-hmm. Ryan's in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Ryan? How you doing? 27th pick.
Good.
Integral part of a championship team. Great start to his career. What's up, Ryan?
Jordan Poole's back. It's like,
yes, sir.
The guy is learning, and he's got so much potential. You can see it every time he starts and every time he comes off the bench. He's figuring out he'll smooth out the rough edges, no problem. I'm more worried about the fact that, like you said, we're playing a lot of minutes on these starters, and it's not even all-star break yet. But
right.
Unfortunately, that's what we got.
Yeah,
I am a little upset that Draymond got thrown out last night. That was so unnecessary.
I agree.
Could have been avoided. But I think it's really great, too, that we get to witness every night Jordan Poole.
Yeah, that's a great way. Take us out.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. You know what? As it relates to Draymond Green, let me just ask you this. So, Draymond Green, we've now watched him for 12 years.
Day. Look at you.
Here's the way I look at Draymond in a way. There's really nothing to talk about. I swear to God, we'll never move this forward. Throughout Draymond's career, we've seen this a million times. Did he deserve to get the refs? Did he deserve to get thrown out? Yes, he did. Did he deserve to get thrown out? No chance. No. Yes, no. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he does. He puts himself in the position. Yeah. Well, guess what? He got thrown out last night. That's the way that one went. There's been 60 other games this year. Not this year, but there's been 45 to 50 games like that in his career. So I think that the second technical will be rescinded, I believe.
Because that's what hurts, though.
Too bad.
Yeah.
You should have had one. You know what I mean? It's that's the way that one went. It's that's almost insignificant, except if you want to, it's insignificant until, to me, you want to talk about Jordan Poole. Then I got to say, what about the guy who didn't even make himself available? See, that's all.
He didn't make a decision to not be available on purpose. In Indiana when Steph got hurt.
As opposed to Poole, who drove down the lane and said, let me throw this off my kneecap.
No, I cited that because somebody had mentioned this on the Xfinity mobile text line again. And this is who I am. I'd take that player that wants that shot in that moment 100 times over the guy that's too scared of the moment, me in high school. But with that said, Steiny, I fell in love with this Fred Astaire, Jordan Poole, and his offensive repertoire.
Well, then don't
So that's why when it's time to do it, hey, I'm not getting mad that you missed it, but give me a shot, young fella. And a couple games on this out there, just like, whoa, you know what? Fumble, dumble, bumble. Like, come on.
Do you know that Clay passed it to Poole?
No, I'm talking about the other night when he could have gave it to Clay, and the whole arena wanted Clay to shoot it.
Brian in San Francisco. What's up, Brian?
What's up, Steiny and Gru? Hey, man, I always love the show. You guys are my favorite.
Thank you.
Quick note. You got to take a look and really step back and I'm going to take Steiny's approach here, glass half full.
So smart.
Because you got to look at this. Jordan Poole has played without Clay for an extended period of time. And now he's playing without Curry for an extended period of time. So it's going to take time for him to really ascend, in which I believe he will be a top 20 player in the league at some point in his career, maybe two years down the line. But we got to give him time to grow.
Exactly.
We always want to. Why do we got to put him in a microscope?
Exactly.
I don't get it. I don't
either. Okay, here it is. 415. Yeah, you always have one. 415. It's not the turnover from last night alone, Steiny. It's that he's not learning from the previous clutch time turnovers that almost cost them previously. You probably are like, amen, right? Guess what? You don't get better at that in 35 games.
And what I'm astonished by is Steiny, he's falling down doing his whole routine.
Because they're asking him.
A player of his ilk should not be. Why are you falling down?
Well, he's got to get
when
stronger.
You're doing
Steph Curry fell down way more.
Now, I fall down when I ball. That's age. That's attrition. But not with the new shoe.
Like, again, what are you doing, Goo? He's got to get stronger.
Hey,
Curry came in as scrawny as Jordan Poole. Does he have to get stronger? Yeah. I mean,
I like that.
So everything. I hate when you say this, but I'm going to do it.
Right.
Whoosah.
Yeah, whoosah.
Or whatever that thing is.
But
I'm not giving you anything
what
today.
we do is theater of the mind.
I'm not meeting you 1 inch down the avenue.
The last 4 games, I can count on my finger 3 times. Jordan Poole's made a turnover, and the camera's panned to Steph Curry, and he punches the seat like, I'm mad at you, but damn, young fella.
I can see how it's exasperating.
So you know what I mean?
Oh,
it ain't just me, Steiny.
Yeah, no, it's exasperating. And it's what you expect out of a young player like Jordan Poole.
One of my favorites.
I
told you that.
So he's really, really been struggling, Jordan Poole, huh? What's the record in the last 4 games?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What was the record on the road trip if you want to go there? See, it's all.
But he hasn't been playing like this all year.
Well,
This is mostly come in. It's mostly come in
30% from 3, and the corner is not where you want him shooting his 3. Huh? I just want. Hey, Jordan knows I'm his.
No, you know what?
I'm his guy.
You can't do that. Seriously, you can't.
I'm as real as
You've got to understand where he is in the course of his career. Right. He's perfect. He's perfect.
Oh my God!
You want to elaborate on perfect?
There's nothing. He's been a great pick. He was a late pick. He's improved from day one. He's done everything you've asked. He became in his 3rd year, I think, right? 3rd year is his 4th year. A championship component.
I almost called it a phenom.
You guys.
I call him a phenom.
But it's not easy for a 3rd year player, and you can say he's some kind of component on a championship team. He's a 6th man at least.
Yeah, no doubt.
At 23? Okay, so he's a 6th man. So now what? Well, how good can he be? Let's see how he is at the point. Let's see how he is when Curry's not here. Guess what? He's not Steph Curry. He's turning the ball over a lot.
Right. In crunch time. You asked me what I thought. I just shared it.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what? And I'm telling you, I'm going to have to lower the stress level for Matt Steinmetz and simply say, oh, yeah, you're going to be having this conversation 2, 3, 4 more years. Because thinking a young player is going to have their game all buttoned up, as John Dickinson said, that's a folly on 95.7 The Game.
The man opposing offenses have nightmares about. Nick Bosa joined Damon and Ratto.
Do you speak with your brother about other O-lines? Do you share tips with each other?
You know, tips are only going to get you so far in this league. You got to go out and do it. Playing the edge position is there's a lot of nuance to it, but when it comes down to it, you just got to go dominate somebody, and that's the main focus I try to get my mind on.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
From the beginning, AmeriWest Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
AmeriWest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, AmeriWest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Up and no good. Thompson the rebound. 23 seconds to go. Warriors down 1 and chance to win the game. Poole, far side. Shot clock at 15 to Thompson. Shows the ball to Burks. Back to Poole. Clay will screen. Now gets Stewart as his defender. Poole's going to go. He falls down. Lost the ball. Turnover. Hayes fouled by Looney. That was the foul to give with 6.2 to go in the game.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon. What are you laughing at?
No, just Tim Roy.
What about him?
He got robbed of calling. Oh, he made it or he missed it. He fell down. That's me. I'm wearing LeBron Soldiers too. So people ask what I'm wearing at 23. But he fell down.
Tim's had his share of calls.
Right. Look, we love you, Tim.
So should I start setting this up, Evan? All right. So we've been talking about the Warriors last night. Jordan Poole. The conversation's now going to switch. The conversation has to switch right now.
Man.
And it's because of a podcast that Joe Lacob did with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. Very recently.
Yeah.
And
2 heavyweights.
We've known this is going on, but we don't know any details about Bob Myers. We just know he's in the last year of his deal, which is unusual for a GM at this point.
Of his caliber.
So apparently, well, not apparently, Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, important to give credit where it's due, asked Joe Lacob about Bob Myers' contract situation and that he doesn't have a contract for next year.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry, I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any negotiation. I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent. But I just want to clarify that. It's not fair to put me and us in a situation by someone who put something out there that, and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
go. What do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
You know what? I'm going to give you a wow. I'm going to give you a wow.
Can I give a wow? A double wow.
I'll tell you why. Is the Woj report, I'm not sure. I don't think specified that Myers turned down an offer.
It did not.
I think it just highlighted Bob Myers is working without a contract.
No doubt.
For next year.
Yep.
Joe Lacob has just offered that Bob Myers has turned down 2 deals, 2 contracts.
Wow.
Already.
Yeah. So, go ahead. What did you say yesterday? I learned a new word, naivete.
You know what's funny? And here's where you're talking about negotiations. Yeah. It's a negotiation.
Money.
It's a negotiation. If I'm Bob Myers, there actually isn't a negotiation. It's simple. You make me the highest paid general manager and president of basketball operations in the league. That's the bottom line. If you're not, and I'm willing to look at Pat Riley and all those guys. They have the salary structure, but I need to make more than Daryl Morey.
Okay, and you
I need to make
to.
more than Rob Pelinka.
Keep going.
I need to make as much or more than Masai Ujiri.
Keep going.
So, what it tells me, and maybe I'm extrapolating.
Okay,
they're not offering Bob a contract that makes him the highest paid GM in the league. Guess what? I'm not signing it either. Bob Myers is don't mistake kindness for weakness.
No doubt. And I'm going to tell you this. Going back to when this report by Woj came out, I was in naive land thinking this was hopefully Steiny and Dub Nation, back me up. This was about Bob. Do I still want to do it? Do I want to spend more time with the fam? Things of that nature. But Joe has just let us know, Steiny, and this is why I'm feeling naivete. It's about the money. And the fact that he said a couple contracts and you ain't got it right, I don't think this helps anything, and I hope I'm wrong, but man, the cat's out the bag, Stoddy. The rat's on the table. This is about Money. And if I'm Joe Lacob, if I'm going to pay and my general manager is going to be the top paid, he has the resume for that to be nothing. Okay, here's a blank. What's this, a blank check? What do you fill it in? Okay, let's keep moving. This is family.
The highest paid GM in the league is he's Bill Smith. He makes $11 million a year. Okay, give me 12 and I'll stay. Well, I'm not giving you 12. Why not? Well, you can figure out.
Well, that's the whale part.
There are arguments to be made why Bob Myers, I guess, shouldn't be the highest paid GM or president. That title in the league, I guess. Maybe one of them is. Maybe one of them is. You know what? It's just a natural transition point. The dynasty's coming to an end, and I have Kirk ready to take over.
Well,
you know what? We love you. I'm just not going to make you the highest paid GM right now. It's just a natural time for Kirk to take over. Bob says, you know what? It's been a great run, 10 years. I'll take a year or two off and maybe get back in the game again.
Okay.
I think that's what we're looking at, right?
I got a question. Well, hey, I don't know if you're right. I got a question for you because you know both men. If you're Bob Myers and you're driving around, they got to think he drives a Mercedes, whatever he's driving, and you hear this sound bite.
Right.
Are you irritated that your boss went public with this that you got offered to?
That's a good specific. Maybe.
Because I think I would, Steiny.
Maybe.
I think I would that you put that out there.
Well, if you want to get into the weeds, we can do that. Joe Lacob wanted to clarify that
they look cheap.
That he had, to my understanding, unless I missed the report, I never saw a report that said Myers has been offered 2 contracts and he hasn't signed one yet.
Totally with you.
So to me, Joe Lacob offered, and Joe talks. He offered the information was just to make it clear, I have offered Bob some contracts. He's turned them down. Well, that's a whole different thing and a whole lot more information than Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year.
Oh, man.
Okay, so Bob, somebody put 2 contracts in front of Bob Myers, and he hasn't signed either yet. Okay.
Oh, man.
And here's where the other thing that comes in, and you and I, we go back and forth, loyalty, and Joe Lacob, and he's the other thing, and I always say, dude, Joe Lacob's a killer, man. That's how he got to be Joe Lacob. You do realize that he's a businessman.
I understand.
And sometimes you like Jerry West, everybody, the logo. He left here, and there was some acrimony.
Oh, man.
Didn't matter. Warriors are in the middle of a dynasty. Jerry West growing older. But Jerry West thing ended a little bit not cool or whatever. Okay? So, we know Joe, and maybe Jerry, we know Joe Lacob has it in him to hold the line. Hold the line, no matter who you are. So, 925, and I get it. You're a fan. You're a fan.
Terrible.
Steiny trying to stir the pot.
No,
I get
pot's stirred.
I get it. Joe Lacob has just said that Bob Myers essentially was offered 2 contracts. He hasn't signed one yet. That's all.
But my question again to you is, if from a Joe Lacob perspective, was it worth pissing Myers off by going public with that to make sure the people that don't matter know he had been offered 2 deals? See, that I would have been like, it's not worth it to go clear up something that it's pretty much none of anybody's business, but to put that on wax, and now Bob is like, I'm trying to get that dollar, Then, hey, you've earned it, but I love Joey Lightyear, Steiny. I just feel like, did you have to clarify it to that degree?
I'm kind of with you. I don't know if he made a mistake or not that big a deal.
He said he hoped Bob didn't get mad with it, but I think you answered your own question. I would, yeah.
Man. Yeah, 415, this is exactly right. Lacob's first offer to Steph Curry was not the max. And I'm pretty sure he never did give in to Curry's no-trade demand. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. So, all I'm trying to say is Joe Lacob, baby.
But he did say in the end,
he knows how to play the game.
Yeah,
he says he expects Bob
him back.
Well, he could be wrong.
Well, I mean, he could be right, too.
Sure.
Dub Nation wants him to be right.
Okay. Man, let's go to that guy. That guy's in the city. What's going on, that guy? How you doing, buddy? You survived the rain?
Hey, great show. Yeah, great show, fellas. I'm in the rain right now. You guys stay safe out there. It's crazy.
Be careful.
Hey, couple of points on this. I'm thinking it's about the dough, for one, and two, even if they want to make him the highest paid guy in the league, he wants to know the commitment from the owner, from Joe, because he doesn't want to be the GM of the Charlotte Hornets, So
he'll never be that.
How he's going to commit to these players and what his plan is with Kuminga and these guys moving forward, because he wants talent to be the GM. And also, I got a question for you guys. Now, I've been listening to you guys a lot of years, and R.I.P. to the great Barbara Walters. Sometimes you have to get with the tough questions. You guys have him on the executive show just yesterday.
That's right.
Why don't you throw that and say, hey, Bob, why don't you sit down and sign that contract? Let's talk about it.
Tell him, Stoney.
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely,
it just came out today,
and I will.
Yeah, it just came out today.
No, when the initial Woj report came out, that Bob didn't have a contract for next year, we asked Bob about it.
I asked him. Yeah.
Specifically, Guru was the Barbara Walters that day.
D-Walt.
And the bottom line is he was on yesterday, but we didn't ask him because the report just came out today.
Right.
Because, I'm sorry, Tim Kawakami's athletic podcast.
And his answer originally was suffice to where you didn't have to double up. Because, Steiny,
here we go. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Evan, play this again. This is Joe Lacob from very recently, I would say the last day or two. He was on the Tim Kawakami podcast, and Tim Kawakami asked him about Bob Myers' contract situation, which is Myers does not have a contract for next year. Here's Joe Lacob.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent, but I just want to clarify that. It's not fair to put me and us in a situation by someone put something out there that, and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
what
go.
do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
Okay. Here's what I want to get straight. It sounded like Joe Lacob wanted to clarify that Myers has been offered 2 contracts. I'm going back to now Adrian Wojnarowski's original tweet, and it says, Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN revealed that Bob Myers is in, quote, the final months of his contract and is currently, quote, without a new deal. That's all Woj reported. As far as I know,
Stoney, that was it.
It was never out there that the Warriors had not, there was never, unless I'm wrong, and I could be, I don't know that there's a report out there that said the Warriors have not offered Bob Myers a contract. I don't know that that's out there.
Exactly.
I think so.
And we would have brought it up and talked about it.
So now we're talking about a guy who's been offered 2 contracts and said no to both. All right.
Yeah. And what did Joe say real quick, Stoney? It being fair that they can come up to a fair number, but it's like he deserves to be the highest paid.
Of course.
That's
not close. Yeah. In fairness to Joe Lacob, there was more about Bob Myers. We got to listen to it all.
He's done a phenomenal job. He's been executive of the year, and deservedly so. If you look back at over his 10-year career, we don't tend not to talk about Bob, but Bob's done an incredible job. Bob, the Andre Iguodala signing, I look back and say that was actually, you guys will never understand how difficult that was. he had to clear a lot of space to do that. He did a phenomenal job. Kevin Durant was really his idea and execution, and that brought us 2 championships. So look, Bob's great. Bob's done a great job, but we also do have a tremendous organization beneath him, great depth. I'd like to think more depth than almost any organization, with really good people, and he's supported very well. And so, look, I don't want him to go. I don't think he'll go anywhere. I expect him to be here, and it would hurt to lose him, certainly. But like you said, I mean, we have to just go forward. So there are circumstances that do evolve sometimes, and I guess it's conceivable. There's some chance that for some reason he or Steve wouldn't be here. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible. And so, we'd have to figure out a way to go forward.
Jesus.
Tell you what,
I
that
need
is?
A drink.
You know what that is?
I don't know. Steve in there.
I don't know what you heard, but you know what? You know what that is over there, Goo?
What is it?
It's a skid, and it's about getting greased.
Man.
He's greasing the skids.
So there's a bullpen and a plan B and guys that can pick up. Oh, man. And then he threw Steve in there, Steiny.
I know. Yeah, for clarification, Steve Kerr still with 1 more year in his left of his deal. All right, let's 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Steve. Steve's in the city. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? My bad, Steve. My bad. Let's go to Marco. Marco in Petaluma. What's up, Marco? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Hey, look, I really hope Joe's been great, but I hope he doesn't kind of screw this with Myers, because Myers been the tactician, and here's the problem. With everything that's going down in L.A., and, Draymond's contract coming up and his affinity with LeBron, and now, there's whisperings about Klay Thompson if they don't sign him. If he's not careful, Myers goes down to L.A. They fire whatever his name is down in L.A.
Pelinka.
Pelinka. Fire him, bring Myers, you get Draymond, maybe you get Klay, and then you start to see this shift down to L.A. That would not be good, because if there's one thing this team likes, and you've seen it with the superstars and everything, they like continuity and they like loyalty, right? And this guy has come through the promised land a number of different times, and Lacob's been an amazing owner. I'm not saying nothing against that, but sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and pay the guys that have got you there. And he's continuing, to be a great GM. So that's my worry, is that he just pulls up ship and, takes a bunch of people with him.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Steve. Appreciate it. 888-957-9. I'm sorry, Marco. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Bob Myers, who's operating without a contract for next year. Joe Lacob divulging to The Athletic and Tim Kawakami that they've offered Bob Myers 2 contracts.
Can I be honest with you and the listeners?
Sure.
I feel less confident now after hearing that there could be a scenario, and now we know what it would be.
Well,
Bob is the man.
Let's.
I just hope that. But Steiny, hearing that is chilling.
You want to dig a little bit here?
Yeah.
Let's dig just an inch deeper.
Right.
All right. Earlier, a guy called and said, "Hey, he'll find GM of the Charlotte Hornets." All right, Bob Myers never going to be the GM.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. This is how it works. Think about it right now. You wait a year or so. Bob Myers can pick wherever he wants.
He would be LeBron.
And you know what the 2 big markets are right now?
L.A.
And there's 4 teams. 4. Pelinka could easily lose it in L.A.
Rob Lowe.
Steve Ballmer is the richest owner. He could hire Bob Myers in a minute.
Goodness.
Brooklyn would hire Bob Myers in a minute. And you know what? The Knicks might too.
Yep.
Bob Myers, after a year or 2, might have his pick between, or I should say, among 4 teams, 2 of whom are in New York and LA each.
But I don't think that's what he wants.
How do you know?
I think he wants to stay here. And the 2 offers
that's just
may not have been substantial enough for him to be like, let's do it.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
I wouldn't. I would not make a jump that that he's just not going to do it.
No, that it needs to be done to secure Bob. Like, it's about the chicken to me.
Oh,
it's not about that. Bob is worried, like, as illustrious as those locales are, he wants to stay here.
Why? Why?
Because he built this.
Okay, but what if?
And he wants to ride out when.
Well, okay, but let's just. Maybe money's a part of it.
Okay.
Maybe another part of it is there's just a little difference of opinion with the direction of the franchise.
That could very well
maybe that's something to do with Bob wants to stay loyal. I don't even know. But somebody wants to stay loyal to guys a little longer. Somebody wants to boost the young guys a little more. It's like that could be it. The direction of the team.
Totally.
That's just a fundamental thing, but perfect point to branch off. Yeah. 3, there is the idea of Kirk Lacob, his son. But very early in Joe Lacob's tenure, he made it clear he's going to own the Warriors for a long, long time because his son's getting it after him.
Right.
So Kirk is there, and now he's been there for 10-plus years, and he's in his, I think, mid-30s.
Yeah.
And now he might be ready. Maybe Bob is doesn't have as much power as he once did. It could be a million different things. About it.
But, hey, I'm totally with you, but when you hear the owner say 2 times,
we're deep.
We came back.
We're deep.
2 times we threw some chicken at him, and now he's talking about fair. Joe saying a fair number for both sides. That to me is like the Giants with Judge. You didn't come with the 400. You know what I mean? Man.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in San Francisco. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thank you guys for taking my call. I just wanted to say that I was thinking that, maybe he might not be here after next year because GMs usually, maybe he has nothing here left to motivate him. And putting that out is letting the other teams, like you mentioned, the teams in New York and the teams in L.A., now they're in the market, and if they want a GM that thinks like him, that is willing to say, or teams that are willing to mortgage off, this piece and that piece to get a core of essential players that can take you into a dynasty, that may be the next thing that he's looking for, rather than staying here with the Warriors, because he has built something great. But just like any player is competitive and wants a new challenge, I think that a GM might as well. And like you were saying, why did he put that out? That's letting the other 31 teams know, hey, he's available. Hey, he's going to be available. So if we move some pieces around and we want a forward-thinking GM like that to take our team to the next level, because he's got a proven track record. Look what he's done. So if you want to bring somebody in like that, that's already done it, and you're willing to do it and say, you know what, I'll go into the luxury tax with you if that means that we'll keep X, Y, and Z. Or if that means that we'll go deeper into the playoffs so we can make it to the finals next year. And if that means that we're $210 into the luxury tax where we weren't anything but maybe $4 or $5 million the year before, that's fine, because we're coming back next year, all guns blazing.
Very possible, Steve. It's a good way to describe maybe what the difference is. In fairness to everybody, I mean, maybe Bob Myers has a contract in front of him. It's the second one he's seen.
Right.
It's okay. And he's just thinking, you know what? Joe, you mind if I sit on this for a while? Do I have to, I got a lot of stuff going on. Whatever's going on in Bob's life. Whatever. Maybe he's been here 10, 12 years. Maybe it just needs to change. And he says, you know what, Bob? And it's not a bad offer. We're not that far apart. Can you just sit on it? Can we sit on it for a minute? And Joe's like, yeah, we can sit on it for a minute. Maybe that's all that's going on.
Or, to me, where I come from, Disneyland, Johnny. There are 2 peas in a pod. This should be so easy. You want to remain here? I want you here. And I'm not going to be insecure, but I'm going to tell you this. The Joneses, with Jerry and Steven, the Steinbrenners, New York, that legacy, I would not want to be, and I know Bob and Joe are tight, Steiny, but when you got the shadow of a son or your kid that can run it with you, nothing's greater than that. And if I'm Bob or I'm the person in Bob's situation, I think that would, when I'm driving home or driving to the facility, I'm in the way of that. But that's something that's so deep and heavy that Joe to Kirk, if Kirk's a part of this, nothing could get in. That's beautiful, man.
See, that's where I think
sometimes you might just, if I'm Bob, you know.
See, I think this is where you have insight that I just do not have, and it's that office corporate structure politics that go on,
and
because
it's natural. It's just a natural.
Right, like the idea of a boss's son being in an organization. I can't even. But kind of exactly what it means,
man.
Yeah, I mean,
and there's no villain in this.
Right.
It's just. And if I'm Bob, I'm feeling like maybe I want to.
Yeah, that's good. I don't.
It's just the nature of the natural of.
That's just something in the equation that I'm not good at putting it together. And you lived that for decades. All right. 888-957-9570. That's the number. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about Joe Lacob has just let out that, Bob Myers does have a couple contract offers, or he has been offered a couple contracts. And he just wanted to clarify that it's not like the Warriors haven't offered Bob Myers a contract extension. He is not under contract for next year. Here's what we got. We've got a Twitter poll on 95.7 The Game. Very simple. Should the Warriors get a deal done with Bob Myers right now? Or, you know what? Can they wait? That's at 95.7 The Game on Twitter. Jump into the poll. And you're Warrior fan. Your Warrior fans out there. Big deal? Not big deal? Bob Myers, is his tenure coming to an end? On 95.7 The Game.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go.
Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
What JK is showing is that, he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing.
Steve Kerr, today at 5 on 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these two tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions. Or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way, and also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. MOSKOWITZLLP.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I don't see it, Bob.
I said what I said.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
That puts me in a good mood. Right. This music right here.
Oh, this is Freddie Mercury and David Bowie.
Seriously?
Under pressure.
I'm going to play this under pressure.
For sure. And you know what? As long as you're in a good mood, let's pick you up further. Ready?
Yeah.
The big news of the day, the most important news of the day involves DeMar Hamlin. Yeah. All right? DeMar Hamlin, who suffered a cardiac arrest during an NFL game with the Bills. He's made significant progress.
Wow.
All right, we can let it there. We don't have to get into a lot of detail, but if we start with that as our base,
we're going
to have a great last hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to start talking sports, which is less important than what happened to Mr. Hamlin, and we're just happy that he is showing improvement. Dynamite. Okay, Joe Lacob did a podcast. He's the owner of the Golden State Warriors. We all know that. Joe Lacob did a podcast with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. As you may or may not know, it was reported that Bob Myers did not have a contract for next year. And that is apparently true. It is true.
Right.
Joe Lacob was asked about Bob Myers' contract situation and the fact that he doesn't have one next year. Here's what Joe Lacob said.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent. But I just want to clarify that it's not fair to put me and us in a situation because someone put something out there and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
what
go.
do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
All right, so that was Joe Lacob. Interesting.
I like that part.
Here's what came to mind. He said he needed to clarify that they have offered him 2 contracts. He said, I don't know who said it, but it's not true that we haven't offered Bob a contract. As far as we can tell, every report we've read, there's not, he said, I don't know who said it, but I want to clarify. Well, I have never heard before in any report that Bob had turned down 2 offers.
It's not out there.
What Adrian Wojnarowski reported was he doesn't have a contract next year, so he might be coming to the end of his tenure. Joe Lacob has just said, well, I've offered him 2 contracts, so I don't want, he said it's not fair. He almost said, he did say, it's not fair to us for people to think we haven't offered him a contract.
And I think he said that because what you talk about, Steiny, is not out there. It hadn't been reported. Right. It was. So, when you're just sitting there dangling.
Limbo.
Yeah, limbo. That's kind of not the word, but yeah, that'll work. A lame duck.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, wow. So Joe Lacob absolutely positively took this story one big giant step forward.
Yeah.
Because now we know that Myers has been offered a contract and
a couple.
Yeah, a couple. I don't know how I'd feel if I were Bob Myers. I don't know if Joe Lacob, I don't know if there's actually something out there that there's a report that Joe saw that he can specify, or maybe he just made a mistake and that the report he thought he heard wasn't as precise as what he was responding to.
So
anyway,
before you get to the calls, remove yourself, Steiny. I'll remove myself, Daryl, from this and where we work. The flagship of the Golden State Warriors, 95-7 the game.
Yeah.
I got to imagine Charles Kenny, who will be on tonight. This is a big thing now.
It's a great question.
Oh, there's no doubt.
It's a great question.
Because now you want to know. And for the people on the lines around the corner that want Bob forever to be the GM of the Golden State Warriors, now you got somewhat, there's a lot.
There is.
To process.
Yeah, I know. Let's go to Ben. Ben's in San Jose. Wants to talk about Bob Myers. Hey, Ben, how are you?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
Good, bud. How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
GM is only as aggressive as the ownership allows them to be. Obviously, we've got the highest payroll, and the next team there's a huge gap from the next team. I mean, he could go New York. Yeah, that's a big market, but do you think that ownership group is going to spend $200 million into the luxury tax? I don't think so. Bob got all his brass. He's got all his brass. Now he's probably chasing the money.
Appreciate the call. I disagree. If the New York Knicks or the Nets are in contention, or they're anything close to the way the Warriors were, both of those teams would willingly go over the cap by $200 million.
Okay.
If they were the type of team the Warriors were. 888-957-9570. Just played Joe Lacob's first comment on Bob Myers. There was a follow-up, which adds more context. Take a listen.
He's done a phenomenal job. He's been executive of the year, and deservedly so. If you look back at over his 10-year career, we don't tend not to talk about Bob, but Bob's done an incredible job. Bob, the Andre Iguodala signing, I look back and say that was, actually, you guys will never understand how difficult that was. He had to clear a lot of space to do that. He did a phenomenal job. Kevin Durant was really his idea and execution, and that brought us 2 championships. So look, Bob's great. Bob's done a great job, but we also do have a tremendous organization beneath him, great depth. I'd like to think more depth than almost any organization with really good people, and he's supported very well. And so, look, I don't want him to go. I don't think he'll go anywhere. I expect him to be here, and it would hurt to lose him, certainly. But like you said, I mean, we have to just go forward. So there are circumstances that do evolve sometimes, and I guess it's conceivable. There's some chance that for some reason he or Steve wouldn't be here. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible. And so, we'd have to figure out a way to go forward.
Hey, Goo.
I love this
random.
stuff.
What do you give me for Lacob and Donald Trump?
I'm gonna give you
in a crazy way. Not the inflection, but we have incredible depth. Our depth is phenomenal. Some say we have the greatest depth.
I'm gonna give you a B-, C+. Yeah.
Phenomenal depth. I mean, it's magnificent.
We got talent in the bullpen.
Man,
Number 3.
Interesting. Man. Interesting, I think. Okay, so how you feeling? Mike Dunleavy.
I told you.
General manager of the Golden State Warriors next year.
Yeah. I feel like and again,
he's under Bob.
I can only share with you what's in my heart. These two men have accomplished so much together, and when you look at the job and you throw in Durant and everything Lacob said, Steiny, to me, it's like a mob movie. There shouldn't have to be 2 contract offers. It should be, if we're in this together, what do you want? And let's keep this thing moving.
And that's why I think, in fairness to both guys,
okay,
we have to acknowledge that maybe it's as simple as Bob just wants to sit on it a little bit because he does have stuff going on. You know what? Okay. Maybe he wants to take a break, or maybe
no.
His kids are
That's
at
where
that
we've been,
age,
right? That's where we've been living.
Yeah, he's just, let's see how this plays out. And
the other side of that is if Bob, who rightfully so wants to be the highest paid GM, and that wasn't on those 2 offers, then that would explain where we're at. And for Lacob, to me, to feel like he needed to come out and say and clarify that, there's a gap. And I hope I'm wrong, but there's a gap.
Say that again.
A gap.
I love it. Andrew's in San Jose. Yeah. What's going on, Andrew? How you doing?
No, man, it's raining and I'm a roofer, so I've been.
Ouch.
No, good.
Be careful.
Sorry about that.
I have a question for you guys. No, don't be sorry, man. Work is work. I have a question. It's more of like a scenario, I guess. So, I was telling you guys behind the glass. By the way, those dudes, they're working overtime, doing a phenomenal job. They
Look at you.
You're almost up. You're almost up. Anyways, your guys' caller earlier mentioned something about, like, what happens if Bob decides, I'm out, I'm gone, I'm going here, I'm going there, and he starts taking office people with him. Forget the office people. You guys both remember in 2017 when the parade was happening and Draymond got on the hot mic and said, can somebody please give Bob some credit? What happens if Bob jumps ship, goes to the Lakers? Who's the first person that's going with him? I don't know.
Maybe Steve Kerr. Thanks for the call.
What's the IDK?
Maybe Steve Kerr.
Wow. Or Draymond or Clay.
Anyway. All right. Well, to
Hope
me,
it doesn't come to
me, it's kind of a big deal. It's
That's
to me,
a 3.
It's certainly not nothing.
Right.
It's not nothing. Interesting. 860, I think, makes a good point. Joe Lacob is clarifying, in quotes, for negotiation reasons. I don't doubt that. But
he didn't like how it looked. What word did I use? Dangle, that Bob was out there without an offer. He didn't like that from a Warrior, and I get it, from his entity, the Warriors. Yeah. Like Bob was just hadn't been taken care of, so Joe wanted to fix that.
But that's the kind of,
and he did.
That's the kind of game within a game that I don't like. Joe, I need to see this specific report that you alluded to that said you haven't offered Bob a contract. Like I like to think I keep up on these things.
Well, the Woj report in itself kind of would do that.
No, it wouldn't. All it said is Bob is offered. Adrian Wojnarowski, all he did essentially was bring to the attention of the NBA world, although I'm sure most people on the inside knew, that Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. That's all he said.
Okay.
And through, I mean, it's easy to say if he doesn't have a contract for next year, you know what? Yeah, then he could be in his final months. That's all he said. Nobody said anything like, Bob Myers playing hardball with a Warrior. Like, nobody said Bob Myers sitting idle in his San Francisco home waiting. Like nobody said that. Like, there was no detail that had emerged as far as I'm concerned.
And I back you up. I'm telling you you're right, but I'm telling you, obviously, Lakeup took it that way.
Well, that's his fault, and then he made a mistake. Then Joe made a big mistake, because I think that would bother me if I were Bob Myers.
Because to me, that's what fueled him telling Tim this.
Well, then he made a mistake, or I'm not familiar with the exact thing he's referring to.
All our shows here, the Morning Rose, Willard and Dibbs, and Damon around, we would have talked about it.
I mean, I think it's the kind of thing where I have no idea to what degree, but I could see Bob being like, "Oh man,
oh no doubt,
God, Joe," and then I could see Joe saying, "Well, you know, it was out there from the Woj report," and Myers saying, "Yeah, but he never said anything about the 2 contract offer." You know, I mean. Yeah. Anyway, that's one of the I see, and I don't want to get too
because we won't Bob. Warrior fans
like
won't Bob here, man.
And this is where tell me if you're a Warrior fan, are you like where there's look? We just talk about this dynasty, all right?
You said Last Dance,
we just talk about it from day one, and just think about everything. You got Draymond. Yeah, I think there's just clues. There are clues out there that you just can't ignore. And one of them is Draymond Green has an opt-out, and he said he may use it, and he's having a hell of a year. So he's got uncertainty. All right, Bob Myers is the architect. He doesn't have a contract next year. All right? Now, I also throw in there Clay's post game from 2 nights ago.
I hated it.
Or 2 games ago when he said, you know what, this time's going so fast. I've already gone through half this year. I'm just going to appreciate it. You never know how long it's going to be.
Man.
Like, they know. I think they know. I think they know that it's happening, and it's just a matter of how quickly or how slowly it's going to happen. But it's happening. And they're all it's so much like the Bulls, it's unbelievable.
Well, now it is for me, because I fought you tooth and nail saying it's just about the players. But he even lumped in Kerr. And now it's Bob. So to me, it's like, I thought it was just on the court. It's upstairs now and on the sideline. So you're right, and they've been running this thing. It's a great run. It's still running, but the realness is like, it's not just the players, Steiny. And obviously now with this.
It's not just the players.
And you mentioned those.
And by the way, Kerr's contract is up next
threw that
year.
in there. And so is Clay, man.
And you know what? Here's where people say, oh, this is all hypothetical. No, it's not. No, it's not. Joe Lacob basically just acknowledged it's not a hypothetical. He thinks he's going to be here, but nobody knows for sure.
Yeah.
So, wow. I mean, this is where you start thinking about Kerr's relationship with Bob Myers. Maybe Steve Kerr doesn't want to coach if Bob Myers isn't the GM.
I totally get it.
All right, how did Bob Myers and Steve Kerr leaving affect the Golden State Warriors? You think Draymond Green wants to come back for another coach? As much as they have friction, I don't think Draymond Green wants to play for another coach of the Golden State Warriors. Yeah. So, all right, this is to me very interesting news, and I think to everybody who follows the Golden State Warriors, and for everybody who cares about how long this thing is going to last,
and we're reacting to the owner's comments.
And if you
that's how this started, Stoney. Specify that. I feel we're reacting to Joe being open on TK's podcast.
Yeah, Joe Lacob saying to Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, he wanted to clarify that it's not true that the Warriors haven't offered Bob Myers a contract. In fact, they've offered him 2. The part that I don't understand is nobody reported that I know of that said Well, Lacob hasn't offered Myers a contract. We just knew they didn't have a contract. So now we know way more than we knew an hour or two ago. And it's not insignificant as far as I'm concerned. Hey, can I...
you can do whatever you want, buddy.
I want to do something at 2:30.
Yeah.
Which is, we got 5 minutes in 2:30. And I got a great idea.
Yeah, I love
this
it.
is an absolute great idea that I have. And it involves...
Don't oversell it.
It involves our hero, Steph Curry. I
don't know what it is.
Let me tell you something. Goo, I guarantee you are going to love this idea.
Yeah.
And I think Warrior fans are going to love it too. That's coming up in 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Boy, I got still all kinds of stuff on my list.
We got thrown a curveball.
Yeah. How about last night's game? Warriors have a problem against athleticism? Uh-oh.
Memphis was athletic on line 1. Boston was athletic. Williams wasn't there on line 2.
Who?
Williams.
So
Robert
you're saying
Williams
was Boston was athletic, though they didn't have their most athletic player.
But look at them now. My point is, no, they don't.
Hey, what about Indiana?
Oh, sometimes they'll get them. They'll get slapped upside the head. Indy, you're right. Hey, that's been come out. You know how you and JD say, what's your league pass team? Pacers mine. Halliburton, I dissed him. I love watching the kid.
When did you diss Halliburton?
When everybody was saying he was going to be the savior for the Kings, but he wasn't saying it. He's a playmaker, willing passer.
But the highlights.
Hey, I'm in, but that's they don't have a problem. They don't have a bunch of it, but it won't be the death of them. You like that?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Who do they have to guard Bogdanovich? See, that's where they also now.
I love both the bogeys.
See, and I'm going to give Kuminga some credit here.
Go ahead.
Like Wiggins, to me, is the only real defender for a guy like Bogdanovich.
Okay.
However, like Kuminga is getting
he
to
was
the
on
point
his way.
where you can try.
There's no doubt.
Him.
No doubt.
So when Kuminga's not even there, you have nobody to guard him.
And the game was still close. Well, still won.
Yeah, exactly. Gosh, I also want to get into the idea of Klay Thompson. Let me ask you, is Klay Thompson back?
From where he was, the depths that people were calling for his head, I'm saying yes. And had a quiet 30 yesterday.
Please be more specific.
So is
he back to 2019 form?
I'm going to 2019 minutes. From a physical standpoint, forget the ball going in, people. From him being able to play that double, he is back.
He's back to pre-injury Klay?
No, I'm not going
then
there.
He's not back.
Well, he's not going to. He's right there. He's in the driveway. The garage is closed. Yep. In the driveway, the garage is closed. Somebody got to open the garage. And he has a remote. Dude, what do you need?
No batteries.
Wow.
No batteries in the remote.
Dude, I mean,
I think we got to take a big listen.
It's not fair to, even if he hadn't got injured, who's back to that? Like James Harden, Embiid, are they back to 19? No. So that's just attrition, natural, without injury.
Right. So it's okay. So
you know what I mean? Giannis? Well, Giannis, forget Giannis, but yeah.
Listen, it's my issue. It's got to do with my upbringing and my need for precision.
Right.
When you say Klay Thompson is back, I think of pre-injury. And while I love Klay Thompson,
okay,
and I have nothing but respect for him, he's not back to that.
Okay.
And you know what?
But it's getting better, Steiny. It's getting better.
I'm not willing to say that. And I got some numbers on my side that I want I want to throw at you. And listen, he can still, like he said, remember when he got sensitive about Barkley?
No doubt.
And he was like,
he wasn't this.
He said, I was a piece on a championship team. And I was like, that's right. He was a piece. Like, I will give him credit for he won a title, even though last year he wasn't as important as he was on the three previous teams.
Okay.
All right, so he's never going to be that important again.
No, I agree.
Okay, so that doesn't mean he can't be a good role player or a good third scorer. Like, I don't have a problem with that, but he ain't back.
But he's your starting
But he's not back.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, he'll never be the same, I don't think. But I was almost gonna say GD.
But I'm going NASDAQ. Wouldn't you say the stock is up?
Yes,
the Clay stock is up, Steiny.
That's what I mean. What he's done is remarkable. It's
and the
unbelievable.
Minutes he's playing.
But he's not bad.
He is Steph 2009.
Let's just be precise.
Okay,
That's all I'm saying.
I think that's unrealistic. If that's what you're judging him in 23, is he going to be 19?
Okay, well then just acknowledge he's on the decline.
But who's not? That's what it from. Is Curry physically?
No, he's proving. Steph Curry can say
and still win the chip.
The point is, there's evidence that Clay is declining. What evidence is there that Steph's declining? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. One more segment, 888-957-9570. There it is again. Xfinity Mobile text line is the same number. I got a great idea. I got a great idea on the other side, and I think you'll like it. I really do. I really, really do. Here's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and it's also sponsored by Pfizer. I'm telling you, you're going to like it.
Things are percolating.
The man opposing offenses have nightmares about. Nick Bosa joined Damon and Ratto.
Do you speak with your brother about other O-lines? Do you share tips with each other?
You know, tips are only going to get you so far in this league. You got to go out and do it. Playing the edge position is there's a lot of nuance to it, but when it comes down to it, you just got to go dominate somebody, and that's the main focus I try to get my mind on.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
From the beginning, Mara West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
MiraWest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, MiraWest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. MiraWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a bad time, Bob.
I'm eating that up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow. Lots and lots of stuff going on. Let me try to get organized here. First of all, we've been talking some of the day on good news out there as it relates to Damar Hamlin. All right, the defensive back. The Bill player who suffered cardiac arrest. He's significantly improving. That's good news.
Nice.
Joe Lacob did a podcast with Tim Kawakami, and Joe Lacob said he wanted to clear up something about Bob Myers' contract situation. Bob Myers is not working with a contract for next year, and Joe Lacob says, I just want to make it clear that it's not like we haven't offered Bob a contract. We've offered him 2 contracts, and we just don't have a deal. So that is a lot more information than we've known up until this point. And so now we know that, okay, 2 offers were made, and right now Bob said no. That's a lot more detail than we knew. Okay, Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, whose contract is up next year. He will be up at 5 o'clock with Damon and Rado. So I'm sure they will ask Steve Kerr about Joe Lacob saying, he's got 2 contracts in front of him. Or offers. Lastly, we got a Twitter poll up at 95.7 The Game. Should the Warriors get it done with Bob Myers right now, or can it wait? And how important is Bob Myers right now? Okay. Klay Thompson, going into the break. Stop. I shouldn't say it that way. The issue isn't whether Klay Thompson is back or not. He's not. Okay? He's not the same player he was pre-injury. Even he said, no duh. Okay, so even Klay Thompson knows he ain't Klay Thompson. Okay? So Warrior fans need to understand that even Klay acknowledges he's not the player. Okay, fair enough. He's played 63 games since the injury, not including the playoffs. All right?
Yep.
63 games, that's like a season, right? Yeah, he missed 20 games. A guy like him's going to take load. 63 games.
I hate the ones that you count when he first came back, but go ahead.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not too bad. It's 63 games and the playoffs last year. Mm-hmm. We're getting up to about 80 games. Right. That's about a season. Pre-injury shot 46 field, 42 3. point range.
All right. Wow.
Post-injury, in these 75 games or so, he's shooting 42 field, 38 3.
Gotcha.
That's a drop of 4 percentage points in each area. That's a decline.
Okay.
We also know that he's not where he was defensively. Okay? So Klay is not the player he once was. So what? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Players who get older, players who get injured, they decline. What matters is whether or not Klay Thompson can be a championship player with less of a role than he had when they won 3 titles, and the answer is yes.
Wow.
That's all that matters. He's not like, do you want him to be Carmelo Anthony and be incapable of adjusting? No. You can still win with Klay Thompson a championship. He just can't play 35 minutes, score night in and night out. That doesn't what made Tim Duncan's legacy complete is that his last title, he wasn't the best player on the team.
Right.
But he figured out a role, and that's what Klay Thompson's doing.
Right.
It's not about
I love
he's
this.
back, son, he's back. And that's where it's like, no, he's not.
Well,
he still can be a piece.
Yeah, a piece on a damn good team that's got a lot of pieces. And can you give me 54 on one night on a good night?
Yeah.
Check. Can you give me 30? Can you hit the game-winning shot when you have a pedestrian type of game? Check. And you're right. It's not Klay or bust. And he's just a part. But Steiny's shooting 38% this season from 41% from the field and 38% from 3.
Right.
So when you ask me,
those
is he
are
back?
not Klay standards.
Right. Those days are gone.
Thank you.
But are you back to where you can be a piece and we still win?
Well,
that question technically was answered last year.
Exactly.
And this year. So when you say, is he back, you sound like it's got to either be that or he's done or he's not contributing.
People got to grow up then.
Oh, okay. And I mean what I'm about to say, I can give you 10 names in this new NBA.
Your boy Allen Iverson.
No. Defense don't matter, buddy.
Yeah, okay. Oh, really?
Luka on line 1. Ja on line 2. Curry on line 3.
That doesn't mean
Dame on line 4.
He ain't that offensive player
Trae
anymore.
Young, it's over.
He ain't that offensive
Nobody's playing D.
Well, first of all, that's not true.
Except Giannis.
That's not true. You named like the superstars of superstars. They're one-offers. I mean, they're one-off.
To where they get a pass on D?
Yes!
Oh, my God.
So, okay, Larry Bird didn't get a little bit of a pass on D.
I argued with the guys on my
Of course he did.
I didn't know Larry made all NBA second team like 6 or 7 times.
That's because he was a great help defender.
Dude, I love Stoddy 6 or 7. You never said that about your boy. And they were playing defense then.
It's not about all defensive teams. It's about teams. It's about teams.
Well, Klay's a part of this one.
Yeah, he's a
When
great.
will you lose as Klay back? Because you kind of just did
It's over.
But the new Klay is good enough to win. See,
I just realized.
Yeah,
no, this is where you get me. Like, this is where I'm just a product of
the Klay's
my
back.
parents being jackasses and making me have to be literal. When I hear Klay Thompson's back, I hear Klay Thompson's back to 2019. And there's some innate part of me that's a jerk that needs to say, he's not back pre-injury. He's not.
But he's back.
Yeah, he's back as a nice 4th option.
Stoddy, I'm telling you, the league's, hey, you know I'm no homer. Just give me, you know who the biggest punks are in pro sports? And I found out on Santa's Day.
Yeah.
The Memphis Grizzlies.
What about them?
They're punks. They talk. Oh. And when Ja told, I forgot the young lady's name, we good in the West. No, you're not. You ain't won a damn thing. And Ja, I got a little secret. Because I used to like Memphis.
Yeah.
The ball moves a little better when you're not around. And you'll never be great if that's the truth. Again. That's the dirty little secret in the NBA.
I'm sorry,
Memphis is better when Ja's not around.
How old's Ja Morant?
Oh, he's young, Steiny.
So in other words, he's trying to figure out how to best be a star where you can help your teammates boy. So you didn't come into the league
same
with that
age
knowledge?
as Jordan Poole. I'm not no shaded, John.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you.
You want to hear my great
teams,
idea?
Yeah, dude, I thought you were going to forget. No team's beating this team 4 out of 7, and we got a bet. There you go, Jack.
I'm glad you think
I
that.
was petrified of that bet. I can't even deduct it out of the account. Just allocate
They're
the
20
dinner.
and 19.
Hey, talk to me in June.
They're 20
baby.
and 19.
They'll be in the offs.
And they just had their 2 aging, declining players have to carry them in December and January. Just get back to me in April. All right. Now let's. I got a great idea.
All right.
Of course, by saying the mere idea, I'm basically eliminating the opportunity of it. All right. So if you go back, you think about the league, the NBA, the history of the league, and you think about great teams and great players, there oftentimes was what I like to call a game within a game.
Okay.
All right. You may have heard of it. You may have not. There was a game in Portland. Yes, my guy, Larry Bird, before the game, said, you know what? I'm going to see how many points I can get left-handed tonight. He said to us, I'm going to play lefty. And I actually watched the game on YouTube.
Okay.
And he had about 40-something, and 3/4 of his shots were left-handed. So, it just broke up the monotony of the season, and blah, blah, Bird had whatever. He made 3/4 of his shots left-handed. Why? I don't know. Break up the monotony of the season. They were really great. I mean, there are other examples. Though
they call Bird why?
There are other examples, too. Like when McHale broke the scoring record, the Celtics team scoring record, he scored 56 points. Do you know that Larry Bird then broke that a week later?
That is
because they used
having
to kid
fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Bird a week later went out and got 60. All right. So there's always this game within a game.
Like when you hit my water jug.
So Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, over the last 10 years, they have earned the right as the greatest team of their era. Here's what I'm thinking. So he's coming back probably San Antonio, right?
The 13th.
San Antonio, January 13th. It just so happens. That Kismet, coincidence. He's coming back on the night that out of all the games the NBA's played, this one they're trying to set the all-time attendance record for. Okay? Well, how many do they have? They have 53,000 right now. Tickets sold. What do they need to get to? About 65. Well, guess what? The greatest player on planet Earth, he's now going to be playing in that game.
I'm feeling it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. It's the San Antonio Spurs.
Pirtle.
Okay? If I'm Draymond, and here's another thing to add to it. When Steph comes back from injury, he comes back. He's just back, right? Ain't no warm-up. He's just back. He's Steph Curry. If I'm Draymond Green, I get my teammates together along with Steph, and I said, let me tell you what we're going to do tonight. We're going to finally, after 14 years, we're going to try to get Steph off. We are going to try to get Steph 75 in front of 75,000 people.
Wow.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Okay.
I mean, I know why you wouldn't, but they're games within a game. And so I'm thinking, it's not just another game. This could be, when Houston played UCLA in the Astrodome, all right, in front of 40,000 people. It was an iconic game because, A, Houston upset UCLA, and B, they did it in front of 40,000 fans. That game was 50 years old, and people still talk about it. I absolutely positive if Steph Curry were to do something historic in front of the biggest crowd that's ever seen an NBA game ever, that will be decades and decades and decades of memory. And I feel like, you know what? This is the perfect time. Stuff has just come together, and even this year, everybody's getting 60. Everybody gets to get 60 this year. Well, you know what? If anybody deserves to get 60 or 70 or 75, it's Steph Curry. Lastly, he's so great, they could get him 40 shots, and it won't even look like they're trying to manipulate the game. It's just like, you know what, Steph? We want you to play 3 quarters like you're on a heat check. Why not?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
So that's your idea.
Teams frequently try to play games within a game. Yeah. I would absolutely
go
into the game and look, hey, we're not doing
What if he's on minute restrictions, Donnie?
Option number 1, look for Steph. It doesn't matter if he's on a minute restriction, still he's going to play 30. I mean, the lure of Klay Thompson is he scored 60 in 29 minutes. He didn't even play the fourth quarter.
You would have had to leave me in.
So, anyway.
Yeah. All right. When'd you come up with that?
It's just teams try to invent things to make an 82-game season more interesting. There's just no doubt about it.
One would say about the Warriors, you've already done that. You're 20-19. You ain't got no leeway to be. But I get you.
I think they could beat beat the San Antonio Spurs, feeding Steph Curry a little more than normal.
Man, we'll see.
I can't believe it, but it's to me, it's no harm, no foul.
The game within the game.
Scott's in Marin. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, how you doing?
Dynamite. Yeah.
I saw you on TV the other day. What was it, Monday?
Yeah.
Wow, dude. You had a rough night, huh?
You know what, Scotty?
Oh, that ain't not.
No, he's right.
I'll let
Scott, you're right.
Whoa.
You're right. Scott, I guarantee you, I will address it after your call because you're right. I was a mess.
No, I heard you talking about it the other day.
Oh, there you go. He just messing with you. You got me.
Hey, why are you riding Klay like this, man? The guy finally is getting his game back. He's much better defensively. I mean, he's much more than a role player, obviously. I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, I called him like
I usually don't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is he's declining, but what does that matter? He's figured out a role to play on a championship team. He's not the number 2 option he was 7 years ago. What's more important is he's learned how to play like a 4th option, and he's still a championship player. Like
he's playing like a 1 option now. Steiny without
the 4th option?
Well, when everybody's healthy. Healthy, Scott.
Come on, man.
Well,
no, I mean, come on. I trust him a hell of a lot more than I do Jordan.
About Wiggins
right now. No, of course Wiggins. Yeah, but I'm saying, come on, Klay has definitely raised his game in the last 3 weeks.
Absolutely. So let's agree to disagree.
Right.
Let's agree there. But of course he has.
That's why I thought I got you to retire the Klay's back. You shouldn't get upset. He's not. He's back to where he can help. He can go off. You have to, and you did it yourself. You have to now delete out of your mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
Klay's going to be 2019 because he'll tell you if he was sitting here, that ain't even what I'm aiming for. Obviously, I try to get close as I can. But Steiny, he's being the number 1 option right now.
I know.
And that's why I had a problem with JP.
No problem
taking the shot away from the dude that was in Fuego. I stole that from Dan Patrick. In Fuego. But you know what I'm going to do when I get home?
Oh, what? Hey, we got a meeting today.
When?
Oh, boy.
I know.
This is the one I didn't know. I got to get up. Hey, Bird shot left-handed.
Oh.
I don't remember that game.
You're not. You weren't a Celtics fan like I was.
I hated the Celtics. It was racial.
Yeah, it was in Portland.
It was the Lakers. Go ahead, Sonny.
You mean it was racial?
Yeah, you hated the Celtics.
Why?
Because
the first franchise in basketball to hire a black coach.
But then it kind of went away from that,
really?
and it was all we'll get into it. Okay, be careful.
Yeah, you better be careful.
I don't remember him. So Jumper's left-handed.
He just did everything where he rolled into the lane and took lefty layups. He used to have this move where he could roll across the middle and shoot left-handed. Little baseline stuff. It's not like he shot a jumper from 20 feet.
Well, that's
nothing.
Okay.
He played mostly inside. He just shot left-handed. You
got to be a bad dude.
I'm not being hard on Klay. Let me end the day by saying I'm actually acknowledging that I think he's starting to figure it out.
Okay. Right.
He's starting to
that team.
He's got to be effective with less.
But now he's shown if there's a game or two, Steiny, maybe in the offs, he could get you 38 or 40.
Why? Of course he can.
Make that shot last
night. It's about
night?
consistency.
Yeah.
It's about his consistency.
And he didn't have the best shooting night last night, but yet
pretty good.
3 of 10 from deep. He was 2 of 9 before he shot that one that he made. That's why I'm like, oh, that's that old residue. You give a shooter, shoot. Never worked for me.
707. Steiny has no idea what he's talking about.
Duh.
Clay is the 4th option. Well, that might have been a stretch, but, I mean, honestly, if everybody's playing, it's Steph, Wiggins,
Clay! Because he'll be in before Poole.
Okay.
Yeah. Before Draymond?
Draymond's handling the ball before Clay.
Yeah.
That's right. Let's do it this way.
And I got something for
Let's
you
put
real
it
quick.
this way.
Yeah.
Let's rank them 1 to 5.
Yeah.
Who you putting the ball, whose hands you putting the ball into? First, number 1, Steph.
Yeah.
Number 2, Draymond. Number 3, Wiggins.
Oh, yeah,
right
you're
now,
right. Yeah.
Right now, putting the ball in their hands.
No doubt.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
But my man got to stop falling down, Scotty. And we
got to get stronger, just like
Roy.
Steph Curry.
That's interesting.
Just like Steph Curry early in his career. Got to hit the weight room.
I do, real quick.
Yeah.
Because you say, all you care about is the highlights.
You do.
Why am I triggered that the NBA could take 15 guys on an all-star team, but you want to do it at 12, and some deserving candidates are going to be left out? How is that better for your game when it's a pickup game? They're only taking 12 roster spots in the all-star game.
I love
guys are going to get, that should be there, are going to get cut.
If it don't matter, it ain't there.
See, that you don't really are not that guy.
I am that guy
because if it's your guy that got left out, you come in here on this hey, let me tell you something, Goo. Then
I don't care about
you're smiling,
stuff.
but you know we got a meeting.
I don't to me, be good enough. If you're not, if you're on the border of being an all-star and you don't make it, then you ain't good enough to be an all-star.
Do you? You don't really believe that?
Of course I do.
Watch when your guy. Something's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
I guess people can say, well, why are you on sport? Like that kind of thing. I couldn't care.
Why are you cutting it off at 12? That's all.
I don't care.
Add 3 more, so guys.
You're right. Like
somebody's going to get left out.
We have a phrase. I don't want to yuck your yum.
I've never heard.
And if that's important to you, that just doesn't move.
It's just like it's
that just doesn't move my
you
needle.
can fix it.
Yeah, it doesn't move my needle
until one of your guys gets.
I don't have a guy like that.
You do. You left Atlanta. It was Trae Young. He could play on my team. And how does he stink?
Night.
He doesn't.
He's got Steph Curry.
He stinks on defense.
Traits. Who doesn't?
He's not a leader.
Who doesn't? This defensive thing is real for me.
Right, but
everybody's not a leader, Steiny.
Well, it really helps if you're a point guard and you run the team and you shoot more than anybody else and you pass more than anybody else and you're better than everybody else and you're the best player on your team. It helps if you have a scintilla of leadership.
He better than Murray?
They're both okay.
Hey, Murray, I'm out on Murray. You had a foul to give, and then you tap it out. Oh, that's just, oh my. Hey, let me stop. Hey. We got a meeting. I didn't know. I forgot.
I kind of got hit hard with that one at the 2:30 break.
Yeah, damn it.
And I'm thinking, do I really want to come hard with during the biggest storm in decades?
That's what. And it's not raining now. Dude, it was scary coming in. Yeah. You called me this morning.
I did. I wondered. Because I don't.
You ain't got to make an excuse.
How much time
I just called me, let it marinate.
55.
Okay, 55. Yeah. All right, let me try. Whew.
We got it all today.
All right. DeMar Hamlin legacy game doing significantly better. Joe Lacob on a podcast with Tim Kawakami addressed the contract situation with Bob Myers and said it's not true. He said he wants to clarify Bob Myers has been offered 2 contracts. He just hasn't signed any yet. Okay. More information there and pretty significant. I'm sure the boys next. It looks like Whitey and Ratto will ask Steve Kerr, who's coming on at 5 o'clock, about the hell's going on with Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. And he'll say, well, it's but they'll ask him, and Steve Kerr also at the end of next year, his contract's up. Wow, what a show. And we'll do it again tomorrow.
Take that for data.
The potential DPOY, Nick Bosa, joined Damon and Ratto.
Brock Purdy, how impressed are you by him?
Oh, man, I couldn't be more impressed. He's exceeded expectations by just about anybody. I mean, there's really not much you could hate on so far. I think he has the best QB rating in the league since he's been in, so not bad for Mr. Irrelevant.
The biggest names are right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Steiny and Guru host The Executive Show, a weekly interview with Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia.
When we went to the Hamptons to meet with Kevin, we had a presentation, and I'm telling you guys the truth. The presentation, we stopped it 10 minutes in. Because if you know Kevin at all, Kevin was kind of looking around going, I don't need to see this stuff.
Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take 1 pill each morning and 0 heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
And for Damon today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. So happy to be with you, Ray Ratto. So Ray, happy New Year, happy almost or merry almost Orthodox Christmas. The rain has stopped. How about that?
It's coming back.
At least where we are. The rain has stopped.
It's coming back. Calm down.
Well, yeah, but it's a nice respite, nice little break. Let me share with you.
We're inside. What difference does it make to us?
We have to go places today. Are you going to stay here forever, or are you going to maybe drive home today?
Yeah, but I'll worry about that at 5:54. Right now, what it's doing outside is of no concern to me at all.
Well, I think there's a good chance that the fact that it stopped raining now and I actually see something resembling blue sky would indicate we may not have to drive home in the rain, and I'm choosing to look at the bright side of that. I'll share this with you,
Once
Ray.
again, you've wasted that energy on me.
This is a great way to start the show before we get into the Warriors. We have Steve Kerr today.
You wanted to open with the
5
weather.
o'clock. No, here's what I want to open with. This was one of the first jokes I ever shared with anyone. I shared this with Kyle Madsen on Twitter, and he may have mentioned it on their show. This is from a Good and Plenty box, Ray, when I was a kid. When it's raining cats and dogs, don't step in a poodle. And with that, we are underway. How are you?
I'm doing much worse than I was a second ago.
People need, something uplifting here.
No, we need a weather report and a terrible joke from 55 years ago.
Well, for a Good and Plenty box, that's not a bad joke.
I don't think they make Good and Plenty anymore.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
So, in other words, you've basically given us a dated reference.
Yeah.
And a meteorological report based on the fact that we're inside.
Just a little, how about that? Hey, we're underway here before we have to talk about the Warriors and the loss last night. Here's the thing, Ray. I know that the Warriors are probably as good as any team I've ever seen at putting a happy face on a loss. And part of that is because they've proven that, you know what, it's okay. Last year, how many terrible losses did they have in the second half of the season? And what'd they say? You know what, we'll be all right. And they won a freaking championship. So I get it. That said, and Steve Kerr, who joins us again at 5 today, last night he said, you know what, we're playing really well, gritting it out here without a lot of our guys on this homestand. But they lost last night to Detroit. They've lost twice this year to the Detroit Pistons, the team with the worst record in basketball. And I'm having a hard time putting a happy face on that.
Well, all that means is they lose the tiebreaker in the finals.
Really? That's all you got on losing to Detroit Pistons?
It's very simple. When they don't defend, they don't win.
Great point.
I mean, it's as simple as that. When they give up 120, that's a loser. When they give up 110, they win. I mean, I mentioned this yesterday when you weren't here, mercifully for you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's no more complicated than that. All the other gyrations about who took what shot or who dribbled what off what foot, No, if you don't defend, you don't win. That's been the Warriors' MO since 2014-15.
Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-9570. Let's see here. You sure it wasn't Laffy Taffy? And Ray, someone says, as a 34-year-old, I'm surprised you two don't know that Good and Plenty is still sold at quality markets near you. So thank you for the updates on the Good and Plenty. There you go. The Warriors.
I think he's got a box that's 34 years old.
Steph Curry is coming back. That's good news. Maybe as soon as a week from Friday. Wiggins is coming back maybe as soon as Saturday against Orlando. Here's my thing, Ray, and I know that Steiny and Goo went back and forth on this, and I understand Steiny's point. Steiny says people are making too much of Jordan Poole's late game turnovers, and I know that they don't win the games they won this week without Jordan Poole. They don't play as well as they played on this homestand without Jordan Poole. That's 3 games in a row where Jordan Poole made a ghastly, unforced turnover at the end of the game with the game up for grabs. And I know it's easy to say, well, he's young and boy, we can't win without him. But I just can't believe that those are not avoidable at some point when you do it 3 games in a row.
Why are you getting excised?
Because
that's not something he does well yet, and he may never do it well.
Okay,
he was drafted as a shooter. He's been a shooter. That's the skill set.
Then maybe with the game on the line, then, all right, I'm not going to do what I did in the last 2 games that we ended up losing the ball. We won anyway. It's just, we'll talk to Steve Kerr about it today, and I know he's going to say, you know what, Jordan Poole's playing great, and he's scoring a lot of points, and I get that, but it's really frustrating to watch as a fan.
Well, see, I'm not a fan, so that may be our
I'm a fan of the sport, at least. Aren't you a fan
I'm
of
not
the
offended
game of
by a
basketball?
guy who dribbles the ball off his leg late in a game. It happens all the time.
It happens with him all the time.
What I'm trying to say is he's not that guy. He's not the problem solver. He's the guy who's going to take the shot whenever he sees it. When he's hitting it, he'll be frighteningly good to watch. But there are times when his shot's not going down and you're expecting him to do other stuff. And sometimes he won't do that because he is by no means a complete player. And I don't know that anybody should have expected him to be one at this stage.
He made some big shots last night, to your point.
Yeah, I mean,
He did.
that's what he can do consistently.
I guess for me, I cannot do what so many people are doing, which is, well, he made those big-time shots. Therefore, you have to live with those bad turnovers. Because to me, you should
false.
be able to make those shots and not commit 3 ghastly, unforced turnovers at the end of 3 consecutive games.
No, that suggestion is just an oxymoron. You can actually make shots and not turn the ball over. I've seen it happen. No, he's not a great decision maker yet. And I think you see that in these turnovers, which is, it seems like he's trying to decide as he's going down the floor, what do I do? And when you have to think about it, you're not going to do it well. I mean, I don't think he is, I don't want to say instinctive, that's the wrong word, but I don't think he is a natural part of a greater whole. I think he is still the guy who defines himself based on, when I take the shot, did it go in or not? I don't think he's selfish, but I don't think his worldview of the game is complete yet.
Here's Clay on trusting Jordan Poole and the conversation they had after that turnover last night.
Well, I told him in the locker room, there's a reason I hit the ball toward the end of regulation is because he's like that. He's a clutch player. He's a shot creator, and we would not have been on this win streak without him. So I know that we all go through those lapses early in our career. I mean, I remember missing 2 free throws against the Nuggets when I'm my second year and just leaving the arena in my uniform. So it's like we all got to go through it. Steph went through it, and Jordan, we're going to continue to trust him with the ball in his hands because he's like an engine that makes us go.
I get all that, and I understand that he made some big shots last night, as I said on the text line here. I get this. Great point from the 415. Detroit played great last night. Bogdanovich didn't miss. Ivy was too much. They won with a prayer at the end. Tip my cap. I get that, too. It's just that even though they've won every game but one on this homestand, when you're in the hole that the Warriors were digging out of, that's a frustrating loss. Like I said, they've been through it. They know that we'll be all right. But you see them climbing out of this hole, and then last night, Clay makes the big 3 on the great out of the timeout play, and then they gack that game and lose it to the team with the worst record in basketball, and they just don't have that much wiggle room right now, Ray.
They don't have any wiggle room.
Right.
That's the point. It's not the last play. It's the fact that they gave up 122. And yeah, the Pistons don't play much defense, and they like to go up and down, and they like to play at a fast pace, but you have to be able to defend better than that.
Yep.
Even if you don't have Wiggins, even if Curry's not on the floor.
They do have talent. The Pistons have talent. If they win that Wembanyama sweepstakes, by the way, that could be a scary team. But as of right now, they don't even have that. Cade Cunningham's not even playing. You can't lose twice to the team with the worst record in the league.
Yes, you can. They just did it.
You shouldn't. When I say
it's a bad idea.
What I mean is you really should avoid that.
Yeah, it's a bad idea by and large. But the Warriors are very much defined by how they defend as a team. It's, picking apart Jordan Poole, while it might be amusing, isn't the real reason why that game got away. They didn't defend early. They gave up a quick 34 in the first quarter. That's a team that you should be up by 8 at the end of the quarter and then be able to dictate terms. They were never able to do that. And that's because the first quarter, they let Detroit do what they wanted offensively. They were 12 for 18 in the first quarter.
Detroit's very athletic. and their front court, the length in their front court causes some matchup problems. But are
they're
you
not
saying that
athletic?
You're saying that they're pretty athletic. Are you saying that Jordan Poole, I should forgive the turnovers because of what he gives me at the defensive end?
No,
is that what
he doesn't. He's not a good enough defender as well.
Right.
But
okay.
Again, this is not Jordan Poole's loss.
No, I understand.
This is their loss, like so many of the others, because they don't get stops at the other end. I mean, again, we like to amuse ourselves thinking that basketball is defined by what you do when you have the ball. But the Warriors have proved over 9 years now, or 8 years, that it's not that.
Yeah.
It's what you do when they've got the ball.
They took care of the ball last night, too, for the most part, the Warriors did. 14 turnovers, you could certainly live with that, and still they couldn't come away with the
And yet
win.
they forced only 8.
Mm-hmm.
That's another sign that, they're not being, I don't want to say aggressive enough because that's not the right word, but
well, I think
they're
you're
not
right.
they're not being dynamic enough at that end. Or they weren't last night. And they are sometimes, because in most of this homestand, they've kept teams easily under 110, except for Atlanta.
Pressure on the basketball, it's kind of like a pass rush in football. And when you don't have your best defensive players and the other team that you're trying to guard is more athletic, it's harder to get that kind of pressure on them. There were 3 games in this homestand in which the Warriors won, in part because they had big-time steals at the end. Kuminga and P.J. Washington in the Charlotte game just taking the ball from them. We also had DiVincenzo taking the ball from Dame Lillard, and it was just harder for them to get that kind of pressure on the basketball last night. All right, we'll have more on all that when Steve Kerr joins us at 5 o'clock. Coming up next, Joe Lacob shedding some light on the Bob Myers situation and the Warriors' future. That's up next. We're sponsored by calhope.org. This is Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon today, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go.
Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
You know, what JK is showing is that, he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing.
Steve Kerr, today at 5 on 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Make the switch to green soaps and personal products, and green cleaning products for the sink and shower. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
95.7 The Game is an equal opportunity employer, and we encourage local community organizations to refer qualified applicants to us. You can receive The Game and Odyssey job vacancy information by contacting Human Resources at 415-765-4011 or by emailing sfhr@odyssey.com. Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
From the beginning, West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
West worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, West works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Changing your oil. You know, an oil change is a great way to get more MPGs. Right now, you can enter for a daily chance to win a $200 AutoZone gift card when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 Full Synthetic and an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
No purchase required.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. We have a little bit of blue sky in downtown San Francisco, and we have, it looks like a light at the end of the Warrior injury tunnel. Looks like Steph Curry could be back, of course, with the shoulder. There's a lot of uncertainty in terms of how stable it is. He could be back a week from Friday, a week from tomorrow, which, by the way, Ray, that would be the game played in the Alamo Dome. And they're actually going to try to break the all-time record for attendance in that game. It's a huge deal where the Spurs are celebrating 50 years of existence. It'll be great for Steve Kerr to be back there. We'll talk to him about that and other things at 5 today. But Steph Curry back for that game would help them certainly to break the all-time attendance record a week from tomorrow in the Alamo Dome, which, as you know, is a rather large facility.
Yeah, they're hoping to, I think top capacity there is 70K. Wow. I just know that about 55,000 of them will have bad sight lines. And the other 15,000 will have to watch a really bad Spurs team. They're not good this year.
I think the record, pardon me for not knowing this, I think the record currently is around 62, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think
for an NBA game.
Yeah, I think in Detroit.
Silverdome?
Yeah.
Detroit. Pfft, you bring it back to Detroit. The Detroit Pistons.
You're
winners last
way
night.
over emoting it. The Warriors are 20-19. They've lost to some bad teams.
They've lost to the worst team in the league twice.
Yes. Well, then I think Kerr should be fired. Let's just do that.
I don't think that at all.
Well, then you want to explain why they can't beat the worst team in basketball?
No, but I'll say
why
this.
they lost to Orlando? Or they've lost to Charlotte.
No, they beat Charlotte, though. This was supposed to be the homestand of revenge. So they beat Charlotte.
And it was the homestand.
Oh, well, clearly you can see it. You don't need someone to come to your house and tell you that, Ray. You can see that. They got Charlotte back. They're going to get Orlando back. And this was a chance to get the Pistons back.
Yeah, this is how you define greatness.
What was that? Do you know how many times last night I told my wife, the Pistons are terrible. And then every time they'd have an 8-point lead, and she'd look at me like, what? What did you say? I said, John, just the worst record in the league.
I'm just telling you this. You didn't tell your wife that at any point, and she did not respond at any point because she wasn't in the same room you were when you were watching the game.
Actually, we were watching, and she did make a point of questioning the veracity of my basketball statements. Well, I thought you said they weren't very good.
I'm going to question her sanity because why would she do that? Why would she watch that game with you?
Because she's a big Warrior fan. First quarter, I kid you, nobody cares, I know.
No.
The first quarter,
we're
but just to prove
now.
your point.
You started this.
You brought it up.
Dragged your wife into this story.
First quarter was like 6-4, and she goes, I get so nervous watching these games. And I said, it just started. I mean, maybe in the fourth quarter, but it just started. She goes, yeah, I don't know why. So anyway, that's why she was anxious, or the fact that Detroit played as well as they did. Anyway.
When you get home tonight, will you tell her how ashamed I am of her?
No. I don't think I will. She may be listening.
Can I have her cell number?
No, definitely not. But I will give you this. I will give you the all-time NBA attendance record from Mark Randy.
It is actually the Chicago Bulls versus Atlanta Hawks game in 1998 in Atlanta. 62,000 at the Georgia Dome.
Yes.
The one in Detroit at the Silver Dome is just a couple hundred, in fact, behind, just under 62,000.
Gotcha. So, Mark Randy,
those were papered houses.
Would you say that Ray's kind of struggling with some of his factoids today? Like earlier, we talked about the song "Rock and Roll Heaven," and he said, "Well, it's not the Righteous Brothers," and I tried to tell him it was, and now he's got the wrong attendance record.
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah.
Also, a quick note, that's only for regular season games. If you remember the 2010 All-Star game in Dallas at Jerry World, over 100,000 fans saw the NBA All-Star game played.
No, about 15,000 saw it. 100,000 were in the building. I don't get why teams do this. I mean, I know why. It's just because they could get people to spend $80 on a ticket where they don't get to see anything.
You mean you don't know? Seriously, you mean you don't know why they play in the big, huge?
No, well, no, it's because there's money to be made. But as a viewing experience, let me put it this way. I don't know why anybody would buy a ticket that wasn't within the first 15 rows at a place like that. Because there's no ambiance. The noise goes all the way up to the ceiling, so you're not really hearing anything. You know, it's a bunch of, squeaky sneakers and dribble sounds.
Matt Steinmetz was in Dallas. He just texted me to tell me that. So he was there.
Matt's lonely.
He loves basketball.
No, and
you should try it sometime.
And he's lonely. I mean, look at him. He's a disaster.
You mentioned
he couldn't date himself.
He's married, happily married with children, and he's doing very well.
We don't know how happy he is.
He's about as happy as he could be. I could tell.
Oh,
he's
so in
pretty
other
happy
words,
these days.
he's crippled with
You can tell.
misery.
He's pretty happy these days. You made a joke about, they should fire Steve Kerr. No, they shouldn't fire Steve Kerr. Not only should they not fire Steve Kerr, of course, they should offer their general manager, Bob Myers, some kind of extension. His contract expires, as you probably have heard, in June. How about this? Last night, as difficult as that loss was, Anthony Lamb had 17 points, 6 of 9 shooting. Ty Jerome was 7 for 11 from the floor, 18 points. How about giving, obviously they deserve most of the credit, but giving your GM a little bit of credit for finding those two-way gems. And yet, Ray, your GM is without a contract right now.
You're going to hang your hat on Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome.
If I were Bob Myers, I might not hang my hat on it, but I might say,
I don't know that I'd mention them. I don't know that I'd mention.
They're playing great for a team that has championship aspirations. Two-way guys.
They have spent most of the year struggling to find a second unit worthy of the name. So this has not been a triumphant year for Bob Myers. That said, he should have a new contract by now, and he should be the highest paid general manager in the sport, and he maybe should even have a piece of equity of the team because he has helped bring in the guys who helped put 4 rings on Joe Lacob's finger and a new building on the waterfront.
And the cherry on top of all that, I agree. The cherry on top of that delicious, impressive sundae, Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Anyway, Joe Lacob.
Yeah, if you're
today.
not going to take this at all seriously.
No, both those guys.
They had good games last night, but for the most part, people have been grousing about them.
Wrong. They've played great on this. Yeah, on this homestand, both of them have played great. They both at times have really been asked to do way more than you'd ever thought they'd be asked to do. And for the most part, they've delivered. But the larger point is this, as you probably have heard by now, Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami today, the TK show, right? Tim Kawakami from The Athletic. Joe Lacob addressed this issue of Bob Myers, where his contract negotiations are, and whether or not he's been offered a contract.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry, I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any negotiation. I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent. But I just want to clarify that it's not fair to put me and us in a situation because someone put something out there that, and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
what
go.
do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
The last part is the most good. Bob Myers used to be an agent. He's a negotiator. And I think he's going into that room going, I should be the highest paid general manager in the sport, period. Now we'll talk about by how much. And I think you've seen Billy Beane get equity in the A's. You've seen other general managers get a little piece of that action. I don't think Bob Myers would be out of line asking for that. And I think
that's speculation on your
that, yeah,
but it makes sense.
Saying, but
doesn't
there's
seem
no
unreasonable.
question there's no question he should be the highest paid general manager. And if Joe Lacob doesn't understand that part, then he's much more foolish than I think he is. I think they're arguing about how much more than the second highest paid general manager, who I believe right now is Masai Ujiri. But I also think Masai Ujiri has a piece of the action in Toronto. So I think that's a reasonable place, I think, for Bob Myers to go with this.
I will say this. Joe Lacob talked about the report out there that we haven't offered him anything. I haven't seen any such report. Maybe you have, Ray. I know the initial report from Woj was just very factual. I don't know where he got it from, but he just said Bob Myers' contract expires. He doesn't have a new contract for next year. I had never heard any report that he hadn't been offered anything. So I thought it was interesting that Joe Lacob, and maybe somebody said something that I missed, but for Joe Lacob to say, that report that we haven't offered him anything, that's untrue. I never heard such report. Did you?
I didn't.
Okay.
But again,
nitpicking, I know, but I think it's important to clarify.
It must have happened enough times that it irritated Lacob, because Lacob brought that up himself. That said, why he would react to that, I think that one's beneath him. But he does have a bit of a thin skin when it comes to him. So, he had to clap back. And
to me, it speaks to the fact that a lot of Warrior fans recognize how great this whole thing has been. And when they perceive that, wow, maybe this guy who has had a lot to do with the success, he may be leaving. Well, that's not right. I mean, he should be here. He belongs here. So I think maybe public sentiment here is leaning towards Bob Myers in this. By the way, there's a poll up on Twitter right now. I think Steiny and Goose started this, and they started this about an hour ago. Should the Warriors get a deal done with Myers now, or can it wait? Let's see. Get it done, to my point. 77% responding to our 95.7 The Game poll. 77% say get it done. 23% say it can wait. So that may be part of the motivation for Joe Lacob to say, hold on, we did offer him something, because I think he's feeling like a lot of fans are wondering, how can this be? Bob Myers is great. How could you risk letting him go?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty compelling question. I mean, I think this should have been done by now. This should have been like a 10-minute negotiation. What do you want, Bob? Okay, how about if I give you $1 over that? That should have been the end. I mean, yes, his son Kirk is, the general manager in waiting. We all get that. But, You're talking about a general manager who's not only provided 4 rings, but provided the most recent ring that can be had.
Yep. And see, people don't like that because they see the way you just laid it out there. Who knows? But they see this guy's been tremendous. They haven't given him a new contract. And who would replace him? Oh, the owner's son. So rightly or wrongly, people look at that and they feel like that's not fair.
Well, the fair's got nothing to do with it.
It does if you're a fan, but you're right. When it comes down to it,
why would we want to know what the fans think?
Well, because I think it actually has a role in this. I think that's one of the reasons Joe Lacob is responding to this, because he's feeling like, wow, some of our fans are wondering what's going on. I should address this.
Well, I don't know if it's that as much as it is, oh my God, there's a question about whether I'm going to keep Bob Myers or not, which means other teams are starting to float around, sort of back channel offers, which means now there's more competition to get this deal done. More competition means a higher cost. I think that's more what it is. I don't think he has to worry about what the fans think. I don't think he does. I think this is a simple matter of, now there's 8 teams asking about him, and they're not going to ask Lacob directly because he says, well, you can't negotiate with him.
Right.
But they can go call his agent, and his agent is not sort of bound to the same gag order. You can just say, well, he's not signed right now. Keep us in mind.
More from Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami today, the TK show, on what Bob Myers means, what he's meant to the organization.
He's done a phenomenal job. He's been executive of the year, and deservedly so. If you look back at over his 10-year career, we don't tend not to talk about Bob, but Bob's done an incredible job. Bob, the Andre Iguodala signing, I look back and say that was, actually, you guys will never understand how difficult that was. He had to clear a lot of space to do that. He did a phenomenal job. Kevin Durant was really his idea and execution, and that brought us 2 championships. So look, Bob's great. Bob's done a great job, but we also do have a tremendous organization beneath him, great depth. I'd like to think more depth than almost any organization, with really good people, and he's supported very well. And so, look, I don't want him to go. I don't think he'll go anywhere. I expect him to be here, and it would hurt to lose him, certainly. But like you said, I mean, we have to just go forward. So there are circumstances that do evolve sometimes, and I guess it's conceivable. There's some chance that for some reason he or Steve wouldn't be here. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible. And so, we'd have to figure out a way to go forward.
Here's what stands out to me about that, Ray. I was in for Steiny a couple weeks ago, and we had Bob Myers on doing his regular hit. And Guru asked him about next year, do you expect to be back next year? And Bob Myers just said, I can't worry about myself right now. I'm worried about the team. So that's all well and good. But it's interesting that that's the way that he decided to answer that. And Joe Lacob feels that the best way to approach this is to say, we expect him back. So obviously a lot of posturing and negotiating going on before our very ears.
The point is, if the Warriors are outbid for him, that's when the embarrassment hits. I mean, and I think that's something that Joe Lacob has to understand. Someone out there who's not the Knicks, because they're dysfunctional and it's a career destroyer, someone is going to say, Joe, I think you're underpaying your guy. I'm going to offer him 15. You want to keep him? That's what it'll cost. And that's, I think, the prime motivation for Lacob to speak up now, which is, this is going to get really pricey for me on a guy that I don't think I can afford to lose. So he's basically trying to frame it as, well, if we lose him, we'll be okay. I don't know if that's true.
Then why didn't I'm not?
I mean, they got Andrew Wiggins. They got Andrew Wiggins because Kevin Durant was willing to do a sign and trade as almost a personal favor to Myers. No other general manager's pulling that off.
If what you say is true, then how come this isn't a done deal already? How come Joe Lacob hasn't said, look, let's get this done?
I don't know that it's been that high a priority until Woj made it so. And I think to the extent that they have talked, Bob Myers has said, well, this is what it's going to take. And Joe Lacob would like it to be less because that's what owners do. I mean, I think the only reason why he brought it up, other than the fact that Tim asked him, is that, he has felt a little blowback, and the blowback comes from his contemporaries in the league, which is, Bob Myers might be available. Hey, let's cut us a check. I think he would like to get this done without having to take a second out on the fourth house. So I think when he says this is just negotiations, I think he's right. But Bob Myers gets to command a far greater price than anybody else, including Masai Ujiri. And because of that, I think he would like to try to stem that tide in as many ways as he can without actually sitting down with Myers and going, this is the figure, take it or leave it.
888-957-9570. It's Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon today. That number, of course, the Xfinity Mobile text line. If you want to participate via text or via the phone, that's your number. Jay in Idaho joins us now, 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Jay?
Hey, look here. I want to say one thing. There's a world championship team. They beat the most elite in the league. And every time they play Detroit, they have a mental fart. And these teams right here, I mean, they're like 10 and 33 and 10 and 30. Man, you're supposed to get up for those games like you do Boston. Just like you do Kawhi Leonard or, Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
And every time I sat back, I relaxed, I said, oh, this is going to be a cakewalk. Then I checked the score, they're in a damn dogfight. I'm like, this is a sorry, pitiful, deplorable Detroit Piston team. You should be beating by 30 and 40 points in the first half. And every time they have a mental breakdown. It's all mental.
Thanks, Jay. Good to hear from you. Appreciate your call from Idaho. The first time they played, which was the day before Halloween, it was pretty clear that early on that road trip, the Warriors were just kind of not all there mentally. They'd won a championship. This, I think, was more, and I'm with you, it was very frustrating to watch, but this is more just the fact that they played so many games without their guys. I think it caught up to them a little bit last night. I don't think it was necessarily a matter of them going in there going, these guys suck.
No, I don't think it was that either. But I also think that they didn't defend like this mattered to them the way it should, at least early on. Detroit isn't good. But it is interesting to note that of their 19 losses, only 4 of them have come to teams with losing records. So it's not like this is a habitual thing for them. I don't know if they came out flat or what, but when you're not defending the way you should, that's the easiest thing to detect, is that, boy, they're not into this the way they ought to be. And they got into it later, but that's what happened with Atlanta the other night too, is they let an easy game get away from them, and all of a sudden now it's a dogfight, and it has to go 2 overtimes, because Atlanta's pretty awful too, and they're a playoff team, as hideous as that sounds. So it really is a matter of when they defend, they win.
By the
when
way,
they don't, they don't.
Speaking of the overtime game, and obviously the Warriors had maybe some rubbery legs after the double overtime. I was reading, Ray, I think tomorrow is the anniversary of this, happened way back when, 1951. This shows you how the game has changed. Of course, that was a long time ago. The Indianapolis Olympians played Rochester, and they beat them in 6 overtimes. Okay, 6 overtimes, longest game in NBA history. The next day, Indianapolis had to play again, and all 5 starters played 48 minutes. So 6 overtimes, they got to play a back-to-back, and the next day, all 5 starters who had played in 6 overtimes, they all played 48 minutes. How about that? No load management back then, baby.
Did they win or lose?
They lost barely. They lost by like 7 to the
To who?
I'd have to double check that.
Come on, you got to know this stuff. You lived through that.
I did not. It was a little before my time, Ray. Yeah,
not that much before your time.
Actually, it was quite a bit before
you
my
knew.
time.
You knew it was the Indianapolis Olympians right away.
Well, I looked it up. That's all. I looked it up. More on Joe Lacob, who talked to Tim Kawakami today about what's going on with the Warriors and Bob Myers and the payroll. We've got a lot to digest today from what Bob Myers had to say. Here's Joe Lacob.
No, from what Joe Lacob had to say.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
I'm here to help.
Here's what Joe Lacob had to say when asked about the payroll. Let's go back to the summer. This was Joe Lacob talking to Tim Kawakami. It's a flashback to the summer when he was asked about the payroll being around $400 million. Then we'll give you the answer he gave to basically the same question today.
Is there a number that you put up there for Bob, or did you guys have a number like we can't go over 420, total commitment, or 450?
You're really good at reporting. You're one of the smarter reporters out there, but I'm going to tell you your numbers are kind of messed up.
Okay.
I will just say that. You were throwing numbers out like 400 and 500.
I'm like, the multiples go crazy.
Those numbers are not even remotely possible. It's just not.
Okay, so that was June, I think. What did you... July. Thank you, Mark Randy. So $400 million payroll, Ray, Joe Lacob had said in July. Come on. Ludicrous. We couldn't do that. Here was his answer to the same question from Tim Kawakami today.
It's not possible without losing quite a bit of money at the bottom line. Let's put it that way.
Yep.
I did say that, and it is, from a business perspective, an almost insane thing to even consider. But I think we're going to have to wait and see, because the truth is winning matters. And I want to win another championship. We want to win another championship this year, and I'll probably say that at the end of this year.
I know you will.
But let's see how this season goes. Let's see every week, every month, every game. Anything can happen. Look at 2019. Two of our best players got serious injuries in consecutive games. God forbid that should ever happen again. My point is, things can change very quickly. I know you'd like to be able to plan these things out, but the past is not the present, and the present is not the future. They're all different. And right now, we're in the present, and we're trying to win. And I think we have a good shot at that. I think we're coming together. And, the trade deadline is coming up. We'll see if there's a way we can improve our team. And, if we could obviously improve our financial situation for going forward, we'd love to do that, but not at the sacrifice of being able to win. So we got to evaluate this in real time, but with a look towards the future as well. So I can't really answer the question right now, other than to say, have you ever known me not to be aggressive? Mm-hmm. We are aggressive. We'll do whatever we can do if it makes sense. And we're in a winning, real championship mode.
So how high could this payroll go? Also coming up, we'll address today's great news out of Cincinnati. Where does the NFL go from here? That's next year. It's Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon, and we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The man opposing offenses have nightmares about. Nick Bosa joined Damon and Ratto.
Do you speak with your brother about other O-lines? Do you share tips with each other?
Tips are only going to get you so far in this league. You got to go out and do it. Playing the edge position is there's a lot of nuance to it, but when it comes down to it, you just got to go dominate somebody, and that's the main focus I try to get my mind on.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc? Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance
insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon today, and I want to remind you that the 95.7 The Game merch store is live. How about Matthew in Suisun City, Ray? He bought not one, not two, not three. He bought 4 items today: a DPOY sweatshirt, a relevant long sleeve t-shirt, an Oi 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 shirt, and most importantly, a Ray Turn On Your Mic shirt. And you can get yours now, 957thegameshop.com. Ray, how would you like to say thank you to Matthew in Suisun City?
The hell's the matter with you? That's actual money you spent on that stuff. What are you thinking?
Well
Don't you have anybody in your life?
Well done.
God, it's appalling.
It's tremendous.
I mean, there's no such thing as enough disposable income to justify this. None. He should have his wallet confiscated by a parent, a guardian, a spouse.
Those are
a
all
caretaker.
Great, those are all great shirts. Outstanding shirts.
It's money that he could have put to any number of causes.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that. I frankly, if I were him, If I knew him, I would shun him.
Speaking of money, we're going to be discussing here what Joe Lacob had to say to Tim Kawakami about the Warriors and their payroll. Also, we've got to get to the great news out of Cincinnati today and where the NFL goes from here. Steve Kerr today joining us at 5 o'clock. As far as the Warriors go, Ray, Joe Lacob says, well, in July, he said $400 million payroll. Psh, you can't do that. You're crazy. Today, he basically said, did he not, that, well, you couldn't do that and make money. It'd be very difficult, but he didn't rule it out the way he did in July.
No, but again, he spent most of this interview hedging a bunch of rhetorical bets. Yes, we'd like to sign Bob Myers, but we haven't signed him yet. You know, yes, we'd hate to lose Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, but you never know what's going to happen. Yes, we'd look at like potentially losing money if we signed everybody that we want to sign. But we'll see what happens. I mean, he didn't really commit to anything. So I think it was just him answering questions as non-committally as he can.
Which is a smart thing to do, especially given that we don't know where this is going to go.
Well, that's exactly it. Just, you don't have to make a decision until you have to make a decision. I mean, all these decisions can wait for at least 6 months. I mean, at the bare minimum, 6 months. You know, Draymond Green doesn't have to, you know, opt in or opt out till the season's over. So, you know, these are all trains that pull into the station way in advance.
By the way, speaking of Draymond, a lot of people were unhappy with me. I was in doing the show the last Friday of the year with Kyle doing the morning show. And we were talking about who has...
It just gets worse and worse for you, doesn't it?
We had a great time. We were talking about who has to be better, and I was saying the Warriors are so shorthanded now. Draymond has to be better. He's playing great, but he's got to be better. He can't afford to get teed up. He can't, you know, tap out of games when he gets mad, and he hasn't. Last night, he got thrown out, but Ray, I don't know what Draymond did. Now, he did get teed up for arguing with the official, but when he got the second technical, part of the double T's, you know, I'm not Mr. Defend Draymond, but in that case, I don't know what he did, and I'm wondering, we'll talk to Steve Kerr about this, if maybe the Warriors, you know, go to the league about that and say, hey, can you review that? Because there's nothing that he did. Isaiah Stewart grabbed his jersey, and Draymond Green grabbed Isaiah Stewart's jersey. If grabbing someone's jersey is grounds for a technical, we're not going to be able to keep 10 guys on the court for these games. So I don't know in that case what Draymond should have done. That he did not deserve that technical.
Well, but in a situation like that, in a heated game at the end, they're not going to tee one guy and not the other. I mean, they're not going to go, you're the instigator, I'm getting you. I'm leaving you alone. Because Draymond did respond. So, yeah, he's getting the technical.
But what, he responded? What, he got pulled to Isaiah Stewart because Isaiah Stewart had his jersey. When he was pulled to him, he went like, hey, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, so what was the response he gave in your view? Because I didn't see it that would warrant up double text.
Well,
what did he do? Maybe I missed it.
I'm not exactly sure, but I don't think it was as simple as he just put his hands up. And Ed Malloy does have a quick trigger finger anyway. So in that situation, almost all the time, they're going to double tech. The technical that creates the problem, though, is the one he gets in the second quarter from Mitchell Irvin.
I know.
So now he's the proud leader in the technical race. Congratulations to him. He's got 12. 3 more, and he gets a game off.
Yeah, well, the Warriors would probably rather avoid that, right? Especially now.
That would be my recommendation. I get why the second technical came. I think the first one was avoidable.
Yes,
but so it goes. You know, he's had the reputation that has invited lesser officials to ring him up for years now.
I think Beef Stew knew what he was doing.
Oh, of course. Isaiah Stewart's not an idiot.
No, I know.
He knows, you know what, I can get him out of here. So he does. You know, I mean, just, you know, the only thing that Draymond can do at that point is take whatever Stewart's going to do.
Okay, but I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but honestly, having watched it, I don't know what Draymond did where you could say, well, that was it. Because again, he got his jersey pulled, and then he was pulled to Isaiah Stewart, and then almost immediately he recognized what was going on and put his hands up. So I'm wondering if that might be something the league can review. Seriously.
Oh no, of course they can review it. They can rescind that technical. Doesn't change the fact that he got thrown out of the game. But yeah, no, there's an appeal process. Absolutely. There have been technical fouls rescinded. There's technical fouls rescinded every year. In fact, if you, I could look for them now if you want to vamp.
Yeah.
But no, of course they can appeal.
Yeah. But from the 510, what was the first tech for? That was for, he was complaining to one of the officials about something, and he got the T. Is this true from the 510? Whitey, Suisun City is pronounced like Susan? I'm from Vallejo. I thought it was Suisun. Am I wrong? Is it
I've
Susan?
never heard it Susan City.
I haven't either. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I got it right, but I'm going to stick with Suisun because that's what we've always said in neighboring Vallejo.
Yep. Vallejo Flats.
Yeah. So in that case, that was just flat out wrong, and it cost the Warriors. But yeah, he was thrown out. That didn't help. But if you could get the technical rescinded and then reduce that count towards an automatic suspension, I think it'd definitely be worth it.
Oh no, I'm sure they will try. It doesn't happen very often, but they lose nothing by trying. I mean, Durant had one rescinded like 2 weeks ago. Luka Doncic had one 3 weeks ago. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Hell, Chris Paul's had 2 rescinded this year.
Where are you with Clay right now? It's like, Clay, it's Clay again. Or are we squinting and imagining that he's Clay again? The jump shot, especially the last game, obviously, scintillating. And he had flashes last night. It came through when they needed him to.
Look, he's a very good player. Always has been. Is now. He's had 2 games with exemplary shooting against marginal to bad defensive teams. He's what he's always been. I see that he's not as quick as he used to be, but I don't think his shot is materially worse and irredeemable. He will have good moments and bad.
He said something really interesting after the 50 burger where he said he'd been working on going up straight. Klay Thompson used to have, before the injuries, it was almost textbook, just watching him shoot. And then after the injuries, he would shoot off one leg more often. He was leaning more. And apparently he's been working on that. And it's no surprise that he's shooting the ball better as a result of that. But he's also just playing within the flow more, and he's not hunting shots, and he's not disrupting the offense with his missed shots.
That's more to the point, to be honest with you. It's that he was incredibly patient to try to fill in 2 years of not playing into 2 months of playing. And it looked at, he rushed shots, he shot too early, he shot in pressure, he didn't shoot with,
bad body language,
persistent form. The body language I don't care about, but it's that.
Well, you're like the captain of bad body language. You invented it.
No, bad body. It doesn't have to speak a language. You could just see this is a dumpster fire with clothes. He was perpetually out of rhythm, and it took him this long to get it again, and he had to get it by no longer listening to the outside world, no longer thinking that he's got to make up for lost time because you can't get that back. And it might have taken a conversation or two with Kerr or Curry or Myers or who knows. But I think he's finally absorbed the lesson that, what's done is done. Now, what do you do? And I think he's been in better control. I think he's made better shot selections. Him reaching out to Jordan Poole last night, that's not something he would necessarily have done in the past because he wasn't really that kind of leader. Now with Curry out, he is one of the guys on the floor he's supposed to be a deliverer of wisdom, and he's starting to get comfortable with that too. I think we're seeing in him a guy who's changing with his circumstances. I don't think he's a lesser player. I think he might be a slightly lesser defender, but that's really the only real difference I see.
Klay Thompson on some of the things that he would tell Jordan Poole after Jordan Poole suffered that bad turnover at the end of the game last night, the loss to the Pistons.
Tell him it's going to be all right. Continue to work hard, and there's a reason he's an NBA champion. We would not have that banner without Jordan's efforts, so it's just about sticking to the process and working your absolute hardest, and the work will reveal itself. So I have no worries about Jordan. I think we're much better than our record reflects, and we're not even whole yet. So we have a lot of great basketball ahead of us, so it's not time to hang our heads.
If I were Klay Thompson, I would never want Jordan Poole in my boat, Ray. You know why? I'm afraid he would turn it over. And with that, we welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
That's no way to do that.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7.
That's not it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
Wow.
Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Well, that just threw everybody for a loop there. Anyway, it's Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. Steve Kerr going to join us today at 5 o'clock. It's a curious thing with the Warriors right now because a short time ago, after those 2 losses in New York, it looked like, oh my goodness, Clay is struggling and Steph is out and Wiggins is out. This thing could go any which way. And they played so well in the homestand that they're back to respectability. But then they, losing to a team like Detroit makes you wonder exactly where this whole thing is headed. But it's in a positive direction with Steph coming back, hopefully a week from tomorrow. So overall, it's positive. That one just stung last night. It's frustrating.
You're way too close. You know what? You need to make your wife watch the game by herself because she's obviously ginning you up for this stuff.
Okay, you think losing to Detroit's like,
No, I think it's a great thing. It's an absolute high point for the franchise. No, I think the fact that they lost to Detroit is less troublesome to me, if this troubled me at all, than the fact that their defense was not what it should have been.
Yeah,
Again,
but they don't have their guys. I mean, they missed Wiggins so much defensively.
They didn't have their guys when they beat Portland, when they beat Utah,
Atlanta, Charlotte.
No, they didn't defend against Atlanta.
Oh,
against Charlotte, against Memphis, they didn't have their guys for those either, and they defended well.
Yeah, you know who they had in that game? That, to your point, I'm not disagreeing with you, but they had Kuminga in that game, and he actually has given them a lot at the defensive end.
No, yeah, well, I'm not questioning that at all. The point is,
which is a good thing, which is a really good thing.
The point is, the direct line here is the fact that if you're going to give up 120 points to any team in the NBA, you deserve to lose. Period. They got what they deserved. If you give up if you allow that many points to anybody, you need to take that L.
Mm-hmm. Tough one. Sadiq Bey buries it. Anyway, more on that.
What was his first name again?
Sadiq?
I know.
Yeah.
You're forgetting our earlier conversation, which I can no longer share.
That wasn't my conversation.
No, you were in it. You were in on the conversation. Don't lie to me. I was there.
More on the game and where the Warriors are and Steph's return.
Sadiq Bey.
I think we've said about all we need to say about Sadiq Bey for now. Yeah.
Well, let's ask Grandy. Mark?
I got nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Ray's going there.
You're cowards.
What
You're
the
both
heck?
cowards.
You
I'm
brought it
ashamed of
up.
you both.
Go get it, big fella. You brought it up.
Let's get Lucas on the phone.
We got great news out of Cincinnati today. 4 words, terrific words on DeMar Hamlin. Significant improvement and neurologically intact. Now, he's still, at last report, on a ventilator. So his breathing is mechanically assisted, which is very significant. But he's conscious. He's communicating via written questions and answers. And I'm sure you saw, Ray, that the first thing he asked, according to doctors, was, did we win? It's the first thing he wanted to know.
And the answer was, you didn't win or lose.
No, you know what the answer was, honestly? Did you see the doctor said, yes, you won the game of life. I'm kidding. I kid you not. That's what they told him. And he was probably like, that didn't help me. Did we win the game?
Did we cover? I had action. No, this changes not only his arc materially, dramatically, and most importantly, but it also takes off the table the notion of how distraught the Bills will be going forward, because now there's a hope where 2 days ago they were looking at the process of death right in front of their eyes.
Oh, I know. I've been dreading. We've all been. Yeah.
That should scare the hell out of anybody. And when it's somebody you know in doing something that you do with him, your mind goes to dark places. They can now sort of remove themselves from that and find a level of normalcy. Not full normalcy, because this is still not normal by any means.
Right, and he still has a long ways to go. This is great news, but somebody actually asked the doctors, "Can he play football again?"
Who asked that?
I don't know, but a reporter asked that question, and the doctor said, he's in intensive care. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope the answer was delivered with the proper amount of snark.
Right.
Yeah, he'll be out there Sunday, dumbass.
Yeah, maybe in time for the postseason.
Yeah. I'd keep him on the 53 if that's what you're asking me. I'd use him on your fantasy team, pal.
Right.
No, it's all good news. I mean, it's all good news for everybody involved. It's a chance to return to what passes for normalcy in the National Football League. And that's a relief for the Bills. It's probably a relief for the league office. It's a relief for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I heard today that they're not even going to bother to restart that game. So good.
They're
that
leaning
solves
that way.
problem too.
I don't think they've announced anything officially, but it looks like nobody wants any part of doing that. The
No,
players don't
and
want it.
nor
Yeah.
should they.
No, I agree. I agree.
Because not every game is necessary. The only time the NFL has ever chosen not to play games is when they were trying to crush the union. They went out of their way to get every game played in the COVID season,
right?
Including playing games
Wednesday, Thursday,
Tuesdays
yeah.
before Saturdays. I mean, they didn't care. I mean, this is a time where they wanted to finish that game. Absolutely, they did. But when Sean McDermott told Zach Taylor, I don't want to be here. I want to be at the hospital. Zach Taylor, to his credit, said, "Well, that's actually where you should be. We're not playing." I mean, he could have been snotty and creepy and gone, "Well, then I guess we win by forfeit." But he's a better human being than that.
Yeah. My understanding is that you mentioned COVID. Because of COVID, during COVID, the commissioner was granted powers whereby he could determine playoff teams by virtue of winning percentage, because they were trying, they were coming up with conditions in case they didn't finish all their games. So that is still in place. So they could go that way if they wanted to. So they could not play those games, and then they could just decide, all right, Kansas City has the better record. But as you probably know, Kansas City actually lost to both Buffalo and Cincinnati. So I don't know what they're going to do here. That Ray, you've probably heard they may play the AFC title game neutral site to try to neutralize the advantage somebody's going to get. They may actually add playoff teams in each conference and go 8-8, which I don't know how that addresses the problem.
It doesn't. It's a greed grab.
Yeah.
Which is
what?
Yeah. I mean, if the NFL does that, there's only one reason why. It's not because they feel compelled to be fair to Miami or Pittsburgh. Who the hell cares about them? It's about, hey, an extra playoff game that we don't have to negotiate with the union. That's it. That is. And so that shouldn't happen.
Maybe I'm missing something. How are Miami and Pittsburgh affected by this anyway? Isn't it just a matter of Cincinnati and Buffalo and Kansas
If they're
City?
going to add a team for the playoffs?
Yeah, but I mean, if they're
adding a team, that's Miami or Pittsburgh. They're both 8-8.
But why do we need to help them?
We don't need to help them.
Exactly.
That's my point.
Yeah. The only thing I can see is
the argument I guess would be, if they did not play this Sunday with the Bills and Patriots,
okay,
how would you negotiate?
Right.
How to break.
But they
that
probably
tie?
will play that game, I think.
Oh, I think that's almost certain now.
Yeah.
I mean, the only teams that are affected by this are Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Kansas City.
So how you get
if Kansas City wins, it doesn't affect them in any event.
How you get from, wow, something's not fair for those three teams vying for the best record in the AFC to, I know, we'll add an extra playoff team in each conference.
Well, who made that? Who made that suggestion?
I don't know where it came from.
I'll bet, without knowing the answer, that it came from some idiot pundit. I know. Here's a way we can get the Dolphins in the playoffs. People want to see Tua. No, they're 8-8. They deserve not to be in if they can't figure out the tiebreaker with the Patriots.
That's a great point. All I have on that is from, I think this is Pro Football Talk. One possibility would be to add an 8th team to the playoff field in the AFC. That would eliminate the bye for the number 1 seed. Okay, this says just to the AFC field.
So that they don't have to negotiate who gets the bye?
So the number 1 seed wouldn't have as much of an advantage, which they would be, in theory, not entitled to because they didn't actually play all the games or all the teams involved.
No, but it's also it's conceivably penalizing the Chiefs if they win on Sunday.
Someone's going to probably get penalized. We just may never know who because we don't know how it would have ended up.
Well, no, but if the Chiefs have the top seed, they would get home field advantage through the conference final.
Yeah,
so it does. So if they do their take care of their business, nobody's impacted.
But the problem
the
is
only thing that would happen is that Buffalo would play the 7, Cincinnati would play the 6. Is there a material difference in
the
your
problem.
mind between Baltimore and New England at this point?
Kansas City's at 13 wins, right? So
Right,
they could
they're
get to
13 and
14.
3.
Yeah, and Buffalo's at 12 and
12
they
and
didn't play
3.
last week. So if they win this week, they don't play as many games. For Kansas City to get the edge over Buffalo when Buffalo beat them, but Buffalo didn't play as many games, that's
but
inherently unfair.
But Kansas City has more wins, which is how they do this. That's the first tiebreaker.
Yeah, people don't seem to have the stomach for that.
Well,
because it is unfair to the Bills. That's why
maybe the Bills should have won more games then.
Well, I'm being
serious.
What can we
do? Well, you can't
beat them.
But you
the
can't.
Bengals beat them too. So,
So
that's
what?
why there's a problem. So that's why there's a problem.
No, there isn't a problem.
Well, there's a perceived issue. You may be fine with it, but the people that make these decisions and the people that follow it more closely and care in a way that you probably never will, which is you're right.
No,
it's a problem for them.
The team with 14 wins has a better record than the team with 13 wins.
But only
Period.
because the team with 13 wins didn't play as many games.
Well,
perhaps.
Well, Buffalo.
If they tied, Buffalo would have gotten a tiebreaker because they beat
Buffalo
them.
chose correctly not to play the game on Monday night to completion because they had a horrific tragedy happen in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't get to play that 17th game.
Okay, I understand
the
reasoning. I just don't think they're going to go that way. But I understand.
I
your
don't think
reasoning.
that. Well, the only way you can do that is to recreate the Buffalo Cincinnati game because anything else is way too jerry-rigged. I mean, if you're good enough to win 13 games, as Kansas City was, or 12, as Buffalo is, you're good enough to win the whole thing. I mean,
So that's how you would do it. You would just say,
I'd
like
just
they
say-
did in the 1972 baseball season when there was a strike and they said, we're not making up games. And Detroit beat Boston by half a game because they didn't play the same number of games.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this case, fairness takes a back seat to humanity. And humanity meant that the game Monday night doesn't get finished.
Understand what you're saying. It looks like they're still trying to find a way to be humane and also thread the needle on being fair. Good luck.
Well, if that's what they're wrestling with, they'll find a way to do this in a stupid way.
I think they should wait until the games are played this weekend, and some of this might take care of itself, and you won't have as many
Well, if
issues.
Kansas City wins, it takes care of itself.
Coming up next, we are sponsored, by the way, by calhope.org. What is the deal with Jordan Poole? How concerned should we be about Jordan Poole? Don't forget Steve Kerr's coming up at 5 today. This is Damon and Rado. Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go.
Steve Kerr joins Damon and Rado today at 5.
What JK is showing is that, he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing.
Steve Kerr, today at 5 on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego last year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, I think you should do that. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation. And with these deals, it's no surprise. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, create an account and the redeem code THEGAME. For $20 off, download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office,
the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/11. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, right, Ray? Or is that Righteous Brothers? It's Whitey in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. It's Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy?
On the text line here, I am happy. Glad to be with you. Glad to be here. The rain has stopped. Steve Kerr coming up at 5. I always enjoy talking with Steve Kerr. Can feel my basketball IQ, which, you know, there's a lot of room for it to grow, but I always feel it grow when we talk to Steve Kerr. But people on the text line here, Ray, are pointing out that if Kansas City wins this weekend, it really doesn't matter as far as determining who would have won home field, because Buffalo still could have tied them if they played the same number of games. So we don't need to argue about, well, that's fair, it's unfair, but it's a fact. If the Chiefs cannot get to more wins than Buffalo would have gotten had they won out and had they won that game that wasn't played. So that's the issue. And it is true that some are saying that if you add an 8th team to the playoff field in the AFC, which I guess waters down the unfair advantage for somebody, then because of competitive balance, you'd have to have 8 teams in the NFC too. I'm all for more playoff teams, more playoff games, but at this point of the season, I know Willard and Dibbs were talking today about calling Ron Rivera and, hey, coach, turns out you guys are still in it. It's just ludicrous, and it doesn't really address what I see as the issue here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
By the way, I didn't know we were out of the playoffs. Now I don't know we're in.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wish you told us that, because they have a backup quarterback, like a backup.
Sam Howell.
Yeah. And so,
quick, where did he go to school?
Houston State.
No, I'll give you another 94 minutes to guess.
Tennessee.
Keep going.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't
Tennessee.
whisper in his ear, Grandy.
Grandy says it wasn't Grandy. UNC.
It wasn't Grandy.
No, it was Evan.
Evans.
He said UNC real quick, and UNC, and I thought, I thought he said Tennessee. That's why I said Tennessee.
God.
To be fair, I did tell Evan that, so it's just a game of telephone.
Yeah.
Wow, that's 70 IQ points amassed.
That's not as
force.
significant as who did Rock and Roll Heaven, but be that as it may.
No, I'm just saying that, how much of a farce do you want to make?
No, I think we're
of a seminal moment in football history that turned out to be a pretty noble evening's endeavor by a lot of people, so that you can figure out a way to get the Washington Commanders and the Miami Dolphins into the playoffs.
Yeah, and also, what if you're the Eagles and you beat the Giants this week, and then it would be, well, we're going 8-8, so you played all season long for the bye, and you probably could use the bye. You got some serious injuries there. Your quarterback's been hurt, but sorry, we're doing away with that because of everything going on with the Chiefs and the Bills and the Bengals. It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. It's a festival of stupidity.
It is.
Because the game has the sport has too few games and too much time between games for lunatics to think of stuff.
If they came to me, which they're probably not going to at this point, and said, what do you think we should do? I honestly think, Ray, I would go with your plan, which is, look, you can only go with what you know, and these were the games that were played. Is it fair? It's not totally fair. None of this is ever totally fair. And however you're going to try to finagle it to make it fair, you know what? It might make you feel better about things, but it's not going to make it fair.
No, what they're doing, they're trying to make it fair by saying more games, and we'll be keeping the money for those.
Right.
I mean, there's not a lot of nobility in any of these plans, except the one that says it's awful that we couldn't play that game, but it was the right thing that we didn't. And it's the right thing that it stays unplayed.
Now, I had said that maybe you wait until this weekend's games and then some of this sorts itself out, but a number of people on the text line are pointing out, because you may involve an 8th team, you have to let teams know before they play this weekend.
No, surprise. Hey, we lost by 17, but we backed in.
Yeah. Turns out if you'd played your regular quarterback, you might have gotten into the postseason, we decided, but you didn't know, so what are you going to do?
I mean, win more games next year.
Yeah.
Period.
The good news is the guy's doing a lot better.
That's the only news that actually
Mar Hamlin's doing a lot, but that was so awful, sickening, and sad. I was watching basketball, and see how the Bengals and Bills are doing, like everyone did. Some people were probably watching that originally, but seeing that scene and hearing Joe Buck trying to make sense of it, and all the broadcasters doing, Susie Colbert and Booger and Adam Schefter just, trying to make sense of it. It was really, really uncomfortable and sad. And I was just, like most people probably were, just dreading that really bad news. And so far, it looks like we may never get that.
It'd be fine by me.
Yeah.
No, the people on air were put in a difficult position. And the one bit of information they had was that the teams have been told that once the ambulance clears, there'll be a 5-minute warm-up period, and then they're going to play again. The league promptly denied because they realized how awful that would have looked. Because, and this is the best part of what could have been a horrific night. The coaches and players on the two teams decided what would happen with their lives. They said, You can tell us what to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to do it. Sean McDermott said, I'm going to the hospital. I'm done for the night. I got more important stuff on my head. And Zach Taylor, to his credit, said, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'd do the same thing. They agreed that playing the game was a terrible idea. And since they're the ones who have to do it, their decision should have stood.
Should have stood.
And in fact, if they wanted to replay the game, the only people who should have been able to decide that were the players and coaches, because they're the ones at risk, not the owners, not the league office, them. And they would have to be playing a game where their hearts weren't in it, you know?
It just would have been bad for everyone. Just would have made everybody look bad. Like your priorities are way out of whack. And,
look bad, feel bad,
yes,
probably play bad. I mean,
yes, awful.
No, it was that's why not ever playing that game.
The coaches saved the NFL from itself.
Yes, absolutely. And I think not playing that game is in its own weird way kind of a testament to the acknowledgement that players have a fuller understanding now of the possibilities that they face when they do this. I grant you this is an incredibly rare situation, but this changes the dynamic for everybody who signs up for this.
Apparently it happens in other sports as often, if not more often, than it does in football.
It's happened at least twice in hockey. I think maybe even 3 times.
Bottom line is a sharp blow to the chest can trigger that.
If that's what happened here and they haven't been able to determine that yet, yeah, you have to have the blunt force trauma at exactly the moment
in the wrong place at the wrong time,
that the heart is beginning to generate a new beat. It's called, I think, the T wave. And if you get caught right at that moment,
it's like a switch is flipped off.
Right. That's what happened with Chris Pronger. We took a slap shot in the chest and had the same thing happen. Got up and then collapsed right away. For whatever reason, he was conscious when they took him off the field. He didn't have to be intubated. He missed a number of weeks, but he came back and played. But he tweeted that very night, said, that happened to me. And here's what happened to me. And he didn't try to pass himself off as a medical expert. He was just explaining his experience.
By the way, in the text line here from the 415, someone suggests you don't have to give the NFC 8 the AFC bias compromise, so the best thing to do is eliminate it. Understand that, but some are suggesting, well, for competitive balance, if you have 8 in the AFC, you got to have 8 in the NFC, which is probably just, the NFL is trying to rationalize, how can we add more teams? Well, it's only fair if we have 8 in both. I can't imagine they're gonna be able to get away with that.
This is a moment,
can't happen.
This is a rare moment where competitive balance is irrelevant, utterly irrelevant. You have enough chances to win the tournament, whether you're the Bills, the Bengals, or the Chiefs.
But you understand where some fans are coming from. And
I understand where they're coming from. They want more games.
No. That's the league. Where I was going to go is this, and putting everything that happened with DeMar Hamlin aside, everyone is happy. To say that, hey, this isn't fair is not to say that, well, don't you realize what happened here? It's two separate things. But some fans of the Bengals, and especially the Bills, will say, wait a minute. We might have to go to Kansas City and play them there in their place for the AFC title when we beat them. And if we'd played all our games, they would have to come to our place. So that's the problem that some have with this.
Okay, but what if Cincinnati had won that game Monday night? In the mysterious world that doesn't exist. Then Buffalo doesn't get that chance.
No, but
anyway.
Cincinnati was also in that picture.
They weren't in the picture for the bye.
Yeah, they were.
No, they're 11-4.
Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Well, they could have gotten to 13 then.
No, how?
By winning that game and winning this week.
Kansas
11
City
and 2
has
is
to
13.
lose.
Yeah. So you're in. Yeah, and they beat Kansas City.
Okay, but
so they were in the running for the bye.
They were in the running for the bye, but they're a game and a half back, and you also have to assume that Kansas City's going to lose to the Raiders. You know, I mean, you don't know. You're right, but you just don't know. It makes you if that's what you're worried about, how's the fair way to fix the problem you have? Cram in that game again? No, neither of the teams involved want to play it, and they should have the right to say no. I mean, it's a different argument if the Bills or Bengals want to say, well, we don't want to play this Sunday either. Then they take their chances. But this is it's a freak accident.
Oh, I know.
And so you just go, we're not playing this. This is the new deal. This is the new deal. Cope with it.
Makes sense. I'm with you. I would probably do the same thing, but I don't think that's going to happen either. I think we're going to get some sort of convoluted, we'll play the AFC title game at a neutral site. And they may do the thing where
I don't even have a problem with that.
I don't like it. But they may also give the Chiefs, have you heard about the choose your plan thing? Where, all right, Chiefs, you're the number 1 seed. And assuming that they are, that you didn't really gain it fairly, so you have an option here. This is actually being talked about. You can either
talked about by who? I want to stop you here. Is this another one of those pro football talk extravaganzas?
I know they were talking about it. I think Schefter was talking about it, and there's reason to believe the league has been discussing this. Okay, Chiefs, you get your choice here. Either you have home field throughout, or you get your bye. If you take your bye, then you're not the number 1 seed. It's just, can't. They're overthinking this whole thing. And it's not going to fix it. I think no matter what you do like that, it doesn't actually fix anything.
No, it doesn't fix anything. It actually makes it worse, no matter what you do. Sometimes it's okay to accept the fact that things aren't as fair as you'd like them to be, given the circumstances.
Right.
It's not like the Bills just walked off the field and said, we don't feel like playing. I mean, this was an extraordinary event.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to acknowledge that this is an extraordinary event, and you just have to cope with a mild inequity. You could still win games.
888-957-9570. Yeah, as we mentioned, Steve Kerr is coming up at 5 o'clock today. Looking forward to that. Let's go first, to Mike in Daly City on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, thanks for hanging on. What's up?
Hi. I think I have a solution that will at least satisfy more of the people who consider this unfair. I would, and again, it depends on Cincinnati and Buffalo at least being willing to finish their game at some point. So I don't care if they play Saturday or Sunday, but finish the the Cincinnati-Buffalo game. If Cincinnati wins, they clinch the division mathematically already without their last game. They beat Buffalo. They beat Kansas City. They're the 1 seed. Same thing if Buffalo beats Kansas City. Then Buffalo becomes the 1 seed. They beat Cincinnati. They beat Kansas City. And then worry about the bottom feeders, which would be Baltimore and New England. Baltimore plays Cincinnati the last week scheduled to, and New England's supposed to play Buffalo last week. Either move that game or have them play each other so they have an equal number of games. But who cares? It's for some bottom feeder 7 seed.
Right.
Just play Cincinnati, Buffalo for the 1 seed, basically.
Thank you, Mike. And I know you hung on for quite a while. Appreciate that. But there's just no way they're going to play that game. No one wants to play that game. I don't even think the NFL at this point, and the NFL always wants to play. I think they realize what the optics would be, Ray, and clearly they're looking at it from a business standpoint, but I think they know that that'd be a bad look for us. So I don't think there's any way they're going to play that game. That hasn't been officially announced yet. It's been all but officially announced. Nobody wants to play that game.
Yeah, I mean, do they really want to push all the playoffs back a week, take away the week between the extra week between the Super Bowl? I don't think they want to do that either.
No.
I think sometimes bad luck happens. And I'm not talking the incident as bad luck. I'm talking about the schedule inequity. Sometimes stuff, I just go, okay, we'll deal with it. This is supposed to be, the sport where you have to overcome adversity. Well, here's a little adversity for you. I mean, I'm far more concerned that Baltimore or Miami or New England would get in as an 8 seed than.
But you're okay with a neutral site AFC title game, huh?
I don't have that big a problem with it, only because, if you're looking to try to,
I understand it, but I don't.
No. Look, I would prefer that they don't change anything, but if they were going to do anything, that seems the least intrusive.
I think you have the right of it.
Ideally, I'd like to have it wherever they play it, like neck deep in snow.
The thing that drives me crazy, someone in the text line here says the coaches made the decision, give them both a loss. You can't give both teams a loss. I've heard, give them both a win, make it a tie. They didn't play.
No,
So
nothing.
play.
No, you can't make up a result.
Right.
And you don't punish.
That doesn't.
You don't
fix
punish
anything.
two teams for doing the right thing.
I've heard a lot of people saying that.
Give them both a
Yeah.
loss.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. The galactic stupidity of that just staggers me. But giving them both a win is almost as stupid.
Just
the
as stupid
game
if you ask me.
didn't happen. Stop making up things that don't exist.
What are we going to do? They didn't play. Well, hello, then. You deal with the reality of that.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah. I mean, God, it just, when people look at these standings in 20 years, why didn't these guys play all their games? A guy nearly died on the field. Well, this breaks up the continuity of footballreference.com. Shut up. God.
888.
This is why you don't talk to people, because they come up with stuff like this. They create brain bubbles.
Give them a tie. What about a tie? A couple people. What about a tie? They didn't tie. It's not a tie. Why would you give them a tie? They didn't tie.
Give them nothing.
How does that make anything better?
Yeah. It doesn't. It just stop it. People, put your phones down. Go back to work.
Back to the
Go
Dubs
take your
here.
dog for a walk. Go
Yeah.
play with your kids.
Rich and Fremont.
Leave us alone.
Rich and Fremont wants to
Bugger
get back
off.
to the Warriors. 95-7 the game. Hey, Rich. How did the Warriors lose to the Pistons twice?
Well, I think a lot of this has to do with something I tried to call in about the other day. You know, when the Warriors won that buzzer beater against Atlanta, from Steve Kerr's perspective, you know, he probably set the guys down and said, you know what, I'm glad we got to win. However, he probably also told them, I just don't like the way we won, okay? Because what was the situation? The situation was in that game, the Warriors did not play good defense. They traded baskets, okay, with Atlanta. And you don't win a higher percentage of basketball games by trading baskets with the opposing team. You win by stopping the other team from scoring, and you score. And I said that game was a 50-50 game. And I said that if in fact you play other teams like that, you're going to lose a lot more games than you win, because there's other teams in the league who can outshoot you if you trade baskets with them. Hindsight, the very next game, what happens? They trade baskets with Detroit, you know, and what happened? Come on, the last point, and what happened? They lost.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm telling my guys, okay, look, we have to stop trading baskets with opposing teams. We have to learn to play defense and stop them from overscoring or matching our baskets. Because if we do this every time, what's going to happen is we're not going to make the playoffs. We don't even make the play-in game. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks for hanging on. I think what it comes down to...
I think that's a message that has been sent over and over and over again.
I think
so.
so.
This team is not consistently good defensively.
I think one of the reasons Steve Kerr was putting a happy face on the loss last night, I think Steve Kerr is smart enough to recognize, you know, you had some thrilling games, a lot of fun to watch this week. Charlotte, Utah, Portland, Atlanta. Feel like I'm leaving something out in there. But he probably recognizes, as shorthanded as the Warriors are right now, to win some of those games, close games like that, the ball did bounce their way a little bit. So it didn't last night. Yeah, that was a winnable game, but I think Steve Kerr recognizes that, all things considered, this has been a really good homestand for us. So to start hammering away at people after losing to Detroit last night is probably not going to help me much with the
He might have
players coming
hammered.
back.
He might have hammered them after the game privately, but he's never going to do it publicly.
Of course.
That's not what he does. It takes an extraordinarily bad effort for him to grouse on his team.
It has been a lot. I don't know if you've seen all the games, or, you know, I know you have things going on, but it's been a lot of fun. The games this week have been incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, which is what happens when you play down to your opponent.
Yeah.
But
it's hard not to when you don't have, you know, a couple of your starters.
Well, okay, but that's a nice excuse, but they didn't have those starters before when they were defending well against teams like Memphis, who were a hell of a lot better than Detroit or Atlanta. Because that's the problem here.
They didn't have Big Jimmy. He got hurt too. Big Jimmy Wiseman got hurt. So that's
You're not really going to start doing
that's
that,
compromised my defense as well. He actually defended well against Memphis.
Okay.
And Kuminga has played really good defense.
Okay, but, you know, if you can play without those guys and play good defense, defense ought to be consistent. And it's not like the Pistons shot an ungodly percentage. I mean, that's the other thing. Detroit did not play an extraordinary game.
I think if you looked at the quarter by quarter, there were the first half especially, they did shoot an amazing percentage. Overall, you're right. For them, that's still really high for Detroit. But I really do think it's easy for us as fans to say, you can't lose. I know, but I've been
the first quarter, the first quarter they were like 16 for 24.
Yeah.
But that levels off with time. I mean, if they do that for 4 quarters, that's a whole different argument. But they ended up shooting 49%, which is still high, but it's not, insurmountably high. It's not like they shot 57% for the game.
Who's playing great for the Warriors and no one notices or cares to talk about it if they do notice? Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney has been great. Kevon Looney had, 15 rebounds last night. He had 20 against Atlanta. He's not asked to do a lot. Ray, he leads the NBA in assist to turnover ratio. Kevon Looney.
He's asked to do a great deal. It's just that it's not.
He's not asked to.
You're
right.
Yeah.
He's not asked to score a lot.
You're
correct.
Fact, I don't know how much he's asked to do. I know how much he does, because he sees to it that stuff gets done.
Minutes
and I think that's
high.
his value. The reason why people talk about him being low maintenance is because you don't have to tell him how to rotate, to your man. You don't have to. Here's how you roll off that screen. You don't have to tell him it. He knows it and he does it. It's almost instinctive with him. And that's why he's in the starting lineup every game. It's not because Steve Kerr has decided, he gets that by emeritus because I really think he's cute and cuddly. He gives him stuff that nobody else gives him, and he gives it to him consistently.
Last year, heading into the playoffs, and even I think once the playoffs started, Steve Kerr was trying to figure out with my lineups, how can I make sure I don't have Kevon and Draymond on the floor at the same time, because neither of them's very good offensively. And he finally realized, no, I want both of them on the floor at the same time, because Kevon Looney was a rebounding machine in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And he's in great. He may be in better shape than anybody in the NBA. And I think that's one of the reasons he won the game against Atlanta. People starting to drag a little bit, double overtime. And he was like, I got this. Put back, score, we win.
No, I think, and I'll be very quick with this.
I've heard that before.
Let's go to a break. No. You're apparently double parked. I don't want to cause you to have to run out and feed the meter again.
I want to hear what you have to say.
No. We have to sell stuff to people.
I was thinking that. I didn't mean to say it.
No, you thought it out loud. Fine. Go do an ad.
Ray's saving that. That's a great tease by Ray. He'll share his thoughts
I'm
when
not
we come
sharing
back.
anything. You had your chance.
Also, what did we learn about where the Dubs are and where they're headed from Joe Lacob today? That's coming up next here. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still a ways to go.
Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
What JK is showing is that, he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing.
Steve Kerr, today at 5 on 95.7 The Game.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel's indoor and outdoor products.
products. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase qualifying Fisher & Paykel appliances from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Damon. Ray, what all-time great Michael Jackson track, according to Michael Jackson, stole the bass line from this song? Michael Jackson said, yeah, I just ripped off the bass line from this song, this Hall & Oates classic.
Classic is probably stretching it a bit.
This is no can do. I can't go. Yeah.
Can't even remember it's real. It's a real classic.
Billie Jean.
If this makes you sing falsetto, then really the show has to stop.
Michael Jackson said he stole this bass line, and Daryl Hall or whoever wrote it said, that's okay because I stole the bass line from somebody too. Swati in for Damon here on 95.7 The Game. More important than that, believe it or not, is the fact that we've got Steve Kerr, coach of the Warriors, coming up top of the hour. This is also important. The 95.7 The Game merch store live. Matthew in Suisun City bought 4 items today. A DPOY sweatshirt. Ray says so. Matthew, Ray really appreciates you and what you did.
No, I don't. I'm ashamed of you. And so is your family. Get your money back.
DPOY
send
sweatshirt.
Send it back. Send the stuff back.
Relevant.
Get your money back.
Long
Spend
sleeve
it on
t-shirt.
something useful.
You know, Kyle Madsen came up with the designs for the DPOY and the relevant shirt.
I rest my case.
Yeah. An oi, oi, oi shirt. So big fan of your show. And most importantly, Matthew in Suisun City, a Ray Turn On Your Mic shirt. You can get yours now at 957thegame.shop.com. Hurry before Matthew in Suisun City buys them all.
I hope to God he's in a committed relationship, because if he wears those on any kind of social gathering, he will be shunned.
He's the cock of the walk, man, with those shirts.
Oh, God. Literally, people would be wrapping him in blankets and ushering him outside.
Ray says that, but I think deep down he's like, gosh, that's really nice of that guy.
I should
probably drop him a line or something.
I'm not saying anything to myself. I'm saying it out loud. You are a jackass, sir. Stop doing stuff like that. People make fun of you.
You're talking to him or me? No. You're talking to Matthew in Suisun City or me?
Matthew in Suisun City.
Okay, all right.
Well, and take it from G&S. We're telling you the truth.
We appreciate it. Yeah, we came up with a new name for the show, but I don't know that the world's ready for it. So that'll be.
The world's ready for it. I just don't think the station's ready for it.
That'll be for another day. But today is the day Steve Kerr joins us top of the hour. All right, Joe Lacob today was on with Tim Kawakami, the TK show. Had a lot of very interesting things to say about. Well, let's just talk about Jordan Poole. I know I started the show bemoaning Jordan Poole and his turnovers. Ray pointed out, look, it wasn't Jordan Poole's fault. They lost the game. They got to defend. But Jordan Poole has been guilty of bad turnovers the last 3 games in a row. I've wondered this. Why did the Warriors give Jordan Poole the contract when they did? They could have waited. He would have been a restricted free agent. Here was Joe Lacob's answer to the question, why did you pay Jordan Poole before you had to?
You know, the thing is, we had to sign up Jordan Poole going forward. I believe he would have gotten an even bigger contract next summer. Turnovers aside, lately I'm sure he's not happy with those turnovers either, but the guy can flat out score the basketball. He's an exciting box office kind of performer. Believe me when I tell you, there are several teams that would have signed him next summer, probably to a max contract. I can't say, but probably. So we felt we had to do that, and we wanted to do that.
Okay, and maybe they made the smart play. Who knows? They could have saved some money if they waited. Maybe what Joe Lacob suggested, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Maybe that they made the prudent move. I would have waited, but
they signed him when they signed him, at the price they signed him, in considerable part because Draymond Green punched him in the face. I think they were irked by the fact that Draymond sort of forced their hand, because I think they might have waited a while longer. The truth is, we'll never know now.
I understand that, and that's possible, but I know that even before, long before we even dreamed there would be a punch, there was a deadline and they were talking. So I don't know that that's true. You may be right, but I know that both sides were in negotiations, and there was a deadline for them to sign, and they were, I don't know, Ray. You may be right, but also there's evidence that they were well into it.
Oh, no, I think they were probably talking, but I think, they could not let this go much longer, given the fact that, Draymond was the instigator there, and they had to make a statement more than just a printed word or a press conference statement about how much they backed Jordan Poole. And if they were planning to keep him anyway, then they had to, in my opinion, overpay at the moment, because they didn't want this to turn into a lingering thing.
Actions speak louder than words. So it's one thing to say, we love you, we want you to be a part of everything, blah, blah, blah. But more important than words is, hey, here's the contract.
Because
extension.
I mean, if you let that fester, maybe Jordan Poole decides, I'm not talking to you guys anymore.
What'd you think of Joe Lacob's little aside about the turnovers? Ha ha. Turnovers aside. Ha ha ha.
Well, here's the thing. This is the defense that everybody who defends Jordan Poole always gives when somebody asks about something that isn't scoring.
It's funny because people defend Jordan Poole and Jordan Poole doesn't defend anybody. But go ahead.
But no, it's just, boy, he can score the basketball. Yeah, we know he can score the basketball. And I hate that phrase, by the way. That should be excised.
You're the one that used it.
Yeah, I'm a bad person. I quit. No, I just, he has limitations in his game. And I think some of them are limitations that he may never grow out of. Because you can't just hide behind the fact that, boy, he can really score. On this team, you can't be a passenger on one half of the floor. You can't have a deficiency in some parts of your game. You've got to be as close to complete as you can be to get 30 to 35 minutes a game on this team. If this team plans to be an elite team in the future, that's the problem here. It's that people give Jordan Poole all the credit he deserves for being a scorer, but they use it as an omnibus defense when you have to discuss the things he doesn't do consistently well or doesn't do well very often.
We'll ask Steve Kerr about Jordan Poole, and I know Steve Kerr pointed out last night that, hey, we don't win the games we've won on this homestand without Jordan Poole, and I know he's being asked to do an awful lot, so understand all that. I do think Jordan Poole, I think there's a very good chance that he's always going to be kind of inconsistent, that he's going to be kind of streaky, but Steve Kerr has been saying there are still a couple levels that Jordan Poole has to get to be a great player, and I think that's all part of that, and what we've seen the last couple of nights, part of that as well. Back to Joe Lacob and his conversation with Tim Kawakami. He was asked, Joe Lacob, if the team will make money this season. How does Ray Ratto think Joe Lacob will answer that question?
Oh, he'll cry poor. They all cry poor. But he'll couch it in a way that goes, but if we have to do it, we'll do it. Maybe.
I don't know the exact answer, but it's probably close.
Yeah.
It depends how far we go in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If we go to the finals, we should be okay. If we don't, we'll probably lose money. So we're fortunate that we have a very good group of people in our business side, and they have done an incredible job. They are heroes in this organization, just like the players are. And they've done a great job running our business and making our customers happy, and they keep coming back. So all I can tell you is we're just trying to keep up. We have a unique situation in that we have this aging but still great set of players. We have championship aspirations, and it costs a lot of money to do that. And we're going to try like heck to rectify our finances going forward, but not at the expense of being able to win.
To me, Ray, if you're a sports organization, if you're a pro sports organization, you need players who need to win. Maybe to the extent even that it's not healthy. Everybody would prefer to win, but there are some guys they need to win. And if you're paying people to help you win, you need those guys. As a fan, now, if you're paying money to support a team, it's easier than it ever was for some owners in some sports to make money without being in charge of a very good team. If you're a fan, you need owners that need to win. Joe Lacob's one of those guys. And I think we have a lot of them in the Bay Area. I don't know if the Giants are in that club, but he needs to win, and he spends all this money, and we quibble. It's easy to criticize him for this decision or that decision, but they spend a ton of money because they want to win, and that's a great situation for fans. My guys want to win.
Okay, but that's not the argument he's advancing, though. What he's talking about, if we get to the finals, we should be okay. What's your definition of okay? Making as much money as you did in 2019? Breaking even? They're all making money. They could not make the playoffs and make money.
Yeah, but they're spending a ton
Wait a minute,
of money.
It doesn't matter what they're spending.
I think it does.
That's their choice, because they're getting it back and then some from the national TV and the other media deals. They're getting it back from the fact that they own their own building and they own land around the building, and they're in the development game around the building. So they're not in any danger of losing actual money where he's worth less than he is next year than he was this year. Secondly, how is he defining profit and loss? Is it just compared to the year before, compared to projections? Is it just about income generated in the building? Is it exclusive of all the other events at the building? there are too many things that aren't answered in that phrase for me to have any sensible opinion about
I didn't
whether
see the
they're making.
spreadsheet. It's a good question, but I don't know.
No, I'm not. It's a rhetorical question because I know you don't know, because
Mhm.
I don't know, because nobody knows except him.
Mm-hmm.
How is he defining his terms? If he can't define his terms, I choose to believe that they're making money hand over fist, like they say they have been year after year. They're still selling the building out every night, and it's not like they're spending ghastly amounts more than they would have if they'd kept Durant.
Steve Kerr on the other side right now. First, want to welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
And now it's time to catch up with the coach of the Warriors, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve Kerr with us. Coach, got to warn you, Ray is he's in a rare mood today. But, Coach, last March when Steph was hurt against the Celtics, you talked about a possible silver lining, and it looks like you were right. And has there been a silver lining, some good out of the bad during this stretch without Steph and Wiggins?
Yeah, I think so. We've had a lot of young guys step up and play and gain some confidence. I think our new players, guys like Lamb and Ty Jerome have really filled a void and established themselves. And just for the team, we when we can win games without Steph, it just builds a lot of confidence. So, it's been a good stretch for us. I told the team last night, despite the loss, I'm just really proud of everybody for holding down the fort and keeping us, kind of where we need to be in the standings, and we'll be getting reinforcements back soon. So everybody's done a great job.
That said, the last two games, you've given up a number of points that would suggest that your defense was not the way either that it had been earlier in the homestand or the way you like it. Is this just sort of a cyclical thing where there'll be a couple of games where you're not getting the defensive performances you expect, or are you seeing signs of slippage that concern you?
I think there's maybe been a little bit of slippage the last couple of games. I think related to fatigue more than anything. And we've just had so many games, and we've had so many guys injured that we're really relying on kind of a select group of players, and just seems like we've had a game every other night. And so I think we got a little careless last night with some fouling. We all in all, we've been doing a better job of not fouling. And then last night we started to foul jump shooters again. And, we weren't getting to rebounds, kind of some key rebounds that we needed to get. We weren't quite getting there. And, but again, overall the effort's been great. The connection has been great. And I'm confident, especially having today off and then a good day of practice tomorrow, that we'll bounce back and play really well on Saturday.
On a, quote, good day of practice, what do you do and how strenuously do you do it?
It's not so much how strenuous it is. It's just a chance to reset and to go through the basics. We have our team defensive drills that we like to do on practice days. And Ron Adams always said, you got to do those drills just like you got to get your shooting in every day. Players are going to take their, 300 shots, 400 shots a day, every day to keep their stroke going. And Ron likes to say, you got to do your defensive drills too. Otherwise you get careless, with those habits. So tomorrow's a day really to brush up on the fundamentals and, watch some tape and get ready for Orlando.
Steve, Jordan Poole, obviously without the way he's been scoring lately, you don't win these games on this homestand, and he's carried a very heavy load the last few weeks. Sometimes it appears he tries to do too much. I think perhaps you have addressed that. Is that maybe what's happened with the recent late game turnovers? You were able to overcome them in the two previous games last night that caught up a little bit, but is that kind of what's going on with Jordan Poole at the end of these games and some of these unforced turnovers, just trying to do too much?
Yeah, I think sometimes Jordan is trying too hard to make a play. I mean, I've always felt that the game is more difficult for the players who are more talented when they're young, because they have sort of a big menu of possibilities in front of them. If you're not as talented, you're immediately limited in terms of what you can and can't do. And that was definitely the case for me as a player. I mean, I knew that there was so much I couldn't do that I didn't even bother trying. But if you're Jordan, you can pretty much do everything. And so then it becomes a case of learning, when to shoot, when to drive, when to pass, when to make the decision to do all those things. And it takes time. It takes a lot of reps, and it takes, some painful experiences and some mistakes. And the great thing is Jordan's got a great attitude, and he's helping us win games, every night. He's making big plays. He's helping us in so many other ways. And so it's all just part of the total development for Jordan. And I think he's coming along great.
When you say it takes time, I know it's different for every player because every player is different. But what's a reasonable amount of time for you to be able to apply a question of, okay, now it's time that we shouldn't have to be addressing problem X or problem Y to whatever player we're talking about, not just Jordan Poole. What's a reasonable amount of time for a coach to finally say, okay, you should have this all by now?
It's just different for everybody based on, where they started from. Guy like Draymond, who played 4 years at Michigan State, you're going to expect things to come a lot quicker than you would Jonathan Kuminga based on 13 games in the G League before his arrival. So it's different for every player, and then you factor in the circumstances. What position are they playing? What are we expecting of them? What's their role? We're asking a lot of Jordan. He's our main shot creator after Steph, and so that requires an awful lot of responsibility, and so it takes longer in a case like that.
Steve, you talked about the days when you played. We know that Steph it's possible he returns for the Spurs game a week from Friday at the Alamo Dome, and the Spurs going to be celebrating their 50th anniversary that night. And you'll have other things on your mind, obviously, but how great will it be to be part of all that, especially if Steph plays, since you played on some, as I remember, some pretty good teams in San Antonio yourself?
Yeah, I'm excited about that game. I mean, my first year playing with the Spurs, I think 3 years actually, we played in the Alamo Dome. Pretty unique building, very unique environment. The way the stadium was set up, and so to go back there and to play in front of the Spurs fans in the old building, it's pretty exciting. And I understand they're trying to break the all-time record for attendance in an NBA game, which was a game that I played in when I was with the Bulls. We played in the Georgia Dome against the Hawks. I think there were about 63,000 fans there. And the Spurs are hoping to break that record. It'll be interesting to see, the scene. It'll be quite a spectacle. So I'm looking forward to it.
Given that you played in that game and you've been involved in some of the Alamo Dome games, what are you able to tell your players about shooting backgrounds, about noise levels, about the things that will make this kind of an alien experience for them?
I probably won't say a whole lot. I haven't looked at the schedule. I'm hoping we'll have a shoot around so that guys can, spend an hour just getting shots up and getting a feel for the arena themselves. I don't think we've played in any domes, since I've been the coach of the Warriors. There were, when I played late in my career, you played in one in Toronto, at the Rogers Center where the Blue Jays play now. The Raptors used to play there before their arena was built, and then San Antonio, the Alamo Dome. But I don't remember any others. And so this is a new experience for a lot of the guys. Although I'm guessing Draymond and Steph, in the NCAA tournament, played in a couple of domes, in Final Fours or regional final type things. So it'll be an interesting experience for sure.
Didn't they used to have bats in there, Steve? I remember one game Manu Ginobili during the game, he caught a bat out of midair. So a big cavernous place like that, a little bit of a different atmosphere than we have in most of the modern arenas. Did you ever experience bats in the old Alamo Dome?
I don't remember. I do remember the highlight of, if you want to call it that, of Manu snatching the bat out of the air. I wouldn't recommend that from a health perspective. I might let somebody with gloves on catch it with a net. But yeah, that was.
Is that what Kenny Atkinson's there for?
Yeah, that's Kenny's job.
We are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Clay's return. And I'm just wondering, what has impressed you the most about the way he has handled everything? We can't imagine what he's been through. What has impressed you the most about the way he's handled it, getting back to a point now where he's playing? He looks like, shooting-wise, he looks like the old Klay Thompson again. How impressed have you been by what he's been through and how he's gotten to this point?
Yeah, I mean, when you just look at it from the big picture, I mean, what he had to overcome to get back on the court against Cleveland a year ago, two major injuries back to back, missing 2 full seasons, 2.5 actually. I mean, it was just insane what he had to endure, and it's just wonderful to see him enjoying himself. He looks more relaxed now than he did earlier in the season. I think he's found a good perspective where he's appreciating his opportunity to play and to just enjoy, being part of the team and enjoy the fact that there's a small window in your life as a professional athlete, relative to your life, your lifespan. I mean, 10, 15 years, whatever it is, this is a time that Clay absolutely should be enjoying, and I'm really happy to see him doing so now.
Has he either confided in you, or have you noticed that there was an aha moment for him this year when all of a sudden he remembered all those things that you just spoke of?
Well, we have periodic conversations. I just try to remind him of to lose himself in the game and to enjoy himself, and Clay is a guy who leans on a lot of his teammates and coaches, and he's got a lot of confidence. And I think it's more. There wasn't like a moment where he said something to me. I've just seen it. I think since we returned from the road trip, this homestand's been really good for him, just in terms of getting him settled down.
Coach, I have 2 kind of nuts and bolts questions about last night. One, what can you share with us about the inbounds play? I think it's called, the reverse hammer that set up Clay's basket that tied the game. Ty Jerome threw such a great pass on that. What can you tell us about that, maybe where you learned that? And then also, as far as Draymond's technical, is that something that maybe you guys address with the league in terms of seeing it, whether they would rescind that, or is that a process that they handle on their own anyway?
Yeah, with Draymond's situation, we will definitely appeal to the league to see if there's anything that can be done. I mean, just watching the replay, I didn't think he deserved a technical, and I think the officials, I thought last night's game was really well officiated. I thought they did a great job. And then at the end, to have a situation like that where 2 guys get tangled up and the officials have time to look at it and time to make a decision, knowing that Draymond will be tossed, if they call double technicals, I don't see why the officials can't have the leeway to just say nothing. Like, hey, you guys knock it off. That's common sense. I mean, nobody should be ejected for what happened there. So I was disappointed in that regard, but we will appeal it. Hopefully, try to get Draymond's money back for him and get one of those technicals, taken off the books.
Mm-hmm. How much do you lament the fact that officials aren't allowed to apply common sense to situations the way they used to?
Well, I think that's something that's really kept internal, within the league. I think those are discussions that are best had, within the league and not on the radio show. That's for sure. I think I really respect the job that the league does and the way they handle their business. Are very open to communication, and I think that it's important to honor that openness by making sure we keep conversations like that in-house, and it really is a collaboration. There's a lot of people involved in how the game is officiated, competition committee, and the league takes into account, players and coaches' opinions, and so that's all part of the process.
You mean especially this show, right?
Yes, especially this show.
Yeah.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah. Coach, any update on Andrew Wiggins? It would have been nice, obviously, to have him available last night, the way Bogdanovich was shooting the ball. I know you're not a doctor, but what's the latest you can give us on the health and availability of Andrew Wiggins going forward?
Yeah, I mean, the good news is he's gotten good workouts in the last couple of days, and he should be good to go to practice tomorrow. And we'll get up and down the floor a little bit and have a scrimmage, and if all goes well, then then his return is imminent. I can't say for sure that that's the following day or whether it would be next week, but he's if all goes well tomorrow, then he's really close.
Patrick Baldwin Jr.'s had quite a week. You got to be really happy with some of the things he's shown in his limited minutes this week.
Yeah, Patrick's really an exciting prospect. He's got great size and a beautiful shooting stroke. He's got a good feel for the game. The ball moves when he's out there. He understands, how to play, just where the ball should go, and getting off of it early and moving, and then defensively, he's got really good size. He's got capability to have great verticality at the rim. When he's in position to thwart drivers. So it's really fun to watch him develop, and he's gaining a lot of confidence with this opportunity he's getting.
A couple more questions from me, so I apologize in advance. First of all, Joe Lacob talked to Tim Kawakami, a podcast that was released today, in which he mentioned that he's already had talks with Bob Myers about a new contract. And given the fact that yours is coming next year, has your agent talked to them about the future yet, or have you wanted not to do that? That's always stuff that remains in-house, and I have a great relationship with Joe and Bob, and we all work together really well, and so there's no issues or anything on that front, but that's all handled privately. Is your relationship with Joe going to be affected by the fact that he says he has interest in buying the Angels?
I actually asked him about that recently. I was hoping he'd buy the A's, to be honest, because I really want a new stadium in Oakland. I want that to happen, and I know I'm not the only one. I just think the A's are kind of similar to the Warriors were when Joe bought the Warriors. It's kind of like this cool brand with great colors, great history, but kind of a sleeping giant in some ways. But it's a new stadium is so necessary. I think when I got here 9 years ago, I went to one A's game, and that was it. I didn't really want to go back because the ballpark experience wasn't that great. But I go to Giants games all the time because it's a beautiful ballpark. And if the A's could ever do the same thing on the other side of the bay, it would be amazing for our community. So I would love to see that happen, and I just, knowing Joe and knowing what he's done with the Warriors, that would be really cool. But I don't think that's in the cards, from what I understand.
Steve, as Ray mentioned, Joe Lacob today talked to Tim Kawakami about a number of things. He talked about Bob Myers, and he would like to keep him, and that's obviously their business and that's their negotiations. Could you share with us, you having been a GM, what you appreciate the most about working as a coach with Bob Myers and the job he's done as your GM in your time here with the Warriors?
I think it's the stability that Bob brings, and the care that he brings to every relationship that he has, whether it's relationships with players or coaches or Joe or other front office members. Bob is just an incredible human being, and you always know how much he cares about you, and there's just a continuity and a comfort level for the entire organization because of Bob. We know we're in great hands, and I think in professional sports, there's so much value in continuity, and having good people in place and really weathering the inevitable storms. I think about the Spurs with Pop and R.C. Buford. Think about Miami, with Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley, and in all those cases, you just have a central figure like Bob who's just so key to keeping things together when inevitably you get a rough patch, and so Bob is just an enormous part of our success, but also our ability to sustain what's happening here.
And speaking of that UCLA connection, Coach, before we let you go, and of course we appreciate your time very much, Kevon Looney is having a great year. Minutes up, rebounds up, assists up, turnovers down. I think he leads the league in assist to turnover ratio, which is amazing. And he's so unique. And I know you've been in the game for a long time. I'm trying to think of a comp for Kevon Looney. The closest and it's not great, Paul Silas maybe. He's just so unique. Is he maybe the best conditioned, the most well-conditioned athlete in the NBA right now, Coach?
Well-conditioned athlete?
Yeah, I mean, we saw how. Yeah,
I think that would be Steph Curry.
Okay, all right.
But what Loon has done is remarkable in terms of how he takes care of his body, takes care of his mind, what he's learned from the early part of his career. I think I've told this story before, but every morning when I walk into my office 2 hours before practice starts, Loon is on the practice floor doing yoga. On his own. He does a class on Zoom, while he's down on the floor. That's how he starts every day. But his brain, I mean, he's so smart. You asked about that late out of bounds play that we ran.
Mm-hmm.
The timing on that screen that Loon set was perfect, and that's those are the types of plays that they don't show up in the box score, and people may not realize. But you put a different guy in that spot, you may not get the exact same timing that allows play to be free for that shot. And that's where Looney is just so good. It's all the nuance within the game. He's not flashy, but he's incredibly bright. Got a great basketball IQ, great humility about him. And you can ask all the guys on the team, he is just absolutely revered for his humanity and just what a wonderful teammate he is.
When was the last time you told him, what were you thinking out there?
Well, last night he did throw an outlet pass off of a rebound, and I turned to the coaches and I said, "What was Looney doing on that play?" he's allowed to have one of those once in a while. He hardly ever makes a mistake, and like I said, it's one of the reasons we love having him out there. We know we can count on him every single night.
Once a game?
Yeah.
Is that too much?
I lost you guys.
Ray wanted to know once. What did you ask, Ray?
I asked,
once a game?
Is he allowed once a game, or does it have to be more spaced out than that?
No. Once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah. And you kind of grunted, Coach, when I said Paul Silas. Is that like, no, and I know it's not great. Was that like, maybe, or no, you're not going on?
No, I actually kind of liked the Paul Silas call because Silas was a great rebounder and somebody who, like Looney, didn't really get off the floor, but was all about positioning and setting screens. I don't remember his game that well, just because he was a little before my time, but that is a good comp. It's hard to find comps because, in today's game, centers are asked to, basically be lob threats or three-point shooters. And it's just rare to find any guys like Looney anymore who are, neither and yet really effective players.
Happy New Year, Coach. Thank you very much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks, Whitey. Thanks, Ray. See you guys.
Steve Kerr, coach of the Golden State Warriors. And things looking up despite that loss last night, Ray. No matter how you want to frame it. Things on the upswing
Looney made a colossal mistake last night. Kerr just called him out on it. That game could be deteriorating before our eyes.
They are going to appeal to the league, Draymond.
Yeah, well, I mean,
technical as they
it doesn't
should.
cost. It doesn't cost you to appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't appeal, all of a sudden he's got 12 Ts this year and it's 3 away from a suspension. So you may as well appeal everything you got at that point.
I'm not a Draymond apologist, but I didn't see anything there that warranted the T because they both grabbed each other's jerseys. And as I said earlier, if that's going to get you T, you're not going to have enough people to play the game because that happens all the time. And I think Beef Stew got away with one last night. As a heady play by a young player who's a pretty good player. They got some good players on that team for a team that's got the worst record in the league. Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure. They're well coached. They've got some athletes. It's like, okay. They're 11-30.
But they're a dry 11-30.
They're tanking. They're playing the Wembanyama long game. That's what they're doing. If they get him, look out.
Well, the truth is their biggest problem is they give up 119 points a game. They have a lot of young players, not all of them devoted to defense on a regular basis. The only team that's got a worse points per game allowed is San Antonio, and they are definitely tanking for Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Or bricking for Vic, as is the common phrase.
I think that was the great Sam Amick came up with that. Brick for Vic.
Do you know another Sam Amick? Because the one I know is definitely not great.
Oh, what?
He's mediocre.
This guy's a legend.
Best. He's a drunk.
I didn't say he wasn't a drunk. Joe Lacob, we were talking to Steve Kerr, obviously, about what's going on with Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. And Joe Lacob today with Tim Kawakami wanted to make one thing clear. This notion that the Warriors have not offered Bob Myers a contract, Joe Lacob says that is just not true.
All I will say is that it is not accurate that he has somehow not been offered anything. There have been 2 offers at this point. I'm trying. Have you ever known me not to be aggressive?
No.
So that is crazy to sit here and say, and I'm sorry, I have to say that I'm not trying to violate any negotiation. I hope Bob doesn't get upset or his agent, but I just want to clarify that. It's not fair to put me and us in a situation by someone put something out there that, and I don't know who, that he hasn't been offered anything. That's just not true. So he's got to make a decision, what he wants to do with his life, what's the appropriate compensation. He feels it's fair. We feel it's fair. And it's really just a negotiation. To be honest with you, I fully expect Bob will be back. And he's a great negotiator.
Mm-hmm. There you
what
go.
do you want him to do? He's supposed to do this. Yep. So, we love Bob. We want him back.
I would love for Bob Myers to stay. He's a great interview. He's a great guy. Does a great job. I feel better about the chances of him staying after hearing that than I did when there was just silence for the most part, other than Woj's cryptic reporting that Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. And I was on with Goo when he asked Bob Myers about it, and Bob said, I can't worry about that now. Nothing from Joe Lacob. So I don't know, Ray. Who knows which way this is going to go. But to hear Joe Lacob said, we have made offers. We want him. We expect him to be there. I feel like they're probably going to get this resolved. Could be wrong, but I'm feeling a lot more optimistic.
I'm feeling like Myers wants the Angels job after Lacob buys the team. I think he's done.
Who could blame him?
Oh, yeah. They got 2 players out of 26. He could take Billy Epler's job. That's easy.
Sure.
He's got Trout. He's got Ohtani.
For
it's
now.
Not unlike what the Warriors
Ohtani,
have.
right? If you're Bob Myers and you look at this job, it's kind of daunting to think at some point you may have to start breaking it apart, the thing that you built up. I know that's part of being a GM, but obviously this group is a very special group in terms of what they have accomplished. And that's not something I would want to do.
No, but I don't think he'd be the one breaking it up. Truthfully, I mean, Draymond Green is either going to stay or go on his own volition. Klay Thompson's going to stay. That's just not, there's no question in my mind. There's too many emotional entanglements for that to become undone at this point, no matter how old he gets. And Curry is a Warrior for life. So he won't be breaking anything up.
You didn't hear what Klay said last week? Pardon me for interrupting, but did you hear what Klay addressed that after his 50-point game?
Didn't he say he wanted to be a Warrior for life?
He said, I have to find the quote. I'm paraphrasing, but it was more along the lines of, who knows how long you're going to be here? Who knows how long I'm going to be here?
Well, I mean, but that's business.
Right.
all the stuff that they say in public, that's just business, But I find it hard to believe that Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, and Steve Kerr in unison would say, "Yeah, we got to get rid of him." I think Kerr would lay in front of the car to prevent him from leaving. So I think he's a keeper. I think Curry's clearly a keeper. Draymond is the wild card of wild cards. But I don't think ultimately that choice is going to be Bob Myers' to make.
I would guess that the Warriors would be more open now to keeping Draymond around next year than they would have been. The way he's played and how much they've relied on him. He's played really well. There has been no drop-off.
No, but that
there's
depends.
Been some, but not much.
That depends on how much posturing Joe Lacob's doing about how much money he's comfortable spending next year. And that depends on how deep into the postseason they get.
Let's see what Joe Lacob had to say. Joe Lacob, talking with Tim Kawakami, says, Steph, Clay, Dre, we want them all to retire as Warriors. We would love that, but you know how it is.
Whether we like to hear this or not, players do get older and their skills erode. And the question is trying to time all that. We would like them to retire, all three of them, as Warriors. I really would like that. We would like that. And I think they would like that. And we're going to try to do that if it makes sense. But unfortunately, if you look through the history of, professional sports, NBA, let's look at NBA in particular, it usually doesn't end that way. Players want to hang on sometimes a little longer than they can or should. Organizations sometimes want to hang on to a dream longer. So you're trying to put all that in perspective and try to balance it all. Bill Walsh, I think I've quoted him before, once said, better to trade a player a year too early than a year too late. I mean, I'm not saying we're thinking like that necessarily, but it's really an important statement. You don't want to go through a decade of being bad either for our fans, right? So it's a very difficult calculus. I want to keep those guys here. I want them to be here. And as long as they're playing at a very high level, you can rest assured they will be here.
I think there's a simpler way to say that. Bless them. It's not my money. I don't have to worry about it. But I just think there would have been a more cogent, more to the point way of saying that.
Joe Lacob does, let's be fair, like the sound of his own voice. And he likes the sound of his own voice in volume. So, yeah, it took him 3 minutes to say something quick. But that's him. I mean, if you say hello to him, plan to stay a while.
Sure, and I haven't spoken to him, and I would love to.
No,
but
he'll never speak to either of us. I guarantee you that.
Okay, but when he goes to everything about what Bill Walsh said and, about trading a player, which I think, didn't Bill Walsh get that from like Branch Rickey? I think it goes way, way back.
Everything goes back to Branch Rickey. Moneyball goes back to Branch Rickey.
That's true. It does.
I mean, just that's the thing. Branch Rickey was the smartest person in sports ever because people are still stealing from him now, and he's been dead for 70 years.
Yeah, it's good work if you can get it. Here's a little more.
Being dead? Yeah, that's great work.
Well, I mean, being remembered 70 years later when you're long gone, people still stealing from you. Joe Lacob says, it'd be nice. This is interesting. Be nice if those guys, if maybe they were willing to sacrifice a little bit to keep her, but you can't really expect that.
He didn't say
I would love, obviously, for some of them to sacrifice a little bit or what they perceive to be as a sacrifice to stay and to help our organization maintain a great roster. You always hope for that. It usually doesn't happen. And I can't blame them because, they have limited lifespans as players and they want to make as much money as they can. So it's tough. And Draymond and Clay, but first of all, they're both under contract for next year. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. We'll have to wait and see how this season ends. And then we'll decide and they'll decide. In Draymond's case, he gets to decide. He has the power. He gets to opt in or opt out and do what he wants. I'd love for him to stay. That may be staying as under his existing contract. That may mean he opts out and renegotiates something, a new deal that works for everyone. Or it may mean that he gets offered some huge amount of money and we could sit here and be saying, man, how can we do that? And we'd have to make a decision. And that would involve other people's careers. So it's complicated. And I think you know that, and everyone knows that. Unfortunately, I'm sitting in the hot seat along with Bob Myers.
Joe Lacob with Tim Kawakami, the TK Show. Now, Ray, did I introduced that cut? I said Joe Lacob says he'd like to see a sacrifice from the players. Then we started to play the cut. And did you say he didn't say that? Did I hear you
I don't remember him ever saying sacrifice because I didn't hear that cut.
Oh, okay. But he did say that.
Oh, no, he clearly said it.
Yeah. So
that said,
you're surprised by that? You must be if you said he didn't say that because he
well,
said it.
I couldn't believe that he'd bring that up because that's, for the owner who says money is no object, he's just making it an object again. Oh, yeah, players could take a haircut for the good of me. Oh, why don't you take a haircut for the good of them? They brought you more money than you brought them.
In all fairness, he said you can't really expect that. It'd be nice if they did, but you can't expect that.
Well,
yeah, that's true, right?
I mean, yeah, they'll go through the process of asking, but I'd be profoundly disappointed if any of those three guys said, oh, yeah, we'll give some back. We haven't given enough to you already, you weasel.
I don't know about the weasel part.
He bought something for $450 million that's now worth $7 billion, largely on the backs of those three guys.
Mm-hmm.
You find a way to pay them. And don't tell me, well, we have to prepare for the future. Yeah, Jordan Bell was preparing
But you
for
know
the
how
future.
to Jordan Bell. The only way to pay them is basically to let someone else go, and it just gets harder and harder to keep a team together.
Or be Steve Cohen and pay the tax.
Wow, I hadn't thought of that because it's really punitive.
Well, of course it is, because Joe Lacob's fellow owners hate the fact that he doesn't seem to care much about the tax.
See,
in the same way that all the other baseball owners hate Steve Cohen now.
I don't mean to
because
wander
he's
down
firing money at anything that moves.
I don't mean to wander down the Wiseman rabbit hole, but no matter what you think of Wiseman, if I were the Warriors, I would seriously consider trading him if I could for something, even if it was something that was just like a rental, because if I am looking for ways where I got to save money, Wiseman next year, I got to pay him $12.1 million times, 7 times each dollar, whatever it is. Yeah. And I just, I don't want to pay. Look, I love him, and he probably hasn't turned out to be quite to this point what I thought, but I don't want to pay him that much when I've got to pay so many other guys who I know are way better.
Then your love is conditional.
Well, I was speaking from their standpoint. I don't love him, but I'm assuming they do.
Oh, see, now you've turned on him.
No, I haven't.
A minute ago, you
consistent.
loved him.
No, they love him. I have nothing against him. I just never thought he was going to be that good. Hopefully I'm wrong. That's not my point, though. See, now you're dragging me back
yes,
down that
I
hole
am.
where people are going to, Whitey, you're a hater.
And you took the bait.
I'm just saying, if I could trade Wiseman and get something that would help me this year, where that seems like, wow, that'd be dumb because maybe down the road he's a foundational piece. Given the financial concerns the Warriors have, I would have to seriously consider that because otherwise I got to pay him. What would that be, like $80 million next year, including the tax?
Life's hard, then you get a hip replacement. That's how this stuff works. If you're...
You have no sympathy for him that he doesn't
They're
want
not
to pay the tax.
emotionally invested in James Wiseman the way they are Draymond Green or Klay Thompson or Stephen Curry. We're talking about two different things here. If you want to move James Wiseman tomorrow for a tuna sandwich, that's up to you.
2 tuna sandwiches and a Coke and chips?
Coke's not good for you.
From the 5, that's okay. Lacob loves Wiseman. It ain't your money, Whitey. I know. You're right.
And maybe he does love Wiseman. Maybe he keeps Wiseman. But
I think he does. I agree with that. I don't know, but I agree. I think he does. I still think he sees Wiseman as a symbol of, I told you this was the guy. We want this guy. We don't have the cut here, I don't think, but he addressed that today as well. We'll get that for you in a second. Joe Lacob actually talked about that with Tim Kawakami as well, about whether the front office was united in the selection of Wiseman. So we'll get to that in just a second.
Well,
too.
he's going to look. I'm going to be the spoiler alert guy. He very simply said, "Yeah, we're all in this together."
Uh-huh.
He's not going to say, "Yeah, Myers took him, even though I told him not to," or he's not going to say, "Oh yeah, I basically walked all over Myers' head because that's who the guy I."
But aren't you interested in how he phrased that and the way he said it?
Do you have the clip?
I'm ready to go. Mark
Well,
Randy's
you said
all
you
over
didn't have it.
Here's Joe Lacob says the entire Warrior front office was all in on James Wiseman.
I want to correct something for you and our fans. Our entire front office and head coach wanted to draft James Wiseman. Mm-hmm. We were universal in that regard. I know people like to make up stuff. We all loved him, and I think we all are still very high on him. The question will be, what do we have to do with roster? How important is winning today versus 2 years from now? We have to balance all that, and we have to balance financials. So I think there's a lot of ways this thing could go. But as of right now, I think I'm still very, very positive of the young man. And in fact, all of our young players. And I think we have a great roster, too.
Aha! We love him, but hey, financials.
Well, he's going to bring that up with everybody except Curry.
But isn't he entitled? I mean, seriously, they're so far into the luxury tax and they're paying more than any other team. Why isn't it fair to say, you know what? I get that. And you're saying, hey, he should spend more money.
No, I didn't say.
They're spending more than anybody else.
Stop that right now. I never said he should just spend more money.
Well, I thought
he shouldn't bloviate. He shouldn't bloviate about price is no object or we want to win. And then go, well, but the budget's more important. It's either one or the other. So if he wants to win, then money can't be the object. If he only wants to win so much, then he can come out and say, well, money's going to be a problem.
So you're saying the more he talks about money, the less committed he is to winning?
No. I said if he's going to talk, he can't. He tried to have it both ways today. He said, well, if we're go all the way to the final, we'll be fine and we'll keep spending money without concern about the luxury tax. But, all of a sudden, he's been bringing this sort of money creep discussion into the public.
But that's because this is all at the Nexus.
At Nexus, my rear end. No, it's before he was the guy, the sky's the limit. Now, as I suspected, the sky actually isn't the limit. The question is, where is the limit? That's what he can't answer yet. And it's fair that he doesn't answer that.
Right,
because he doesn't know.
Yeah.
But I think, Weissman is movable. I think there are only two guys that are absolutely not movable in their hearts. And that's Curry and Thompson. And if everybody's united on all these decisions, and I suspect there's spirited arguments before the decision gets made, but once the decision is made, everybody signs off on it, I think there'll be a huge argument in the room about Thompson.
I don't think they'd trade Kuminga either. I think
think if somebody came up with an offer, they'd move him too.
I am obligated to tell you.
If it was somebody they really needed, and they really thought, here's a guy who can be part of our future too, and he's better than Kuminga, even if he's more expensive, I think they'd do that deal.
Speaking of major acquisitions, I want to remind everybody once again here, Ray, that your guy Matthew in Suisun City. 95.7 The Game merch store is live. Matthew in Suisun City bought 4 items today. The DPO Weiss sweatshirt.
Why do you rub his nose in the dirt like this?
Well, because he's the man of the day. A relevant long sleeve T-shirt, an oi 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 shirt, and he bought the Ray Turn On Your Mic shirt. I got to get one of those. I didn't know they had those. That's terrific. You can get yours now, and I can get mine at 957 The Game shop.com.
These children will be laughed at in the schoolyard. This guy's playing with fire.
This man is a hero.
This guy's a lunatic. I mean, first of all, he's clearly low on clothes. Secondly,
not anymore.
The only way he can pull this off is if he wears all the shirts inside out. And third, to tell people that you've done this is essentially
and then to have it literally broadcast.
Yeah, I mean,
on the radio.
How badly do you need people to know what you do?
Coming up next,
let's put it this way.
Yes,
I would turn my family over to the cops before I'd admit to this.
The NFL is going to do what? They're going to expand the playoff field for this year? How can they do that? Next, he's Ray Ratto, in for Damon. I'm Whitey Gleason, 95.7 The Game.
S&G.
Norman, before we start the surgery, I have some bad news.
What is it, doctor?
Well, I never graduated from med school. But the good news is, it's the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Now hurry, because new Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And this will get your heart rate up. When you add Xfinity Mobile, you get the best price for 2 lines of unlimited.
I gotta get this deal.
Plus, for a limited time, get $500 back with 2 new mobile lines.
That's amazing, Doc.
I know. I don't want to miss this deal. Let's reschedule.
Doc?
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile. Compares Xfinity Unlimited Intro to lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hey, it's Johnny Mosley, and this is Thursday's Toyota Tahoe Report. The forecast is a little unsettled, but it's going to be a ripping weekend. Pack up your Toyota. I'll see you up there.
Thanks, Johnny. There's a winter storm warning today through Friday morning with heavy snow and strong winds expected. The Tahoe area could see 8 to 14 inches of snow through the weekend. Snow is expected around 5,000 feet. Travel is not recommended today, so proceed cautiously. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Damon today. You know, we're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live, and you'll notice that Ray already has his coat on and he's ready to go. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content on YouTube.
Sports
What's
don't
up?
build character. They reveal it. Let's go. You don't have time for this.
You got somewhere you got to be? I mean, we still have
Yeah, not here.
segment. We got another segment to go.
Segment schmegment.
We've got to talk about what's going on with the NFL owners tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day, Ray. And again, all kidding aside, thank goodness for the great news on Damar Hamlin. And, you know, we all know what happened there. And I'm sure we all had that same sick feeling, that sad, sick feeling of dread. But today we got some really good news. So he's got a long ways to go. But the four big words again were from the doctors today: significant improvement and neurologically intact. So thank goodness for that.
Neurologically intact is a incredibly sterile way of saying he's still among us.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, it's fabulous news, because I thought, in order of horror, not going to make it, but going to be severely impaired. And we still don't know what the long-term prognosis is. But
and he's still not breathing on his own that we last.
Yeah. Oh no, this is going to take a while. But the news so far has been massively encouraging.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I was getting to the point there where I, try to be optimistic. I was thinking, I don't know how much longer they can wait for him to come around. And then apparently it happened right about the time they were hoping that it would.
Well, the other thing was that I mean, on Twitter today, a lot of people were crediting the assistant trainer of the Bills for giving the CPR that kept him from, slipping over.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the trainer hasn't said anything because that's not what you do. But it's good that somebody, is going to get, at least noticed in a good way for having done a heroic deed under extraordinary circumstances.
So while that continues, as his recovery continues, and hopefully the news will continue to get better and better and better, the NFL is figuring out, what do we do about the fact that we had this very important game and we didn't play? How do we factor that into our playoff picture? Owners, Ray, are supposed to meet tomorrow. According to multiple sources, NFL's owners will convene on Friday. The meeting will happen via video conference, according to Pro Football Talk. So one source explained the owners will have to resolve some controversial aspects of finalizing the plan, whatever that's going to be. I have to sign off on the Ray Ratto plan. It was the same plan I came up with. Here's Ray with how the NFL should handle this.
Oh, I thought you were going to some sort of sound.
No. Here's Ray.
I couldn't figure out why.
When I say, here's Ray, that's you.
Oh, so leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Whoever gets the bye gets the bye.
Go with the games that have been played and go with winning percentage.
Don't try to recreate the game you had to stop for the, most frightening and yet most noble of reasons, and move on. Everything does not have to be 100% fair for everybody involved all the time. Every once in a very rare while, circumstances intervene. And the solutions are far more unfair than the problem.
The seeding would be determined based on winning percentage. And as we mentioned earlier, I believe the NFL, the commissioner has the legal right to do that now. That's something they took care of during COVID, where we can declare winners based on winning percentage in case we don't play all the games. So they have that contingency in place already. This would create a perceived unfair advantage for the Chiefs. The Chiefs have lost to the Bills and the Bengals, and that creates a competitive disadvantage for the Bengals, who could have landed at number 2 or even number 1. So that's what the owners are going to talk about and see if they can solve. But I'm with you, Ray. There's no way. It's going to be unfair to somebody somehow, some way.
I mean, if you want to contrive a stupid way to do this, go by their records against the spread. They're in bed with gamblers now anyway. The Bengals have the best record in football against the spread. The Chiefs have the second worst record in football against the spread. And the Bills are below average. So give it to the Bengals based on the fact that they have returned more money to their bettors.
There's been a lot of speculation. We've done a fair amount of it here. The specific options for the owners currently aren't known. What they may actually be talking about, what they may actually be voting on, we don't know yet. It's also not known, according to PFT, whether the situation would be resolved by simple majority or a 24-vote supermajority. One of the things we think they're talking about, because it's been bandied about, I don't even know what that means, but expanding the playoff fields in both conferences to 8 to somehow neutralize the unfair advantage that the Chiefs could get. That if you do it in the AFC, you got to do it in the NFC too. And so we may end up with an expanded playoff field this year, and that somehow, some way, perhaps is supposed to address the fact that the Bengals and Bills game was never played. I have no idea how.
The only thing they're talking about right now is what they're drinking with lunch. And I think we know it's going to be something brown in a tumbler with ice.
Well, if they have enough of it, maybe they'll come up with a better solution than some of these.
The solution is already there in front of them, which is stop worrying about this. This is not that big a deal.
I'm with you, but I don't think there's any way they're going to do that.
Well, then they have to figure out a way to do this without adding games that they're going to profit on, because that's what it will smell like to me. We're making more money off a guy nearly dying, which is the optic they're trying to avoid, which is why I think there's a chance that they'll say, you know what, this will look worse than the money will feel good. That's not usually the way to bet with these jackals, but maybe one time somebody in the room will say, this makes us look like ghouls.
Do they have to try to make up for lost revenue, lost by virtue of the fact that they didn't play that game?
No, it's more money that they can make by inventing new reasons to play more games, like expanding the field to 8 instead of 7. And while doing it without negotiating it with the union.
What do you think they're going to do? I would bet money that we're going to end up with an AFC title game on a neutral site. I hate that idea. I'm with you. It's like, just deal with it, go with winning percentages, and it's unfair anyway. But I would bet money they're going to go to that.
It might cost them money, though, because if they go to a neutral site, they can't guarantee they're going to get a sellout. Whereas if it's in Kansas City, Buffalo, or Cincinnati, that game's sold out. And it's sold out at premium prices. You put it in Vegas, how many people do you think are going to fly from Kansas City and Cincinnati to see that game?
Not that many.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be playing a championship game in front of like 10,000 people.
Play it in Indianapolis.
It's going to look like a UNLV game.
Play it in Indianapolis.
You could do that too.
Lucas Oil Dome.
Still, there are people who aren't going to fly from Buffalo to Indianapolis.
I hope they don't do it, but I think they're going to.
If they do that, then they suck as much as I've always known they do.
But I don't know how they can expand I know basically, I understand the dynamics of it, but how in the world at this point you could open the door back up to teams like the Washington Commanders, eliminated last week, and the New Orleans Saints, miraculously, they're still alive. You lose much more than you could possibly gain.
No, that just makes them look ridiculous. They're going to do the thing that makes the most money, and the thing that makes the most money is probably going to win out. But the second best thing is to leave stuff the way it is and get the benefit of not having the unpleasant optic.
49ers could earn home field advantage and a bye and may not get the bye.
By the way, I don't know if I've mentioned this.
What?
Sports don't build character. Let's get the hell out of here.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal, a full hour of football talk after DeMar Hamlin's scary injury. And before a wild Week 18, it's the Football Hour with Sean and Lowe at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
From the beginning, Mara-West Credit Union was created to provide a brighter financial future for you. We work hard for our members because they're our greatest strength.
MirrorWest worked for me when I needed an auto loan for my first car.
When I need to make a mobile payment, MirrorWest works for me.
Put our premier savings account to work for you, now paying up to 25 times the national average. MirrorWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Warriors fans, it's time to dub the vote for the best all-star ensemble on the California coast. Captain Clay can bring the wave. The heartbeat, Dre, keeps this band jamming. You know the party will have a splash. If Poole is invited, Wiggins will bring that smooth sense of style.